Hello! Today we'll be talking about Jynx. If one wishes to not consider Galarian Mr. Mime as the 122nd Pokémon, Jynx is the first Ice Psychic-type Pokémon. Starting in Gen 2, Jynx is the evolution of Smoochum who evolves at level 30. Its previous PYC dates are June 29th, 1996, April 20th, 1999, February 8th, 2002, November 29th, 2004, September 20th, 2007, July 11th, 2010, May 1st, 2013, February 20th, 2016, December 11th, 2018, and October 1st, 2021. I must remember Jynx from the controversy surrounding its design, particularly in the anime. Originally, their face and hands were black/dark gray. This black face, as well as the large lips, were seen as offensive to African Americans, particularly because of the blackface trend in the 19th and early 20th centuries, where Caucasian performers would put on black face makeup and make fun of African Americans, particularly when they were slaves. In the international release of Gen 2, a change was made for Jynx's sprite, making their skin color purple. This would be fully adopted in Gen 3. This change was also made to the anime. As for my opinion on its design, I've never really liked the design. Regardless of its possible racist connotations, I've always been freaked out by its appearance. I don't know what it is, I don't know if it's the big lips or the weird proportions, but it's kind of weird looking. Now let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Jynx, the human-shaped Pokemon. It was all one word and before Gen 3. Its number is 0124. This is what it looks like. Type, Ice Psychic. Abilities, Oblivious or Forewarned in Gen 4+. Dry Skin is its hidden ability. Gender ratio, 100% female. Well, we've had a few Ice Psychics before. We've never actually had it in the info box here, so here's what the info box looks like, with the two different ice and then the psychic outline. Catch rate, 45 or 11.9%. Breeding, a group human-like, hatch time 25 cycles, height 4'7" or 1.4 meters, weight 89.5 pounds or 40.6 kilograms, base experience yields 137 the first 4 gens, and 159 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast, EV yield is 2 and special attack. Shape is that it has no feet, or maybe it does, but it definitely doesn't have a footprint for some reason. Pokedex color is red, and base friendship is 70. Jynx is a dual-type Ice Psychic Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves from Smoochum, starting at level 30. Biology: Jynx is a bipedal humanoid Pokemon that resembles a woman. It has a purple face, pink lips, saucer-like eyes, and long blonde hair. It wears a red gown with 2 gold circlets on the chest. While the anime has shown it to possess feet, the games show only blackness under the dress, and it lacks a footprint. Despite this, it is able to learn the kicking move Triple Axle. It has white arms and 5-fingered purple hands. Jynx is a female-only species, with no male counterpart. Originally, its face was colored black. Pokemon Stadium's fainting animation had it disappear, leaving only its hair behind, implying that what appears to be dark-colored skin is actually darkness. Jynx has a language that sounds similar to human speech and includes several cry patterns. However, this language has yet to be deciphered. It prefers to communicate by using dance-like movements. There are some musicians who compose songs for Jynx to sing. These rhythmic movements often cause people to dance along with it. The Jynx and Alola are said to have wonderful, precise movements. In certain parts of the Galar, it has been feared and worshipped while being called the Queen of Ice. The Jynx in Galar are said to have beautiful and delicate voices and a fan base dedicated to them. Jynx are able to extend their lips to kiss its opponent. Jynx often is found in urban areas. Jynx is the only Pokemon capable of learning the move Lovely Kiss by leveling up. Evolution: Jynx evolves from Smoochum, so you got Smoochum, Jynx. Game data: Pokedex entries in Gen 1 in red and blue. It seductively wiggles its hips as it walks. It can cause people to dance in unison with it. Yellow appears to move to a rhythm of its own, as if it were dancing. It wiggles its hips as it walks. Stadium talks in a strange, incomprehensible language. It is known for its weird wiggling that causes people to dance. In Gen 2 and Gold, it rocks its body rhythmically. It appears to alter the rhythm depending on how it is feeling. Silver, it speaks a language similar to that of humans. However, it seems to use dancing to communicate. Crystal, it has several different cry patterns, each of which seem to have its own meaning. For Stadium 2, if you've read Silver or Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, Or if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, in Ruby and Sapphire, Jynx walks rhythmically, swaying and shaking its hips, as if it were dancing. Its motions are so bouncingly alluring, people seeing it are compelled to shake their hips without giving any thought to what they are doing. In Emerald, a Jynx sashays rhythmically as if it were dancing. Its motions are so bouncingly alluring, people seeing it are compelled to shake their hips without noticing. Fire Red, it speaks using a language that sounds human. Research is underway to determine what is being said. Leaf Green is Red and Blue's entry. In Gen 4 and Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, its cries sound like human speech. However, it is impossible to tell what it is trying to say. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is similar to Red, Blue, and Leaf Greens, but slightly different, so we'll read it. It wiggles its hips as it walks. It can cause people to dance in unison with it. Y is the Fire Red entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Jynx is now the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Ultra Sun, it sways its hips to a rhythm all its own. The precise movements of Jynx living in Alola are truly wonderful. Ultra Moon, its strange cries sound like human language. There are some musicians who compose songs for Jynx to sing. The Let's Go entries are Yellow's entry. In Gen 8 and Sword, in certain parts of Galar, Jynx was once feared and worshipped as the Queen of Ice. In Shield, the Jynx of Galar often have beautiful and delicate voices. Some of these Pokemon have even gathered a fan base. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Jynx in the Alola Pokedex in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Okay, game locations. Side game locations. Held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. In Pokemon Emerald, Jynx can only be found at the Battle Frontier. In Red, Blue, and Yellow, you get a Bitter Berry 100% of the time. In Gold, Silver, and Crystal, you get an Ice Berry 25% of the time. In Fire Red and Leaf Green, you get Fab Mail as an in-game trade 100% of the time. In Emerald, Platinum, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Black, and White, you get an Aspire Berry 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 65, attack 50, defense 35, special attack 115, special defense 95, speed 95, for a total of 455. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 95. Pokéthon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ground, water, grass, electric, dragon, and fairy. Weak to rock, bug, ghost, steel, fire, and dark for double, immune to nothing, resistant to psychic and ice for half. Notes, if this Pokemon has dry skin, the effectiveness of water-type moves is 0. So it would be 0 instead of 1, and the effectiveness of fire-type moves is 2.5. It would be 2.5 instead of 2. In Gen 1, the effectiveness of ghost-type moves is 0, so it went from 0 to 2. Learn set by leveling up will go down to 30. 34 Psychic, 40 Lovely Kiss, 46 Mean Look, 52 Perish Song, 58 Blizzard by TM/TR and Sword and Shield, TM00 Mega Punch, 1 Mega Kick, 4 Ice Punch, 8 Hyper Beam, 9 Giga Impact, 17 Light Screen, 18 Reflect, 21 Rest, 23 Thief, 24 Snore, 25 Protect, 27 Icy Wind, 29 Charm, 31 Attract, 33 Rain Dance, 35 Hail, 39 Facade, 41 Helping Hand, 43 Brick Break, 47 Fake Tears, 51 Icicle Spear, 57 Payback, 59 Fling, 63 Drain Punch, 64 Avalanche, 69 Psycho Cut, 70 Trick Room, 71 Wonder Room, 72 Magic Room, 76 Round, 87 Draining Kiss, 91 Psychic Terrain. For the TRs, TR01, Body Slam, 5, Ice Beam, 6 Blizzard, 11 Psychic, 14 Metronome, 20 Substitute, 25 Psyshock, 26 Endure, 27 Sleep Talk, 30 Encore, 33 Shadow Ball, 34 Future Sight, 35 Uproar, 37 Taunt, 38 Trick, 40 Skull Swap, 42 Hyper Voice, 49 Calm Mind, 64 Focus Blast, 65 Energy Ball, 68 Nasty Plot, 69 Zen Headbutt, 77 Grass Knot, 82 Stored Power, and 83 Ally Switch. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, TM1, Focus Punch, 3 Water Pulse, 4 Calm Mind, 7 Hail, 12 Taunt, 13 Ice Beam, 14 Blizzard, 15 Hyper Beam, 16 Light Screen, 17 Protect, 18 Rain Dance, 29 Psychic, 30 Shadow Ball, 31 Brick Break, 32 Double Team, 33 Reflect, 41 Torment, 42 Facade, 44 Rest, 45 Attract, 46 Thief, 48 Skull Swap, 52 Focus Blast, 53 Energy Ball, 56 Fling, 58 Endure,
60 Drain Punch, 63 Nasty Plot, 66 Payback, 67 Recycle, 68 Giga Impact, 70 Flash, 72 Avalanche, 77 Psych Up, 82 Sleep Talk, 85 Dream Eater, 86 Grass Knot, 87 Swagger, 90 Substitute, and 92 Trick Room. We're skipping by breeding, both. By tutoring, in the Sword and Shield expansion pass, you can get Expanding Force or Triple Axle. By a prior evolution, you got nothing. By transfer from another generation, 7 Aurora Veil, 1 Bide, that doesn't work anymore, 1 Bubble Beam, 4 through 7 Captivate, that doesn't work anymore, 6 and 7 Confide, 1 and 3 Counter, 2 Curse, 1 through 7 Double Slap, that doesn't work anymore, 1 through 7 Double Team, 1 and 3 Double Edge, 2 through 7 Dream Eater, 2 and 3 Dynamic Punch, 5 through 7 Echoed Voice, 4 through 6 Flash, that doesn't work anymore, 3, 4, 6, and 7 Focus Punch, 5 through 7 Frost Breath, 2 through 7 Frustration, that doesn't work anymore, 2, 4, and 7 Headbutt, 4 through 7 Heal Bell, 5 through 7 Heart Stamp, that doesn't work anymore, 2 through 7 Hidden Power, that doesn't work anymore, 4 through 7 Lucky Chant, that doesn't work anymore, 4 through 7 Magic Coat, 2 through 7 Meditate, that doesn't work anymore, 1 and 3 you get Mimic, 4 through 7 Miracle Eye, that doesn't work anymore, 2 through 4 you get Mud Slap, 4 Natural Gift, that doesn't work anymore, 2 and 3 Nightmare, that doesn't work anymore, 6 Power Up Punch, 2 through 7 Psych Up, 1 you get Psy Wave and Rage, neither work anymore, 4 through 7 you get Recycle, 2 through 7 you get Return, that doesn't work anymore, 7 you get Screech, 3 and 4 and 6, you get Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore, 1, 3, and 7, you get Seismic Toss, 4 through 7, you get Signal Beam, that doesn't work anymore, 1, you get Skull Bash and Submission, 2 through 7, you get Swagger, 2, you get Sweet Scent, 1, you get Takedown, 5 and 7, you get Telekinesis, that doesn't work anymore, 1 and 7, you get Teleport, 1, Thrash, 3 through 7, you get Torment, 1 through 7, you get Toxic, 4 through 7, you get Wake Up Slap, that doesn't work anymore, 1, you get Water Gun, 3, 4, 6, and 7, you get Water Pulse, and 4 through 7, you get Ring Out. That doesn't work anymore. TCG only moves, you get Confuse Ray, Fire Punch, and Hypnosis from these cards. Side game data. Okay, got all this. Yep. Okay. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Jynx swings its hips as if it's dancing while walking. Beware of its kiss attack. In Shadows of Olmia, it attacks by launching strange orbs. It protects itself with a psychic barrier. Got all this. Yep. New Pokemon Snap in the Photo Dex. I've heard that Jynx can make all sorts of things happen just by wishing for them. We did see some odd occurrences in the Shiver Snowfields involving Jynx, so there may be some truth to that claim. Evolution data, Smoochum, level 30, Jynx, and it can be bred into this one, yeah. Sprites, okay, you got these. So, okay, yeah. You got the originals. Of course, you wouldn't be able to really tell that it was black from just these sprites because, you know, it's like half of them have black faces because they had limited color palette. But this, we got 2 yellows here, it looks like. So yeah, this is the original and this is the virtual console edit, I guess, for them. That looks very weird. I don't really like these back sprites. Kind of creepy, to be honest. You got the basics pretty early on, ignoring the things. We got 4 fingers, but it goes up to 5 in yellow. But yeah, everything's basically here except for the colors. So yeah, get the colors in yellow. That's interesting. So then gold, you get the proper colors. Now, their tips seem to have pink. That's interesting. Yeah, you get this different back sprite. Yep. And a gold in Japan. Oh, I guess this. Yeah, it's right because Japan's had the originals, and then the international ones got these because they hadn't changed it quite yet for them yet. Yes. But yeah. So then Ruby and Sapphire. Oh yeah. So okay. So the can't really tell what the shiny is supposed to look. Oh, I guess it's pink. Yeah, here. And then once it came color, which is interesting. And this one has color. So it's more obviously it's pink with like a gray hair, silver hair instead of yellow gold there. So then yeah, it's more obvious, I guess. I mean, that's now golden hair and sort of that silver hair, I guess, and the silver highlights, pink dress, yeah. That's more like yellow haired, fire red, Leaf green. And back to the golden hair, and this is just more of a lighter blonde, I guess. Yep, that's still that element, okay. Still pink, yeah, okay. It probably gets more simplified, but not much probably changes. Full back sprite here. Hair, I think, gets shorter. I mean, it definitely does from the originals. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting looking. Okay, for the models. I mean, they're correct. I would say generally they're probably correct. That's interesting. Haven't quite gotten fabric down yet. But yeah. These are a little better probably, but yeah, these are... Why is there just a... What? That's definitely not part of this design. It's literally just part of the dress. I don't know why they really focused on that and converting it from black and white. This like thick. This is not part of its body. This is just dress. It's supposed to flow down. I don't know why they really focused on that. I hope Sword and Shield's fixed that, and we're not like I don't know what that's about. Cross generation also weirdly has this point. It's just part of the general design. I don't think it's actually part of its body. Yep. In the anime, Jynx in the anime, then we got Jynx's original design in the anime. Yep. Pokedex entries in the episode Holiday Hijinks, Ash's Pokedex. Jynx, the human-shaped Pokemon. This Pokemon has some very unusual powers. Its special attack is the Lovely Kiss, which puts its opponent into a deep sleep. For the second Pokedex entry, I've already recorded for the anime, so we'll let May's Pokedex read it.
Jynx, the human-shaped Pokemon. Jynx is known for expressing its many and varied feelings by dancing around in graceful and rhythmical motions.
In the manga here, so we got Jynx and Pokemon Adventures, and Jynx and Magical Pokemon Journey. We got all this. Yep. In the TCG trivia, as its Pokedex entries state that Jynx speaks an incomprehensible language the player as a Pokemon cannot understand anything it says in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Red Rescue Team and Blue Rescue Team. That's clever. A Capsule Monsters concept sketch depicts an unused Pokemon design with the same Pokedex number as Jynx. Jynx's sprite in the Virtual Console re-release of Pokemon Yellow uses 5 colors instead of 4. To achieve this effect, some of the 8x8 tiles composing the sprite use an altered palette, where black is replaced with purple, which is technically possible on a Game Boy Color game. The Pokemon Stadium games feature a kicking animation for Jynx, in which its feet appear out of nowhere, disconnected from its body to perform moves such as Mega Kick. This is one of the rare instances where its feet can be seen in the games, considering Jynx's lack of footprints. Jynx is the only Pokemon to have dry skin as its hidden ability. Controversy, main article, Pokemon Controversy, Jynx. Carol Boston Weatherford, a cultural critic, claimed that Jynx, which appeared in Holiday Hijinks, was a negative stereotype of African Americans in an article titled Politically Incorrect Pokemon on the magazine Black World Today. She chiefly compared Jynx to the racist characters in the story of Black Sambo, and further compared Jynx to drag queens and Mr. Popo of the Dragon Ball franchise, another character who is potentially offensive in his design. Weatherford's complaint caused many repercussions in the Pokemon franchise. The sprites of Jynx in the Western releases of Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal were edited, and episode 250 was cut from international airings of the anime. A sequence depicting Jynx in its original design in All Things Bright and Beautifly was also cut from the dub. Jynx's design was officially revised by Game Freak to be purple rather than black, including in Japan and South Korea. This change was reflected in later core series games, starting with Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, and in the Pokemon anime starting in Mean with Envy. Mean with Envy also corrected the anime's depiction of Jynx's lower arm coloring from red to white, a change which better reflected their appearance in the main series games from the beginning. Jynx was recolored in the ending credits of PK01 and PK04 for the 2012 Japanese Blu-ray release. A recolored version of Holiday Hijinks aired in Japan and is available on the Japanese Prime Video and Netflix. Since 2014, Holiday Hijinks, Stage Fight, and the Mandarin Island Mismatch, which all feature Jynx in its original design, have not been in circulation of the English dub. So you can see Jynx in its original design here in the anime. Although the manga is colored in black and white, Jynx appeared in Viz Media's reissues of Pokemon Adventures are recolored as a dark gray rather than a straight black, suggesting that they are purple instead of black. It is also recolored to purple on the back cover of the reissue of Volume 4, the Virtual Console versions of Pokemon Snap, Pokemon Trading Card Game, International, Pokemon Yellow, and Japanese Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal also recolored Jynx's face. In recent years, some fans of Pokemon have noted that Jynx may be inspired by Ganguro, a Japanese fashion where women tan heavily, bleach their hair, and apply large amounts of makeup, instead of a black stereotype. This theory is mainly based on Jynx's long, straight blonde hair, a common attribute of Ganguro fashion. However, this particular hypothesis at least has often been criticized due to the timeline of Ganguro fashion not matching up with the development of Pokemon games. Another theory is that Jynx is based on the Nordic goddess Hel, who was often depicted as having a face half white, half black, and who ruled Niflheim, primarily depicted as a land of primordial ice and cold. Some fans say this is supported by Jynx sharing traits with the iconic opera-singing Fat Lady, who is typically portrayed in pop culture dressed as the Valkyrie Brunhilde. Another possible origin is Yama-Uba, the mountain crone. Origin, Jynx may be based on a Nordic or Viking woman, possibly Hel, goddess of the underworld, or Ganguro, face black. The original Jynx's black skin and prominent lips bore a startling resemblance to the darky iconography now largely abandoned in media. Also, the fact that Jynx are depicted as Santa's helpers in the anime may reference the folklore character Zwarte Piet. Jynx also has traits of a female opera singer, especially the iconic cartoon depiction of the Fat Lady. Pokemon Snap and its Generation 3 sprites depict it singing, especially the Pokemon Emerald sprite that animates it singing a high note. Specifically, it may be inspired by the Ride of the Valkyries from the opera Die Valkyrie, the second of 4 operas by Richard Wagner based on Norse mythology. In this context, it is possible that Valkyries, mythical warrior maidens who gathered the souls of those slain in battle, are another inspiration for Jynx. Jynx may also have origins in the Japanese snow spirits known as Yuki-Onna, who lack feet, akin to Jynx's feet being covered by its dress. It may also be based on Yama-Uba, also called Yamanba, a yokai that is described as always wearing a tattered kimono, having whitish blonde hair, and living on cold mountaintops. Yamanba is also slang for the extreme end of Ganguro fashion, which involves bleach hair, artificial tanning, and heavy applying of brightly colored lipstick. Jynx's revised coloring may be based on purple discoloration of the skin, a common symptom of frostbite. This fits with Jynx's ice type and how it is found in very cold places. Name origin, Jynx may be a corruption of Jynx, a curse or hex of bad luck. I think so. Rouge-la may be derived from rouge, a type of makeup, and also the French word for red, and also from the French verb geler, to freeze, to be freezing cold. Now other languages, references, related articles, external links. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Jynx's first scene in the anime. But wait, we can't, because of that whole original design being banned. Instead, we're gonna have to wait until we talked about Spheal. Pikachu problem. We're gonna have to wait until I talked about Pikachu problem. I have to wait until Pikachu problem! Okay, fine, I'll talk about the Pikachu problem, which really should be called the Ho-Oh problem, but that doesn't have the alliteration. I originally wrote in this and a few other scripts that I have to wait until I've covered certain Pokemon, in this case Spheal, to watch the scenes of some Gen 1 Pokemon, as their first available appearance isn't until a later generation of the anime. However, I realized I can't do what I do in the games, which have Pokemon such as Snorlax that I have to pass in order to continue the games. In the anime, it's a little different. They don't have the Pokemon's appearance in order of Pokedex number or even how they appear in the games, so I can't just wait until I talked about Spheal, as if I did that, I would have almost 2 whole generations to react to because of Ho-Oh. Instead, I'm going to watch Jynx's first not banned / cut English appearance, even though it is much later in the series than what we've been reacting to.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 389, Mean with Envy. In this episode, Ash's current traveling companion, May, has met Joshua and his, I guess, girlfriend, Erica, who's jealous of May being with Joshua, like, just meeting him or whatever. And so she's showing off her Jynx. There's Jynx.
Wow, so that's a Jynx.
Jynx, the human-shaped Pokémon. Jynx is known for expressing its many and varied feelings by dancing around in graceful and rhythmical motions.
Check out that beautiful hair and those soft eyes and its cute lips. No way a judge will be able to resist falling in love with my Jynxie. Hey, May.
So there you are.
In case you didn't know, registration's
already
started.
That was Ash, Brock, and May's younger brother, Max, as well as a Beautifly and Combustion. And Pikachu, of course.
Max, I was on my way over there right now.
Are those your friends?
Uh-huh. This is Ash, Brock, and Max, my brother.
Hi there.
Max, Brock. Oh, and
My
Snow
name's
Run as
Joshua.
well.
Glad
And
to meet
Bulbasaur,
you.
look like?
This is Erica.
Nice to meet you.
We're both entering the Pacific Log contest along with May.
Awesome. So you found your rivals already. Pikachu!
So, yeah, I think that's safe to assume that's Jynx is seen the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Jynx. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on the single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Jynx by Rats in the Van. This, I guess, more realistic Jynx. It's kind of creepy looking, to be honest. Yeah, especially since it doesn't have any pupils. That's very weird. Yeah, very, very creepy. Guess it's from 2012? Look of it. That's it. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I talked about Snorlax before I can get a Jynx. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Electabuzz. As always, this isn't my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Electabuzz. Starting in Gen 2, Electabuzz is the evolution of Elekid who evolves at level 30. Its previous PYC dates are June 30th, 1996, April 21st, 1999, February 9th, 2002, November 30th, 2004, September 21st, 2007, July 12th, 2010, May 2nd, 2013, February 21st, 2016, December 12th, 2018, and October 2nd, 2021. I most remember Electabuzz in the early anime episode where it fights Scyther. Coincidentally, this is the episode we'll be watching today. I love Electabuzz's design. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Electabuzz, the electric Pokemon whose number is 125. This is what it looks like. Type is electric, ability static, and Vital Spirit is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 75% male and 25% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is egg group human-like. Hatch time is 25 cycles. Height is 3'7" or 1.1 meter. Weight is 66.1 pounds or 30 kilograms. Base experience yields 156 in the first 4 gens, or 172 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 2 in speed. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is yellow and base friendship is 70. Electabuzz is an electric type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves from Elekid starting at level 30 and evolves into Electivire when traded while holding an Electorizer. Biology, Electabuzz is a slightly humanoid Pokemon with a few feline traits. It has antennae with bulbous tips where its ears should be, 2 long tufts of fur on top of its head, small eyes, and 2 large fangs in its upper jaw. It is covered in yellow fur with many black stripes. There is a large lightning bolt-shaped stripe on Electabuzz's chest, a V-shaped stripe on its forehead, 1 stripe on its side, a thick stripe down its back, 2 bands on each leg, several broken bands on each arm, and many rings around its long tail. There are 3 clawed toes on each of its feet, 2 in front and 1 in back, and 5 fingers on each hand. In the dark, Electabuzz will glow light blue from the electrical charges running across its body. It is constantly leaking more electricity than it consumes, bearing near An Electabuzz will cause a human's hair to stand on end. Electabuzz often gathered groups around tall trees to wait for the upcoming storm. During torrential thunderstorms, Electabuzz will compete to find locations likely to be struck by lightning to absorb the electric power. Electabuzz is often used as an alternative to lightning rods because it is unharmed by the absorption of electricity. It is also capable of entirely nonverbal communication via electrical currents when near another of its species. Blackouts have been known to happen when groups of Electabuzz gather to consume electricity from power plants. They often get blamed for the occurring power outages. As a result, ground-type Pokemon are kept around power plants to keep Electabuzz from raiding. Although the blackouts are usually the fault of the electric companies, not Electabuzz. Aww. There is ongoing research on using Electabuzz to store away lightning until it is needed to be used later. As demonstrated in the anime, Electabuzz is sent into a rage by the color red. In battle, Electabuzz windmills its arms, apparently to add momentum to its punches. This method of battle seems ineffective as opponents can escape in the meantime. Electabuzz typically reside near power plants and can cause blackouts in cities, though it can be found in grasslands. Electabuzz evolves from Elekid and evolves into Electivire. So you can see that here, Elekid, Electabuzz, Electivire. Game data, Pokedex entries. Gen 1 in red and blue. Normally found near power plants, they can wander away and cause major blackouts in cities. Yellow, if a major power outage occurs, it is certain that this Pokemon has eaten electricity at a power plant. Citium, appear in power plants in search of electricity. They are said to cause major blackouts if they disappear. In Gen 2 in gold, electricity runs across the surface of its body. In darkness, its entire body glows a whitish blue. Silver, its body constantly discharges electricity. Getting close to it will make your hair stand on end. Crystal, when two Electabuzz touch, they control the electric currents to communicate their feelings. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, in Ruby and Sapphire, when a storm arrives, gangs of this Pokemon compete with each other to scale heights that are likely to be stricken by lightning bolts. Some towns use Electabuzz in place of lightning rods. In Emerald, when a storm approaches, it competes with others to scale heights that are likely to be stricken by lightning. Some towns use Electabuzz in place of lightning rods. Fire Red, it loves to feed on electricity. It occasionally appears around large power plants and so on. Leaf Green is Red and Blue's entry. In Gen 4 in Diamond and Pearl, half evolved blackouts occur when this Pokemon appears at power plants and eats electricity. Platinum, it windmills its arms to slightly boost its punches. Foes have been known to escape in the meantime. Heart Gold, Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterparts. In Gen 5, Black and White are Platinum's entry. Black 2 and White 2, research is progressing on storing lightning in Electabuzz so this energy can be used at any time. In Gen 6, X is basically the gold entries, but whitish blue is now 2 words. Y is Fire Red's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Pokemon and Electabuzz are now their correct casing. In Gen 7 in Sun, half of all sudden blackouts are caused by Electabuzz gathering at electric power plants and gobbling up electricity. Moon, electricity leaks from it in amounts far greater than the amount of electricity it eats. Ultra Sun, electricity permeates its body. It swings its arms round and round to charge up electricity before unleashing a punch. Ultra Moon, while it's often blamed for power outages, the truth is the cause of outages is more often an error on the part of the electric company. The Let's Go games are basically yellows, but Pokemon is the correct casing. In Gen 8 in Sword, many power plants keep ground-type Pokemon around as a defense against Electabuzz that comes seeking electricity. Shield, with the coming of a storm, many of these Pokemon will gather under tall trees and sit there waiting for lightning to strike. Really, Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Legends Arceus, feeds on electrical energy during sudden showers beneath looming thunderclouds. One can observe Electabuzz scaling tall trees, where the Pokemon will then wait for lightning to strike. In Gen 9, Scarlet is the Silver entries. Violet is Black 2 and White 2's entry. So we've got Electabuzz in the Alola Pokedex, and Electabuzz in the Blueberry Pokedex. So you got a couple of them here in this cave, I guess, with some interesting looks like they're electrified webs. I mean, maybe it's one of the, I think there's probably an electric spider in one of the generations, so maybe it's one of their webs. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items, Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. In Red, Blue, and Yellow, you get a Bitter Berry 100% of the time. In Platinum, Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, and Ultra Moon, you get Electrizer 5% of the time. In Sword and Shield, with the expansion pass, you get an Electrizer 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, for normal, you get a Cherry Berry 35% of the time. Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time. Great items by level. For Alpha, you get an EXP Candy M 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, and Great Items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 65, Attack 83, Defense 57, Special Attack 95, Special Defense 85, Speed 105 for a total of 490. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 85. Pokeathon stats, Type Effectiveness, damage normally by Normal, Fighting, Poison, Rock, Bug, Ghost, Fire, Water, Grass, Psychic, Ice, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy, weak to Ground for double, immune to nothing, resistant to Flying, Steel, and Electric for half. Learn stat by leveling up. I will go down to 34 Discharge here. 34 Discharge, 40 Low Kick, 46 Thunderbolt, 52 Light Screen, 58 Thunder, and 64 Giga Impact. For by TM here, I'm going to read it for this article. I won't read it for Elekid or Electivire. 1 Takedown, 7 Protect, 12 Low Kick, 18 Thief, 20 Trailblaze, 23 Charge Beam, 25 Facade, 32 Swift, 39 Low Sweep, 43 Fling, 47 Endure, 48 Volt Switch, 50 Rain Dance, 58 Brick Break, 64 Bulk Up, 66 Body Slam, 67 Fire Punch, 68 Thunder Punch, 69 Ice Punch, 70 Sleep Talk, 72 Electro Ball, 75 Light Screen, 80 Metronome, 82 Thunder Wave, 85 Rest, 87 Taunt, 96 Eerie Impulse, 103 Substitute, 120 Psychic, 126 Thunderbolt, 130 Helping Hand, 136 Electric Terrain, 147 Wild Charge, 152 Giga Impact, 158 Focus Blast, 163 Hyper Beam, 166 Thunder, 171 Terra Blast, 173 Charge, 181 Knockoff, 191 Uproar, 192 Focus Punch, 204 Double Edge, 210 Supercell Slam, 211 Electro Web, and 223 Metal Sound. For by breeding, we'll read it in this article, but not Electivires or Elekids. Lucario gives you Cross Chop. This group gives you Dynamic Punch. This group gives you Feint. This group gives you Focus Punch. Mirror Herb gives you Follow Me, and this group gives you Hammer Arm. Nothing by prior evolution, side game data, you got all this. Yeah. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Electabuzz. Attacks by widely discharging power. It can also recharge the Styler. Pokemon Ranger in Shadows of Olmia. It discharges electricity from its body. It attacks by shooting bolts of electricity. Guardian Signs. It creates waves of electricity around it that make Pokemon stopped. All this. Yep. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure. In the Pokepark Pad entry. Electabuzz are the brothers of Elekid, who is in the Haunted Zone. Their favorite attractions are Tangrowth, Swing Along, and Rotom Spooky Shoot 'em Up. This, yep. Costumes in Pokemon Go. You got the Spark-themed accessory, I guess, with this armband here. In Pokemon Go, Electabuzz can be obtained by completing 1/4 of the ticketed special research, Electric for Electabuzz. Evolution data. Electabuzz evolves from Elekid starting at level 30 and evolves into Electivire when traded while holding an Electrizer. Electabuzz cannot evolve into Electivire in Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, as Electivire is not present in those games. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, Electabuzz evolves into Electivire when exposed to an Electrizer. So you got that here. So Elekid, 30, Electabuzz, trade holding Electrizer, Electivire, and then you can breed this one, I guess. Sprites. So you got the basics. It's a bit chubbier than it is now, but you got the basics. You got the antennae, the hairs, the patterns, the tail. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3 on the tail. Yeah. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Yep. That's a little bit different, but a little bit thinner. And I don't know. The mock marking got up there. Yeah. Yeah. We got all that. It's yellow, which is, you know, I mean, that's just what it is. So yellow and black. So, you know, it's probably not gonna change much. In Gen 2. The shiny is basically just yellow. Maybe it's a gold with a green highlights, I guess. So that one's just yellow with the sort of brown shadow, I guess. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, yeah. Oh, the stripes. I guess this one introduces the stripes on the legs, but this one really introduces the stripes on the legs. Yeah. Silvers, 3 stripes there, a couple stripes there, okay. Yeah, crystals. I mean, that's just this one, but more anime. That's pretty cool. You can see it lighting up its antennae. Back sprites. This one doesn't really. I mean, it kind of works for it. I mean, the colorings are a little off, but yeah, it kind of works, I guess. Is that a thinner version of that one? It looks like it's a different back sprite than these two. That's interesting. This one's a little better, of course. Yep. Got a different red, and I guess it's an orange for the shiny now. Yep. That's interesting. Yep. Yep. And then, yeah, now it's mostly orange. Yeah. Gen 4, yeah, not much is gonna change, I imagine. Oh, more stripes. The tail, yeah, it gets thinner, I guess, as time goes on. The tail, the lightning bolt changes a little bit. Starts off as a basic lightning bolt, then it gets a little bit more complicated here, and then a little bit more different there, and a little different there. Then it gets like that now. Yeah, it looks like that now, and then the tail is a lot longer. A little bit, few more stripes on there, I think. Yep. Yep. Does the lightning bolt change? Or is it, I mean, a little bit. I guess it gets thinner on that end. Yeah, it gets a little bit thinner, but probably is pretty standard at this point. Get the full back sprite now. It's pretty fun. You get to see all the claws and stuff about the claws. Yeah, not really much to say about the claws. Okay. And fingers? Anything about the fingers? It starts off as 4, but then has 5, and then I think it went back down to 4 for a while before staying at 5 eventually. Just kind of keeps it. Yep. Yep. Then that's pretty good 3D model. So it's the larger one of those now. Again, the back stripe, right? Because it gets like, I don't know, the body and head, like, I don't know, that becomes more one solid thing again. Yep. Yeah, pretty good translation. This is a lighter yellow, lighter orange. Yeah, not much changes here. Yeah, not really. Then we've got, the Let's Go games, better models, of course. Yep, Legend of Arceus, everything is modeled, the eyes included now. It's pretty cool. Yep. It's a different orange. This went kind of back to the darker or darker yellow and orange, but this one went to like the lighter one again. This goes in the homes, goes back to the dark ones. Yep. The anime. Electabuzz in the anime. Okay, got all this. Yep. Pokedex entries in episode 42 about Scyther and Electabuzz in Ash's Pokedex. Scyther and Electabuzz are both rare Pokemon. They are able to distinguish colors and become enraged by the color red. In episode 199, just about Electabuzz in the same Pokedex. Electabuzz, the electric Pokemon. Electabuzz is the evolved form of Elekid, with powerful electric currents constantly coursing through its body. Electabuzz appears to glow. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 52, in Dawn's Pokedex. Electabuzz, the electric Pokemon, an evolved form of Elekid. It appears near power generators, and because it eats electricity, it can cause blackouts. Guess it's in a Poketoon, in the manga, Electabuzz in Pokemon Adventures. Got all this in the TCG. Trivia: in English, the category Electric Pokemon is shared by Elekid, Electabuzz, and Cantonian Zapdos. In Japanese, Elekid has the category Denki Pokemon, Electric Pokemon, while the other two Pokemon share the category Dengeki Pokemon, Electric Shock Pokemon. Magmar and Electabuzz seem to be counterparts. Both evolve in a very similar way, first at level 30, then after being traded holding an item which has a name that ends with the suffix "izer." Both have the same gender ratio, 75% male, 25% female, and both are typically exclusive to one version of a pair of games. They both have similar status-inducing abilities in Flame Body and Static, as well as the same hidden ability, Vital Spirit. Since Gen 5, they also often share similar moves at the same level. They even have the same special moves when purified in Pokemon XD, Follow Me, and Cross Chop. Their evolutionary relatives were released in the same generation, Gen 2 and 4. Both also appear to be based on beings from Japanese mythology. Electabuzz has similarities to the Oni, and Magmar has similarities to the Karura. Electabuzz is the only member of its family not to have some physical relation to an AC power unit. Elekid's head is shaped like a power plug, while Electivire's back pattern looks like a power socket. In its original artwork, Electabuzz has 4 fingers. However, it has 5 fingers in the anime and subsequent artwork. In Pokemon Stadium and Pokemon Stadium 2, it is depicted with 6 fingers, 5 fingers, and 1 thumb. So you can see that here, Electabuzz 6 fingers in Stadium, and how different that model looks. Like the stripe here is different. Origin, Electabuzz seems to be based on the Japanese Oni, a horned ogre that wears tiger skin as clothing and sometimes have powers of thunder and lightning. Most notably, Raijin, who is often depicted as an Oni, is a god of lightning. Its tail resembles that of a tiger. Its horns may be based on Tesla coils. Name origin, Electabuzz is a combination of electric and buzz, possibly referring to the humming sound of electricity. Eleboo may be a combination of electric, and bun buzz. In other languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Let's watch Electabuzz's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching episode 42, Showdown at Dark City. In this episode, there are 2 rival unofficial gyms in Dark City. And this is the leader of the Cast Gym. He's fighting the leader of the Ass Gym. He's sending out his Electabuzz.
We can't let them win! Attack, Scyther!
Okay, so we're gonna have to stop here because this is where we started a couple days ago in the Scyther scene, so let's move on.
Now let's watch Electabuzz's scenes in Detective Pikachu.
Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, or as I like to call it, Detective Electabuzz, as this is only the frames with Electabuzz. So it appears as a background little silhouette here, and also I think it appears a little bit more clear, or a little bit bigger, or full body here in this guy's setup, so, but we are at a film studio because Tim Goodman, the main character, has met Detective Pikachu, Talking Pikachu, and they're investigating the disappearance of his father. They've found something called the R gas, and they believe that Lucy here, Lucy Stevens, a journalist for the news, can help them figure out what it is. And so, this is Howard Clifford, the founder of Rhyme City, and his son Roger Clifford, who also owns the news. They are announcing the 10th anniversary parade of Rhyme City here in this scene, so.
We invite the people. Well, I think that went well.
And so, this is after the commercial or whatever.
The world.
And they don't have the best relationship. And so, what she was talking about is how he found himself a Pokemon, but he doesn't really want one, so yeah. And so... Going to her office. So yeah, and so then they're going to her office to talk about the gas. That's it, let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Electabuzz. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who don't know how this works, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain an Electabuzz. So this is 239 plus 125 plus 466 plus 479 by Combotron Robot. So we've got Elekid, Electabuzz, and Electivire here, and I guess we got Rotom in the corner here. It's kind of fun, this nice, cute image here. It's, yeah, very nice. Almost looks like it could be like a card or something. Explains level 30, how you get that one, you get a trade with that one, so yeah. It's from 2014, I guess. I can see it maybe being a poster, yeah. This is Thumbs Up by Tamarin Frog, this cool stylized Electabuzz here. It's fun, you know, it's running, and it's got a lightning bolt following it. It's very fun. It's got Electabuzz by All0412. So it's cool. Electabuzz here, you know, it's like it's charging up to attack. Yeah. This is not an Electabuzz, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I talk about Snorlax before I can catch an Electabuzz. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Magmar. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, Today we'll be talking about Magmar. Starting in Gen 2, it's the evolution of Magby, who evolves at level 30. Its previous PYC dates are July 1st, 1996, April 22nd, 1999, February 10th, 2002, December 1st, 2004, September 22nd, 2007, July 13th, 2010, May 3rd, 2013, February 22nd, 2016, December 13th, 2018, and October 3rd, 2021. Magmar's head resembles that of an early human. It also looks like a butt. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we are talking about Magmar, the Spitfire Pokemon, whose number is 0126. This is what it looks like. Its type is Fire. Abilities, Flame Body, and Vital Spirit is its hidden ability. Gender ratio, 75% male and 25% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is a group human-like. Hatch time 25 cycles. Height is 4'3" or 1.3 meters. Weight is 98.1 pounds. 44.5 kilograms. Base experience yields 167 the first 4 gens, and 173 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 2 in special attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is red, and base friendship is 70. Magmar is a fire-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolved from Magby starting at level 30 and evolves into Magmortar when traded while holding a Magmarizer. Biology: Magmar is a bipedal Pokemon that has a red body with yellow flame designs along the bottom half. It has a puckered tan beak, small eyes, and 2 lumps on its forehead with a yellow flame on top of each one. Rigid red scales cover its arms, and it has 5 clawed fingers on each hand. Magmar's shoulders and thighs are yellow, and its red feet have 2 clawed toes each. It has black metal shackles around its neck and ankles. Down its back is a row of red spikes, and there is a flame at the tip of its tapering yellow tail. Magmar's body temperature is nearly 2,200 degrees Fahrenheit, 1,200 degrees Celsius, giving its body an orange glow. Because it hates cold places, this Pokemon typically resides in and around active volcanoes where it is born from. This Pokemon has even been known to spit scorching flames to establish an ideally warm environment for itself. The Magmar found in Alola are said to be sturdier than Magmar found elsewhere. In battle, Magmar blows out intense flames from all over its body to intimidate its foes and incinerate its surroundings. The anime has shown that extremely well-trained Magmar can block electric-type attacks with superheated air. However, an outmatched Magmar will quickly retreat, using its fiery camouflage and its wavering, rippling glare to bend into any present fires. As stated in the Pokemon Adventures manga, Magmar is very persistent and will hunt down anyone who manages to defeat it. It is able to heal its wounds and weariness by soaking in lava. Magmar has a bad habit of unintentionally burning its prey to a crisp. Its body is always constantly burning. Magmar is feared as one of the many causes of fires. Evolution: Magmar evolves from Magby and evolves into Magmortar. So you can see that here: Magby, Magmar, Magmortar. Game data: Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon for Magmar, along with Magmortar, are the boss Pokemon at Fire Island Volcano. Pokedex entries in Gen 1, in red and blue. Its body always burns with an orange glow that enables it to hide perfectly among flames. Yellow. Born in an active volcano, its body is always cloaked in flames, so it looks like a big ball of fire. Stadium, with a body temperature of close to 2,200 degrees. Its body is always burning with orange flames. Lives near volcanoes. Gen 2, Gold. It dislikes cold places, so it blows scorching flames to make the environment suitable for itself. Silver, the fiery surface of its body gives off a wavering, rippling glare that is similar to the sun. Crystal, it moves more frequently in hot areas. It can heal itself by dipping its wounds into lava. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, you get the gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the silver entry. In Gen 3, in Ruby and Sapphire, in battle, Magmar blows out intensely hot flames from all over its body to intimidate its opponent. This Pokemon's fiery bursts create heat waves that ignite grass and trees in its surroundings. Emerald. In battle, it blows out intense flames from all over its body to intimidate its foes. These fiery bursts create heat waves that ignite grass and trees in the area. Fire Red, found near the mouth of a volcano. This fire breather's body temperature is nearly 2,200 degrees Fahrenheit. Leaf Green's is red and blue's entry. In Gen 4, Diamond and Pearl, Born in the spout of a volcano, its body is covered by flames that shimmer like the sun. Platinum. When it breathes deeply, heat waves form around its body, making it hard to see clearly. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, their Gold and Silver counterparts. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry. Black 2 and White 2, the scorching fire exhaled by Magmar forms heat waves around its body, making it hard to see the Pokemon clearly. In Gen 6, X is Fire Red's entry. Y's is Diamond and Pearl's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Magmar and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 in Sun, when it's tired, it leaps into the mouth of a volcano and soaks its body in magma to ease its weariness. Its body burns at 2,192 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1,200 degrees Celsius. Moon, when anchored, it spouts brilliant fire from all over its body. It doesn't calm down until its opponent has burned to ash. Oh dear. Ultra Sun, its entire body is burning. When it breathes, the temperature rises. When it sneezes, flames shoot out. Ultra Moon, the hotter the place, the better they feel. Magmar and Alola are said to be hardier than those in other areas. The Let's Go games are Yellow's entry. In Gen 8 and Sword, Magmar dispatches its prey with fire, but it regrets this habit once it realizes that it has burned its intended prey to a charred crisp. Shield, these Pokemon's bodies are constantly burning. Magmar are feared as one of the causes behind fires. Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl's entry is very similar to Diamond Pearl, but slightly different soul rated. It was born in the crater of a volcano. Its body is covered with flames that shimmer like the sun. Legends Arceus. Legend has it that this Pokemon was born from the crater of a volcano. When wounded, it bathes in lava to heal its body, much as one would soak in a hot spring. In Gen 9, Scarlet is the Fire Red and X entries. Violet, wavering flames, similar to those of the sun, appear on the surface of this Pokemon's body. So we got Magmar in the Alola Pokedex, and Magmar, the Blueberry Pokedex. So it's next to a Magby, that's cute. There's a couple of them. I guess it's probably showing it how to make fire or something, or maybe they just are attracted to the light of the fire of the torch here. I don't know. Game locations, side game locations, events. Held items Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. In Red, Blue, and Yellow, you get a Bitter Berry 100% of the time. Gold, Silver, and Crystal, you get a Burnt Berry 100% of the time. In Platinum, Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, and Ultra Moon, you get a Magmarizer 5% of the time. In Sword and Shield, with the expansion pass, you get Magmarizer 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, for normal, you get a Rost Berry 35% of the time. Twirled Apricorn 15% of the time. Grid items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy M, 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery, 20% of the time. And grid items by level. I still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 65, attack 95, defense 57, special attack 100, special defense 85, speed 93, for a total of 495. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 85. Pokéthon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ghost, electric, psychic, dragon, and dark. Weak to ground, rock, and water for double, immune to nothing, resistant to bug, steel, fire, grass, ice, and fairy for half. Notes, in Gen 1, the effectiveness of ice-type moves is 1, so went from 1 to half. Learn set by leveling up, we will go down to Lava Plume here. 34 Lava Plume, 40 Low Kick, 46 Flamethrower, 52 Sunny Day, 58 Fire Blast, and 64 Hyper Beam. By TM, we'll read it for this one, but we won't read it for the Magby or Magmortar videos. TM1, Takedown, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 12 Low Kick, 13 Acid Spray, 17 Confuse Ray, 18 Thief, 24 Fire Spin, 25 Facade, 38 Flame Charge, 39 Low Sweep, 43 Fling, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 58 Brick Break, 66 Body Slam, 67 Fire Punch, 68 Thunder Punch, 70 Sleep Talk, 80 Metronome, 83 Poison Jab, 85 Rest, 87 Taunt, 103 Substitute, 107 Will-O-Wisp, 118 Heat Wave, 120 Psychic, 125 Flamethrower, 130 Helping Hand, 141 Fire Blast, 152 Giga Impact, 157 Overheat, 158 Focus Blast, 163 Hyper Beam, 165 Flare Blitz, 171 Terra Blast, 172 Roar, 181 Knockoff, 189 Heat Crash, 191 Uproar, 192 Focus Punch, 195 Burning Jealousy, 204 Double Edge, 207 Temper Flare, 215 Scorching Sands, and 224 Curse. By breeding, same idea, we're not going to do it in the Magby or the Magmortar videos. This group gives you Belch, this group gives you Belly Drum, Lucario gives you Cross Chop, this group gives you Dynamic Punch, the Mirror Herb gives you Follow Me, and this group gives you Mach Punch. Nothing by prior evolution. TCG only moves, Thrash and Eruption in these cards. Side game data here. Got all this, yeah. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Magmar, Breath's Fire. It can burn up scrap metal easily. In Shadows of Volmia, it attacks by letting loose fireballs and breathing streams of fire. Guardian Signs, it attacks by spitting fire. Get all this, yep. In Pokemon Go, Magmar can be obtained by completing 1/4 of the ticketed special research, No Match for Magmar. Evolution data, Magmar evolves from Magby starting at level 30 and evolves into Magmortar when traded while holding a Magmarizer. Magmar cannot evolve into Magmortar in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, as Magmortar is not present in those games. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, Magmar evolves into Magmortar when exposed to a Magmarizer. So, got Magby, level 30, Magmar, trade while holding a Magmarizer, which I guess is this thing, and Magmortar. Then you can breed this one, I guess. Sprites. So, okay, that looks different. I just got the basic, and just the head looks a lot different. It looks definitely more like flames, like that was the intent, rather than whatever I said in the video. Yeah, that was definitely intended like that. Just, I mean, that looks pretty cool. It's also like whiter, I guess. It's got a lot more orange, which makes sense given the the Pokedex entries that talk about it glowing orange. That makes way more sense for this, rather than like the red and yellow we get later. Yes. These spikes, yeah, are a lot more prominent than they'd later be. The design doesn't seem to be consistent on the belly yet. Yeah, this back sprite doesn't really work for this one. Like, it's got all of the tail's a lot thicker. It becomes thinner in red and blue here. Kind of keeps that idea, almost like a Charizard-like tail. Feet, you know, not much changes there. It's got the ring already. It's got the duck bill already. Yep. In Gen 2, you can see the spikes are already starting to go down a little bit. Become smaller, yeah. That's, yeah, a lot more of a solid thing. These kind of almost look like they could be like a hat or something. But it kind of makes it all one thing. So the shiny here is pink and purple. That's pretty cool. Or pink and like burgundy, I think. Yep. Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, pretty nice. You know, sort of red. Now it's all red and kind of the gold color, I guess. And Gen 3 introduces the sort of the yellow elements, replacing the gold. Yep, and he's become a little bit bigger again. It's 4 of them now. This becomes like a pink and like a red pink. The tail is a little bit thicker. It kind of does become a little bit thicker in Gen 2, doesn't it? Probably to separate it a little bit from Charizard, although it does kind of look like Charizard's tail, but yellow. Yep. This one still only has 3 in the back sprite. Yeah, not really much changes. This becomes a little bit darker red, I think, and yellow. These probably change a little bit of shade as well. Yep. They become a little bit more pointed. Yeah, then they become smaller again, the spikes. There's 4 there, 3 on the back sprite. Which I'm not really sure makes sense, since they probably should be able to see at least 1 more on the bottom there, but yeah, like you can kind of see here, yeah, this is more accurate, the platinums. Yeah, so not much changes. 5 fingers, I guess. Oh, because did it have 4 originally? Looks like it had 4 originally. Oh yeah, and so it gained 5 in Gen 4. Okay, it gains 5 fingers, or whatever, claws. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh, it doesn't start off with like it starts off with it a little bit, I don't know, almost pinata-like texture for its arms. The balls, the yellow balls are a lot bigger and a lot more prominent. You can see it a little bit, that texture, yeah, I don't know what that is, but it's a lot more, noticeable in Gen 4. Tail is a little bit smaller now. Yep. Back to Omanyte, you get all of the sprite. The back sprite, the whole thing. This is slightly different, I think. The orange, or the pinks here. Yep. And then the models. Oh, that's, interesting. Oh, the duckbill, right, the bill. Oh, it starts off as yellow, or whatever. Like, once it gets full colors, it starts off as yellow, but then it becomes more of that pink color. It kind of stays that, huh? Then it becomes more of a natural pink, or whatever that, like, natural duck-like bill color. It's a pretty good model, even if it isn't the best. I'm sure that's just the quality of the image, though. The textures, there's textures now, that's interesting. Yeah, you got all there, yeah. Colors are probably slightly different, yes. More of an orange and a yellow rather than a red and a yellow. Yeah, those are just different shades of pink. Yeah. Not really much changes here. I'm sure it's slightly different. I think it's maybe a little bit better. I think maybe the face is a little less squished, this version. And we got a much better models in Let's Go Pikachu, or the Let's Go games. Yep. The tail, a little bit lower now. That's interesting. Yep. Kind of sort of a red-orange now. Goes back to the red and yellow in Legends Arceus here. These are probably darker as well. It's interesting. The flame, does the pattern change at all? Oh, it does a little bit. It becomes more unified in the models, I imagine. It's, yeah, a little, not so much. I mean, it kind of was a little bit unified by the time we got to 4, but changes, and then that new one becomes, I think, probably what it is. Yeah. Yep. And then you got homes here, yeah. In the anime, so yeah, Blaine's Magmar is the big one. Magmar in the anime here. Yep, other, yeah, all that. Pokedex entries in episode 58 in Ash's Pokedex. Magmar, the Spitfire Pokemon. Its body is like a furnace, making Magmar a living inferno. It has been discovered only near active volcanoes. So this, the manga, Magmar and Pokemon Adventures. Yep. The TCG. Trivia, so for this first point, I read it yesterday. Magmar was featured in the 10th episode of Beyond the Pokedex series. Origin, Magmar seems to be a combination of a booby or duck with a mythical salamander of fire. However, the tail and the spikes on its back resemble those of an iguana. It's possibly overall based on Karura, depicted in Japanese Hindu-Buddhist mythology as a bird-like fire-breathing creature. Its face may be based on Hyotoko masks, which resemble a man blowing fire through a bamboo pipe. Name origin, Magmar may be a combination of magma and Fulmar, a seabird known for projectile vomiting stomach oils as a defense mechanism. Ew. Boober may be a combination of booby, another type of seabird, and a corruption of burn. In other languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Magmar's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching episode 58, Riddle Me This. The plot isn't really relevant for this because Magmar's first scene is in the Who's That Pokemon section.
It's Magmar!
That's it, let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have 2 Magmar cards. I'll start with the older one.
It's the first Magmar card design. It was illustrated by Ken Sugimori. It's a fine image. It's just the official art from Pokemon Red and Green on a cool background. The most interesting thing is the amount of fingers it has. Originally, Magmar had 4 fingers. However, in Gen 4, it would get 5 fingers, which it has had since. That said, it does also have 5 fingers in Pokemon Yellow. This portrayal and likely the change to 5 fingers was likely done because that is how many fingers it has in the anime. This Magmar has 50 HP. It's 4'3" and 98 pounds, which is 0.1 pounds heavier than its weight in the official Pokedex. It has 2 moves, Fire Punch and Flamethrower. In the video games, Fire Punch is a fire-type move introduced in Gen 1. It does damage and has a chance of burning the opponent. On this card, it costs 2 fire energy and hits for 30 damage. In the video games, Flamethrower is a fire-type move introduced introduced in Gen 1. It's essentially the same as Fire Punch except for the in-game effect, and it's more powerful. On this card it costs 2 fire energies and 1 of any energy. It hits for 50 damage, but you have to remove 1 fire energy attached to Magmar to do this move for some reason. Magmar is weak to water for double damage. It has no resistance, which is odd since it could have been resistant to fire and grass, which is what it's resistant to in the video games. It costs 2 of any energy for Magmar to retreat. Its description reads, its body always burns with an orange glow that enables it to hide perfectly among flames. This is the Pokédex entry in Pokemon Red, Blue, and Leaf Green. It's level 24. The next card is the 9th Magmar card design. It was illustrated by Mitsuhiro Arita. I really like this image. First, I get campfire vibes from this, with it using its tail as the fire and sitting on a log, despite the rest of the environment not necessarily implying a campground. Second, until I researched this card for this series, I always thought it was one of the clay illustrations. The shading on the rock and the log make it feel like plastic, and the shading on Magmar makes it look like clay or Play-Doh. This Magmar has 70 HP, which is 20 HP more than the other Magmar. This is another card that, in my opinion, shouldn't be a basic card since it was released after Gen 2 when Magby was introduced. Anyway, this Magmar has the same height as the other Magmar. This Magmar is 98.1 pounds. It has 2 moves, Flare and Flamethrower. Flare is not a move from the video games. On this card, it costs 1 fire energy and hits for 20 damage. Flamethrower is the same move as the other Magmar's move. The description just removes the redundancy of asking to remove a fire energy. It's weak to water for plus 20 damage. It has the same resistance and retreat cost as the other Magmar. In the bottom right corner, there is the Mysterious Treasures expansion symbol. Its description reads, born in the spout of a volcano. Its body is covered by flames that shimmer like the sun. This is the Pokédex entry in Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, and Y. It's level 30, which is 6 levels more than the other Magmar. In the video games, it would be a freshly evolved Magmar, as Magby evolves at level 30.
I have a Pinsir card, so we'll talk about it tomorrow. Now let's see why people love Magmar.
Hello and welcome to the community post section of the video. Somebody responded, so thank you, number 1 Drizzle fan, for responding. And the question is, what do you love about Magmar? And they say, just a weird guy, honestly. Duck Chimera with a pretty shiny. Thank you for responding. Let's move on.
Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody set in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image. That's because this is the only issue we'll be doing today. So this is Magmar by Mr. Red Butcher. So it says 126 Magmar, Spitfire Pokemon, type Fire. So, you can see this sort of more creepy looking Magmar here. Its flames are coming out of its eyes instead of its head for some reason. Yeah, so that's it. I mean, this is, yeah, it's pretty good art, I guess. Very creepy. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I talk about Snorlax to catch a Magmar. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Pinsir. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Pinsir. Its previous PYC dates are July 2nd, 1996, April 23rd, 1999, February 11th, 2002, hey, that's my birthday, December 2nd, 2004, September 23rd, 2007, July 14th, 2010, May 4th, 2013, February 23rd, 2016, December 14th, 2018, and October 4th, 2021. I think Pinsir is scary. It's certainly not one that I'd like to see in real life, and its terrifying nature is only exemplified in Mega Pinsir. Anyway, let's get to the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Pinsir, the stag beetle Pokemon. It was one word before Gen 3. Its number is 127. This is Pinsir, this is what it looks like. This is Mega Pinsir, this is what it looks like. Types, Bug as just normal Pinsir, and Bug Flying as Mega Pinsir. Abilities, Hyper Cutter or Mold Breaker. In Gen 4 Plus as regular Pinsir, and Moxie is its hidden ability regardless. And Aerodactyl is Mega Pinsir's ability. Gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding, a group bug, half-time 25 cycles. As Pinsir, it's 4'11" or 1.5 meters and 121.3 pounds or 55 kilograms. And as Mega Pinsir, it's 5'7" or 1.7 meters, 130.1 pounds or 59 kilograms. Magastone, Pinsir, base experience yield is 200 in the first 4 gens, and 175 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow. EV yield is 2 in attack. Shape is that. Other forms may have other shapes. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is brown, and base friendship is 70. Pinsir is a bug-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. While it is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon, Pinsir can Mega Evolve into Mega Pinsir using Pinsir. Biology, Pinsir is a bipedal Calopteran insectoid Pokemon with a wide, dull brown body divided into segments by thin lines. On top of its head is a large pair of gray, spiky pincers on top of its head. In its mouth are many long, flat teeth arranged horizontally, and it has triangular eyes capable of seeing colors to some degree. Pinsir appears to be attracted to the color green. Its legs are short and thick, while its arms are long and thin. It has 3 claws on each hand and foot. 2 of its toes face forward and 1 backward. Pinsir can use its pincers to crush, toss, bludgeon, or tear opponents, lift things twice its weight, and shatter logs. Captured prey is kept in place by piercing thorns and sheer strength of Pinsir's horns, and will not be released until they are torn in half. Pinsir's horns are quite flexible, as depicted in the Pocket Monsters Cardist trading cards, where they have a wide range of motion. So you can see that here, flexibility of Pinsir's horns. In addition to hunting prey, the anime has shown that it enjoys tree sap. Pinsir lives deep in the temperate forests and jungles, where it burrows underground or hides in the treetops on nights cold enough to render it immobile. In Pokemon Sleep, Pinsir burrows itself into the ground to sleep during cold nights, but its pincers can be seen sticking out of the ground as it slumbers. In Alola, it has a rivalry with Vikavolt and gets along with Heracross. Pinsir are known to judge each other based on their pincers. The pincers determine its popularity with the opposite gender based on how more thick and impressive it looks. Forms, Pinsir can Mega Evolve into Mega Pinsir. As Mega Pinsir, it gains a large pair of clear yellow wings, with an area of orange venation near the base. Additionally, a set of brown elytra appear. Slicing through each elytrum is a pair of orange blades. Its arms become longer and has a T-shaped spike on each forearm. The pincers on its head are now longer with larger spikes, and its eyes are now yellow. When it Mega Evolves, Pinsir is left in a constant state of excitement. It rarely touches the ground due to its ability to now fly. Mega Pinsir can travel up to approximately 30 miles per hour, 50 kilometers an hour, and uses its 2 large horns to pierce its enemies before shredding them. Mega Pinsir can now lift up opponents up to 10 times heavier than itself with its horns and still fly around easily. So you can see Mega Pinsir here. Game data, NPC appearances. Pokemon Stadium 2, Pinsir stars in a minigame alongside Scyther called Clear Cut Challenge. Each player chops a falling log for each round of the game. The score for each player is determined by how close the player is to the white line on the log. Cuts anywhere above the log will cause the player to lose points. Pokedex entries in Gen 1, in red and blue. If it fails to crush the victim in its pincers, it will swing it around and toss it hard. Yellow, grips its prey in its pincers and squeezes hard. It can't move if it's cold, so it lives in warm places. Stadium, grips and tears at its enemy with the 2 pincers on its head. Enemies with hard bodies are gripped and tossed. Gen 2, gold, with its horns, it digs burrows to sleep in at night. In the morning, damp soil clings to its body. Silver swings its long antlers wildly to attack. During cold periods, it hides deep in forests. Crystal, when the temperature drops at night, it sleeps on treetops or among roots where it is well hidden. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the gold entry. If you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the silver entry. In Gen 3 and Ruby, Pinsir is astoundingly strong. It can grip a foe weighing twice its weight in its horns and easily lift it. This Pokemon's movements turn sluggish in cold places. Sapphire, Pinsir has a pair of massive horns. Protruding from the surface of these horns are thorns. These thorns are driven deeply into the foe's body when the Pinsir closes, making it tough for the foe to escape. Emerald, their pincers are strong enough to shatter thick logs. Because they dislike cold, Pinsir burrow and sleep under the ground on chilly nights. Fire Red, Its two long pincer horns are powerful. Once they grip an enemy, they won't release until the foe is torn. Leaf Green's is very similar to Red and Blue's, but slightly different, so I'll read it. If it fails to catch the foe and its pincers, it will swing around and toss the opponent. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it grips prey with its pincers until the prey is torn in half. What it can't tear, it tosses far. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are very similar to their Gold and Silver counterpart, but slightly different, so I'll read them. Heart Gold. With its pincer horns, it digs burrows to sleep in at night. In the morning, damp soil clings to its body. Soul Silver. It swings its long pincer horns wildly to attack. During cold periods, it hides deep in forests. In Gen 5, Black and White is Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Black 2 and White 2, it grips prey with its powerful pincers and will not let go until the prey is torn in half. In Gen 6, X is Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White's entry. Y is Soul Silver's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, very similar to Ruby and Sapphire. Pinsir and Pokemon are their correct casing, and there's a period between horns and protruding now. Gen 7 and Sun, it grips its prey in its pincers and splits them apart. Although it is a powerful Pokemon, it can't deal with the cold. Moon, one solid blow from its horns is enough to split apart a large tree. Its greatest rival in Alola is Vikavolt. Ultra Sun, it gets into territorial disputes with Vikavolt. For some reason, apparently gets along well with Heracross in Alola. Ultra Moon, although it's tough, it can't handle cold well. When night falls, it buries itself in leafage and sleeps. The Let's Go entries are Yellow's entry. Mega Pinsir in Sun, the influence of Mega Evolution leaves it in a state of constant excitement. It pierces enemies with its two large horns before shredding them. Moon, bathed in the energy of Mega Evolution, its wings become unusually developed. It flies at high speeds of approximately 30 miles per hour. Ultra Sun, after Mega Evolution, it becomes able to fly, perhaps because it's so heavy, it rarely touches the ground. Ultra Moon, it zips around at blistering speeds, looking for an opening to skewer its opponent on its giant pincers. In the Let's Go games, with its vaunted horns, it can lift an opponent 10 times heavier than itself and fly about with ease. In Gen 8, these Pokemon judge one another based on pincers. Thicker, more impressive pincers make for more popularity with the opposite gender. Shield, this Pokemon clamps its pincers down on its prey, and then either splits the prey in half or flings it away. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl are very similar to the Diamond and Pearl counterpart, but slightly different, so I'll read it. It grips prey with its pincers until the prey is torn apart. What it can't tear, it tosses far away. Here we've got Pinsir in the Alola Pokedex, Mega Pinsir in the Alola Pokedex, game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items, another one of these, where the normal note of it being traded to Gen 2 is in this little box, so I don't know, maybe it is a common thing, I don't know, maybe there's another one that didn't change it, I don't know. Or maybe it's because of events here, I don't know. But anyway, red, blue, and yellow, Bitterberry 100% of the time. Events, Pinsir right 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, we will compare Pinsir and Mega Pinsir. HP 65, that stays the same. Attack 125, that goes up to 155. Defense 100 goes up to 120. Special attack 55, that goes up to 65. Special defense 70, that goes up to 90. Speed 85, that goes up to 105, for a total of 500 and a total of 600. In the Pinsir box, this Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 55. Pokeathon stats, type effectiveness, will compare Pinsir and Mega Pinsir. Pinsir is damaged normally by normal, poison, bug, ghost, steel, water, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Bug, electric, and ice get moved to other places. For Mega Pinsir, it's damaged normally by normal, poison, ghost, steel, water, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Pinsir is weak to flying, rock, and fire for double, while Mega Pinsir is weak to flying, rock, fire, electric, and ice for double, except for rock, which is 4. Pinsir is immune to nothing, while Mega Pinsir is immune to ground. Pinsir is resistant to fighting, ground, and grass for half. Mega Pinsir is resistant to fighting, bug, and grass. Fighting and grass are for a 4th, and bug is half. In the Pinsir box, notes, in Gen 1, the effectiveness of Poison-type moves is 2, so it went from 2 to 1. In the Mega Pinsir box, notes, if gravity is in effect or it is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain, the effectiveness of Ground-type moves is half, so it would go from 0 to half. Learn set by leveling up. 1, you get Vice Grip and Harden. 4, Focus Energy. 8, Bind. 12, Seismic Toss. 16, Bug Bite. 20, Storm Throw. 24, Double Hit. 28, Vital Throw, 32, X-Scissor, 36, Strength, 40, Swords Dance, 44, Submission, 48, Guillotine, and 52, Superpower. By TM/TR and Sword and Shield, TM08, Hyper Beam, 9 Giga Impact, 15 Dig, 21 Rest, 22 Rock Slide, 23 Thief, 24 Snore, 25 Protect, 31 Attract, 33 Rain Dance, 34 Sunny Day, 39 Facade, 41 Helping Hand, 42 Revenge, 43 Brick Break, 48 Rock Tomb, 59 Fling, 76 Round, 81 Bulldoze, 94 False Swipe, 97 Brutal Swing. For the TRs, 0 Swords Dance, 1 Body Slam, 10 Earthquake, 13 Focus Energy, 20 Substitute, 21 Reversal, 26 Endure, 27 Sleep Talk, 39 Superpower, 46 Iron Defense, 48 Bulk Up, 53 Close Combat, 60 X Scissor, 64 Focus Blast, 75 Stone Edge, 76 Stealth Rock, 94 High Horsepower, and 95 Throat Chop. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, TM1, Focus Punch, 8 Bulk Up, 11 Sunny Day, 15 Hyper Beam, 17 Protect, 18 Rain Dance, 26 Earthquake, 28 Dig, 31 Brick Break, 32 Double Team, 39 Rock Tomb, 42 Facade, 44 Rest, 45 Attract, 46 Thief, 52 Focus Blast, 54 False Swipe, 56 Fling, 58 Endure, 68 Giga Impact, 71 Stone Edge, 75 Swords Dance, 76 Stealth Rock, 80 Rock Slide, 81 X Scissor, 82 Sleep Talk, 83 Bulldoze, 87 Swagger, 90 Substitute, 93 Cut, 96 Strength, 98 Rock Smash, and 100 Rock Climb. By breeding and Sword and Shield, Flygon gives you Feint, this group gives you Flail, Heracross gives you Fury Attack, this group gives you Quick Attack, and Heracross gives you Thrash. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, this group gives you Bug Bite, Heracross gives you Close Combat, this group gives you Feint, this group gives you Flail, this group gives you Fury Attack, this group gives you Quick Attack, this group gives you Superpower, and Heracross gives you Thrash. Nothing by tutoring, by transfer from another generation. 1 gives you Bide, that doesn't work anymore. From 4, you can get Captivate, that doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7, you get Confide. 2, you get Curse. 1, 2, 5, and 6, you get Cut. 1 through 7, you get Double Team. 1 and 3, you get Double Edge. 3 through 7, you get Feint Attack, that doesn't work anymore. 3, 4, 6, and 7, you get Focus Punch. 2 through 7, you get Frustration, that doesn't work anymore. 2 through 4, you get Fury Cutter. 2, 4, and 7, you get Headbutt. 2 through 7, you get Hidden Power, that doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, you get Knockoff. 5 through 7, you get Me First, that doesn't work anymore. 1 and 3, you get Mimic. 4, you get Natural Gift, that doesn't work anymore. 7, you get Outrage. 1, you get Rage, that doesn't work anymore. 2 through 7, you get Return, that doesn't work anymore. 2, 5, and 6, you get Rock Smash. 3, 4, 6, you get Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore. 1, you get Slash. 5 through 7, you get Smackdown. 4, you get String Shot. 5 and 6, you get Struggle Bug. 2 through 7, you get Swagger. 1, you get Takedown. 2 through 7, you get Toxic. Anime-only moves. Tackle, it's a normal type move from Challenge of the Samurai. Side game data. For Pinsir, you got all this. Yep. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Pinsir grips items with its 2 long horns. It cuts through a metal fence with ease. In Shadows of Volmia, it rams with the powerful horns on its head to attack. Got all this. Yep. New Pokemon Snap in the photo decks. You may have spotted Pinsir's prominent horns sticking out of the ground in the nature park. At night, it burrows beneath the ground to protect itself from the cold. So you got Fearless Sleep, Upright Sleep, Burrowing Sleep, and Top Belly Sleep. Yep. In Pokemon Go, Pinsir can be obtained by completing 2/4 of the special research distracted by something shiny. It can also be obtained by completing 1/5 of the ticketed special research, a drive to investigate. Mega Pinsir, you got all this. Yep. Form data, Mega Evolution, Pinsir, Pinsirite, Mega Pinsir, yeah. Evolution data, doesn't evolve. Sprites here, so you got, oh, that's interesting. The eyes are a little bit different than the triangle eyes we get later, but yeah, that's okay. But it's all, I think it's got all the pieces. It looks actually a lot cuter than the later ones would make it. But it's got all the things. Got the sprites. It's a brown, which is nice. It's got kind of the white effect, I guess. Yeah. These little arm things are a little bit bigger. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4 segments. Yep, 3 lines. Yep. Yeah, that's a little bit more what we have now, the triangle eyes or whatever. Those kind of eyes, not just the dot eyes, I guess. And these are a little bit more rounded. This one doesn't really work for it because it's thicker and a different color and all that. So, okay, what's going on here? Gen 2. In the international releases, it's for the back sprite, it's got this curved thing, but it's a line for the Japanese version. I don't know why they made that change, but oh well. You got all the colors and stuff now. The silver, these are now it's all silver and darker brown and stuff. This is an interesting shiny. It's kind of the gold color here with a blue body. Now we got Gen 3. It's a lighter kind of color. So yeah, we got that. This is now a different blue, and these are more like almost like antler colored. Almost the same color as this, I would say. It's a slightly different shade of brown in fire red, leaf green. Yep. Diamond Pearl kind of goes back to this kind of brown. This is now more of a yellow and definitely a different shade of blue. Yep, very scary. Yep, you can see more of the back sprite. It's definitely more curved. These guys not much different. Full back sprites in Gen 5, but I don't really know much if there's any real difference other than that. Yep, models is pretty good. These are back to being kind of small. Because they became like bumps again, didn't they? Yeah, because they had like this. I don't know why they became like bumps again, like they were in the originals. Interesting. Yep. These, and then you can see the Mega here. And you see it's the blue. That makes sense, blue and the yellow. It's probably slightly different. Yeah, probably lighter colors all around. This is more of the gray that used to be. Yeah, Gen 7 here. Got these. Probably not much difference in the model. Oh, wait, green eyes. Oh yeah, because it has yellow eyes. Huh. So they gave it green eyes. So we got the Let's Go games. And you can see a lot more detail on these guys. Yep. Homes. Same, kind of a lot more detail and stuff. In the anime. Got Pinsir in the anime. Mega Pinsir in the anime. Got all this. Yep. Pokedex entries for this first one. We did it for the anime section, so we'll let Dexter read it.
Pinsir, this fearsome Pokemon uses its powerful claws to put the squeeze on its opponents.
In what I assume is Journeys, episode 6, in Go's Rotom Phone. Pinsir, the stag beetle Pokemon, a bug Pokemon. When Pinsir's horns clamp into an opponent, they won't release until it's defeated. So you got that in the manga. Pinsir in Pokemon Adventures, Mega Pinsir in Pokemon Adventures, got all this, TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Pinsir appears as a spirit. Trivia? The first point we did in the Scyther video, but I didn't read this sub-point, so I'll read it. Pinsir can also be seen as a counterpart to Heracross. Both are bug-type Pokemon based on beetles and lack an evolutionary line. Pinsir is not part fighting like Heracross, but it learns several fighting-type moves by leveling up. Both Pokemon and their Megastones are version exclusives in X and Y. Pinsir and Pinsirite are exclusive to X, while Heracross and Heracronite are exclusive to Y. Each Megastone can be found in Santalune Forest in its respective version. The heights of both Pokemon are the same, even when Mega evolved. The Pokemon are also version exclusives in the Pokemon Sword and Shield expansion pass. Pinsir can be found on the Isle of Armor if playing Sword, whereas Heracross can be found in its place when playing Shield. Mega Pinsir is tied with Mega Heracross, Mega Scizor, and Genesect for the highest base stat total of all bug-type Pokemon. Pinsir shares its category with Vikavolt. They are both known as the Stag Beetle Pokemon. In X and Y, Mega Pinsir has the same shape as when it is not Mega Evolved. Pinsir's attraction to the color green may be a reference to how it is exclusive to Pokemon Green and its remake, Leaf Green. This is similar to the anime's depiction of Scyther in Showdown at Dark City, where Scyther becomes enraged at the sight of the color red. Origin: Pinsir seems to be based on a stag beetle, possibly Prosopocoilus inclinatus, a species commonly used in insect fighting. Its thorn-like mandibles closely resemble that of Macolife moratus hopi, whereas its Mega Evolved form's diagonal spikes resemble Calicotus versicolor. Name origin: Pinsir is a corruption of Pinsir, referring to its horns. Kalios may be a combination of the Greek letter X, Chi, shear, Kai, Rani, cross, referring to its scissor-like horns, and that Greek for bug. In other languages, related articles, external links to the Mega Evolutions. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Pinsir's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 4, Challenge of the Samurai. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, has been challenged by a character simply known as Samurai. He has released his Pinsir. Which is, you can kind of see that here, but yeah. Yeah, there it is. I'm gonna say that that's Pinsir's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Pinsir card.
It's the 9th Pinsir card design. It was illustrated by Kuki Sato. I've already mentioned how I dislike Pinsir's design very much, but for what it is, this card is cool. It looks like it's powering up to attack. It has 90 HP, it's 5'3" and 121.3 pounds. It has 2 moves, Grip Throw and Sever, neither of which are moves in the video games. On this card, Grip Throw costs 2 of any energy. Upon the player winning a coin flip, the opponent must put their active Pokemon and all cards attached to it into their hand. On this card, Sever costs 1 fire energy and 2 of any energy. For basic, non-evolved, and stage 1, once evolved in single-stage evolutions, Pokemon, it does 50 damage. However, for stage 2, fully evolved, barring any single-stage evolutions, this attack does 80 damage. Pinsir is weak to fire for plus 20 damage. It has no resistance, which is odd since it could have been resistant to fighting or grass, as Pinsir is resistant to fighting, ground, represented by fighting in the TCG, and grass in the video games. It costs 2 of any energy for Pinsir to retreat. In the bottom right corner of the card, there's the Supreme Victor's expansion symbol. Pinsir's description reads, "It grips prey with its pincers until the prey is torn in half. What it can't tear, it tosses far." This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, X. It's level 32.
I have a Tauros card, so we'll talk about it tomorrow. Now let's see why people love Pinsir. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. No recent fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who are not familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Pinsir. So this is Pinsir by Mr. Red Butcher. It's number 38 for some reason. Pinsir, Stag Beetle Pokemon, type Insect. Yeah, we got this. Very creepy, very stylized version of Pinsir here. Yeah. Then we've got Pokemon Pinsir and Haunter by Lindsay W. Art. So we've had this one before. I don't know if it was in the Haunter video or maybe just other videos around here, but so you got the Haunter 093 and Pinsir number 127 by Lindsay Wakefield from 2014. So it's very creepy images here, yeah. Very well done. This is not a Pinsir, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I talked about Snorlax before I can catch a Pinsir. As always, this is my proper outfit and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today we'll be talking about Tauros. If one wishes to consider Blaze and Aqua breed Paldean Tauros as the 128th Pokemon, they are the first Fighting Fire and Fighting Water type Pokemon, respectively. Its previous PYC dates are July 3rd, 1996, April 24th, 1999, February 12th, 2002, December 3rd, 2004, September 24th, 2007, July 15th, 2010, May 5th, 2013, February 24th, 2016, December 15th, 2018, and October 5th, 2021. I most remember this Pokemon as being one that Ash catches in the early anime. I remember a later episode, I think in the Diamond and Pearl era, where Professor Oak has a bunch of them at his lab. I like Taurus's design. I think it's fun that it's just a bull, but its tails are bullwhips, which I think is interesting. I think the designs of Paldean Tauros are interesting. I just have no idea what the heck's going on. I haven't played Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, so I have no idea. Let's read the Bulbapedia article to find out more.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Tauros, the wild bull Pokemon whose number is 0128. So this is Tauros, this is what it looks like. This is Paldean Tauros, the combat breed, this is what it looks like. This is Paldean Tauros, the blaze breed, this is what it looks like. This is Paldean Tauros, the aqua breed, this is what it looks like. Types as non-Paldean Tauros, is normal. As the combat breed, Tauros, it's fighting. Blaze breed, it's fighting fire. Aqua breed, it's fighting water. Abilities, regardless, is Intimidate or Anger Point in Gen 4+. Sheer Force is the hidden ability of non-Paldean Tauros. Cut Chew is the hidden ability of Paldean Tauros. Gender ratio is 100% male. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding, 8 group field. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height, regardless, is 4'7" or 1.4 meters. As non-Paldean Tauros, its weight is 194.9 pounds or 88.4 kilograms. As combat Tauros, it's 253.5 pounds or 115 kilograms. As Blaze Tauros, it's 187.4 pounds or 85 kilograms. And as Aqua Paldean Tauros, it's 242.5 pounds or 110 kilograms. Base experience yield is 211 in the first 4 gens, 172 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow. EV yield is 2 for all of them, but they're all different. So non-Paldean Tauros has 1 in attack and 1 in speed. Paldean Tauros, they're all 2 in attack. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is brown, other forms may have other colors, and base friendship is 70. Tauros is a normal type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon, but it is considered to be a counterpart of Miltank. In Paldea, Tauros has 3 different regional forms: Combat Breed, which is pure fighting type, Blaze Breed, which is dual fighting fire, and Aqua Breed, which is dual type fighting water. Biology, Tauros is a quadrupedal bovine Pokemon. It is covered in light brown fur with a thick, darker brown mane around the neck. It has a rounded muzzle with a dark brown nose, smaller triangular eyes, 3 gray bumps running vertically down its forehead, and a pair of curved gray horns growing from atop its head. Each of its 3 black tails has a tuft of fur at the end, and there is a single gray hoof on each foot. Tauros is a male-only species. Tauros is a violent, rowdy Pokemon that whips itself into a frenzy using its 3 tails. It serves as a warning to others that Tauros is about to charge with astonishing speed. Once it starts charging, it is unable to stop or change course until it hits something. Tauros are capable of smashing through large boulders when charging. It lives and travels in herds on plains and grasslands. It will lock horns with others of its kind, and the herd's protector takes pride in its battle-scarred horns. While still ferocious, Tauros are calmer in Alola than elsewhere, likely due to the region's climate. It is believed that the practice of using Tauros as a ride Pokemon, which is done to this day, originated in Alola. In contrast, Tauros in Galar are more volatile and don't like to be ridden. So you can see Pokeride Tauros. Tauros is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Raging Bull. Forms in Paldea, Tauros has 3 separate regional forms: Combat Breed, Blaze Breed, and Aqua Breed. All 3 forms of Paldean Tauros are covered in dark gray fur and have a thick black mane, gray horns, black hooves, and dark gray tails with black tips. Each form also has 3 gray bumps running vertically on its forehead, increasing in size from the top to bottom. The physical differences between the 3 forms are visible on the shapes of their horns, manes, and tails. The 3 forms of Paldean Tauros are known as the Wild Bulls of Paldea. Combat Breed. The Combat Breed of Paldean Tauros has short, rounded, almost straight horns, and its mane and tails are shaped similarly to Cantonian Tauros. Combat Breed Paldean Tauros is known for its thick, powerful muscles and aggressive nature. Thanks to its muscular body, it is skilled at close quarters combat, able to use its horns to strike at an opponent's weak spots. Blaze Breed. The Blaze Breed of Paldean Tauros has sharp horns, pointing forward and bent at right angles. Its mane is spiky with streaks of red, and its tails are intertwined. Blaze Breed Paldean Tauros earns its name from the hot air it breathes from its nostrils. When channeling its fire energy, the bumps and horns on Blaze Breed Paldean Tauros's head will glow red. The horns can reach a temperature of over 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit, or 1,000 degrees Celsius, causing anyone gored by them to suffer both wounds and burns. Aqua Breed. The Aqua Breed of Paldean Tauros has horns that usually point upward, but can rotate backward. Each horn has 2 rounded bulbous forms and a hole on its tip. Its mane flows downward and is shaped like a beard, with 5 teardrop-shaped blue accents on it. Its tails are usually straight, but can bend to form a propeller shape, which aids it in swimming. Aqua breed Paldean Tauros is recognized for its high body fat, which allows it to float easily in the water. It swims by unleashing high-pressure jets of water from its horns, as well as using its tail to propel itself. It can use the same water jets to pierce right through any enemy it hits. The bumps and horns on Aqua breed Paldean Tauros' head will glow light blue when it attacks. So you can see Blaze breed Paldean Tauros' horns glowing as it attacks. Aqua breed Paldean Tauros' horns glowing as it unleashes water from them. You got just the combat breed, Blaze breed, and Aqua breed here. Yep. You can see what the fighting and water type is like, and the fighting and fire type is like. You can see the colors there, yeah. Game data, Pokedex entries, red and blue. When it targets an enemy, it charges ferociously while whipping its body with its long tails. Yellow, a rowdy Pokemon with a lot of stamina. Once running, it won't stop until it hits something. Stadium, charges while whipping its hefty body with its tails. Although powerful, it can charge only in a straight line. Gen 2 in gold. They fight each other by locking horns. The herd's protector takes pride in its battle-scarred horns. Silver, after heightening its will to fight by whipping itself with its 3 tails, it charges at full speed. Crystal, these violent Pokemon fight with other members of their herd in order to prove their strength. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, this Pokemon is not satisfied unless it is rampaging at all times. If there is no opponent for Tauros to battle, it will charge at thick trees and knock them down to calm itself. Emerald, it is not satisfied unless it is rampaging at all times. If there is no opponent for Tauros to battle, it will charge at thick trees and knock them down to calm itself. Fire Red, when it is about to tackle, it whips its body repeatedly with its 3 long tails. Leaf Green is red and blues again. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, once it takes aim at its foe, it makes a headlong charge. It is famous for its violent nature. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, their Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entry are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is the silver entries. Wise is basically Fire Red's, but Tackle is the correct casing. Although not referring to the move Tackle as it seems to imply in Fire Red's, it's a lowercase tackle, just the concept of tackling. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Pokemon and Tauros are the correct casing. In Gen 7, Sun, historically, people in areas all over the world have ridden Tauros, but the practice is said to have started in Alola. Moon, although it is known to be a fierce Pokemon, Tauros in the Alola region are said to possess a measure of calmness. Ultra Sun, they live in groups. The one with the longest, thickest, and most scarred horns is the boss of the herd. Ultra Moon, the climate seems to be related to the reason Tauros and Alola are a little calmer than those in other regions. The Let's Go games are basically yellows, but Pokemon is the correct casing now. In Gen 8, Sword. When Tauros begins whipping itself with its tails, it's a warning that the Pokemon is about to charge with astonishing speed. Shield. The Tauros of Galar are volatile in nature, and they won't allow people to ride on their backs. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl with their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9, for non-Paldean Tauros, Scarlet is the red, blue, and leaf green entries. Violet is very similar to the Gold's entry, but slightly different, so I'll read it. They fight each other by locking horns. The herd's protectors take pride in their battle-scarred horns. For the combat breed Paldean Tauros in Scarlet, this Pokemon has a muscular body and excels at close quarters combat. It uses its short horns to strike the opponent's weak spots. Violet, this kind of Tauros, known as the combat breed, is distinguished by its thick, powerful muscles and its fierce disposition. For the Blaze breed, Scarlet, when heated by fire energy, its horns can get hotter than 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit, or 1,000 degrees Celsius. Those gored by them will suffer both wounds and burns. Violet, people call this kind of Tauros the Blaze breed, due to the hot air it snorts from its nostrils. Its 3 tails are intertwined. For the Aqua breed, Scarlet, this Pokemon blasts water from holes on the tips of its horns. The high-pressure jets pierce right through Tauros' enemies. Violet, it swims by jetting water from its horns. The most notable characteristic of the Aqua breed is its high body fat, which allows it to float easily. So we've got Tauros in the Alola Pokedex, Paldean Tauros in the Paldea Pokedex. You can see a bunch of them. There might be all of them here, but it doesn't really look like there is. I mean, certainly there's only a couple that are prominent, and it's the combat form, so I wonder why they didn't put the image or didn't have separate images for each form. I don't know. Then we got Tauros in the Blueberry Pokedex, so that's pretty cool. You get to see all the fur and stuff. Yeah, and it's pretty cool looking, the shininess and the horns and the hooves. It's with a bunch of them, of course. It's with a herd, that makes sense. Yes. Game locations. Side game locations, events. Held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for held item to appear. So red, blue, and yellow, you get a Bitterberry 100% of the time. In Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, you get Normalium Z as an in-game trade 100% of the time. Stats, base stats. We'll compare Tauros and Paldean Tauros. Before we do, though, there's a note here that says all forms of Paldean Tauros have the same base stats. So, HP 75, that stays the same. Attack 100, this form has 110. 95 for defense. This one's 105. Special attack 40. This one has 30. Special defense 70. That's the same. Speed 110. That one has 100. For a total of 490 for both. In the Tauros box here, we've got a note. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 70. Pokeathon stats. For type effectiveness, we'll compare Tauros with all 3 breeds of Paldean Tauros. So, non-Paldean Tauros is damaged normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. While combat breed Paldean Tauros is damaged normally by normal, fighting, poison, ground, ghost, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, ice, and dragon. Blaze Paldean Tauros is damaged normally by normal, fighting, poison, rock, ghost, electric, dragon, and fairy. Aqua breed Paldean Tauros is damaged normally by normal, fighting, poison, ground, ghost, and dragon. Non-Paldean Tauros is weak to fighting for 2, while combat Paldean Tauros is weak to flying, psychic, and fairy for double. Blaze Paldean Tauros is weak to flying, ground, water, and psychic for double. Aqua Paldean Tauros is weak to flying, grass, electric, psychic, and fairy for double. Non-Paldean Tauros is immune to ghost, while the Paldean Tauros are immune to nothing. Non-Paldean Tauros is resistant to nothing, while combat breed Paldean Tauros is resistant to rock, bug, and dark. Blaze Paldean Tauros is resistant to bug, steel, fire, grass, ice, and dark, all for half except for bug, which is a 4th. And Aqua Paldean Tauros is resistant to rock, bug, steel, fire, water, ice, and dark, all for half. In the Tauros box here, notes. If this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Ghost-type moves is 1, so we go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up for non-Paldean Tauros. 1. Tackle and Tail Whip. 5. Work Up. 10. Payback. 15 Assurance, 20 Horn Attack, 25 Scary Face, 30 Zen Headbutt, 35 Raging Bull, 40 Rest, 45 Swagger, 50 Thrash, 55 Double Edge, and 60 Giga Impact. For Combat Paldean Tauros, get 1 Tackle and Tail Whip, 5 Work Up, 10 Double Kick, 15 Assurance, 20 Headbutt, 25 Scary Face, 30 Zen Headbutt, 35 Raging Bull, 40 Rest, 45 Swagger, 50 Thrash, 55 Double Edge, and 60 Close Combat. For Blaze Breed Paldean Tauros, you get 1 Tackle and Tail Whip, 5 Work Up, 10 Double Kick, 15 Flame Charge, 20 Headbutt, 25 Scary Face, 30 Zen Headbutt, 35 Raging Bull, 40 Rest, 45 Swagger, 50 Thrash, 55 Flare Blitz, and 60 Close Combat. For Aqua Paldean Tauros, you get 1 Tackle and Tail Whip, 5 Work Up, 10 Double Kick, 15 Aqua Jet, 20 Headbutt, 25 Scary Face, 30 Zen Headbutt, 35 Raging Bull, 40 Rest, 45 Swagger, 50 Thrash, 55 Wave Crash, and 60 Close Combat. By TM for non-Paldean Tauros, 1 you get Takedown, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 18 Thief, 20 Trailblaze, 25 Facade, 28 Bulldoze, 34 Icy Wind, 36 Rock Tomb, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 51 Sandstorm, 53 Smart Strike, 55 Dig, 59 Zen Headbutt, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 84 Stomping Tantrum, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 99 Iron Head, 103 Substitute, 114 Shadow Ball, 123 Surf, 125 Flame Thrower, 126 Thunderbolt, 130 Helping Hand, 134 Reversal, 135 Ice Beam, 141 Fire Blast, 143 Blizzard, 147 Wild Charge, 149 Earthquake, 150 Stone Edge, 152 Giga Impact, 156 Outrage, 163 Hyper Beam, 166 Thunder, 167 Close Combat, 168 Solar Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 186 High Horsepower, 199 Lash Out, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, 221 Throat Chop, and 224 Curse. For Paldean Tauros, the combat breed, 1 Takedown, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 18 Thief, 20 Trailblaze, 25 Facade, 28 Bulldoze, 36 Rock Tomb, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 51 Sandstorm, 53 Smart Strike, 55 Dig, 59 Zen Headbutt, 64 Bulk Up, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 84 Stomping Tantrum, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 89 Body Press, 99 Iron Head, 103 Substitute, 106 Drill Run, 123 Surf, 134 Reversal, 147 Wild Charge, 149 Earthquake, 150 Stone Edge, 152 Giga Impact, 156 Outrage, 163 Hyper Beam, 167 Close Combat, 171 Terra Blast, 186 High Horsepower, 199 Lash Out, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, 221 Throat Chop, and 224 Curse. For Blaze Breed Paldean Tauros, 1 Takedown, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 18 Thief, 20 Trailblaze, 24 Fire Spin, 25 Facade, 28 Bulldoze, 36 Rock Tomb, 38 Flame Charge, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 51 Sandstorm, 53 Smart Strike, 55 Dig, 59 Zen Headbutt, 64 Bulk Up, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 84 Stomping Tantrum, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 89 Body Press, 99 Iron Head, 103 Substitute, 106 Drill Run, 107 Will-O-Wisp, 125 Flamethrower, 134 Reversal, 141 Fire Blast, 147 Wild Charge, 149 Earthquake, 150 Stone Edge, 152 Giga Impact, 156 Outrage, 157 Overheat, 163 Hyper Beam, 165 Flare Blitz, 167 Close Combat, 171 Terra Blast, 186 High Horsepower, 199 Lash Out, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, 207 Temper Flare, and 224 Curse. Paldean Tauros Aqua Breed, 1 Takedown, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 11 Water Pulse, 18 Thief, 20 Trailblaze, 22 Chilling Water, 25 Facade, 28 Bulldoze, 36 Rock Tomb, 47 Endure, 50 Rain Dance, 51 Sandstorm, 53 Smart Strike, 55 Dig, 59 Zen Headbutt, 64 Bulk Up, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 84 Stomping Tantrum, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 89 Body Press, 99 Iron Head, 103 Substitute, 106 Drill Run, 110 Liquidation, 123 Surf, 134 Reversal, 142 Hydro Pump, 147 Wild Charge, 149 Earthquake, 150 Stone Edge, 152 Giga Impact, 156 Outrage, 163 Hyper Beam, 167 Close Combat, 171 Terra Blast, 186 High Horsepower, 199 Lash Out, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, 208 Whirlpool, and 224 Curse. By breeding for non-Paldean Tauros, the Mirror Herb gives you Curse and Endeavor. Paldean Tauros has the same, just all of them have the same. I already looked through these to make sure it was the same. So yeah, they all have the same. Special moves for Paldean Tauros Combat Breed. In these events, you get Rest and Wild Charge. Side game data for Cantonian Tauros. Got all this. Yep. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. If Tauros spots a Ranger, it snorts harshly and charges with its horns out. Shadows of Volmia. It thrashes wildly and rams to attack. Got all this. Yep, okay. Combat Breed. Supposed to be images for Pokemon Go. You know what they look like. Yeah, it's weird. Okay. Form data, Paldean Tauros has 3 non-interchangeable forms: Combat Breed, Blaze Breed, and Aqua Breed. Visually, each breed has different horns, manes, and tails. The breeds have different types, with Combat Breed being Fighting type, Blaze Breed being Dual type Fighting Fire, and Aqua Breed being dual type fighting water. They also learn different moves, and the type of Tauros' signature move, Raging Bull, changes based on the user's form, being fighting type for Combat Breed, fire type for Blaze Breed, and water type for Aqua Breed. In Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, the Blaze Breed is found exclusively in Pokemon Scarlet, while the Aqua Breed is found exclusively in Pokemon Violet. The Combat Breed is most common of the three and is found in both versions. Regular Tauros bred in Paldea without an Everstone will always produce Combat Breed Paldean Tauros. I don't know what's with this box. Almost feels like I should have had this earlier. Like, you get tackle. This feels like a box that should have been up in the level up. So you get 1 tackle, tail whip, 5 work up for all of them, 10 double kick. You get for all of them, or maybe, I don't know what these mean. I don't know what gray means. 15 assurance, I guess you get for that one. Flame charge, you get for that one. Maybe that's typing, like normal, like it's a fighting type. Aqua jet for that one, that's 15. 20, 25, headbutt and scary face for all of them. 30 zen headbutt. 35 raging bull, 40 rest, 45 swagger, 50 thrash for all of them. 55 double edge for combat breed. Flare blitz for this one. Wave Crash for Aqua Breed, 60 close combat for all of them. I don't know why this is here. Evolution data, none of them evolved, so I'm just gonna scroll through these. Okay. Sprites. So, okay, you got the basics, pretty much. You know, a couple, not quite all of the dots, or maybe that's supposed to be a third one. This has only 1, though. These 2 only have 1, or maybe 2. That's interesting. You know, it's different, wrong color, you know. These are all like the same kind of basic colors. The main is wildly different. This one's green for some reason. Back sprite doesn't work for it because of the colors and general shape. Yes. Okay. Perspective's a bit weird. It's kind of missing a lot of its body, but I guess the main is covering it up. I guess that's the idea there. Gen 2, get kind of closer. It's just kind of a gold and a brown. You get 3 of these things now. It's green and yellow for the shiny. That's interesting. So now it's brown. It's different shades of browns and crystals. Still the same kind of basic shiny, though. That's interesting. Okay, in Gen 3, so you got the correct, or all the colors are here now. So I guess it went from, so now it's like purple, this is now green and yellow. Fire red and leaf green, very interesting, very simplified version of these guys. I don't know why. But the whips are now a different color than these, that's interesting. Seems like it stays like that, or at least for Gen 4 here. It's a different color though. These are like a gray now, a dark gray. Maybe a silver. This is a much brighter yellow, I think, and probably much brighter green. These are, yeah, much different browns. Yes. And then Gen 5. It's different sprites, which is interesting. Full body back sprites. Yes, this is, yeah. Gen 6, pretty good translation for these guys. Oh, it's now different shades of green for the shiny. That's interesting. And the tails, yeah, the tails don't change. Gen 7 here, not much difference, I'm sure. Yeah. Then the Let's Go games, then Sword and Shields here. You got all that. Homes, so it's a much darker, that's interesting. Oh yeah, I guess the brown becomes darker when it comes to models, doesn't it? Yeah, for that, but also just, in general, this is a darker, and this is much more shiny for some reason. It's so weird that it becomes green, but whatever. These are blue for some reason, these are like purple. Here's all the different breeds of the Paldean, one, and so the shinies, oh yeah, this is our only opportunity to see the shinies since the Gen 9 is missing. So it's a darker, so it's like a black instead of a gray. Oh, it's reversed. It's reversed colors. That's fun. Yeah, these are just reversed colors. Okay, that's fun. In the anime, Tauros in the anime, so Ash's Tauros, there's a bunch of them. Yep. Yep, you got all this. Yep. Paldean Tauros, the combat breed in the anime, with a Skiddo and a couple Deerling, and their spring form, I think. Yep, you got all this. Yep. Pokedex entries. This first one I've already recorded for the anime section, so we'll let Dexter read it.
Tauros, a wild bull Pokémon. When whipping itself with its three tails, its tackle is a powerful destructive force.
In episode 35, in Ash's Pokedex, Tauros, its special attack is tackle. Due to their docile nature, they won't attack without being assaulted first. This is translated from the Japanese version. Right, because it's a banned episode. In what I assume is Journeys, episode 21, in Go's Rotom Phone. Tauros, the wild bull Pokemon. A normal type. Tauros run in herds. In the wild, the herd member with the longest, thickest, and most scarred horns is said to be the leader. Pokemon Origins, Paldean Winds, Paldean Tauros, Combat Breed, and Pokemon Paldean Winds. Terra Paldean Tauros, Combat Breed in Paldean Winds. That's cool. In the manga, you got Tauros and the Electric Tales of Pikachu. That's much different than the cartoony version we know. Yep. Pokemon Adventures, Tauros and Pokemon Adventures. That's much more the cartoony version. Yep. In the TCG and the TFG. Trivia, Tauros can be seen as a counterpart to Miltank. Both are bovine-like Pokemon with the same base stat total. While Tauros is a male-only species, Miltank is a female-only species. Despite not being associated with a certain group, both Tauros and Miltank are listed on the same Pokedex page in Pokemon Sun and Moon. The same trait is true with Oranguru and Passimian. According to Pokemon Sun and Moon, Tauros was designed by Shigeki Morimoto. Additionally, in Pokemon Sun and Moon, if the player brings a Tauros with a Game Boy Origin mark to Game Freak Morimoto at Hiahia City, he will remark on how Tauros used to be one of the most powerful Pokemon in the Gen 1 Core Series games, in part because it could learn Blizzard. All three forms of Paldean Tauros were designed by James Turner. Tauros is the only Pokemon to have more than one regional form within the same region. In the Paldean region, it has 3 different regional forms. Tauros forms a notable bug in Pokemon Play It, a game largely based on the trading card game. Once the Tauros card appears, either in the player's own deck or that of the digital opponent, the game will shut down or freeze the player's computer. This 5th point I basically read in the Kadabra video. Blaze Breed Paldean Tauros is the only dual-type fighting fire Pokemon to not be an evolutionary relative of a first partner Pokemon. There is an entry for Cantonian Tauros in the Paldean Pokedex, even though it is not available in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet unless transferred from home. The same entry was later made available through the Blueberry Pokedex. The entry for Cantonian Tauros and Violet was edited slightly as of version 1.3.0. The original text is as follows. They fight each other by locking horns. The herd's protector takes pride in its battle-scarred horns. It is identical to Cantonian Tauros' Pokedex entries in Pokemon Gold, Stadium 2, and Pokemon Heart Gold. Wonder why they made it plural. Origin, Tauros appears to be based on a bull or a bison and may also be based on the constellation Tauros. Its tails may be based on a whip, more specifically the Cat O' tails. Paldean Tauros' appearance, typing, and the fact that it is found in a region inspired by the Iberian Peninsula suggest inspiration from the Spanish fighting bull. The black color could also be inspired by the Osborne bull, which has become a cultural emblem of Spain. The 2 variations of Paldean Tauros being fire and water types specifically could be a reference to 2 of the most famous and controversial bullfighting practices in Spain. The Toro Embolado, mainly from the Valencian community where the bull horns are set on fire, and the Bolas a la Mar, from the Valencian region of Denia, where the bulls run down the Marqués de Campo street and end up swimming in the Mediterranean Sea. The aqua breed may also loosely be based on a water buffalo, and the form of its tails could take inspiration from ship propellers or water wheels, as well as the Triskelion, a popular motif by ancient European cultures, especially the Celts. Name origin: Tauros may be derived from the Japanese name Kentauros. It may also be derived from Tauros, Greek for bull. Very likely. Kentauros may be derived from that, Greek for centaur. Oh. Huh. In other languages, really, got all these, I guess. They all have their own languages. See also references, external links to the Paldean forums, and let's move on.
Now let's watch the first scene in the anime of Tauros.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 33, The Flame Pokemonathon, as you can see there. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and his traveling companions Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have entered the Safari Zone. They have heard a bit of a rumbling, and they're about to see what it is after this. Get back to... yeah. There's Tauros. I've heard of him. That's Tauros' first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Tauros card, which is non-Paldean Tauros.
It's the first Tauros card design. It was illustrated by Kikamaru Humino. It's an interesting image to be the first one to show the new audiences. It shows it off fine, but I think more of the body should have been shown. Speaking of the body, I'm fairly certain that's not how bodies work. Anyway, Tauros has 60 HP. It's 4'7" and 195 pounds, which is 0.1 pounds heavier than its weight in the official Pokedex. Next to the weight, there's the Jungle Expansion symbol. It has two moves, Stomp and Rampage. I've already talked about Stomp in the video game, so I'll just talk about what it's like on this card. It costs 2 of any energy. Depending on a coin flip, this move does either 20 or 30 damage. In the video games, Rampage is not a move, but instead a Pokemon state that affects how it battles. Rampage does not allow the player to use any other move until the battle is over, the Pokemon has fainted, or the Rampage is over. Once it is, the Pokemon becomes confused, assuming it hasn't ended with them fainting. On this card, it costs 3 of any energy. If Tauros is at full health, it does 20 damage. If it is at 40 HP, it does 30 damage. If it is at 30 HP, it does 40 damage. If it is at 20 HP, it does 50 damage. If it is at 10 HP, it does 60 damage. Regardless of how much damage is dealt, the player must also flip a coin. If it's tails, Tauros is now confused. Tauros is weak to fighting for double damage. It's resistant to psychic for minus 30 damage. This seems to be representing the immunity to Ghost-type Tauros has in the video games. Ghost-type is often represented as Psychic in the TCG. It costs 2 of any energy for Tauros to retreat. Its description reads, when it targets an enemy, it charges ferociously while whipping its body with its long tails. This is the Pokedex entry of Pokemon Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Scarlet. It's level 32.
I don't have a card for Magikarp, so the next Pokemon with the card I'll be talking about is Eevee. Now let's see why people love Tauros.
Hello and welcome to the community post section of the video. We got a response here from number 1 Drizzile fan, so thank you for that. The question is, what do you love about Tauros? For this question, you can answer with non-Paldean Tauros, Combat Breed Paldean Tauros, Blaze Breed Paldean Tauros, or Aqua Breed Paldean Tauros. Number 1 Drizzile fan says, I think it's neat that it was and is oppressively powerful in Gen 1 competitive, then immediately fell off hard in Gen 2, and after that it was just okay with sheer force. Also cool that Paldean Tauros sets a precedent for variance within regional forms, even if it has an awful shiny IMO, in my opinion. Thank you for responding, let's move on.
Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image. That's because it's the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Tauros and Bouffalant by MCG Mark. So it's this fun image of Bouffalant, looks like you're sleeping or something, lying down at least, and then a couple Tauros next to it. I don't know if they're trying to wake it up or, yeah, this one looks like it's wanting to play. This one kind of also looks like it's just ready to lie down. And then we got a Pidgey up here. Yeah, it's fun. That's it, let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I talk about Snorlax before I can catch a Tauros. I'll have to wait until I've talked about the Gen 9 Pokemon to get back to the Paldean Tauros. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Magikarp. As always, this is my proper outfit and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Magikarp. Its previous PYC dates are July 4th, 1996, April 25th, 1999, February 13th, 2002, December 4th, 2004, September 25th, 2007, July 16th, 2010, May 6th, 2013, February 25th, 2016, December 16th, 2018, and October 6th, 2021. I always felt bad for Magikarp, as it's often seen as lame in the anime and by fans. I feel bad for Magikarp as it's regarded as a lame Pokemon even in the anime. It's known by fans, and possibly the developers, as the first awful fish Pokemon that evolves into something stronger. Its design is fine, it just doesn't know a lot, but it tries best. Anyway, Let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Magikarp, the fish Pokemon, whose number is 129. This is what it looks like. Its type is water. Abilities, Swift Swim, and Brattle is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 255 or 43.9%. Rating is A groups, Water 2, and Dragon. Hatch time 5 cycles. Height is 2'11" or 0.9 meters. Weight is 22 pounds or 10 kilograms. Base experience yield is 20 in the first 4 gens and 40 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow. EV yield is 1 and speed. Shape is that. Has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is red and base friendship is 70. Magikarp is a water-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves into Gyarados starting at level 20. Biology: Magikarp is a Piscine Pokemon with large, heavy, reddish, orange scales. It has large, vacant eyes and pink lips. Its pectoral and tail fins are white. On its back is a stiff, three-peaked yellow fin resembling a crown. There is an identical fin on its underside. It also has long barbels. The barbels are white on a female and pale yellow on a male. A long-lived Magikarp is able to utilize its immense splashing power to leap high enough to scale mountains. It also has a strong enough immune system to survive in the most polluted of waters. However, it is usually overlooked by trainers because of its perceived weakness. Even in the heat of battle, it will do nothing but flop around. It is believed that the ancestors of Magikarp were actually much stronger than modern Magikarp, and this led scientists to research this species. Magikarp is found in many bodies of water, such as lakes, rivers, and ponds. However, due to its weak swimming ability, it usually lives downstream of the water's flow. In Gen 1, Splash was its signature move. It is often seen using Splash to leap out of the water, which makes it an easy target for predators such as Pidgeotto and Pidgeot. Frillish is also known to prey on Magikarp. In Hoppy Town, there are at least 31 unique pattern varieties of Magikarp, with their scales coming in colors such as gray, black, white, purple, pink, violet, apricot, and brown. These patterns can be classified by groups depending on how the Magikarp looks while it is still small. A specific pattern arises when it becomes bigger. Which patterns can be caught depend on the type of old rod. The better the rod, the more groups of patterns can be fished. The people in Hoppy Town train their Magikarp to jump the highest in order to compete in the series of leagues to win prizes. So you can see a variety of Magikarp known as the blue raindrops. You can see how it's, looks like a cloud with rain, and it's fun. Evolution: Magikarp evolves into Gyarados. So you got Magikarp, Gyarados. Game data, NPC appearances. Magikarp is the focus of the mobile game Pokemon Magikarp Jump. The player can fish for many patterns of Magikarp, then train their Magikarp and compete with others to see whose Magikarp can jump the highest. Pokedex entries: in red and blue, in the distant past, it was somewhat stronger than the horribly weak descendants that exist today. Aww. Yellow, famous for being very unreliable. It can be found swimming in seas, lakes, rivers, and shallow puddles. Stadium, whoever its opponent and however horrible the attack it receives, all it does is splash around. In Gen 2 and Gold, an underpowered, pathetic Pokemon. It may jump high on rare occasions, but never more than 7 feet or 2 meters. Silver, for no reason, it jumps and splashes about, making it easy for predators like Pidgeotto to catch it mid-jump. Crystal, this weak and pathetic Pokemon gets easily pushed along rivers when there are strong currents. Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, and Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3 and Ruby, Magikarp is a pathetic excuse for a Pokemon that is only capable of flopping and splashing. This behavior prompted scientists to undertake research into it. Sapphire, Magikarp is virtually useless in battle, as it can only splash around. As a result, it is considered to be weak. However, it is actually a very hardy Pokemon that can survive in any body of water, no matter how polluted it is. Emerald, its swimming muscles are weak, so it is easily washed away by currents. In places where water pools, you can see many Magikarp deposited there by the flow. Fire Red, it is virtually worthless in terms of both power and speed. It is the most weak and pathetic Pokemon in the world. Leaf Green is Red and Blue's entry. In Gen 4 and Diamond, it is said to be the world's weakest Pokemon. No one knows why it is managed to survive. Pearl, it is unable to swim against even slow-moving currents. It always splashes about for some reason. Platinum, a Magikarp living for many years, can leap a mountain using Splash. The move remains useless though. Heart Gold is very similar to Gold's entry, but slightly different soul rated. An underpowered, pathetic Pokemon. It may jump high on rare occasions, but usually not more than 7 feet. Soul Silvers is the silver entry. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are basically Platinums, but Magikarp is now the correct casing. In Gen 6, X is basically Fire Reds, but Pokemon is now the correct casing. Y's is Red, Blue, and Leaf Green's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically their Ruby and Sapphire counterparts, but Magikarp and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Sun, although weak and helpless, this Pokemon is incredibly fertile. They exist in such multitudes, you'll soon grow tired of seeing them. Moon, its reckless leaps make it easy pickings for predators. On the bright side, bunny Pokemon enjoy longer lifespans thanks to Magikarp. Ultra Sun, in the distant past, they were fairly strong, but they have become gradually weaker over time. Ultra Sun, thanks to their strong hold on life, dirty water doesn't bother them at all. They live in waters all over the world. The Let's Go Games entry is Yellow's entry. In Gen 8, Sword is X's entry. Shield is basically crystals, but Pokemon is now the correct casing. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. Legends Arceus, a feeble, pitiful imbecile of a Pokemon that is nonetheless very hardy. Unperturbed by turbid water, it can be found living in all sorts of places. In Gen 9, Scarlet's is basically Gold's entry, but Pokemon is now the correct casing. Violet's is Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Y's entry. Here we've got Magikarp in the Alola Pokedex, Magikarp in the Paldea Pokedex, sort of splashing around, I like that. It's a bunch of them. And Magikarp in the Kitakami Pokedex, all underwater, that's fun. Game locations. Side game locations. And events. Held items, Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. In Red, Blue, and Yellow, you get a berry 100% of the time. Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, you get a Lumberry as an in-game trade 100% of the time. Pokewalker, you get a Wakan berry in the Winner's Path 100% of the time. In Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, you get a Lumberry as an in-game trade 100% of the time. Legends Arceus, for normal, you get a Tumblestone 40% of the time. Ball of Mud 15% of the time. Grid items by level. For Alpha, you get an EXP Candy S 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, and grid items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 20, attack 10, defense 55, special attack 15, special defense 20, speed 80 for a total of 200. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 20. Pokéthon stats. Type effectiveness. Damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to grass and electric for double. Immune to nothing. Resistant to steel, fire, water, and ice for half. Learn set by leveling up. 1 splash, 15 tackle, 25 flail. Doesn't learn anything by TM, I guess. Nothing by breeding. TCG only moves. You get rage from this card. Side game data. Okay, we got all this. Yep. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Magikarp appears to be only capable of flopping about helplessly. In Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure in the Pokepad entry. Magikarp came to the Meadow Zone to play. His favorite attractions include Bulbasaur's Daring Dash, Venusaur's Fine Swing, and Empoleon's Snow Slide. In Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond, he thinks he is the king of Pokepark, but all he does is splash. I got all this. Yep. In new Pokemon Snap, wherever there's a body of water, odds are you'll find Magikarp. All it does is flop around, so it seems kinda weak, but it may in fact be harder than it looks. In Pokemon Go, Magikarp can be obtained by completing 1/4 of the ticketed research, making a splash. Evolution data, Magikarp, level 20, Gyarados. Sprites here, so you got the basics, you got the orange already, that's pretty fun. Yeah, it doesn't really change much. It's, I think its pupil, or its pupils like up here, and it just doesn't, that looks weird. It looks basically the same. Again, it's not really going to change much. These, I guess, change a little bit. The perspective's interesting, because those are wrong, but yeah, it's pretty basic Pokemon. It's now red for some reason. This is kind of a tan, I guess. Shiny for silvers is different, which is interesting. It's like a green, yellow. In Gen 3, you got the yellow parts now. And you got it's a gold shiny now, universally. Yep. Gen 4, so you got the gender differences, the yellow those, and then the white those. Yeah. Yep. Why anything really? I guess the tail changes a little bit from like a couple lines, they're spread out a little bit more. Yeah. Yep. Black, Gen 5 introduces the back sprite, full back sprite for them. Yep. Oh, that's sad. Okay. Gen 6. For some reason they're on their side. I don't know why they thought that was a good idea for this presentation here, but I guess, yeah. They're pretty good models, I guess. It seems to be about the thickness I would think they are. Nope, they don't get any better. Okay, for some reason they're still on their sides. Probably good idea to show the whole Pokemon, I feel like. You can see the gender differences now in the 3D models, and yeah. So we're still not gonna show the whole Pokemon, huh? Oh hey, Legends Arceus. Thank you for showing the Pokemon. Yeah, so you can see male, female. And now it's a gold. That's interesting. A gold shiny. It kind of becomes a little bit maybe more golden. But quite literally like a gold shiny. That's very interesting. And the mouth is more of a yellow. Oh, when did that happen? Has that always been a thing? Well, I guess it's always been a thing. I guess since they introduced the pink lips, that's always been a yellow lips. Huh. Let's, I guess, changed colors a little bit. Homes here. So now it's, yeah, a gold shiny. That's very interesting. That's a slightly different color. You know, these are, yeah, slightly different oranges and stuff. In the anime, probably the big one is James's Magikarp. Yeah, that turned into a Gyarados. And, yeah. Magikarp in the anime. You got all these. You got shiny Magikarp in the anime. It's the yellow version. Yep, you got all this. Yep. Yeah, it's a lot of episodes, I guess. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 21. In Ash's Pokedex. Magikarp, the fish Pokemon. Magikarp can live in the dirtiest of water. It jumps very well and can evolve into Gyarados. In X and Y, episode 22, in the same Pokedex. Magikarp, the fish Pokemon. Because all Magikarp seem to do is splash around, some consider them weak. But they're actually a hardy Pokemon that can survive in water no matter how dirty it is. In what I assume is Journeys, episode 24, in Go's Rotom Phone. Magikarp, the fish Pokemon, a water type, with neither strength nor speed. Magikarp is thought to be the weakest Pokemon of all. Pokemon Origins, you got Magikarp and Pokemon Origins. Pokemon Generations, got it. Being pushed, I guess, by the current with a Spheal, Corsola, and a Gorbis, and some Love Disc. And that's probably also a Pokemon. I don't know what it is, though. Yes. Okay, then Magikarp and Poketoon. Yeah, it's got its own Poketoon. Wait for me, Magikarp. Yep. In the manga, Magikarp and Pokemon gotta catch 'em all. This is looking very strong here. Then we got Magikarp from Pokemon Adventures. It's being ridden, I guess. Very determined. Yep. Got all this. Yep. In the TCG. Oh, here we go. Other appearances, we'll talk about that one here. I don't know why this isn't a separate section, but here are all the different patterns in Magikarp Jump here. So you got all the oranges, I guess. Or you can see like the spectrum of colors or whatever. So you got the orange, and then you got the... This is... Oh, they don't have names, which is unfortunate, but... yeah, you got all the different patterns. I mean, they might have names, they just aren't presented here. You can see, yeah. Grays, the pinks, purples, the other oranges, like tiger orange, I guess, browns, koi fish colors, that's fun, grays, the blues, yep, the other blue, and the golden one, yep, it's just a shiny. Trivia, Magikarp, Gyarados, and Regigigas are the 3 Pokemon that can be encountered in the wild at the lowest and highest levels. In Pokemon Platinum, Magikarp can be found at levels ranging from 1 to 100 in the resort area, and in Pokemon Black 2 and White 2 can be found at the same levels in the Nature Reserve. Both require a Super Rod. Furthermore, Magikarp can be encountered at level 100 in the rightmost lake of Fellhorn Gorge in Kitakami. Magikarp and its evolved form require the fewest egg cycles to hatch, with 5. Magikarp and its evolved form are also the only Pokemon with a unique base egg cycle. Magikarp was the first Pokemon featured in Professor Oak's Pokemon Lecture in episode 61. Magikarp and its evolved forms, Egg Group Combination Water 2 and Dragon is unique. Magikarp is one of 14 Pokemon that one can collect foreign Pokedex entries for in Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. Magikarp shares several notable similarities to Feebas. Its level-up moves are exactly the same as those of Feebas. However, Feebas can learn multiple moves from TMs and HMs hatched from an egg with egg moves and learn new moves via move tutors, making it slightly more useful in battle. Ooh. Magikarp shares its category name with Feebas. They are both known as the fish Pokemon. Magikarp and Feebas have almost identical stats. However, Magikarp has a higher special attack and defense, while Feebas has a higher attack and special defense. Both attack and defense stats for Magikarp and Feebas are reversed. They share the largest base stat total increase of all Pokemon when they evolve, 340 from 200 to 540. They both change appearance drastically after evolution, evolving into serpentine dragon-like Pokemon. Magikarp has the lowest base attack stat of all water-type Pokemon. I've read this sub-point in the Caterpie video. Magikarp is the only Pokemon which can be found in every Pokemon stat course except for Rainbow Cloud, which features only Mew. I've read this point as well. Magikarp is the only Pokemon in Pokemon Conquest that uses a move that it does not share a type with, as it uses Splash. On July 28th, 2016, and May 12th, 2017, the Pokemon Company and the Pokemon Company International respectively posted a Magikarp-themed music video onto their YouTube channels titled The Magikarp Song. Magikarp appears in Pokemon Battle Chess. It does not behave like any traditional piece in chess. When damaged, it reveals Gyarados. That can be seen up here, Magikarp in Pokemon Battle Chess. I don't know why it's not down there. Although Magikarp is stated by multiple Pokédex entries to be the weakest Pokemon, there are several Pokemon with lower base stat totals, such as Sunkern, or even access to fewer viable moves, like Unknown, being only able to use Hidden Power. Magikarp's names in various languages may have been intentionally chosen to make it seem more appealing when offered to buy from the Magikarp salesman. King from Koi King and Magic from Magikarp may both lead a player to assume Magikarp to be a powerful Pokemon, as this would be their first time hearing of the Pokemon at this point in the game. Origin: Magikarp is based on the Asian carp, which are easily frightened by disturbances in water and can jump 8 to 10 feet, 2.5 to 3 meters, in the air. Its shiny coloration may be a visual pun on a goldfish. The golden dorsal fin of Magikarp may be based on a crown, which likely originates from the pun on the Japanese word for goldfish, kingyo. Magikarp's permanently open mouth may be a reference to Koi no Bori, a carp-shaped windsock traditionally flown to celebrate Children's Day in Japan. Magikarp's evolution into Gyarados is based on a legend about how carp that leaped over the Dragon Gate would become dragon. Several waterfalls and cataracts in China are believed to be the location of the Dragon Gate. This legend is an allegory for the drive and efforts needed to overcome obstacles. This may have inspired an element in Pokemon Snap where after certain steps are taken, a Magikarp will splash its way into a waterfall where it evolves. Name origin: Magikarp may be a combination of magic, referring to its drastic power increase upon evolving into Gyarados, or to magical goldfishes and carp. Koi King may be a combination of koi, carp, and king, which may come from kingyo, goldfish. So, other languages, related articles, external links. Yeah, let's move on.
Now let's watch Magikarp's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 1, Pokemon I Choose You. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character here, has begun his Pokemon journey with Pikachu here, who's been attacked by a swarm of Spearow. To escape them, he is gonna jump into a stream. Yeah. He's gonna take away the stream. There's the Magikarp. So that's Magikarp's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Magikarp's scenes in Detective Pikachu.
Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, or as I like to call it, Detective Magikarp, as it's only the frames, with Magikarp to the best of my ability. In the film, Tim Goodman, the main character, has met Detective Pikachu, a talking Pikachu with amnesia, who was the Pokemon partner of Tim's father, Harry Goodman. They found something called the R-Gas in Harry's last case, and they've tracked it down to this underground fight club, as in the city they're in, Rhyme City, a city where humans and Pokemon coexist, Pokemon fighting is illegal. So there's a Magikarp in this little tank here, which is probably way too small for it, and there are a few Louded around it. So currently, a Gengar is fighting a Blastoise. Tim and Pikachu there. Got all that.
Alright, Charizard.
So, let's go back. So this is the owner of the club, and this is his Charizard. So Detective Pikachu was here before, tracking the R-Gas in Harry's last case, and last time he was here, he scratched up Charizard and this guy's coat, and so he's about to challenge Tim slash Detective Pikachu to a rematch between them, yeah. So that's that scene. So what has happened is that Detective Pikachu couldn't remember how to use its moves because of the amnesia, so Tim stepped in, and then the owner, like, stepped in to, like, get Tim out of there, but Charizard accidentally knocked him down, releasing a bunch of Argas because Charizard had taken a vial of it. That's why it was acting so crazy and stuff. And so now all these Pokemon are going crazy because of the Argas. Yes. You can see the Magikarp and glass, release it, and all the Pokemon goes flying up, crashing down.
I got a plan!
What? That's not gonna work! Magikarp is the worst!
Magikarp can evolve into Gyarados. All it needs is a little kick! Water in the hole!
Oh yeah, before I continue, I forgot to mention that it'll be a little bit weird because this is a Pokemon that evolves. We're kind of going in between the evolution, so you might see a little bit of Gyarados technically. It's kind of complicated.
In my head, I saw that differently.
Now it's evolving, and there it is in the credits. Yep, in the spiral. Yeah, that's it. Hope you enjoyed. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Magikarp. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who are not familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Magikarp. So this is the Great Wave Off Kanto Shiny version by Missy Pina from 2014. So it's this image here. Yep, it's got shiny Gyarados and a bunch of Magikarp. I don't know if they're shiny or not. Yeah, it's a fun image. It's based on the wave, the famous wave image. That's fun. Then we've got Great Wave Gyarados by Zukimusha. So another one that's based on the Great Wave image. It says number 130 Gyarados. So you got the Gyarados here, and then a Magikarp down here, and then the people in the boat. Oh, there's another Magikarp down there. That's fun. And we got Magikarp by Sailor Clef. It's this simple painted image. That's fun. So now we've got the Great Wave Off Kanto by Missy Pena again. So it's this same image, but now it's the non-shiny version. So that's fun. This does not contain a Magikarp, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I talk about Snorlax before I can catch a Magikarp. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Gyarados. As always, this is my proper outfit and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Gyarados, the only evolution of Magikarp who evolves at level 20. It's also the first water flying type Pokemon. Its previous PYC dates are July 5th, 1996, April 26th, 1999, February 14th, 2002, December 5th, 2004, September 26th, 2007, July 17th, 2010, May 7th, 2013, February 26th, 2016, December 17th, 2018, and October 7th, 2021. I most remember Gyarados from the original title sequence of the English dub of the anime, and the second episode of a two-part episode where the SS Anne sinks, where the Magikarp that James gets from a vendor on the ship evolves into Gyarados and rampages. This Pokemon is one that if I saw in real life I'd be terrified of, and the design of Mega Gyarados adds to this. Anyway, let's get in the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we're talking about Gyarados, the atrocious Pokemon, whose number is 130. This is Gyarados, this is what it looks like. This is Mega Gyarados, this is what it looks like. Types, Water Flying for regular Gyarados, and Water Dark for Mega Gyarados. So, because it's our first Water Flying, you can see the water inside, the flying outside. Abilities, Intimidate as Gyarados, and its hidden ability, regardless, is Moxie, and Mold Breaker is Mega Gyarados' ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is 8 groups Water 2 and Dragon. Hatch time 5 cycles. Regardless, its height is 21 feet and 4 inches or 6.5 meters. Its weight as regular Gyarados is 518.1 pounds, or 235 kilograms. As Mega Gyarados, it's 672.4 pounds, or 305 kilograms. Megastone is Gyaradocyte. Base experience yield is 214 in the first 4 gens, and 189 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow. EV yield is 2 in attack. Shape is that, has no feet, so no footprint. Pokédex color is blue, and base friendship is 70. Gyarados is a dual-type water-flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves from Magikarp starting at level 20. Gyarados can Mega Evolve into Mega Gyarados using Gyaradocyte. Biology, Gyarados is a Piscine draconic Pokemon with a long serpentine body covered in slightly overlapping scales. It is mostly blue with a yellow underbelly, and it has a row of yellow spots down each side. Its mouth is very large and gaping, bearing 4 pointed teeth and yellow lips. It has 1 pair of barbel and a small white fin on each side of its face. The barbels are white on a female and blue on a male. It has small red eyes, a 3-pointed dark blue crest on its head, and 4 white spiky dorsal fins. Gyarados' tail fin is similar in structure to the crest on its head, except with a thin white fin spread between the points. This is what Gyarados looks like with its mouth closed. The process of evolution causes a change in its brain structure that is believed to cause its violent nature. Gyarados' fangs can crush stones, and its scales are harder than steel. Gyarados is feared for its fierce temper and wanton destructive tendencies since ancient times. In some regions, Gyarados is called the deity of destruction because of this. It appears in times of conflict and destroys the surrounding area. Its rampages have been known to last a month at a time. These rampages can occur even during a harsh storm. A Gyarados' rage won't stop completely until everything is destroyed. Some believed any human settlement is fated to be destroyed should a Gyarados appear. Gyarados lives in both fresh and salty waters. Both Gyarados and its Mega form have demonstrated in the anime that it can leap huge distances both from the water and from the ground, usually several times its own body length. However, Gyarados is rarely seen in the wild. The move Hyper Beam is often associated with Gyarados due to it being powerful enough to instantly destroy everything it hits. Forms, Gyarados can Mega Evolve into Mega Gyarados. When it Mega Evolves, Gyarados becomes bulkier, the fins on its cheeks become longer and gain a yellow tint. Its crest is larger and black, and its barbels also gain considerable length. A large spike extends downward underneath its chin, and it now has a black underside with a red stripe around the edges. The yellow spots along its body are replaced by raised red scales which propel Mega Gyarados through the water. 2 large yellow fins with blue spines appear on its back. Most of the other fins along its back disappear, replaced by 2 rows of blue spikes. There are now 4 yellowish spiky fins near its tail. 2 on its back and 2 on its underside. Due to the stress Mega Evolution puts on a Gyarados' body, it becomes even more ferocious than before. All other brain functions cease when Mega Evolution occurs, except for the destructive drive to burn down anything into cinders. Despite its brain having a powerful destructive instinct, it will obey a trainer it truly trusts. Mega Gyarados can launch at Mach speed by using its orifices to release water from both sides. With this speed, it has enough power to split large ships in 2. Mega Gyarados is tied with Hoopa Unbound as the tallest dark type. This is Mega Gyarados. This is what it looks like, so you can see the water inside and dark outside. Evolution, Gyarados evolves from Magikarp, so Magikarp Gyarados. Game data, in Diamond and Pearl, a red Gyarados is featured on the TV on a program called Search for the Red Gyarados. It is this that inspires Lucas or Dawn and their rival to go to Lake Faraday to see if there is a rare Pokemon dwelling in it. NPC appearances, I have no idea why that one doesn't count as an NPC appearance, but whatever. Pokemon, Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, Darkness and Sky. A Gyarados appears in the Miracle Sea. He scares off the Fione in order to claim the Fione Dew, but it is stopped by the player's team. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure. Gyarados tries to take over the beach zone in Empoleon's absence. Pikachu then has to beat Gyarados' Aqua Dash, so Gyarados stops trying to take over. Pokemon Magikarp Jump. The player's Magikarp may evolve into Gyarados as part of the Adios Gyarados and Macho Carp random events. However, once it evolves into Gyarados, it is forced to retire. Aww. Pokken Tournament. Gyarados has been shown in the background of the Magikarp Festival stage as an NPC background Pokemon. Aww. Pokedex entries. In Gen 1, in red and blue. Rarely seen in the wild. Huge and vicious. It is capable of destroying entire cities in a rage. Yellow. Brutally vicious and enormously destructive. Known for totally destroying cities in ancient times. Stadium. Extremely vicious and horribly brutal. Has enough destructive power to totally annihilate even a major city. Gen 2, Gold. They say that during the past wars, Gyarados would appear and leave blazing ruins in its wake. Silver. Once it appears, it goes on a rampage. It remains enraged until it demolishes everything around it. Crystal. It appears whenever there is world conflict, burning down any place it travels through. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3 and Ruby, when Magikarp evolves into Gyarados, its brain cells undergo a structural transformation. It is said that this transformation is to blame for this Pokemon's wildly violent nature. Sapphire, once Gyarados goes on a rampage, its ferociously violent blood doesn't calm until it has burned everything down. There are records of this Pokemon's rampages lasting a whole month. Emerald. It is an extremely vicious and violent Pokemon. When humans begin to fight, it will appear and burn everything to the ground with intensely hot flames. Fire Red. It has an extremely aggressive nature. The Hyper Beam it shoots from its mouth totally incinerates all targets. Leaf Green is the red and blue entries. In Gen 4 and Diamond, once it appears, its rage never settles until it has razed the fields and mountains around it. Pearl. In ancient literature, there is a record of a Gyarados that razed a village when violence flared. Platinum. Once it begins to rampage, a Gyarados will burn everything down, even in a harsh storm. Heart Gold. They say that during past strife, Gyarados would appear and leave blazing ruins in its wake. Soul Silver is the silver entry. The Gen 5 entries are basically platinums, but Gyarados is the correct casing now. In Gen 6, X is basically the pearl entry, but Gyarados is now the correct casing. Y is red, blue, and leaf green's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Magikarp, Gyarados, and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7, for regular Gyarados, in Sun, a tale is told of a town that angered Gyarados. Before the sun rose the next day, flames utterly consumed the town, leaving not a trace behind. Moon, there are people who swear that any place Gyarados appears is fated for destruction. Ultra Sun, it fires hyper beams in all directions, burning the surrounding area to ash. There are some regions where it's called the deity of destruction. Ultra Moon, the energy from evolution stimulated its brain cells strongly, causing it to become very ferocious. The Let's Go Games entry is Yellow's entry. For Mega Gyarados and Sun, Mega Evolution also affects its brain, leaving no other function except its destructive instinct to burn everything to cinders. Moon, it jets water from the orifices on its sides, streaking above the water surface at supersonic speed. Ultra Sun, Mega Evolution places a burden on its body. The stress causes it to become all the more ferocious. Ultra Moon, it zooms out of the water at Mach speeds. Even large ships caught in its path are split cleanly in two. In the Let's Go games, although it obeys its instinctive drive to destroy everything within its reach, it will respond to orders from a trainer it truly trusts. In Gen 8, Swords is the Fire Red entry, but Hyper Beam is the correct casing. And 2 words. Shield is the Gen 5 entries. Brilliant Diamond is similar to Diamonds, but slightly different, so I'll read it. Once Gyarados appears, its range never settles until the Pokemon has raised the fields and mountains around it. Shining Pearl is X's entry. Legends Arceus, I suspect this Pokemon to be the true identity of a dragon written of in ancient texts, which claimed that it raised an entire village with white-hot beams from its maw. Ancient texts! Even at this point, wow. In Gen 9, Scarlet is the silver entries. Violet is Crystal's entry. So we've got Gyarados in the Alola Pokedex, and Mega Gyarados in the Alola Pokedex. Got Gyarados in the Paldea Pokedex. It's nice body of water. I don't know if it's sunset or sunrise, but that's pretty cool. It also looks to be doing basically the same pose as its Alola Pokedex image here. That's fun. We got Gyarados in the Kitakami Pokedex, jumping up a waterfall, which is very fun because of the legend or the origin that's believed, to be what it's based on. So that's a fun little reference to that. Game locations. Side game locations. Events. Held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. In red, blue, and yellow, you get a Bitterberry 100% of the time. In Legends Arceus, for normal, you get a Sky Tumblestone 35% of the time. Ball of Mud 15% of the time. And grid items by level. For Alpha, you get an EXP Candy L 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 40% of the time. Grit items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats. Base stats will compare Gyarados and Mega Gyarados. So HP 95, that's just the same. Attack 125, that goes up to 155. Defense 79, that goes up to 109. Special attack 60, that goes up to 70. Special defense 100, that goes up to 130. Speed 81, that stays the same. So this one's for a total of 540, and this one's for a total of 640. In the Gyarados box here, this Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 100. Pokeathon stats, type effectiveness. We'll compare Gyarados and Mega Gyarados. So Gyarados is damaged normally by Normal, Flying, Poison, Ghost, Grass, Psychic, Ice, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. The ones that say are Normal, Flying, Poison, and Dragon. The rest go away, and it also adds Rock, so... and Ground. Mega Gyarados is damaged normally by Normal, Flying, Poison, Ground, Rock, and Dragon. Gyarados is weak to Rock for double, and Electric for 4. Mega Gyarados is weak to Fighting, Bug, Grass, Electric, and Fairy, all for double. Gyarados is immune to Ground, while Mega Gyarados is immune to Psychic. Gyarados is resistant to Fighting, Bug, Steel, Fire, and Water for half, while Mega Gyarados is resistant to Ghost, Steel, Fire, Water, Ice, and Dark for half. In the Gyarados box here, notes. If gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball or a Ring target or is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain. The effectiveness of Ground-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. For Mega Gyarados, notes, if Miracle Eye is used by an opponent, the effectiveness of Psychic-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. For Learn Set, by leveling up, we'll do the Evo, then go down to Waterfall. Upon evolution, it gets Bite, 21 Waterfall, 24 Crunch, 28 Rain Dance, 32 Aqua Tail, 36 Dragon Dance, 40 Hydro Pump, 44 Hurricane, 48 Thrash, 52 Hyper Beam. By TMs, 001 Takedown, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 10 Ice Fang, 11 Water Pulse, 22 Chilling Water, 25 Facade, 28 Bulldoze, 34 Icy Wind, 44 Dragon Tail, 46 Avalanche, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 51 Sandstorm, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 77 Waterfall, 82 Thunder Wave, 85 Rest, 87 Taunt, 94 Dark Pulse, 99 Iron Head, 100 Dragon Dance, 103 Substitute, 108 Crunch, 115 Dragon Pulse, 123 Surf, 125 Flame Thrower, 126 Thunderbolt, 130 Helping Hand, 135 Ice Beam, 141 Fire Blast, 142 Hydro Pump, 143 Blizzard, 149 Earthquake, 150 Stone Edge, 152 Giga Impact, 156 Outrage, 160 Hurricane, 163 Hyper Beam, 166 Thunder, 171 Terra Blast, 172 Roar, 177 Spite, 188 Scald, 199 Lash Out, 200 Scale Shot, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, 207 Temper Flare, 208 Whirlpool, 209 Muddy Water, and 226 Dragon Jeer. By breeding, we're skipping. I guess it doesn't learn any of those. By Revolution, there's nothing. Special moves. In the Wild Terra Pokemon event, you can get Outrage, which is a physical Dragon-type move. Its power is 120, accuracy 100, and PB is 10. TCG only moves, Wrap in this card. Side game data for Gyarados here. You got all this. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Gyarados is a brutal Pokemon that can spit a huge jet of water from its mouth. Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure in the Pokepark pad entry. Gyarados is the attraction chief of Gyarados' Aqua Dash in the Beach Zone. After he got too cocky, he said he wanted to become the Zone Keeper. Got all this. Yep. New Pokemon Snap in the Photo Dex. Gyarados is extremely aggressive and strong enough to destroy everything in its path. The gouges in the rocky cliffs of Mighty Wide River were actually caused by Gyarados climbing up the waterfall. Mega Gyarados, yep. Form data, Mega Evolution. So you got Gyarados, Gyarados, Mega Gyarados. Evolution data, Magikarp, level 20, Gyarados. Sprites here, so this first generation, it's pretty good. Got a lot of the basics. The blue, of course, which is nice. And the white, I guess, as well. Not really much of it's going to change other than colors. I think it's a little bit different, a little bit, maybe a little bit longer. The scales, I think, are a little different. Yeah, they're definitely different than these two. And get the kind of the full kind of pattern here in yellows. The back sprite doesn't work for yellows because it's a different blue, and a lot else is different. Doesn't really work for this one as well because the scales are different. So Gen 2 introduces this here, and then the shiny. It's kind of an orange. It's more of a red in the silvers. But yeah, you get all the yellows and stuff. Very iconic shiny thing. Well, yeah, very recognizable one. I think maybe because it is such a huge deviation from this one. Yeah. Then it becomes kind of a red, the shiny. These become kind of a yellow-green, I guess, the highlights. Yeah, not really much changes. This is a lot, yeah, these are a lot thinner, this crest, I guess. The tail, I'm sure, is a little bit different as time goes on. Yep. It's more of an orange and fire red and leaf green. Yeah, then we get the truly iconic red. So, yeah, so in the Gen 4, you get the white for the females, you know, blue for the males. The crest is now a lot darker than the body. It's a lot lighter blue. There's 2 different reds for that. Yeah, not much changes. I should probably count the things, shouldn't I? Can't really. Looks like 1, 2, 3, 4. I can't really do it for that one. Maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 for the head. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, I guess. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13? No, that's still 13. So I think it's just universally going to be 13. I'm not even going to bother counting at this point. Anything different about I mean, you know, the fins are a little different as time goes on as well. Black and white, it's, you know, it's a different sprite. But you get the full back sprite here. Yeah. It's interesting to see what this piece looks like. And you get the model. It's pretty good, pretty faithful, I'd say. Definitely darker colors. This is almost like a flip of its body and its crest color. That's interesting. You get Mega Gyarados here as well. See how cool that looks. We get the shiny. So then, shiny Mega Gyarados, of course, it's the reddish pink. That makes sense. And the red. Yeah, just a bunch of shades of red. That's interesting that it's a darker. Is it darker? Yeah, it is. It's a darker red for the little bumps there. That's interesting. Sun and Moon's not a huge difference, but I'm sure there's probably some difference. Anything about the coloring? No, it doesn't look like it. Okay. Then the Let's Go games. You got all these. Yeah, it's pretty good body. You know, better models, of course. Oh, it's a black. Oh, the crest is now. Oh, it is a. Yeah, it's. The crest for the Mega is black, but it's not, it's like a different red. It's a different shade of red. It's actually reverse, I think. The red is for these. That's interesting. And then it did that. Yeah, it's unique. And Sword and Shields, of course. Got these nicer models even. And the Arceus, these models, yep. Oh, the crest is, yeah, this is kind of a lighter crest. This is a darker crest. Sure, the different blues. This is more yellow. Back to being the yellow. This is now a differentiating in the belly. Which I think is the first time they've done that. At least majorly, anyway. Yeah, so now it's sort of a yellow versus the tan. That's interesting. Yep. In the anime, James's Gyarados is one of the big ones. I guess Misty had one as well. And red, and the red Gyarados. Right? Gyarados in the anime, Mega Gyarados in the anime. That's pretty cool. Then shiny Gyarados in the anime, shiny Mega Gyarados in the anime. That's pretty cool. Yeah, got all this. Yeah. Pokédex entry. For this first one, I recorded for that scene in the beginning of the video where I featured a clip from this episode, so we'll let Dexter read it.
Gyarados. This Pokemon has a vicious temperament, so use extreme caution. Its fangs can crush stones, and its scales are harder than steel.
In Sun and Moon, episode 43, in the Rotom Pokedex, Gyarados, the atrocious Pokemon, a water and flying type. Rumors exist of a town that made Gyarados angry. That town was burned to the ground in one night, leaving no trace. Pokemon generations, you got a Gyarados in here. Looks like it's on land, which is interesting. Got a Steelix, Salamence, Talonflame, Lunatone, Golurk, Rhyperior, and Solrock here. Oh, and looks like a Honedge. And we got a shiny Gyarados in Pokemon Generations. Yep, we got all this. Gyarados in a Poketoon, I guess. Pokemon Evolutions, Gyarados in Pokemon Evolutions. Mega Gyarados in Pokemon Evolutions. Pokemon Paldea wins. So Gyarados and Pokemon Paldea wins. We already talked about this one, so I'm not gonna... I think in the Slowpoke video, so... Yeah, I'm not gonna bring it again. Yeah, it has to be, because it's the only one we've talked about in this image. In the manga, Gyarados and the Electric Tails of Pikachu, so this is... that's a little bit scary. Probably to emphasize how terrifying it is for those two. Its fangs are very sharp, you know, very very long, very snake-like. Pokemon Adventures, normal and shiny Gyarados and Pokemon Adventures. I'm not sure how you, I guess because it's slightly different. They must mention that it is a shiny, because that's so small of a difference. Also, it's a lot more cartoony than the other one. Yep, then we got Mega Gyarados and Pokemon Adventures. Yeah, the crest. Yep. Pokedex entries, Pokemon Adventures, Chapter 6. The evolved form of Magikarp. Rarely seen in the wild, huge and vicious, it is capable of destroying entire cities in a rage. Can fire a hyper beam from its mouth. In the TCG, Red Gyarados have appeared 5 times in the TCG, once in Neo Revolution as Shining Gyarados, once in EX Holland Phantoms as Gyarados Star Delta, I guess. Once in Heart Gold and Soul Silver as Gyarados, and twice in Breakpoint as Gyarados EX and M Gyarados EX. Other appearances: Super Smash Bros. Brawl, Gyarados appears as a trophy. Trophy information: an atrocious Pokemon rarely seen in the wild. When it does appear, it's usually running rampant in a destructive rage. Behavior that has the unfortunate side effect of leaving whole cities in ruin. It is said that when humans begin a conflict, Gyarados incinerates the towns of both warring parties. There are records of a Gyarados rampage lasting as long as a month. Its pre-evolution form is Magikarp. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Gyarados appears as a spirit. Pokemon Detective Pikachu, you can see that here. This is one of them, there's 2 of them. It says there's only one of them, and this one, that's just wrong. Pokemon Unite, Gyarados is playable through obtaining a Unite license. It is a melee all-arounder that starts as Magikarp, which evolves into Gyarados by either filling up an effort gauge or reaching level 7. It's got Gyarados and Pokemon Unite. Trivia: in the Pokemon Red and Blue Beta, Gyarados' name was Skullkraken, a combination of skull and kraken, a mythological sea monster. The radio drama The Birth of Mewtwo contains an audio footage of Gyarados' discovery by a female researcher which ends disturbingly. Gyarados' original design resembled a massive leech-like creature without eyes, though this has now been debunked and is attributed to the myth of Namazu, read more below in Origin. The eyes can now be spotted as tiny dots. Gyarados, Magikarp, and Regigigas are the 3 Pokemon that can be encountered in the wild at the lowest and highest levels. In Pokemon Black 2 and White 2, Gyarados can be found at levels ranging from level 1 to 100 in the Nature Preserve by using a Super Rod in rippling water. In Gens 2 and 4, Gyarados is the first of only 2 shiny Pokemon to be integrated into a game's plot. The second was Celebi in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Time and Explorers of Darkness, and Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky. Gyarados' shiny form is the first shiny Pokemon to appear in the Pokemon Adventures manga. So we've read this main 7th point here in the Magikarp video, but I haven't read the sub-point, so we'll read it. Gyarados is the only flying-type Pokemon in the Water 2 egg group. Despite it being part flying-type, Gyarados could not learn any flying-type moves naturally prior to Gen 7. Wow, that took a while. Gyarados is tied with Pelipper as the most common Pokemon found amongst gym leaders, being used by 7 of them. In many ways, Gyarados is the counterpart of Melodic. Both are serpentine, evolved forms of weak fish Pokemon, and both appear in times of conflict. Gyarados to destroy, Melodic to becalm. Both have base stat totals of 540, the only difference being the distribution of their attack, special attack, and special defense stats. Gyarados is tied with Melodic for the greatest increase in base stat total after evolving at 340 points. Mega Gyarados is tied with Hoopa Unbound for being the tallest Dark-type Pokemon. Gyarados appears in Pokemon Battle Chess. It doesn't behave like any traditional piece in chess. It is only present after Magikarp is damaged. So you can see that here. Gyarados in Pokemon Battle Chess. I don't know why it's not down here more. Gyarados has featured as multiple cultural references in the Pokemon franchise, including Kyonobori in the anime and a 1997 May calendar insert, Cha-Chi Hoko on a Nagoya castle pin, Merlion from Pokemon Center Singapore, and most historically as the Dragon Gate myth discussed further below. Origin Gyarados appears to be based on a sea dragon or sea serpent and a Chinese dragon. It is also partially based on a legend about how carp that leaped over the Dragon Gate would become dragons. Several waterfalls and cataracts in China are believed to be the location of the Dragon Gate, such as the Longwind Mountain. This is referenced by Pokemon Snap as the player needs to get Magikarp into a waterfall to evolve it into Gyarados, but only after it leaps over a mountain. This legend is an allegory for the drive and efforts needed to overcome obstacles, which can be tied to the fact that Gyarados' pre-evolved form Magikarp could possibly take a lot of drive and effort to legitimately evolve into Gyarados. It may be partially based on the Kraken, as both are destructive sea monsters that are infamous for terrorizing humans. To add to this, one of Gyarados' original names was considered to be Skull Kraken. Gyarados' flying type may be a reference to Koinobori, a carp-shaped windsock traditionally flown to celebrate Children's Day in Japan, formerly called Tango no Seku, though it is more likely to be associated with Eastern dragons in general due to their association to water and the sky, such as the Azure dragon. It could also be inspired by the South African cryptid Inkanyamba, a giant winged eel that causes storms when angry, a trait Gyarados is famous for. Mega Gyarados' appearance bears similarities to the aforementioned Koinobori. Furthermore, its design, specifically its large dorsal fins, strongly resemble that of the unnamed legendary water Pokemon seen in the Pokemon anime episode Enlighten Up. First aired on April 18th, 2002, in which Misty recounts seeing an unknown water Pokemon. The creature may have inspired the design of Mega Gyarados when it was eventually created 10 years later. So you can see the unnamed Pokemon resembling Mega Gyarados. It's pretty cool if they did that. Yeah, that would be pretty awesome. On December 2018, I should say in December 2018, or it's missing a date, the beta sprite for Gyarados was showcased on the NHK broadcast in Japan, bearing the resemblance of a worm-like body with a mouth full of sharp teeth, barbels on the top of its head, and multiple fins on the side of its body. The inspiration for this original design may be related to the myth of Namazu, or Onamazu, from 16th century Japan. Namazu was known as a catfish that was said to destroy cities with earthquakes and appear during times of human conflict, much like Gyarados' Pokedex entries in the original first 2 generations of games. Namazu's history as a mythos is also directly tied to Lake Biwa, the real-life version of the Lake of Rage, where said earthquakes were said to occur. This idea was later replaced with the Dragon Gate myth and rehashed in Gen 3 as the inspiration for Whiscash, appropriately named Namazun. Name origin. According to Ken Sugimori, Gyarados' name has no specific origin, was chosen merely for its force. However, it may be variously derived from Gyakusatsu, slaughter, Gyak Kyo, adversity, Gyakuten, reversal, turnaround, Arosu, to devastate, and Adosu, to threaten. In other languages, got all this, related articles, references, external links to the Mega Evolutions, Yeah, I got all this. Let's move on.
Now let's watch the first scene of Gyarados in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 1, Pokemon I Choose You. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, whose leg this is, the main character, has started his Pokemon journey with Pikachu. They have escaped a flock of Spearow by jumping into this river here, and then they're gonna see a Gyarados as they're being swept away. There's the Gyarados. Yep. And that was Gyarados' first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Oh, that's Misty, by the way. She's important to the series.
Now let's watch the scenes with Gyarados and Detective Pikachu.
Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video. Or as I like to call it, Detective Gyarados, as it's only the frames with Gyarados, as you can see here. And I think they're all male, because I think they're all the sort of blue. I know that kind of ends with a sort of a whiter tip, but for the most part, it's the blue barbels. Before I begin, later we'll see a Gyarados evolving from a Magikarp. I'm gonna count, like, you might see a little bit of the Magikarp in there. I apologize. It's, not that easy to do it when there's an evolution. So, in the film, Tim Goodman is watching a video explaining Rhyme City, a city where humans and Pokemon coexist. Right now, the video is talking about how partnership between humans and Pokemon became into Pokemon battles here. So, this trainer has an Arcanine and a Gyarados out. For some reason, this trainer only has one Pokeball. So, like, if it's a 2v2, I don't know, or maybe this is his last Pokemon, I don't know. But yeah.
Pokemon battles.
Okay, here, it also appears on this poster here for the 10th anniversary of Rhyme City. So this is Tim Goodman, the main character. This is a side arc that becomes important. I don't know how much it's important for this video, though. Yes. So now we've cut to a little later. Tim has met Detective Pikachu, a talking Pikachu who has amnesia. He was explaining that, how he has amnesia. And there's the Gyarados in the poster again. And they've gone to this cafe because Detective Pikachu is Harry's partner, Harry being Tim's father. So they're talking about this revelation.
So there I was, in the middle of nowhere with a bad case of the forgetsies.
Hold up a sec.
So now we're after the cafe scene. He came to Rhyme City because Harry is allegedly dead. He doesn't believe that Harry is dead, but he's kind of denying it and wants to just kind of move on. But he's trying to convince him to team up with him so they can find Harry. And there's the Gyarados in the poster again.
Need each other. No, it has them something. Can you magic that brought us now?
So Pikachu is talking about how, like, he can talk to him and how that's special and how it's magic that brought them together and it's hope that that's the magic and that Harry's still alive and stuff. So there's the Gyarados in the poster again. Now he's kind of coming to terms with this agreement. He's kind of going to agree with Pikachu to help. Yeah.
I can't believe.
Yep. There's the Gyarados.
I will meet you here tomorrow morning. Where are you going?
So they were going back to his apartment. So now here's that Gyarados that's transforming from the Magikarp here. So in this scene, Tim and Detective Pikachu have found something called the Argas. They've tracked it down to this underground fight club. Whole big scene has happened, and all is left in this scene is Pikachu, him, the Magikarp / Gyarados, and a Charizard. There it is. Yep, the Charizard down there.
Hey Tim, I don't float.
How am I?
Okay, so now we've cut to a little bit later, or a lot later, I think, in the film. So the parade is getting set up here, as you can see. There's a Gyarados there's like a video poster, I guess, for the 10th anniversary. This is Lucy Stevens, a reporter that Tim is allied with. It was revealed that Harry is actually still alive, and he was connected to a Pokemon called Mewtwo. And so Tim and Detective Pikachu found Mewtwo, but Mewtwo was captured by who they think is Roger Clifford, the owner of the news and the son of Howard Clifford, who is the founder of Rhyme City. So he's going to tell Howard about Roger capturing Mewtwo, and she's like, how am I going to tell this big news story about Roger, what it's about the guy who runs the news, right?
Supposed to break the news when the guy who runs the
Formality!
So now, what's been revealed, okay, let's go back a little bit. So this is Mewtwo. That was Howard's voice. So what he has done is he's revealed that he was the one that actually captured Mewtwo, and he used the Neuralink here to put his mind inside of Mewtwo. And so what he's doing is talking about how he wants the ultimate partnership with humans and Pokemon by merging humans with their Pokemon here. There's the Gyarados in the poster here. And so he's about to release the Argas from these floats. They'll go down onto the Pokemon, they'll go crazy. He can use then Mewtwo's powers to merge humans and Pokemon. And Lucy will talk about how, she's trying to announce to the town, don't let your Pokemon breathe the gas.
This is Lucy Stevens reporting a citywide emergency. Do not let your Pokemon breathe.
So now, this is afterwards, so this is Lucy and her Psyduck now, they merged, or Mewtwo merged them, or whatever, and this is Detective Pikachu. So earlier in the film, he split from Tim because Mewtwo showed them a vision where it made it seem like he had betrayed Harry, but then he found evidence at the crash site, which is what allegedly killed Harry, and so he's come back to town to find this mess of humans inside their Pokemon, and so, yeah, he'll talk about that, and the Gyarados isn't here, it's kind of hard to see, but it's there. So now, we've got to later, Tim has undone the Neuralink from Howard, but at the time, Mewtwo/Howard was holding Pikachu. In sort of his confusion, Mewtwo accidentally dropped Pikachu here, and now he's saved him with his psychic powers, and there's the Gyarados in the poster. Yep. So now let's never do that. So this is all the people being unmerged by Mewtwo. And then you can't really see it, but it becomes a little bit more obvious in a few seconds here, but the Gyarados is there.
Again. Okay.
Okay, so now Howard's being arrested, and so the Gyarados is in the background here.
The strange thing is that...
So that's Roger Clifford, for reals. And so, yeah, he's talking about how he wishes he was there more for his father because they didn't have the best relationship.
No matter what his flaws, deep down...
Can't believe we...
Yes, okay, so then they were celebrating how they won and stuff, and now she's gone off. He's all happy, He's gonna talk to Pikachu here, and then that was... Okay, so then we're in the credits here. There's a bunch of Gyarados appearing, because, I don't know, they really emphasized the fight between Gyarados and Charizard, even though that really wasn't a fight, as you saw earlier. Yeah, so you can see the Gyarados there. There's in these panels, it's kind of hard to see. Yeah, you can see it more close up there. And then it's in the spiral here. Yeah. And that's it. I hope you enjoyed. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Gyarados. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Gyarados. Here we've got Mega Gyarados by Nagan Lomsong. It's this Mega Gyarados here with a Magikarp. That's nice. It's kind of fun image here. Very well done. The lighting is good. It's great, actually. It's very well done. We've got Gyarados by Francis John. So this nice semi-stylized Gyarados here. Looks a little bit more like a dragon. Very well done. Nice colors. This doesn't contain a Gyarados, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as you need to wait until I've talked about Snorlax before it can evolve Magikarp into Gyarados. As for Mega Gyarados, I'll have to wait until I've talked about the Gen 6 Pokemon to get that one. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Lapras. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today I'll be talking about Lapras. Its previous BYC dates are July 6th, 1996, April 27th, 1999, February 15th, 2002, December 6th, 2004, September 27th, 2007, July 18th, 2010, May 8th, 2013, February 27th, 2016, December 18th, 2018, and October 8th, 2021. While I definitely remember Lapras in the anime as being used by Ash and Friends as transport, I, like many fans, know the tragic tale of Lapras. Within the original Pokédex entries, it's revealed that there are a few Lapras due to overhunting, and that it sings to the few that are left in the wild. However, the Moon and Ultra Moon entries reveal that over the decades, conservation efforts have taken them out of the critically endangered zone. This is a nice parallel to the real-life conservation of formerly and currently endangered species. I like its design, which is very much based on the Loch Ness Monster. I like the design of Gigantamax Lapras. This is basically just Lapras with a bigger shell. I also like the ice crystals, and I've always thought that the lines around the crystals look like musical scales, at least in the official art, which, if they are, is a nice way to incorporate its love of singing. Also, and I know I don't normally do this, but I love how easy it is to type out Lapras. It's short, not confusing, and it mostly uses the left hand. Anyway, let's read the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we're talking about Lapras, the transport Pokemon whose number is 0131. This is Lapras, this is what it looks like. This is Gigantamax Lapras, this is what it looks like. Type, Water Ice. Abilities, Water Absorb or Shell Armor. Hydration is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Beginning is egg groups. Monster and Water 1. Hatch time 40 cycles. As Lapras, it's 8'2" or 2.5 meters and 485 pounds or 220 kilograms. Gigantamax Lapras is 78 feet and 9 inches or 24 meters plus, I guess. And we don't know its weight. Base experience yield is 219. The first 4 gens are 187 and 5 plus. The leveling rate is slow. Eevee yield is 2 and HP. Shape is that. Has no feet, so no footprint. Pokedex color is blue and base friendship is 70. Lapras is a dual type water ice Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. While it is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon, Lapras can Gigantamax into Gigantamax Lapras if it has the Gigantamax factor. Biology, Lapras is a marine reptilian Pokemon that resembles a plesiosaur. It has a blue hide with dark blue spots and a cream-colored underside. It has large brown eyes, a short horn on its forehead, and tightly curled ears. It has a long neck and 4 flippers. The foremost flippers are larger than the hind. On its back is a heavy gray shell covered in blunt knobs. Lapras is a gentle, helpful Pokemon that enjoys ferrying people across bodies of water. In the past, its docility made it an easy target for hunters, and it was driven to near extinction. Recent protection efforts have seen Lapras become overabundant instead, which is now affecting the fish Pokemon numbers in some areas. An intelligent Pokemon, it can understand human speech. Lapras is known to travel in large pods across the seas, spanning both polar and tropical areas, to keep in touch with others of its kind. It sings enchanting melodies. Lapras usually sing when it is in a good mood. In the anime, it was shown that Lapras can develop psychic abilities such as telepathy. In Alola, Lapras is used as a ride Pokemon called Lapras Paddle. Alolan natives use Lapras to travel and fish for Pokemon in the water. So here we got comparison to Lapras's younger and older appearances. That's fun. Forms. Lapras has a Gigantamax form. As Gigantamax Lapras, it becomes larger in size and more armored. Its shell resembles a cruise ship or ocarina with 4 gray and red stripes surrounding it, and it has 4 spikes on top of its shell, with 1 steel spike resembling a funnel, which has 3 red clouds surrounding it. The sclera in Lapras's eyes change colors to white, yellow, and blue. A light blue ring of fine, thin lines resembling a music sheet created from ice particles circles around its shell. 5,000 people can ride on the shell of Gigantamax Lapras for a very comfortable ride without any issue. Lapras can use its giant ring to break any icebergs that may prevent it from swimming. According to Olina, Gigantamax Lapras's shell is not part of its body, as the shell has a logarithmic spiral structure. Gigantamax Lapras is the only known Pokemon capable of using the G-Max move, G-Max Resonance. As you can see, Gigantamax Lapras here. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, and Explorers of Darkness, and Explorers of Sky. Lapras is the Pokemon that ferries Pokemon to the hidden land. When Wigglytuff explored the Brine Cave and found the strange marking on the wall there, Lapras asked Wigglytuff not to investigate it further to keep the hidden land a secret. During the player's exploration of Brine Cave, the partners relic fragment resonates with a painting in the deepest part of the cave, and this summons Lapras. Lapras ferries the player, the partner, and Grovyle to the hidden land, along the way telling the story of what happened when Wigglytuff and Chatot came to Brine Cave. Later, after the player defeats Dialga at Temporal Tower, Lapras will be waiting at the beach and can ferry the player and the partner back to the hidden land again. There is no limit to how many times Lapras can do this. Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon, Lapras runs the Lapras Travel Liner, which allows the player to visit other continents of the world. After the completion of the main story arc, Lapras will be recruitable after the player has established 100 connections. So Lapras Paddle here. This should have been in the biology section, but it's down here for some reason. This is the ride thing here. Pokedex entries in Gen 1. In Red and Blue, a Pokemon that has been overhunted almost to extinction. It can ferry people across the water. Yellow, a gentle soul that can read the minds of people. It can ferry people across the sea on its back. Stadium, capable of understanding the language of humans. It enjoys ferrying people on its back. It is on the verge of extinction. In Gen 2 and Gold, they have gentle hearts. Because they rarely fight, many have been caught. Their number has dwindled. Silver, it ferries people across the sea on its back. It may sing an enchanting cry if it is in a good mood. Crystal, this gentle Pokemon loves to give people rides and provides a very comfortable way to get around. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3 and Ruby and Sapphire, people have driven Lapras almost to the point of extinction. In the evenings, this Pokemon is said to sing plaintively as it seeks what few others of its kind still remain. Emerald, people have driven Lapras almost to the point of extinction. In the evenings, it is said to sing plaintively as it seeks what few others of its kind still remain. Fire Red, its high intelligence enables it to understand human speech. It likes to ferry people on its back. Leaf Green is very similar to Red and Blues, but slightly different, so I'll read it. A Pokemon that has been overhunted almost to extinction. It can ferry people on its back. In Gen 4 Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it loves crossing the sea with people and Pokemon on its back. It understands human speech. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterparts. In Gen 5, Black and White's entry is Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum's. Black 2 and White 2, able to understand human speech and very intelligent, it loves to swim in the sea with people on its back. In Gen 6, X is the Gold entries. Y is this Fire Red's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically their Ruby and Sapphire counterpart, but Lapras and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Sun, its high intelligence enables it to comprehend human speech. When it's in a good mood, it sings its beautiful voice. Moon, these Pokemon were once near extinction due to poaching. Following protective regulations, there is now an overabundance of them. Ultra Sun, it likes swimming around with people on its back. In the Alola region, it's an important means of transportation over water. Ultra Moon, they've been so cherished that there's now an overabundance. The fish Pokemon population has declined in waters with too many Lapras. The Let's Go games entry is Yellows. In Gen 8, for regular Lapras in Sword, a smart and kind-hearted Pokemon. It glides across the surface of the sea, while its beautiful song echoes around it. Shield, crossing icy seas is no issue for this cold-resistant Pokemon. Its smooth skin is a little too cold to the touch. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearls are their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. For Gigantamax Lapras and Sword, over 5,000 people can ride on its shell at once, and it's a very comfortable ride, without the slightest shaking or swaying. Shield, it surrounds itself with a huge ring of gathered ice particles. It uses the ring to smash any icebergs that might impede its graceful swimming. In Gen 9, Scarlet is the Silver entries, and, I've never played, Scarlet or Violet, so I don't know how big the blueberry terrarium is, but, adding the one about the sea is an odd choice if it's not very large. Violet is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Got Lapras in the Alola Pokedex, and Lapras in the Blueberry Pokedex. It's 3 of them. That's very sweet to have, a few of them together, not just the one. Yeah, it's very nice. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items, Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. In Red, Blue, and Yellow, you get a Bitterberry 100% of the time. X, Y, Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, Sword, Shield, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl. You get Mystic Water 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 130, attack 85, defense 80, special attack 85, special defense 95, speed 60, for a total of 535. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 95. Pokémon stats: type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, bug, ghost, steel, fire, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to fighting, rock, grass, and electric for double, immune to nothing, resistant to water and ice, water for half, and ice for a fourth. Notes: if this Pokemon has water absorb, the effectiveness of water-type moves is 0. So it would be 0 instead of a half. Learn set by leveling up. 1, you get Growl and Water Gun. 5, Sting. 10, Mist. 15, Life Dew. 20, Ice Shard. 25, Confuse Ray. 30, Water Pulse. 35, Brine. 40, Body Slam. 45, Ice Beam. 50, Rain Dance. 55, Hydro Pump. 60, Perish Song. And 65, Sheer Cold. By TM, 1, Takedown. 2, Charm. 7, Protect. 11, Water Pulse. 17, Confuse Ray. 19, Disarming Voice, 22, Chilling Water, 25, Facade, 28, Bulldoze, 34, Icy Wind, 46, Avalanche, 47, Endure, 50, Rain Dance, 52, Snowscape, 53, Smart Strike, 59, Zen Headbutt, 66, Body Slam, 70, Sleep Talk, 74, Reflect, 77, Waterfall, 85, Rest, 89, Body Press, 99, Iron Head, 100, Dragon Dance, 103, Substitute, 106, Drill Run, 110, Liquidation, 115, Dragon Pulse, 117, Hyper Voice, 120, Psychic, 123, Surf, 126, Thunderbolt, 130, Helping Hand, 135, Ice Beam, 142, Hydro Pump, 143, Blizzard, 149, Earthquake, 152, Giga Impact, 156, Outrage, 163, Hyper Beam, 166, Thunder, 171, Terra Blast, 174, Haze, 187, Icicle Spear, 193, Weather Ball, 204, Double Edge, 208, Whirlpool, 209, Muddy Water, 224, Curse, 226, Dragon Cheer, 227, Alluring Voice, and 228, Psychic Noise. By breeding, this group gives you Ancient Power, this group gives you Curse, the Mirror Herb gives you Fissure, Ice Cube gives you Freeze Dry, Horn Drill from this group, Primarina gives you Sparkling Aria, the Mirror Herb gives you Tickle, TCG only moves, Assist, and Energy Ball from these cards, Side Game Data, you got all this, okay. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. If you can connect with Lapras, it may ferry you across the sea on its back. Guardian Signs, it spits bubbles to attack. All this, yeah. Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure in the Pokepark pad entry. You met Lapras in the Cape, in the beach zone. She'll carry you on her back to the iceberg zone. Her favorite attraction, Empoleon's Snowslide, is there. Pokemon Conquest. Got all this. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex. Lapras is so intelligent that it can understand human speech. And it's got a beautiful singing voice, too. On days when the sea is calm, you can often see young Lapras swimming with their parents. Aww. Costumes in Pokemon Go. A scarf. Blanche-themed accessory. Is that a character? Yeah, probably. In Pokemon Go, Lapras could be obtained by completing 5/6 of the special research Jumpstart Research. Form data, Gigantamax, you got Lapras, you have the Dynamax band, you got the Gigantamax Vector, get Gigantamax, Lapras. Evolution data, there's nothing, it's just Lapras. Sprites, so you got the basics. You know, it's a little different shaped shell, it's all blue, instead of the multiple colors we get later on, but it slowly becomes more the shell that we know today, borrowing the colors, of course. You got the shells a little bit closer, a little bit too many spikes. Still, this one's actually probably has the closest amount of spikes. But yeah, this has the ridge on the shell, so that's fun. The horn, yeah, you got the horn still, yep. This sprite doesn't work for this one at all. There's spots, yeah, I forget that it has spots. In Gen 2, so you got, the spots are now black. Shell is more like it is now. It's blue and yellow. Shiny is purple and pink. That's interesting. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. A lot more spots on this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I don't think it even has any spots on its flippers anymore. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's just this one's but animated. I think. Or maybe it's slightly different. Actually, I think it is a little bit smaller. 2, 3, 4. But yeah. Yep. And Gen 3, so now it's a different blue, still yellow. Shell is now gray, that's when they introduced the gray shell. This is now a purple and a lighter pink. Yeah, different shades of pink and purple, yeah. Shell's the same color now. Yep. 2, 3 there, but now darker spots like they kind of were in the original sprites. Yep. And Gen 4, got this different blue and yellow again. This is more like an orange underside rather than a pink. It's kind of a pinkish orange, I guess. Maybe a peach colored, I guess. Yep. This is probably a slightly different gray as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so it varies the knobs on here. Gen 5, so it's a slightly different one with the full back sprite here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Were they the same? I think they're the same sprites. And the model's pretty good, you know. I mean, so it's now more of a, I don't know, like cream colored, I guess. This kind of keeps the peach and the purple. I think it's probably closer to the highlighted bright purple rather than the darker purple. It's the body. Yep. Gen 7 might be. I think it's a little bit different, particularly in the eyes, but overall pretty good. You know, some better models, of course. Sword and Shields, for even better models. Let's get Gigantamax, of course it's purple instead of the blue. And these are still a little bit different, sort of peach and cream colored, yep. It's back to sort of being yellow and homes for the underside. But this keeps the cream colored one, that's interesting. Yep. The anime, Lapras in the anime, there's Ash's Lapras, that's probably the one that most people would know. The Lapras herd in the anime, so you can see they look a little different. Yep. Go on here, yep. Oh, that's right. Pokedex entries and holiday hijinks in Ash's Pokedex. Lapras, this intellectually advanced Pokemon, is able to understand human speech. With its mild temperament, Lapras prefers to carry humans on its back rather than engage in Pokemon battles. In X and Y, episode 49, in Serena's Pokedex. Lapras, the transport Pokemon. Lapras enjoys carrying people on its back, and it understands what people are saying. For the second time in this series, we have Horizons. Horizons, episode 31, in Lico's Rotophone. Lapras, the transport Pokemon. A water and ice type, a gentle soul with high intelligence. Lapras is able to understand human speech. When it's in a good mood, it swims through the sea, singing with its beautiful voice. Pokemon Origins, Lapras and Pokemon Origins. Pokemon Generations, Lapras and Pokemon Generations. Pokemon Twilight Wings, Lapras and Pokemon Twilight Wings. Gigantamax Lapras and Pokemon Twilight Wings. That's pretty cool. I think it's fighting a Gigantamax Colossal here. You got this in the manga. You got Lapras and Pokemon Adventures. Aw, with a couple of them. That's cute. Wonder if that's what the Pokedex image was referencing. With the 3 of them. We've got Lapras hatching from its egg in Pokemon Adventures. That's pretty cool. We got Gigantamax Lapras in Pokemon Adventures. Pokedex entries in Pokemon Adventures Chapter 50. Extremely intelligent, able to understand human speech. A Pokemon that has been overhunted almost to extinction. You can ferry people over water. You got this. Yep. The TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. In World of Light, the player will need Lapras to travel the sea. Lapras also appears as a spirit. Pokemon Unite. Lapras is playable through obtaining a Unite license. It is a ranged defender. So you got Lapras and Pokemon Unite. Then Celestial. Lapras appeared in the music video for Celestial. So you can see that here, Lapras in the music video for Celestial. In the TFG trivia, in the Pokemon Red and Blue Beta, Lapras was originally going to be called Ness, a reference to the Loch Ness Monster. Lapras's appearance has had minor alterations during the early years of the franchise. In the documents for the Castle Monsters pitch, yes, it's one of the originals, Lapras was drawn without its curly ears. Furthermore, it was depicted with teeth. In its Gen 1 official artwork and in Pokemon Adventures. So you can see an early sketch of Lapras It's fun, you can see it. I was always meant to ferry the people across. Looks like it might even have the seat from... That would be probably inspiration for the seat it has in Alola. Lapras shown with teeth in its Gen 1 artwork, so yeah. Lapras is one of 2 Pokemon to use telepathy to speak to humans in a regular episode of the anime. The other is Ralts. In Gen 2 games, a Lapras icon represents Lapras, Seal, or Dugong at the party screen. In Gen 2 games, when any Pokemon except Pikachu uses Surf to travel over bodies of water, the player appears to be controlling a Lapras. This surfing Lapras shares the same color palette as the player, therefore it is red if the player is male, or blue if the player is female. In Pokemon X and Y, Lapras has a unique model when surfing, whereas all other surfing Pokemon are depicted as dark blobs. This may be an homage to the Gen 2 surfing sprites, or Lapras' role as a means of transport. A shiny Lapras uses the same 3D model as a regular one while surfing. In photos taken at Azure Bay, the player is seen riding a Lapras even if no Lapras is in the party. So you got riding on Lapras in Azure Bay. Lapras is the only ice type to have a Gigantamax form. Lapras can learn the most one-hit knockout moves of any Pokemon, excluding Smeargle, being able to learn Sheer Cold, Fissure, and Horn Drill. The company logos for Surf Shipping and Lapras Shipwrights depict Lapras. So you can see icon for Surf Shipping and icon for Lapras Shipwrights. It's fun. It's the same one, I like it. Origin, Lapras may be based on the fabled Loch Ness Monster in Scotland. The creature and this Pokemon resemble an extinct order of marine reptiles known as Plesiosauria, who lived between the Triassic and Cretaceous periods. Lapras' shell and horn may be inspired by Plesiodonts, close relatives of plesiosaurs that lived during the Triassic period. Its intelligence, singing, and rarity can be comparable to some cetaceans, especially blue whales and humpback whales. Its long neck and robust body may also be inspired by the mastheads and hulls of Viking ships. In addition, its shell, combined with its aquatic nature and history of being hunted to near extinction, may be based on sea turtles. As suggested in Pocket Monsters Encyclopedia, Lapras could be the turtle ridden by the folklore hero Taro Urashima. This is also implied by its category, the transport Pokemon, along with it often being presented in various pieces of media as a form of transportation across bodies of water. Gigantamax Lapras may be based on a cruise ship, or possibly a music box or ocarina. Lapras may be derived from Laplace. Laplace may be a reference to Pierre-Simon Laplace, a mathematician who wrote several books on the mathematical properties of sea and tides. Alternately, Laplace may be derived from La Place, French for seat, referring to how passengers sit on its back like a seat to be ferried across bodies of water. In other languages, related articles, references, external links to Gigantamax forms. Let's move on.
Now let's watch the first scene in the anime of Lapras. Oh wait, I can't. It first appears in the infamous banned episode Holiday Hijinks, so I'll have to watch the second appearance of Lapras.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 50, Who Gets to Keep Togepi? In this episode, Ash Ketchum and his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, have a mysterious egg they found earlier in the series, and they're thinking about all the things that could hatch from it. He's thinking it could be a golem, which doesn't make a ton of sense, especially now that we know that breeding is a thing and that you get the lowest one and you can't just get like a golem, I don't think. So, but she's about to think that maybe it could be a Lapras, you know.
Imagine if it were a lovely Lapras! I can't wait to see what—
And that's Lapras' scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see the scene in Detective Pikachu featuring Lapras.
Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, or as I like to call it, Detective Lapras. In the film, Tim Goodman, the main character, is watching a video introducing him to Rhyme City, a city where humans and Pokemon coexist, and in the video currently is talking about how humans partnered with Pokemon for the common good. And so there's a few of these Lapras silhouettes in the hieroglyphs here.
For the common good.
That was it. I hope you enjoyed. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Lapras. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who don't know how this works, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Lapras. Here we've got Lapras by MCG Mark, This nice image here. Nice use of blue and black and grays and stuff. It's very nice. You can see it's alone in this cave here, I guess. Yeah, it's very nice. Very well done. And we got Sea Foam by Volmice. Nice little image here of a Squirtle riding a Lapras. It's very nice. Here we've got Lapras by Pocky Y. This kind of stylized, very cute Lapras here. See the shells particularly stylized. It's very good. I like it. This doesn't contain a Lapras. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I've talked about Snorlax before I get a Lapras. As for Gigantamax Lapras, I'll have to wait until I've talked about the Gen 8 Pokemon to get back to that one. Tomorrow I'll talk about Ditto. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today I'll be talking about Ditto. Its previous PYC dates are July 7th, 1996, April 28th, 1999, February 16th, 2002, December 7th, 2004, September 28th, 2007, July 19th, 2010, May 9th, 2013, February 28th, 2016, December 19th, 2018, and October 9th, 2021. I, like many others, like Ditto for the pure fact that it's a ridiculous Pokemon. Conceptually, it's a brilliant Pokemon, but the anime keeping its eyes and mouth when it imperfectly copies other Pokemon makes it look ridiculous. It also helps that the Pokemon Company has the silly designs and has put them on plush Pokemon, which are basically like the normal plush Pokemon, but with Ditto's face on them. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Ditto, the transform Pokemon, whose number is 0132. This is what it looks like. Its type is normal, abilities limber, and imposters, its hidden ability. Gender ratio is gender unknown. Catch rate is 35 or 9.9%. Breeding is egg group Ditto. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 1 foot or 0.3 meters. Weight is 8.8 pounds or 4 kilograms. Base experience yield is 61 in the first 4 gens and 101 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 1 and HP. Shape is that. Footprint. It has no feet in its natural form, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is purple, and base friendship is 70. Ditto is a normal type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. Ditto is well known for its unique ability to breed with any Pokemon other than the Pokemon in the No Eggs Discovered group, and other Ditto, including some gender unknown Pokemon to produce eggs of the other species. Biology in its natural state, Ditto is a light purple or pink blob-like Pokemon with vestigial facial features. It's often referred to as amorphous, but has a relatively consistent appearance in official artwork, including 2 small nubs on its head, a few soft lumps at its base, and 2 pseudopod-like protrusions in place of arms. The face consists of beady eyes and a simple mouth almost always pulled into a smile. Ditto bears a variety of unusual and often entirely unique traits that set it apart from every other Pokemon. It is capable of transforming into an exact replica of any physical object or living creature, including its form and abilities. Each Ditto has its own strengths and weaknesses when it comes to transforming, being unable to remain transformed while laughing and getting details of its transformation wrong if based on memory being apparently universal. The Pocket Monsters Cardist trading cards depict Ditto being able to transform separate sections of its body into parts from multiple Pokemon at once. The anime, TCG, and some spin-off games have shown that occasionally Ditto cannot change its face during transformation, a trait that has become synonymous with the species despite being incongruous with their depiction in the core series games. While its transformation ability allows it to get along with almost anything, it does not get along with its own kind, which it will quickly and generally fruitlessly attempt to transform into. Aww. It is shown to be able to transform into humans as well, however, it cannot mimic human speech. It transforms into a rock when sleeping to avoid being attacked. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Ditto is known to sleep while still transformed into either a rock or Pokemon. On very rare occasions, a sleeping Ditto will transform back to normal when it is relaxed. Ditto is never far from civilization or people, and is the only Pokemon capable of using the Metal Powder and Quick Powdered items. It is also the only known Pokemon that can have Imposter as an ability. In the Indigo Disc, various Ditto blocks can be found as objectives in Blueberry quests throughout the terrarium, where Ditto will seemingly transform into any of the many cubes with rounded edges that make up many of the structures of the terrarium. That's what they are? That's so cool! I'm also super happy I'm learning this before I get to play the game. That is awesome! Despite being milestones for the player to obtain, and not actually obtainable themselves, they can still be shiny. Huh. So we've got Duplika's Ditto transformed into a Pikachu. Ditto transformed into a rock while sleeping to avoid being attacked. And a Ditto in the form of one of the cubes in Blueberry Academy's terrarium. Oh, so it's different. So these are not the same as these cubes. I don't know what these cubes are, so that doesn't really help, but it is kind of fun. I don't know, were they designed for this? Or they must serve some other function, right? Are they structural? I don't think they're structural. I don't know what they are. I still have no idea. Okay, well that didn't help. I mean, it kind of helped to learn, and maybe explains a few of them that might have faces in previous videos, or what those may have been, like what those little dots or whatever maybe were, I don't, or maybe they only appear when you get close to them. I don't know how this game mechanic works. Game data, NPC appearances. Pokemon Pinball. Ditto appears on the red table, blocking the evolution cave once the evolution arrows are lit. It moves out of the way, allowing the player to evolve one of the Pokemon they have captured. Pokemon Trozy, or Trozai, I don't know. Ditto serves as a wild card, meaning it can Trozy with any Pokemon, and must be used to get rid of Jammer Balls. One will appear when a Trozy is made with more Pokemon than necessary, and multiple appear at the beginning of a new round in Endless and Forever mode to clear out the remaining Pokemon. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky. Ditto is the guardian of Limestone Cavern and its time gear. It plays a major role in the special episode Here Comes Team Charm. Pokemon Ranger Guardian Signs. A Ditto under the ownership of Casa appears as a boss at the Sky Fortress. It will transform into Entei, Raikou, and Spiyukun to attack. So there's Ditto and Pokemon Rangers Guardian Signs. It's so cute. Looks like it wants to hug me. It's very nice. Pokedex entries in red and blue. Capable of copying any enemy's genetic code to instantly transform itself into a duplicate of the enemy. Yellow. When it spots an enemy, its body transfigures into an almost perfect copy of its opponent. Stadium. Capable of reorganizing its cells to transform into an exact duplicate of its enemy. It is usually a shapeless blob. In Gen 2 in gold. It can transform into anything. When it sleeps, it changes into a stone to avoid being attacked. Oh! I see. It's all the way back there that they had that. Silver. Its transformation ability is perfect. However, if made to laugh, it can't maintain its disguise. Crystal. When it encounters another Ditto, it will move faster than normal to duplicate that opponent exactly. First Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the gold entry. But if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. Gen 3 in Ruby and Sapphire. Ditto rearranges its cell structure to transform itself into other shapes. However, if it tries to transform itself into something by relying on its memory, this Pokemon manages to get details wrong. Emerald. A Ditto rearranges its cell structure to transform itself. However, if it tries to change based on its memory, it will get details wrong. Fire Red. It can freely recombine its own cellular structure to transform into other life forms. Leaf Green is very similar to Red and Blues, but slightly different, so we'll read it. Capable of copying an opponent's genetic code to instantly transform itself into a duplicate of the enemy. In Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it has the ability to reconstitute its entire cellular structure to transform into whatever it sees. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterparts. In Gen 5, Black and White is Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Black 2 and White 2, it can reconstitute its entire cellular structure to change into what it sees, but it returns to normal when it relaxes. In Gen 6, X is Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, and Black and White's entry. Y is Fire Red's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Ditto and Pokemon are the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Sun, it can reorganize its cells to make itself into a duplicate of anything it sees. The quality of the duplicate depends on the individual. Moon, with its astonishing capacity for metamorphosis, it can get along with anything. It does not get along well with its fellow Ditto. Ultra Sun, well, it can transform into anything. Each Ditto apparently has its own strengths and weaknesses when it comes to transformations. Ultra Moon, it transforms into whatever it sees. If the thing it's transforming into isn't right in front of it, Ditto relies on its memories, so sometimes it fails. The Let's Go games are basically yellows, but Almost and Perfect are one word with a hyphen. In Gen 8, Sword is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Shields is basically crystals, but Ditto is the correct casing. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Scarlet is the Silver entry. Violet is Fire Red and Y's entry. It's got Ditto in the Alola Pokedex and Ditto in the Paldea Pokedex. So it looks like it's copying Pikachu a little bit. That's fun. Game locations. Side game locations. In events, held items, Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. In red and blue and yellow, you get Metal Powder 100% of the time, and Fire Red, Leaf Green, and Emerald, you get Metal Powder 5% of the time. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart, Gold, Soul Silver, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, X, Y, Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, Sword, Shield, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, you get Quick Powder 50% of the time, and Metal Powder 5% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 48, Attack 48, Defense 48, Special Attack 48, Special Defense 48, Speed 48, for a total of 288. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 48. Pokéthon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to fighting for double, immune to ghost, resistant to nothing. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of ghost-type moves is 1, so it go from 0 to 1. While Ditto is transformed into other Pokemon, type effectiveness depends on the types of the Pokemon transformed into. Learn set, by leveling up, you just get transform at 1. It's a normal status move. Power is nothing, accuracy is nothing, PP has 10. Has nothing by TM. By breeding is nothing. TCG only moves. You get Energy Ball from this card, Pound on this card. Side game data, you got all this. Okay. Pokemon Ranger Guardian signs in the browser entry. It transforms into Raikou, Entei, and Suicune do attack. Got all this. Yep, okay. Okay. Yeah, you got all this. Oh, I guess, yeah, all of these things for Pokemon Go. I guess I can transform into all these guys. So you got Pokemon Sleep here, so you got the Rock form, the As-Is Sleep, the Pikachu Sleep, the Top Belly Sleep, the Bulbasaur Sleep, Charmander Sleep, Squirtle Sleep. I don't know what these unused are, but Dragon Knight Sleep, Larvitar Sleep, and Glaceon Sleep. That's cute. Since we've started to stop for reading these little, you know, all these different sleep images, I've decided we'll start reading these. Sort of, I guess they're like the sleep style decks or whatever it's called, in like the Pokedex voice. So there have been reports from around the world of Ditto falling asleep while still transformed into another Pokemon. Yet Ditto usually returns to normal when it relaxes. So this is a very rare sight. Evolution data, just Ditto. Sprites here, so you got the basics. Kind of a pink and purple. Yep, that's interesting. It's not quite the look we have now, but it's, yeah, I got the basics. It's very much an amorphous blob. Yep. Yep. And this is green for some reason, so the back sprite doesn't work. I mean, I guess maybe it could, because it can change colors, so you could make an argument that it does. I got purple now, and then blue. It's shiny. Looks very, like, that one looks happy, but all the other ones, they look not happy for some reason. These start to look happy again. This is a pink and a blue. It's a different blue. Yep. Diamond Pearl, go back to purple. Smiles even more. Slightly different blue. Then we go back to sort of a little bit darker purple, I think. Definitely a different model. For sure, definitely a little bit bouncier. That might be even smiling a little bit more. I got the purple, the modern sort of lighter purple, still kind of half smiling. We got this lighter blue. Yep. And the models. Let's go games. Then Sword and Shields. So a little bit better, I guess. It's shinier now. And then Cross Generation Homes. Yep, you got these other sprites. Crystal's Credits sprite. In the anime, you got Duplica's Ditto. That's one of the big ones. I got shiny, a normal colored Ditto in the anime. That's kind of fun. Got all this. Yep. Yep. Pokedex entries in episode 37 in Ash's Pokedex. Ditto, a transformed Pokemon. It is able to rearrange the cells of its body and assume any form. Its only attack is transform. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 173, in Dawn's Pokedex. Ditto, the transformed Pokemon. Ditto has the ability to reconstruct its entire cellular structure into whatever it sees. In Sun and Moon, episode 46, in the Rotom Pokedex. Ditto, the transformed Pokemon. A normal type, Ditto can rearrange their body cells to change into other life forms. In what I assume is Journeys, episode 19, in Go's Rotom Phone. Ditto, the transformed Pokemon. A normal type, altering every cell in its body. Ditto can transform into a perfect copy of many different Pokemon. All this, yep. The manga, Ditto and the Electric Tail of Pikachu, looking a little bit silly. Yep, all this. Ditto and Pokemon Adventures, I think it's imitating a rock. Yeah. This. In the TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Melee. Ditto was originally intended to be one of the Pokemon randomly released from a Pokeball. It would have transformed into a copy of the user's character and aided them in battle. However, it was removed for unknown reasons before the game's release. Ditto can still be unlocked through the debug menu, which is only accessible through the use of Action Replay, though it does not do anything other than deal 7 to 8% damage to those who touch it. As for its official status, Ditto only appears as a random trophy, and as a cameo in the tournament mode menu. In winner out or loser out tournaments, holding down L and R and pressing A will give the player a random character and color for each match. The usual character image will instead be a picture of Ditto, so a screenshot of Ditto in Melee. Trophy information? Every Ditto has the ability to copy a Pokemon's entire cell structure in an instant and become its exact replica. They're terrible at remembering techniques, but when they use Transform, they temporarily learn all of their foes' moves. If a Ditto starts to laugh, it weakens and can't hold its transformation. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate? Ditto appears as a Pokemon summoned from the Pokeball, where it uses Transform to duplicate the shape of the summoning character while still maintaining its own color. It then attacks opposing fighters. Ditto also appears as a spirit. So you got Ditto in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Ditto transformed into an Inkling, Ditto attacking in disguise. That's fun. Pokemon Detective Pikachu, we'll see that one later. Trivia, Ditto has a scrapped evolution in the 1997 Nintendo Space World demo of Pokemon Gold and Silver named Animon, which evolves from Ditto using a metal coat. So, sprite of Animon from the 1997 demo. Ditto is the only Pokemon to date with a catch rate of 35. However, in Gen 3 and 4, if Ditto transforms to another Pokemon, its catch rate will become that of the new Pokemon. In Gen 9, its catch rate will become 0 by mistake if the Pokemon is not the primary form, gender, or Pokemon with differing stats or movesets, or regional form. Ditto and Manaphy are the only Pokemon that are both able to breed yet unobtainable through breeding. In Pokemon Snap, Ditto takes the form of Bulbasaur in the cave stage. The player can cause them to return to their Ditto form by hitting them with an object. When the player takes their picture, Ditto has the same eyes when it is transformed as when it is not. This trait is shared by Duplica's Ditto in the anime, although it was understood that this was not natural. Ditto cards from the EX Delta Series TCG expansion, the Clefairy Ditto, that may appear in the Veilstone Game Corner, Slot Machines, and Howard Clifford's Ditto in Pokemon Detective Pikachu also share this trait. Ditto is one of 2 Pokemon to have 2 different species-specific stat-enhancing items associated with it, the other being Clamperl. Ditto's 2 associated items, the Metal Powder and Quick Powder, seem to be the same colors as Ditto's normal and shiny forms, respectively. Aww. In Pokemon Rumble, since Transform was not programmed into the game, Ditto can only know Struggle. Since PP does not exist in Rumble, this makes Ditto the only Pokemon in Rumble that can use Struggle. However, Transform does exist in Pokemon Rumble Blast, so Ditto has a move from that game onward. Ditto is the most common Pokemon in Pokemon Trozi? I don't know, appearing in every area. This is due to its ability to transform, enabling the player a way to advance further if no links are available before Ditto appears. I've already read this 8th point here. Since Transform copies its target stats except HP, Ditto cannot utilize its special attack stat before transforming, though it can use its attack stat for struggle and confusion damage. Since Ditto's only move, Transform, cannot copy moves in the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon series and has only 1 PP, its only move after transforming is Struggle. However, in Red/Blue Rescue Team and in Explorers of Time/Darkness/Sky, A player-controlled Ditto can learn the TM moves Vacuum Cut and Wide Slash. Since Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon, Ditto is able to get the moveset of the target Pokemon when it transforms. In Gen 6, Ditto is only given one move animation, despite the two animations minimum most Pokemon have for contact and non-contact moves. On October 4th, 2017, the Pokemon Company posted a Ditto-themed music video on their YouTube channel called Ditto? In Pokemon Go, Ditto appears in the wild, disguised as other Pokemon. After being caught, it will reveal its true form. At one point, a large amount of Ditto were seen disguised as the then-unrevealed mythical Pokemon Melton. Ditto is the only non-playable Pokemon that can be defeated in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. In Pokemon Go, Ditto and Shedinja are the only Pokemon that cannot be used in trainer battles unless the battle is against Team Go Rocket. In Pokemon Shuffle, Ditto was originally coded as a wild card prior to its official release, allowing it to match with any other Pokemon icon. Its effect from Pokemon battled Trozei, whatever. This was not a skill effect, and its skill was Swarm, but rather a quality specific to Ditto itself. Some players obtained Ditto illegitimately during this time and used its effect to gain high scores in competitive stages from September 2015 until Ditto's official release in 2017, when the skill was changed to Shuffle's version of Transform. Ditto is the only Gen 1 Pokemon that does not have evolutionary relatives or have a regional variant that does, alternate forms such as Gigantamax or Mega Evolution, or be strongly associated with another that it does not share any evolutionary line with, Mew, Duo, and Legendary Birds. Ditto has the most sleeve styles of any Pokemon with a total of 10. Glitches, index at 000 post-capture. In Gen 1, if the player manages to capture a M00, it will still be in battle with the player and the battle will not end. Catching M00 again results in the second one becoming a Ditto of the same level. Transform glitches, so you got main article list of transform glitches, I guess. Origin in the 6th issue of Best Buy's At Gamer magazine, Game Freak developers Junichi Masuda and Ken Sugimori revealed that Ditto was originally based on the iconic smiley face. Its eyes and mouth are exactly like that, which is an emoticon representing the smiley. Additionally, Ditto strongly resembles an amoeba, a single-celled organism with no definite shape. This may emphasize its ability to alter its cellular composition. This could also explain why Ditto is unavailable through reading, since single-celled organisms reproduce differently from multicellular plants and animals. It could also partially be based on an undifferentiated cell, a cell in the body that can change into any other cell by sampling it. In addition, it could have been based on a blob or modeling clay. Ditto's ability to change into others brings reminiscence of a variety of mythical creatures like changelings, doppelgangers, or skinwalkers. Name origin, Ditto is literally Ditto, that which was stated before, copy of a document, imitation. Metamon may be a combination of metamorphose, to undergo a physical transformation, or meta, prefix meaning encompassing or transcending, which may refer to transform, allowing Ditto to take on the shape of every other Pokemon and monster. In other languages, related articles, references, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Ditto's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching episode 37, very fittingly, Ditto's Mysterious Mansion. In this episode, Ash, Ketchum, the main character, and his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have entered this mansion to get out of a storm. It's seemingly empty and abandoned, so they're going to decide to stay the night.
We might as well stay till the rain stops.
Yeah, or till the rain stops.
That's it.
Okay. And there's the Ditto, imitating Pikachu. Yeah, I'm gonna say that that's Ditto's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Ditto's scenes of Detective Pikachu.
Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, as I like to call it, Detective Ditto, as this is only the frames with Ditto to the best of my ability. In the film, Tim Goodman, the main character, is on his way to Rhyme City, a city where humans and Pokemon coexist, as he was told his father had died in a car crash. Right now he's watching a video introducing him to Rhyme City, and the video is currently talking about how humans and Pokemon collaborated for the common good. And there's a few Ditto in the hieroglyphs here, a few, yeah, Ditto silhouettes.
For the common good.
Okay. So now we've cut to later in the film. Tim has met Detective Pikachu, a talking Pikachu with amnesia. And they found something called the Argas, which they've brought to this film studio to talk to Lucy Stevens, a journalist for the news. And so, right now, these two, that's Howard Clifford, the founder of Rhyme City, and his son Roger Clifford, who runs the news. They've done a promo for the 10th anniversary of Rhyme City, so this is after, you know, he heard him say cut. And so that's Howard's Ditto, who will help him. He's in a wheelchair.
Well, I think that went rather well.
Oh, shut up!
Yeah,
Turn your back on me like you always did. By the way, no one likes your Pokemon.
Tim and Detective Pikachu have tracked the Argas to this underground fight club. Ditto here, who's disguised as Miss Norman, Howard's assistant, is keeping an eye on Detective Pikachu. So they're in this underground fight club. As Pokemon fighting is illegal in Rhyme City. Blastoise and a Gengar currently the ones fighting. So she's texting, presumably Howard there. So now we've cut to a little later. When Tim met Detective Pikachu convinced him that Harry Goodman, Tim's father, wasn't actually dead, as Pikachu was Harry's partner. They went on this whole little thing, and the police chief, Harry was a police detective. He has shown Tim and Detective Pikachu the footage, and now they truly believe him to be dead. But now, suddenly, Miss Norman here has shown up to summon Tim and Detective Pikachu to Howard. Yep, so there they are in the elevator. So that's, you know, Howard and Eevee. So before I do this, this has one of my favorite moments that I'll probably point it out, I might even go back, but...
Thank you, Miss Norman.
Yes, thank you, Miss Norman. That'll be all.
So, if you had noticed that, Miss Norman started turning when Detective Pikachu dismissed Miss Norman, rather than him. I mean, there's a slight ambiguity, I mean, that's kind of the point, right? So that reveals, that's a nice hint to the audience that this is actually a Ditto, as, at this point in the film, the audience doesn't actually know that Miss Norman is a Ditto, so it's a very nice, like, foreshadowing to that twist later on.
What a blabbermouth.
Yeah.
Please, come in.
That's Detective Pikachu. Even that wasn't obvious. So now Howard has explained that Harry isn't actually dead, that his soul was somehow captured by a Pokemon called Mewtwo, and so Tim has gone... They're investigating a lab connected to the Cliffords, particularly Roger Clifford, and they are currently at the lab with Lucy and her Psyduck. This is the Ditto as pretending to be Roger, and so he's gonna use, I don't know, Roger's fingerprints or whatever to access the security cameras in the lab here. So he's on his way there. Yeah, he opens the lab.
You go ahead, I'll catch up to you.
Lucy and Psyduck. Yep, and so yeah, he's accessing the cameras and stuff. And he's opening up these cages. They have Greninja, or special Greninja in them. Yep. So now we've cut to later, so they found Mewtwo here, and since he tracked them down, he was able to follow Mewtwo. Or it was it, whatever. Yeah, it's capturing Mewtwo. So yeah.
Before we begin the parade, I'd like to thank our...
So what has happened is that Lucy and Tim have returned to Rhyme City. She has tried to get the mayor solved, that's who that guy was, but he dismissed her as just like an interviewer. And so the Ditto has shown up here, and since she still thinks that's Roger, she doesn't want him to know that she knows that he's behind the capturing and stuff, so...
Benefactor Howard Clifford.
And so now we've cut to later. So that was at the beginning of the parade, by the way. A lot has happened. Howard revealed that he was actually the one that captured Mewtwo. You know, like, this is obviously Howard's Ditto, so yeah. And now he's used a device called the Neuralink to put his mind inside of Mewtwo's, and right now, he is fighting Pikachu, Detective Pikachu. Meanwhile, Tim here so he went to tell Howard, and that whole thing, the whole reveal happened, and he was knocked out by Mewtwo/Howard. And so now he's woken up. He just found Roger in the closet, tied up, like gagged with duct tape and stuff. And so now he's seeing the Ditto, and it's now the reveal that it was actually not Roger, but this Ditto. So yeah, Miss Norman, the reveal of the eyes. So there's Ditto again. That's Loudred and blasting him.
Wait.
So now they're fighting. Turned into Lucy.
Come on. No, not fair. Okay, for the record, I have no guilt hitting a beady-eyed version of the woman I'm very attracted to. Okay.
Fighting. Now it's turned into the champ. And so Howard, as Mewtwo, has commanded him to like take care of Tim here. He's knocking him to the ledge. Now it's turned into a Cubone. To use the bone to knock it down. Knock it down with his fingers. That can fall. Yeah, so now he's been unleashed and he knocked him out of the, down the thing, but now it's come back as a Braviary. Bouffalant knocked him out. Attacking, now it's turning into a Charizard. And, yeah. Just the idea of gas, crazy, I guess, and it's gone through a bunch of different shapes, I think. Squirtle, Psyduck, Pikachu, and Mr. Mime are also in there, so now it's being defeated. Yep, now it's in the credits a few times, so we got those, as well as the Cubone we saw earlier was in one of the panels, I think. So this one is a little bit more ambiguous. I don't know if it's the Cubone or the Ditto Cubone, so I've left it in for this one. Yep, and now it's in here, which is actually interesting. I don't know if you can see it, but it has both Ditto and Miss Norman in here, being kind of the only humanoid character in here. They're all actual Pokemon, but it's the only like human form among these Pokemon, which I think is interesting. Yeah, that's the thing, yeah. And that's it. Hope you enjoy. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Ditto. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello, and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so let's start by looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who don't know how this works, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Ditto. This is Ditto Doodles by Black Cat 5643. So we got Ditto transforming into a bunch of things. We got just normal Ditto. When sleeping, it looks like. And then Ditto transforming into Pikachu, Gengar, and Cubone here. That's fun. They all seem to have the symbol. I don't know if this is the artist's symbol. This might be a bunch of images compiled together. So that might be why it has this symbol everywhere. So then we got Ditto transform GIF, so then it turns into Pikachu. Yeah. That's fun. It's by USV02. Sad Ditto by Pika Ole. So it's a sad Ditto. It's smiling, of course, because it always smiles. But yeah, it's kind of sad. But very well done piece of art. I've got Ditto by Uranvidi. It's this fun Ditto. More the face that's actually in the games rather than the smile that the anime usually gives it. And the plushies and stuff. But it's with these butterflies, that's fun. Yep. And we've got Ditto by Danny, my brother. This cool, simplified Ditto here. It's this, almost looks like it'd be maybe a logo or something. So this is called Ditto plus Girl 1,707,053,704,145 by Andrew Pinetree here, but it doesn't, like, this is clearly an AI image, first and foremost. And this neither, while I can't technically say it doesn't contain the Pokemon Ditto, Ditto doesn't necessarily appear like anything here, so I'm just gonna not count it and we'll say we're done.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, so I need to wait until I've talked about Snorlax before I get to Ditto. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Eevee. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today we'll be talking about Eevee, the only Pokemon that evolved into more than 4 Pokemon. Its previous PYC dates are July 8th, 1996, April 29th, 1999, February 17th, 2002, December 8th, 2004, September 29th, 2007, July 20th, 2010, May 10th, 2013, February 29th, 2016, December 20th, 2018, and October 10th, 2021. I find the design of Eevee cute. Same goes for Gigantamax Eevee. I love the concept of a Pokemon that can evolve depending on different conditions. I also find it odd that there are only 8 evolutions, or evolutions, considering there are now 18 types, well 17 not including normal. This is particularly frustrating since in Gen 9, they have an element of the past and the future. They could have added a steel for the future, and a rock or ground type for the past evolution. Especially since a major trainer in the game has only the evolutions on their team. On a lighter note, I also associate Eevee with the YouTuber Sophist, who often goes by the nickname Eevee, especially on the Party Crashers channel. Regarding its name, I think it's interesting that most people would just need their left hand to type its name. Anyway, let's get in the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Eevee, the evolution Pokemon, whose number is 0133. This is Eevee, this is what it looks like. This is partner Eevee, this is what it looks like. And this is Gigantamax Eevee, this is what it looks like. Type, normal. Abilities, Runaway or Adaptability in Gen 4+. Anticipation is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is a group field. And hatch time 35 cycles. Height as regular Eevee and as partner Eevee is 1 foot or 0.3 meters. As Gigantamax Eevee, its height is 59 feet and 1 inch. Or 18 meters. Weight as regular Eevee and partner Eevee is 14.3 pounds or 6.5 kilograms. As Gigantamax Eevee, it's unknown. Base experience yield is 92 in the first 4 gens and 65 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 1 in special defense. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color brown. And base friendship 70. Eevee is a normal type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves into one of 8 different Pokemon through various methods. Since Gen 1, Eevee evolves into Vaporeon when exposed to a Water Stone. Eevee evolves into Jolteon when exposed to a Thunderstone. Eevee evolves into Flareon when exposed to a Firestone. Since Gen 2, Eevee evolves into Espeon when leveled up with High Friendship during the day or with a Sun Shard in the player's bag. Eevee evolves into Umbreon when leveled up with High Friendship during the night or with a Moon Shard in the player's bag. Since Gen 4, Eevee evolves into Leafeon when leveled up near a Moss Rock or when exposed to a Leaf Stone. Eevee evolves into Glaceon when leveled up near an Ice Rock or when exposed to an Ice Stone. Since Gen 6, Eevee evolves to Sylveon when leveled up while knowing a Fairy-type move and having High Friendship. Additionally, Eevee has 2 forms, the partner Eevee and Gigantamax Eevee. It can Gigantamax into Gigantamax Eevee if it has the Gigantamax factor. The partner Eevee and Eevee with the Gigantamax factor cannot evolve. Eevee is the game mascot of and the player's first Pokemon in Pokemon Let's Go Eevee. It also serves as the player's first Pokemon in Pokemon XD, Gales of Darkness, and Pokemon Conquest. It is also the first Pokemon employee in Pokemon Cafe Mix. In Pokemon Yellow, Professor Oak had originally intended to give Eevee to the player as their first Pokemon, but is taken by Blue instead. It's also kind of the unofficial mascot, I would say, of the franchise. They probably bring that up later, but yeah, it's Pikachu's the big one, but I think Eevee is kind of the secondary one, which is probably why it got its own game. Biology, Eevee is a small mammalian quadrupedal Pokemon with primarily brown fur. The tip of its bushy tail and its large, fluffy collar are cream-colored. It has short, slender legs with 3 small toes and a pink paw pad on each foot. Eevee has brown eyes, long, pointed ears with dark brown interiors, and a small black nose. Eevee is rarely found in the wild and is mostly only found in cities and towns. It is said to have an irregular-shaped genetic structure that is easily influenced by its environment. This allows it to adapt to a variety of habitats by evolving. Eevee can potentially evolve into 8 different evolutions. Eevee can also start to adopt the face of the trainer that owns it. Eevee's genes are believed to have the key to solving the mysteries of Pokemon evolution. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Eevee is believed to dream about which form it will evolve into. Aww! Eevee is the only known Pokemon capable of using the Z-move, Extreme Evo Boost. Forms, Eevee has 2 forms, the Partner Eevee and Gigantamax Eevee. Partner Eevee, the Partner Eevee has purple eyes and a lighter shade of fur. These design elements are likely taken from Pokemon the series, which implemented similar traits starting in Pokemon the series Ruby and Sapphire. The Partner Eevee has higher base stats and access to moves that normal Eevee do not. The white tip on a female Partner Eevee's tail has larger, rounder scallops than other Eevee before Pokemon Sword and Shield. This trait was unique and wasn't found on other female Eevee. Since Sword and Shield, however, the unique tail pattern is present in all female Eevee as a true gender difference. As a result, Pokemon Go was updated to apply this change to all female Eevee as well. The Partner Eevee is the only known Pokemon capable of using the moves Bouncy Bubble, Buzzy Buzz, Sizzly Slide, Glitzy Glow, Batty Bad, Sappy Seed, Freezy Frost, and Sparkly Swirl, as well as the Partner Power VV Volley. Gigantamax Eevee. As Gigantamax Eevee, it has become larger and more fluffy. The fur collar becomes longer with several triangular furs pointing straight up. The right ear has 3 red clouds circling it. Due to the fur becoming fluffier and more luxurious, any enemies caught in it will become enamored and lose the will to fight. Eevee becomes even more playful and rambunctious after Gigantamaxing, desiring to play with its opponent and often unintentionally crushing them with its size. Aww. Gigantamax Eevee is the only Pokemon capable of using the G-Max move, G-Max Cuddle. Aww. You can see Partner Eevee here and Gigantamax Eevee. Evolution, Eevee can evolve into 8 different Pokemon, collectively called Eeveelutions. So we got Eevee here in the center, then we got Vaporeon, Jolteon, Flareon, Umbreon, Sylveon, Glaceon, Leafeon, and Espeon. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Stadium 2, Eevee Stars in the minigame Eager Eevee. Pokedex entries in Gen 1, in red and blue. Its genetic code is irregular. It may mutate if it is exposed to radiation from element stones. Yellow. Its genetic code is unstable, so it could evolve in a variety of ways. There are only a few alive. Aww. Stadium. Its genetic code is irregular. It evolves into 3 kinds of Pokemon when exposed to the radiation of elemental stones. In Gen 2 in gold, it has the ability to alter the composition of its body to suit its surrounding environment. Silver. Its irregularly configured DNA is affected by its surroundings. It evolves if its environment changes. Crystal. Its ability to evolve into many forms allows it to adapt smoothly and perfectly to any environment. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, you get the gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the silver entry. In Gen 3 in Ruby and Sapphire, Eevee has an unstable genetic makeup that suddenly mutates due to the environment in which it lives. Radiation from various stones causes this Pokemon to evolve. Emerald and Eevee has an unstable genetic makeup that suddenly mutates due to its environment. Radiation from various stones cause this Pokemon to evolve. Fire Red, an extremely rare Pokemon that may evolve in a number of different ways, depending on stimuli. Leaf Green is red and blues again. In Gen 4, Diamond and Pearl, a rare Pokemon that adapts to harsh environments by taking on different evolutionary forms. Platinum, because its genetic makeup is irregular, it quickly changes its form due to a variety of causes. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their gold and silver counterparts. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry, Black 2 and White 2. Thanks to its unstable genetic makeup, this special Pokemon conceals many different possible evolutions. In Gen 6, X is Diamond and Pearl's entry. Y is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are very similar to Ruby and Sapphire, but slightly different, so I'll read it. Eevee has an unstable genetic makeup that suddenly mutates due to the environment in which it lives. Radiation from various stones causes this Pokemon to evolve. In Gen 7 and Sun, possessing an unbalanced and unstable genetic makeup, it conceals many possible evolutions. Moon, current studies show it can evolve into an incredible 8 different species of Pokemon. Ultra Sun, the question of why only Eevee has such unstable genes has still not been solved. Ultra Moon, its genes are easily influenced by its surroundings, even its face starts to look like that of its trainer. In the Let's Go games, it can evolve into a variety of forms. Eevee's genes are the key to solving the mysteries of Pokemon evolution. In Gen 8 for regular Eevee, Sword was the gold entries. Shield is Black 2, White 2, and Y's entry. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. It is a rare Pokemon that adapts to harsh environments by changing its appearance and capabilities when it evolves. Legends Arceus harbors the potential to evolve into manifold forms. Within Eevee lies the key to the mysteries of Pokemon evolution. evolution. I'm certain of it. For Gigantamax Eevee and Sword, Gigantamax energy upped the fluffiness of the fur around Eevee's neck. The fur will envelop a foe, capturing its body and captivating its mind. Shield, having gotten even friendlier and more innocent, Eevee tries to play with anyone around, only to end up crushing them with its immense body. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Crystal's entry. Violet is basically red, blue, and leaf greens, but stones is all lowercase. We got Eevee in the Alola Pokedex and Sun and Moon, Eevee in the Alola Pokedex and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Got Eevee in the Paldea Pokedex, you can see the pink dots there. Yeah, very cute image here. Yeah. Game locations, side game locations, events, and in-game events, I guess. Somehow it's different. Maybe it's the same. Maybe I don't normally read that. I don't know. Held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. In red, blue, and yellow, you get a Bitterberry 100% of the time. In Stadium, you get a normal box from round 1 100% of the time, and a gorgeous box from round 2 100% of the time. In Ranch, you get a Habenberry 100% of the time. In X and Y, you get a rare candy and is an in-game trade 100% of the time. In Legends Arceus, for normal, you get a Raspberry 35% of the time. Vivichoke 15% of the time. Great items by level. Alpha, you get an EXP Candy S 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 10% of the time. And great items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats. For base stats, we'll compare regular Eevee. I don't know why it doesn't have a heading. And partner Eevee. So regular Eevee is 55, but partner Eevee is 65. Attack 55, this one has 75. Defense 50, that one has 70. Special attack 45, this one has 65. Special defense 65, this one has 85. Speed 55, this one has 75. This one has a total of 325. This one has a total of 435. In what is supposed to be the Eevee box here, we've got this Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 65. Pokeathon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to fighting for double, immune to ghost, resistant to nothing. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of ghost-type moves is 1, so we go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. 1, you get Covet, Helping Hand, Tackle, Growl, and Tail Whip. 5, Sand Attack, 10, Quick Attack, 15, Baby Doll Eyes, 20, Swift, 25, Bite, 30, Copycat, 35, Baton Pass, 40, Takedown, 45, Charm, 50 Double Edge, and 55 Last Resort. By TM, 1 Takedown, 2 Charm, 3 Fake Tears, 5 Mud Slap, 7 Protect, 20 Trailblaze, 25 Facade, 32 Swift, 41 Stored Power, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 55 Dig, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 85 Rest, 103 Substitute, 114 Shadow Ball, 117 Hyper Voice, 129 Calm Mind, 130 Helping Hand, 132 Baton Pass, 171 Terra Blast, 172 Roar, 193 Weather Ball, 204 Double Edge, 224 Curse, and 227 Alluring Voice. By breeding, this group gives you Curse, this group gives you Detect, this group gives you Double Kick, this group gives you Flail, this group gives you Mud Slap, this group gives you Tickle, this group gives you Wish, a wild terrestrialized Vaporeon in Casaroya Lake, and a wild terrestrialized Leafeon in South Providence, Area 4, know this move. Okay, so that it was for both of them. Yawn from this group, and for Skeledirge, learns Yawn on its own only, version 2.0.1 onwards, so it's referring to this one. TCG only moves, you get Astonish from this card, Bounce from this card, Scratch from this card, and Lunge from these cards. Side game data here, you got all this, yep. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Almia, and the browser entry. It quickly dashes about and charges to attack. In Guardian Signs, it shoots a series of hearts. You got all this. Yep. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure. In the Pokepark pad entry, Eevee often plays in the Granite Zone. He enjoys the attractions Bulbasaur's Daring Dash and Absol's Hurdle Bounce. In Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond, he is clumsy but very diligent. He is creating a race course following Flareon and others. Aww. He got this. Yep. This, shuffle, yeah, Pokemon Go. Oh, you can see all the requirements for evolving them in that game. Yeah, got all this. Yeah. Magikarp junk, but I guess it's in that one. New Pokemon Snap in the Photo Dex. It's said that Eevee have unique genes that harbor a wide range of evolutionary potential. Perhaps the Eevee native to the Lentil region have also been influenced by the different environments on each island. Pokemon Sleep here, so you got all this for evolution. Thanks to its unstable genetic makeup, Eevee can evolve into a variety of forms. Perhaps in its sleep, it dreams about which form it will evolve into. Yep, you get to see all the different sleep. Curled up sleep, droopy eared sleep, energetic sleep, and a top belly sleep. These are cute. Costumes in Pokemon Go. Flower crown, party hat, holiday hat, cherry blossoms, explorer hat, okay. Sun crown and moon crown. Aww. Form data, Eevee has two forms, the partner Eevee and Gigantamax Eevee. Only Gigantamax Eevee is recognized by an in-game Pokedex in Pokemon Sword and Shield and Pokemon Home. Partner Eevee has only been named in promotional materials. Partner Eevee, the partner Eevee is the Pokemon the player starts with in Pokemon Let's Go Eevee. Female partner Eevee also have a distinct pattern on their tail, although this was applied to all female Eevee in subsequent generations. Male partner Eevee and standard Eevee of either gender have the same pattern. It has higher base stats than normal Eevee. Unlike other Eevee, the partner Eevee can learn the exclusive moves Bouncy Bubble, Buzzy Buzz, Sizzly Slide, Glitzy Glow, Batty Bad, Sappy Seed, Freezy Frost, and Sparkly Swirl, as well as having access to the partner power VV Volley. The partner Eevee is not differentiated from standard Eevee in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee's Pokedex, and it cannot be transferred out of the games. So you've got partner Eevee here. Yeah. Gigantamax. Gigantamax Eevee can only be obtained through special methods, and the Gigantamax factor cannot be bred. Eevee with the Gigantamax factor, the Dynamax band, Gigantamax Eevee. Evolution data, Eevee can evolve into 8 different Pokemon collectively called Eeveelutions. Eevee can always evolve into Vaporeon, Jolteon, or Flareon when exposed to a Waterstone, Thunderstone, or Firestone respectively. Since Gen 2, Eevee can evolve into Espeon or Umbreon when leveled up with High Friendship, 220 before Gen 8, or 160 cents, during the day/night respectively. In a few games without a clock, it cannot evolve into Espeon or Umbreon. In Pokemon XD only, Eevee will evolve if the player has the Sun Shard/Moon Shard in their bag. Since Gen 4, Eevee can evolve into Leafeon or Glaceon when it levels up near a Moss Rock or Ice Rock respectively. Not all games have Moss and Ice Rocks, so since Gen 8, Eevee can also evolve into Leafeon and Glaceon when exposed to a Leaf Stone or Ice Stone. Since Gen 6, Eevee can evolve into Sylveon if it knows a Fairy-type move and has high Affection, at least 2 levels, when it levels up. Since Affection was folded into Friendship in Gen 8, it can evolve if its Friendship is at least 160 instead. If multiple evolutionary conditions are met simultaneously, Leafeon and Glaceon are prioritized over Sylveon, and Sylveon is prioritized over Espeon and Umbreon. The partner Eevee and Eevee with the Gigantamax factor cannot evolve, since Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee only include the first 151 Pokemon. Wild Eevee can only evolve into Vaporeon, Jolteon, and Flareon in those games. Similarly, Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl does not contain Sylveon. This table primarily describes the latest games. For earlier games, check eligibility below. So, we got Waterstone for Vaporeon, Thunderstone for Jolteon, Firestone for Flareon, Friendship Day for Espeon, Friendship Night for Umbreon, Level Up near Moss Rock or a Leaf Stone, Leafeon, Level Up near Ice Rock or an Ice Stone for Glaceon, Level Up Friendship and a Fairy-type move, Sylveon. This table describes the changes in evolution eligibility in different games. Red, Blue, and Yellow, you get just the first 3. Gold, Silver, and Crystal, you get the first 5. Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, still get the first 5. Red, Leaf Green, and Colosseum, you get the first 3. Pokemon XD, you get the first 3, but you can also get the next 2 with the Sun Shard and a Moon Shard. For Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, you get the first 7 of them, with the Moss Rock and the Ice Rock being for Leafeon and Glaceon. In Heart Gold and Soul Silver, you get the first 5. For Black, White, Black 2, and White 2, you get the same stuff as Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. For XY, Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, and Ultra Moon, you get all 8 now, with Affection being for Sylveon. In the Let's Go games, you get the first 3. In Sword and Shield, you get all but Leafeon needs the Leaf Stone, Glaceon needs the Ice Stone, and Sylveon needs Friendship. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, you get the first 7, but now you can get it with a Moss Rock or a Leaf Stone for Leafeon, and it's just an Ice Rock for Glaceon. Legends Arceus, you can get all of them. Same now conditions, but now Glaceon has both the Ice Rock and the Ice Stone. And Scarlet and Violet, you got all of them, but now it's just the Leaf Stone and the Ice Stone again for Leafeon and Glaceon. Sprites, so this little template here is explaining that it's missing the female form of partner Eevee, so that's unfortunate. But we'll move on. So yeah, these first few sprites, a lot different than the one we get later. The yellows is much more like the one we get later, but of course the wrong colors. It looks very, I don't know, cat-like. It's much more fox-like, I'd say, going later, so it's very interesting. A mix between a cat and a fox. Yeah. Very interesting, though. So we get the brown in Gen 2. I guess the shiny is gray. That's fun. It's much more of a gradient on the tail there. I guess kind of like there was in red and blues. Well, the front sprite anyway. Back sprite. Yeah, it doesn't really work for these. Because this one, because it loses the white tip. That's right, it has a white tip at the front, and then it loses it. The ruffle, I'm sure, changes. Yeah, it seems to change shape a little bit, yeah. Then we've got the Gen 3 sprites, so a little bit more of the lighter brown and tan. We get more now. This is now sort of a, I don't know how to describe this kind of off-white color. Not quite a cream color, but I don't know, like a gray-white, I don't know. Yeah, that's not quite right though either. I don't really know what that is. But yeah, it's much different. It's got a white tuff instead of, now because it introduces the tan tuff there, and the white is now got tan as well. This is a slightly different brown, I think. Mouth is red. You can see here that it starts off as black. That's interesting. This is actually a pink mouth inside. That's interesting. Oh, and you can see here that, you can kind of see it if I can. Yeah, it's, what is that? Is this a more natural? It's brown tongue, I guess, and probably, yeah, so this color tongue, I guess. Then in Diamond Pearl, now it's kind of add a little brown to whatever that color is, and kind of get the new shiny, I guess. Yep. And yeah, the tuft and, yeah, we still get the red mouth, but are they now the same red, though? No, I think it's still slightly a different color, like an orange. Interesting. And then we got black and white, so you got these, the full back sprites now, that's cool. Then the models here, pretty good. Yeah, pretty faithful. Very much, I mean, I'm sure this wasn't the easiest one to translate. They very much had to make the head a little bit, yeah, the ears are more off to the side rather than on the top of the head like it is up here, so, yeah, it's a little interesting. But, yeah, you got this, and the better models here, yeah. Okay, that's Sword and Shield. Then, we're missing the female image. Yeah, that's unfortunate. But would have been really cool to see the difference, but oh well. But yeah, better models though, and we get Gigantamax, of course, having that sort of grayish color. Yep. Oh, the ear insides. I never even noticed that. Oh yeah, weird. Okay, yeah, because originally they were black. They were both black, but in Diamond or the Gen 4 games, it turns into a brown on the inside and sort of a gray on the inside. That's cool. That's a different kind of brown, I think. But yeah. But it's all fully modeled now. That's pretty, I mean, I don't know how much of it's actually modeled, but it looks to be more of a texture. This is fully modeled now, yeah, for this game. So it's kind of more of that's more of a cream color, I'd say. It's probably a different brown as well. Home. So it's kind of back to those lighter colors. This one's a little bit, different brown, I'd say. Yeah, maybe it is more cream colored now. And this is a pink for some reason. It wasn't originally. No, it wasn't pink. It's got maybe a bit of pink, but it's definitely not Pink? That's weird. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what that's about. But the bottom half isn't. That's... Yeah, I don't know why only the head is pink. Okay, in the anime, we got a male and female Eevee in Pokemon the series. Oh, tail! It's in the tail, right. Then we got Terra Eevee in the anime. Yep. We got an Eevee egg in Pokemon the series. Oh, I'm sure there's a bunch of Eevees. Yeah, May's Eevee. I'm sure most of these are... Yeah, Gary's Eevee's another big one. I'm sure a lot of these are probably very big throughout the anime. Yeah. All these, yep. Pokedex entries for this first one. I've already recorded it for the anime section, so we'll let Dexter read it.
Eevee, the evolution Pokemon. It has the potential to evolve into any one of 3 different Pokemon.
For the second entry, because I've already recorded the anime section for Flareon, Vaporeon, and Jolteon here, I have these 3 sentences, for the most part, complete for the for the section. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read the first part and then cut to Dexter. In episode 40, about Eevee's evolution in Ash's Pokedex. Eevee evolves into one of 3 Pokemon, depending on what stone is used on it, using...
A Fire Stone will yield Flareon, the Flame Pokemon. A Water Stone yields Vaporeon, the Bubble Jet Pokemon. A Thunderstone yields Jolteon, the Lightning Pokemon.
In Diamond and Pearl, episode 174, in Dawn's Pokedex, Eevee, the Evolution Pokemon. Eevee is a unique Pokemon that can adapt to its environment by changing its form and abilities when evolving. In Black and White, episode 102, in Ash's Pokedex, Eevee, the Evolution Pokemon. Depending on circumstances, Eevee can evolve into many forms. In X and Y, episode 89, in Serena's Pokedex, Eevee, the Evolution Pokemon. Eevee is rarely seen and can adapt to severe habitats by evolving, changing its capabilities and form. In Sun and Moon, episode 65. In the Rotom Pokedex, Eevee, the Evolution Pokemon. A normal type, Eevee can evolve into many different Pokemon. In When I Assume His Journeys, episode 49. In Chloe's Rotom Phone, Eevee, the Evolution Pokemon. A normal type. Because of its unstable DNA, Eevee possesses a wide variety of evolutionary possibilities hidden inside. Pokemon Origins, Eevee and Pokemon Origins, with their version of Professor Oak, which looks wildly different than the main anime's version of Professor Oak. Pokemon Twilight Wings, Eevee and Pokemon Twilight Wings, with I think a female Wobbuffet there. So in the background, yeah. So yeah, that's fun. I got all that. In the manga, Eevee and Pokemon Adventures, and Gigantamax Eevee and Pokemon Adventures. Got all this, yep. Pokedex entries, Pokemon Adventures in Chapters 28, 55, and 59. A rare Pokemon with an irregular genetic code, able to evolve into any of 3 highly distinct advanced forms. Pokemon plus Nobunaga's Ambition, Francie's color picture scroll. There is that and that. I'm not going to read that again. This looks like a Bidoof. A few other Pokemon. I don't know what they are, though. That's interesting. Got all these in the TCG. As in the games and anime, Eevee is notable in the TCG for being able to evolve into the most differently named Pokemon cards, with its 8 normal evolutions, as well as dark forms of the Gen 1 evolutions and Espeon, and light forms of the Gen 1 evolutions. In the TFG, other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Melee, Eevee only appears as a random trophy. Trophy information: as adaptable a Pokemon as any yet discovered, Eevee's evolutionary progress changes to meet the conditions of its environment. So far, 5 evolutionary forms have been discovered, and then catalogued for this unique Pokemon: Vaporeon, Jolteon, Flareon, Espeon, and Umbreon. All evolutions have special benefits. Super Smash Bros. For Nintendo 3DS/Wii U, Eevee appears as a Pokeball Pokemon. It uses Takedown to hit opponents. It also appears as a trophy in both versions of the game. So you got Eevee and Super Smash Bros. For Nintendo 3DS/Wii U. Trophy information in North America. This normal-type Pokemon is as adaptable to evolution as they come, with 8 evolutions discovered thus far. If you pair that potential with its adorable features, it's no wonder Eevee is so popular. In Smash Bros., Eevee will attack a nearby opponent with Takedown. Sadly, this attack isn't incredibly powerful. In the PAL region, this adorable normal-type Pokemon's ability to evolve in so many different ways makes it a popular choice with trainers. When brought out in battle, Eevee uses Takedown on the first opponent it sees, but it's not very effective. Never mind, Eevee may not be the toughest Pokemon, but it'll always be one of the cutest. So we've got Eevee Trophy in Super Smash Bros. For 3DS. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Eevee returns as a Pokeball Pokemon, retaining the same behavior from the previous game. It also appears as two spirits, Eevee and Partner Eevee. Aww. The Pokemon Detective Pikachu one we'll see later. Celestial, Eevee appeared in the music video for Celestial. So you can see that, Eevee in the music video for Celestial here, with a Pikachu, I guess. Don't know why this image isn't down with the section. Trivia, Eevee's English name is a palindrome. Eevee's English name also contains only 2 unique characters, less than any other Pokemon's English name. Eevee was designed by Motofumi Fujiwara. Eevee has the most branched evolutions with a total of 8. Eevee has the most evolved forms of any Pokemon, and is the only Pokemon that has more than 4 evolved forms. Eevee is the only Pokemon that evolves with a Leaf Stone that is not a Grass type, as well as the only one to evolve by Water Stone that is not a Water type. The fan-made term described the evolutions of Eevee. Eeveelutions was made official after its use in the strategy guide for Pokemon Stadium 2, followed by a TCG theme deck. In early English promotional material for Pokemon Red and Blue, Eevee was called Eon, the suffix of all of the evolved forms of Eevee. Aww. In Gen 1, Eevee was the only Pokemon to have a branched evolution. Eevee is the only Pokemon capable of evolving further that cannot evolve into a Pokemon that it shares at least one type with, though Azurill shared this trait prior to it and Marill gaining the Fairy type in Gen 6. Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green and Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver are the only core series titles to have the methods of evolution required for some included Pokemon be completely unavailable, and Eevee is the only Pokemon impacted in both cases. Despite Eevee being obtainable before the Pokemon League, and Leafeon and Glaceon being included in the Unova Regional Pokedex in Pokemon Black 2 and White 2, it cannot evolve into them until after entering the Hall of Fame. This is because Twist Mountain and Pinwheel Forest are inaccessible before then. Eevee is the only pre-existing Pokemon to receive an evolution in Gen 6, though many received Mega Evolutions. 4 of Eevee's evolved forms evolve through abnormal means in the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon series: Espeon, Umbreon, Leafeon, and Glaceon. In the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon series, Eevee evolves using the Sun Ribbon or Lunar Ribbon with at least 1 star of IQ, a mossy rock, or a frozen rock into its respective evolved forms. In Pokemon Ranger, all of Eevee's evolved forms up to the 3rd generation can be captured. However, Eevee is completely unobtainable. This was changed in Pokemon Ranger Shadows of Almia. Despite the fact that May, Gary, and Sakura each owned an Eevee that went on to evolve, Eevee was never seen evolving on screen in Pokemon the series until Last Call First Round, when Ursula evolved her 2 Eevee into Flareon and Vaporeon during a contest appeal over 13 years into the anime. As a species, Eevee has appeared in the teams of the most main characters in Pokemon the series, with May, Serena, and Lana each owning one. This also makes Eevee the only Pokemon species in the series to have been owned by more than 2 different main characters. Eevee has more signature moves than any other Pokemon, with a total of 11. Eevee is the only pre-existing Pokemon to receive a gender difference after Gen 4. All of Eevee's evolutions up to Sylveon were types that had been considered special before Gen 4. The only special move type not included is the Dragon type. Eevee Day is celebrated since 2018 on November 21st, 1121, which is Gorowasi for Buai, Eevee's Japanese name. It is certified by the Japan Anniversary Association. Origin: in the 2018 art book Eevee's, Motofumi Fujiwara revealed that the idea for Eevee came from Satoshi Tajiri's request to have a Pokemon that evolves into multiple types. Fujiwara himself designed Eevee as a blank slate for its varied evolutions. As such, while Eevee has traits of foxes, dogs, and cats, it is not based on any specific animal. Fujiwara also envisioned Eevee as a creature that could exist in people's memories, namely vague memories of seeing a cat or dog-like creature that players might have experienced in their childhood. Name origin: Eevee and Eevee are pronunciations of Eevee, the first 2 letters in the word evolution. In other languages, see also references, external links to the Eeveelutions and the Gigantamax forms and the Super Smash Bros. Series. Yeah, let's move on.
Now let's watch Eevee's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching episode 40, The Battling Eevee Brothers. Of course, quite fitting. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character's traveling companions, Brock and Misty, as well as Pikachu here, have, well, that's it. Well, it's at the beginning of the episode, so they're javeling, and Pikachu has heard something.
Huh? What's the matter, Pikachu?
Pika-pee!
Hey, Pikachu!
Pikachu!
Huh?
There's the Eevee. Aww. Seemingly abandoned. Aww.
Why is it tied up like that?
It's been abandoned.
Aww.
What?
No way!
And that's, Eevee's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Eevee's scenes in Detective Pikachu.
Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, as I like to call it, Detective Eevee. It's only the frames with Eevee. In this film, Tim Goodman, the main character, has come to Rhyme City, a city where humans and Pokemon coexist, because he found out his father died in a car crash. He has met Detective Pikachu, a talking Pikachu, and he is being summoned by Howard Clifford, the founder of Rhyme City. He's with Howard's assistant, Miss Norman. So that's Howard and an Eevee. That's Detective Pikachu.
Thank you, Miss Norman.
Yes, thank you, Miss Norman. That'll be all. What a blabbermouth.
Magnificent creatures.
Yeah, so he's going to evolve it into a Flareon, so we'll see a bit of it. It's a little bit complicated because of the whole evolution thing, but yeah, there, okay. So now we've cut to much later in the film. So Howard has told Tim and Detective Pikachu that Tim's father, Harry Goodman, isn't actually dead, but that a Pokemon, Mewtwo, taken his soul somewhere, and so they found Mewtwo, but Mewtwo was captured by who they believe to be Roger Clifford, Howard's son, and the owner of the news. Right now is the 10th anniversary parade. It's starting up, and we'll hear the voice of the mayor talking here.
So as you can see, we are more...
Yeah, and so Eevee appears as a blimp here, and possibly as Pokemon down here. I don't really see it, but, you know, there's so many Pokemon here that it probably is one of them, right?
Been happy with the turnout today.
Yeah.
So
That's
many
the
fans.
mayor.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, there's also a blimp back there. So this is Lucy Stevens, a journalist that Tim has allied with. So she knows about the capture, and she's trying to get the mayor's help to tell the story or to, like, get this resolved. And so
Please, it's urgent.
he's going to dismiss her. Yep. And so that's who they believe to be Roger Clifford. And since she knows that he captured Mewtwo, she doesn't want him to know that she knows, and so she's walking away.
Clifford.
So what this is Howard has revealed that he was the one that actually captured Mewtwo, and that he has used a device called the Neuralink to put his mind inside of Mewtwo, and he's revealing his plan to Tim that where he wants the ultimate partnership between humans and Pokemon, and for that, he's going to merge humans with their Pokemon, putting their sort of souls, I guess, into the Pokemon. And to do this, he's going to use something called the R gas, which is in the floats here. He'll release it onto the public, and we'll see that a little bit here. But that'll make the Pokemon go crazy, and then Mewtwo's powers can merge humans and Pokemon. So there it is, being released. Float there, being released, you know, all the Pokemon are going crazy and stuff. Yep, so that's him flying up, I guess, to see his progress, I don't know. And so that's Detective Pikachu. He's gonna go fight Mewtwo here. Yeah, so there's the float there. There's the float over there.
Okay, Pikachu.
So he has just blown up that Gengar float he was on, and is flying over to this Eevee float, and I think maybe just to get closer to him, but he's now noticed and he's gonna fly after him.
Pikachu? It's the way of the future! I am the future!
Yeah. Attack each other and he goes flying onto Okay, so he went to a Pikachu float that got broken by Mewtwo. He jumped out of the way, hopped onto a Pidgeot here, and is flying around.
The ground? Yes.
So he's told him not to breathe the grass, you know, and he breathed fast, yeah. And so now we've cut to towards the end of the film here. Tim has undone the Neuralink from Howard, so Mewtwo proper is now bursting all of the floats here, you know. And that was it. Hope you enjoyed. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have 2 Eevee cards, but they're the same card design, so I'll treat it like it's only 1 card.
It's the second Eevee card design. It was illustrated by Atsuko Nishida. It's a cute image of Eevee, however, its tail is just wrong. As far as I'm aware, there is no lore explanation or anything. It even has the 2 different colors. Also, the eyes are different than modern day. Originally, the eyes were pure black, but the anime gave Eevee brown irises. This was made official in the Gen 3 games. Although, in Pokemon Stadium, Eevee also has brown eyes. It has 40 HP. It's 1 foot and 14 pounds, which is 0.3 pounds lighter than its weight in the official Pokedex. Next to the weight, there is the Team Rocket expansion symbol. It has 2 moves, Tackle and Sand Attack. Since I've already talked about Tackle in the video games, I'll just explain how it works on this card. Tackle costs 1 of any energy. It hits for 10 damage. Sand Attack is a move that was introduced in Gen 1 as a normal type move. However, in Gen 2, it was reclassified as a ground-type move. It reduces the opponent's accuracy. On this card, it costs 2 of any energy. It hits for 10 damage. On the opponent Pokemon's next turn, the opponent flips a coin. If it's tails, the attack misses. Eevee is weak to fighting for double damage. It's weak to Psychic for minus 30 damage. This seems to be referencing how Eevee is resistant to Ghost in the video games. Ghost is often represented as Psychic in the TCG. It costs 1 of any energy for Eevee to retreat. Its description reads, a rare and unique Pokemon, about which little is known, as few have been captured. This is an original description. This seems to reference how in the first few generations you didn't really get many Eevee, with really only 1 or 2 opportunities. However, now they are quite abundant. Pokemon experts have also learned quite a bit about them. Anyway, this Eevee is level 9.
I don't have a card for any of the Eeveelutions, so the next Pokemon with a card I'll be talking about is Porygon. Now let's see why people love Eevee. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who don't know how this works, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain an Eevee. First we've got Eevee's Rainbow by Tamburella. So these sort of more realistic Eevee and Eeveelutions here. You got Eevee, of course, and followed by Flareon, Leafeon, Umbreon, Espeon, Vaporeon, Sylveon, Glaceon, and Jolteon here. So it's fun. Bunch of colors and very nice. I like the fur textures and stuff. Yep, very well done. I guess they're running on water or above it. Eevee and Friends by MCG Mark. So this Eevee with this nice flower crown with the Eeveelutions. You know, you got Flareon, Jolteon, Sylveon, Espeon, Glaceon, Leafeon, Vaporeon, and Umbreon, as well as a Pelipper and some Wingull in the background. That's fun. It's a very nice, simple image, you know, very colorful. I like it. And we got Eeveelutions by Toaster Kiwi. So we've got Eevee in the center here, followed by its Eeveelutions, Sylveon, Leafeon, Glaceon, Jolteon, Vaporeon, Flareon, Umbreon, and Espeon. It's a very cute, very chibi, you know. Yeah, very well done. And we got Eevee by Orca Owl. I guess it's from 2017. Very nice image here, very well done. It's painting, that's very nice. Then we got Eeveelutions by Piku. So we've got Eevee over here. Of course, the Eeveelutions, Vaporeon, Flareon, Jolteon, Espeon, Umbreon, Leafeon, Glaceon, and Sylveon. I think more or less in the order of when they were introduced, so that's fun. Yep, very nice image. Like the sort of color spectrum in the background, that's fun. And we got Eevee Mimikyu by Say Dewey. So we got an Eevee with a Mimikyu here. That's fun. Very kind of somewhat cute, but also kind of, you know, very action posed, you know. It's, you know, like the stars and stuff. That's fun. We got Eevee by Nevadoodle. This cute Eevee image here. Very nice, very simple. And we got Eevee by Purple Ninefee. Got a couple. We got 4 Eevee here, I guess. I don't know if it's supposed to be the same Eevee or different ones, I don't know, but got a bunch of different emotions, happy, winking, scared, I guess, and maybe surprised. Yep, very fun. It's Eevee over there. Then we've got Eevee by Jellytix. So we've got an Eevee here. Looks like it could be like a playing card or something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 things, I guess. That's fun. We got Eevee Loaf by Otaku app, so it's doing the thing that cats do where they put all their limbs below their body. It's called loafing. It's fun. It's on this couch. It's a nice couch. It's very well done with the lighting and stuff. Then we got Eeveelution by Eevee0. So, Eevee, Flareon, Vaporeon, Jolteon, Espeon, Umbreon, Leafeon, Glaceon, and Sylveon. So very simple, very cute. Then we got Dreaming Together by Corey Orodondo. So you got Eevee in the center there with all its evolutions and their fun blankets. So Vaporeon, of course, has a sea blanket. Then we got Jolteon with, of course, a lightning storm blanket. Flareon, who seems to still be a little bit awake here with the flame blanket. Then we got Umbreon here with the night blanket, of course. Then, yeah, Eevee has just the stripes. I guess it's just maybe it's all its colors, probably. Then we've got Espeon here with the fun shapes. I presume that has to do with its psychic type. Then we've got Glaceon with the snowflake and ice crystal blanket. Then we've got Leafeon with the leaf and plant flower one. Then we got Sylveon with like the butterflies and stuff, and it's wrapping its ribbons around everyone. You get to see the tail of Vaporeon. So yeah, very fun image. Then we got Eevee by Kitsuki. So the stylized Eevee here. A bunch of the, probably all of the different ways you can evolve them. Yeah, the Moss Rock, the Ice Rock, the 3 basic stones, the darkness, probably the day is represented here, like the sun, and high friendship. And we've got Nibbles by Mewitty. So that's very stylized Eevee here. This is not an Eevee image, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 6 p.m. CMT, Central Mountain Time, where I won't be getting an Eevee, as I need to wait until I talk about Snorlax to get an Eevee, but I will be getting the Pokemon between Pikachu and Parasect, or at least I'll try to. I'll probably have to stream over multiple days. Also, there might be a storm tonight, so if I can't do the stream, I'll let you guys know in a community post. As for Gigantamax Eevee, I'll have to wait until I talk about the Gen 8 Pokemon to get back to that one. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Vaporeon. As always, this isn't my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today I'll be talking about Vaporeon, the water evolution of Eevee who evolves when given a Water Stone. Its previous PYC dates are July 9th, 1996, April 30th, 1999, February 18th, 2002, December 9th, 2004, September 30th, 2007, July 21st, 2010, May 11th, 2013, March 1st, 2016, December 21st, 2018, and October 11th, 2021. I most remember Vaporeon from an early episode of the anime, where Ash meets a kid with an Eevee, and his older brothers, who have the then 3 evolutions of Eevee, are pressuring him to choose one for Eevee to evolve into. Coincidentally, this is the episode we'll be watching today. I think Vaporeon's my favorite Eeveelution, as it's blue and associated with water. My favorite color is blue, and my name means son of the sea. Didn't you base a selfish jerk after Vaporeon? First, you're not supposed to be here. Second, they're all jerks based on Eeveelutions. Third, he gets better later in the story. Fourth, stop teasing the audience about things they may never get to see. Whatever, just don't forget that V is in your mind and you shouldn't forget him. Of course, I won't. And please do not come back for the other 5. I know they're all jerks, but they're supposed to be antagonistic towards the main characters. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Vaporeon, the Bubble Jet Pokemon, whose number is 0134. This is what it looks like. Its type is water, ability is water absorb, hydration is its hidden ability, gender ratio is 87.5% male and 12.5% female, catch rate is 45 or 11.9%, reading a group field, hatch time 35 cycles, height 3'3" or 1 meter, weight 63.9 pounds or 29 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 196 in the first 4 gens. and 184 and 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 2 and HP. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is blue, and base friendship is 70. Vaporeon is a water-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves from Eevee when exposed to a Water Stone. It is one of Eevee's final forms, the others being Jolteon, Flareon, Espeon, Umbreon, Leafeon, Glaceon, and Sylveon. Biology: Vaporeon is a Pokemon that shares physical traits with both aquatic and land animals. Vaporeon's body is light blue with a dark blue marking around its head and a spiky ridge down its spine. It has black eyes and a tiny black nose. There is a white fin encircling its neck and 3 fins with cream-colored webbing on its head. 2 of the 3 fins are on either side of its head, similar to ears, and 1 is directly on top of its head, resembling a dorsal fin. Vaporeon is a quadruped with 3 small toes on each foot and dark blue paw pads on the hind feet. Its split tail fin has been mistaken for a mermaid's in the past and is believed to be the origin of mermaid folklore. It can detect moisture with its fins, which vibrate when sensing incoming rain. Vaporeon is mostly found in urban settings under the ownership of a trainer. It is rarely seen in the wild, but it prefers clean freshwater lakes and shores. It has developed gills to become better suited for an aquatic lifestyle, and its cell composition's similarity to water allows it to melt into water. This ability enables Vaporeon to remain camouflaged while swimming, hiding itself from enemies and allowing it to ambush its prey, fish Pokemon. A Vaporeon melting into water molecules. Evolution: Vaporeon evolves from Eevee, so you got Eevee, Vaporeon. Game data: Pokedex entries in Gen 1 in red and blue. Lives close to water. Its long tail is rigid with a fin, which is often mistaken for a mermaid's. Yellow. Its cell structure is similar to water molecules. It will melt away and become invisible in water. Stidium. Found quietly resting by lake shores. Its cell structure is similar to water, so it can invisibly melt into water. In Gen 2 in gold, when Vaporeon's fins begin to vibrate, it is a sign that rain will come within a few hours. Silver, it prefers beautiful shores, with cells similar to water molecules. It could melt in water. Crystal, as it uses the fins on the tip of its tail to swim, it blends with the water perfectly. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, you get the gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the silver entry. In Gen 3, in Ruby and Sapphire, Vaporeon underwent a spontaneous mutation and grew fins and gills that allow it to live underwater. This Pokemon has the ability to freely control water. Emerald, Vaporeon underwent a spontaneous mutation and grew fins and gills that allow them to live underwater. They have the ability to freely control water. Fire Red, its body's cellular structure is similar to the molecular composition of water. It can melt invisibly in water. Leaf Green is red and blues again. In Gen 4 in Diamond and Pearl, it has evolved to be suitable for an aquatic life. It can invisibly melt away into water. Platinum, its cell composition is similar to water molecules. As a result, it can melt away into water. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, their gold and silver counterparts. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinums, Black 2 and White 2. Its cell composition is similar to water molecules. As a result, it can't be seen when it melts away into water. In Gen 6, X is the silver entries. Y is Diamond and Pearl's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Vaporeon and Pokemon are now correct casing. In Gen 7 in Sun, its cells are composed of units much like water molecules. It lives close to water and is often mistaken for a mermaid. Moon, blending in with the water and erasing all signs of its presence. It patiently waits for its prey, fish Pokemon. Ultra Sun, clean, clear waters are its usual habitat. When it's about to be attacked by an invading enemy, it dives into the water to hide. Ultra Moon, it detects nearby moisture with its fin. When its fin begins trembling rapidly, that means rain will fall in a few hours. The Let's Go games are similar to Yellow's, but slightly different, so I'll read it. Its cell structure is similar to water molecules. It melts into the water and becomes invisible. In Gen 8, Swords is basically the gold entries, but Vaporeon is now the correct casing. Shield is Fire Red's entry. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are very similar to their Diamond and Pearl counterpart, but slightly different, so I'll read it. It has evolved to be suited for an aquatic life. It can become invisible when it melts away into water. Legends Arceus, tests show that its cells closely resemble water molecules, which perhaps explains its ability to conceal its form while submerged. I believe the origins of mermaid folklore lie with this Pokemon. In Gen 9, Scarlet is very similar to the red, blue, and leaf green entries, but slightly different, so I'll read it. It lives close to water. Its long tail is rigid with a fin, which is often mistaken for a mermaid's. Violet is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Here we've got Vaporeon in the Alola Pokedex in Sun and Moon. Vaporeon in the Alola Pokedex in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Vaporeon in the Paldea Pokedex. Next to water, of course. That's very fun. Game locations. Side game locations. Events. Held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. So, red, blue, and yellow, you get a Bitter Berry 100% of the time. Legends Arceus. For normal, you get a Raspberry 30% of the time. Vivid Choke 15% of the time. And Grit items by level. Alpha, you get EXP Candy M 100% of the time, Zeta Mastery 20% of the time, Grit items by level. Stats, base stats, HP 130, Attack 65, Defense 60, Special Attack 110, Special Defense 95, Speed 65 for a total of 525. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 110. Pokéthon stats. Type effectiveness. Damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to grass and electric for double. Immune to nothing, resistant to steel, fire, water, and ice for half. Notes, if this Pokemon has water absorbed, the effectiveness of water-type moves is 0. So it would be 0 instead of half. Because you can hypothetically have a level 1 Vaporeon, I'll just read all of them. 1 Covet, Swift, Bite, Copycat, Baton Pass, Takedown, Charm, Double Edge, Helping Hand, Tackle, Growl, or Tail Whip. Upon evolution, get Water Gun. 5 Sand Attack, 10 Quick Attack, 15 Baby Doll Eyes, 20 Haze, 25 Water Pulse, 30 Aurora Beam, 35 Aqua Ring, 40 Muddy Water, 45 Acid Armor, 50 Hydro Pump, and 55 Last Resort. By TM, 1 Takedown, 2 Charm, 3 Fake Tears, 5 Mud Slap, 7 Protect, 11 Water Pulse, 20 Trailblaze, 22 Chilling Water, 25 Facade, 32 Swift, 34 Icy Wind, 41 Stored Power, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 55 Dig, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 77 Waterfall, 85 Rest, 103 Substitute, 110 Liquidation, 114 Shadow Ball, 117 Hyper Voice, 123 Surf, 129 Calm Mind, 130 Helping Hand, 132 Baton Pass, 135 Ice Beam, 142 Hydro Pump, 143 Blizzard, 152 Giga Impact, 163 Hyper Meme, 171 Terra Blast, 172 Roar, 174 Haze, 188 Scald, 193 Weather Ball, 196 Flip Turn, 204 Double Edge, 208 Whirlpool, 209 Muddy Water, 224 Curse, and 227 Alluring Voice. By breeding, we're skipping. By Prior Evolution, you got nothing. Special moves. In this event, you can get Curse, Ice Beam, Surf, and Wish. Side game data. So you got all this, yep. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Vaporeon is a key to the Fiori Temple's mystery. It attacks with a Rainbow Ray. In Shadows of Volmia, it attacks by letting loose blobs of water and bubbles from its mouth. Guardian Signs. It spits bubbles around itself that make Pokemon's load. Okay, you got all this. Yep. Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure in the Pokepark Bad entry. Vaporeon came to play in the Beach Zone. He enjoys Gyarados' Aqua Dash more than anything else. In Pokepark 2 Wonders Beyond, he is gentle and loves to soak in the water. He is a good friend of Flareon in the crag area. All this. Yep. Okay. In new Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry, an empty-looking blue hole may actually be home to Vaporeon. Because their cells are similar to water molecules, Vaporeon can't be seen when they're in the water. Got Pokemon Sleep. Its body's cellular structure is similar to water's molecular composition, so it can melt invisibly in water. When Vaporeon sleeps on land, you can observe it as closely as you like. So the tail wagging sleep, sitting sleep, sprawled sleep, and a top belly sleep. It's cute. Costumes in Pokemon Go, flower crown, holiday hat, cherry blossoms, and explorer hat. What? Oh, it's on the side. Evolution data. You got Eevee, Waterstone, Vaporeon. So sprites here, you've got pretty interesting. Particularly this first one, it's very, I think it's got teeth by the look of it on the bottom there. It's also, I think, a lot more fins than we get later. Yeah, there's fins on the bottom, or like I don't know, it's very, like, the features. Oh, the originals had these fins. So we'll see them in the fan art. Spoilers, I've already recorded that. But, yeah, but they go away by the time we get to yellow, so I think, unless they bring it back in Gen 2 or something, but it's definitely eventually goes away. The tail, it's a little different. This is actually probably much closer than that one is, but this is pretty much the one we'd get moving forward. Yep, gold, so the shiny's purple. Okay. That's interesting. These, the whole, top, this is black for some reason. The blue is more accurate. Then we got, in Gen 3, kind of all the colors, I guess. These are yellow, it's kind of a green, blue, I don't know. Dark blue there, and then this is sort of a pink, and sort of a burgundy kind of color, I guess, or a dark pink. Yep. Then Gen 4 here, so then this is probably closer to the modern colors. It's definitely closer to blues and stuff, so it's got the yellow still. This is more like pink and red. Yeah, much more maybe more properly burgundy. This is just more kind of dark pink. And then, I mean, the sprites are completely different. We get a full back sprite. That's very interesting. I didn't really notice that. Yeah, looks a lot better in the originals. It's a silly thing. I guess I didn't really think of it just being anything other than white all the way around. The idea of it being just white on the front side is very interesting. And we get the models. It's a pretty good translation. These are, of course, have the cream color, the lighter blue now. Lighter blues, it looks like, you know, different kind of purpley pink, I guess. So, I don't know what changes here. The tail, I don't know, the tail's pretty good, I guess. Then we got better models, of course, in the Let's Go games. Oh, the Shiny's eyes are a different color. Oh, I guess it has been since... I don't know, it's kind of hard to tell. It seems like it was in Gen 3, but it kind of lost that feature. Oh, maybe not, maybe not. It has always been, or since Gen 3, it's been different eye color, but it's much more prominent as we go, especially when we get to the 3 models here. Sword and Shields, you know, even better models, Legends Arceus. So got everything all detailed and stuff. So it goes back to kind of more of that yellow. Oh, and I guess this one, or maybe Sword, I don't know. I guess this is the one that introduces the fins being a different color. That's interesting. Homes, and yeah, it's kind of the more yellow, and this is not more of a green color, yeah. Okay. Very interesting. They're kind of missing the lines or something. I don't know. Oh, I guess they're kind of there, the wrinkles or whatever. In the anime, Vaporeon and Pokemon series. All this. Yep. Okay. Okay, this is weird. Normally I don't mention this, but we're missing a Pokedex. The first Pokedex. The one we talked about yesterday. Yeah, it's missing the one we talked about yesterday about Eevee's evolutions. I don't know why it's missing. I wonder if it's not going to be in the other two. Pokedex entries. In Advanced Generations, episode 152, in May's Pokedex. Vaporeon, the Bubble Jet Pokemon. Vaporeon love fresh, clean water and can make their bodies melt away into water as well. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 174, in Dawn's Pokedex. Vaporeon, the Bubble Jet Pokemon, and an evolved form of Eevee. The composition of its cells is similar to molecules of water, and as such can melt in water. In Black and White, episode 102, in Ash's Pokedex. Vaporeon, the Bubble Jet Pokemon. Vaporeon is made up of molecules similar to water, which allows it to melt and vanish. In What I Assume is Journeys, episode 63, in Chloe's Rotom Phone. Vaporeon, the Bubble Jet Pokemon. A water type, Vaporeon evolves from Eevee, a normal type, into a form adapted for movement in the water. The cells of its body resemble water molecules, so can hide itself in the water as if it had melted into it. Got Pokemon Evolutions, Vaporeon and Pokemon Evolutions, the manga, Pokemon and the Electric Tales of Pikachu, looking a lot less cartoony. The nose is a lot more pointed, which is interesting. You can see how it's much rounded. Yeah, face. These are very, I mean, these are darker. I guess it's kind of hard to tell it's black and white, but the ridges, that's also that's interesting. They're a lot less like pointy like these are. It's very interesting to kind of compare the differences. Pokedex entries, the electric tail of Pikachu in Chapter 6. Evolved with the Water Stone. The cells of its body closely resemble water molecules, and it has the ability to dissolve into water. I got all this. You have Pokemon Adventures, Vaporeon Pokemon Adventures, much more the cartoony version. All this in the TCG. Trivia, Vaporeon is the only water-type Pokemon that appears in the field section of Pal Park. In Pokemon Yellow, Vaporeon is programmed to learn both Haze and Mist at level 42, however a bug prevents a Pokemon from learning more than one move at the same level when leveled up outside of Pokemon Daycare. So Vaporeon can only learn Mist if it reaches level 42 in Pokemon Daycare. In Pokemon Colosseum, Vaporeon possesses a snow-like visual effect surrounding its body in battle. No other Pokemon in the series has this effect. The reason for this visual effect is unknown. Vaporeon is the only evolution that does not share any weakness with another evolution. Concept and development, Vaporeon was designed by Atsuko Nishida. Nishida originally designed Vaporeon to resemble a dog with fins on its legs, but Ken Sugimori redesigned Vaporeon to resemble a cat and removed the fins. In Gen 1, Vaporeon had a notably different design, with the backs of its ears being all black, fins on each leg, and a fin running down the entire length of its back, possibly remnants of the original dog-like design. All of these details were removed in Gen 2. Notably, these details weren't present in its original Pokemon red and green artwork. Got the red and green sprite, Gen 1 back sprite, and the red and green art. See how different that is. How much more yellow? So they kind of went back to the idea of once they, in the more modern ones, that these are more yellow than rather cream colored. That's interesting. Origin, according to designer Atsuko Nishida, Vaporeon, and especially its tail, were designed with the idea of mermaids in mind. It also resembles various aquatic creatures such as fish and dolphins. Its ears resemble a mix between a fish's fin and a phoenix fox's ears. Vaporeon may also be inspired by the telekinesis of Greek mythology, or a pun on the catfish. Due to the fringe around its neck resembling a ruff and a lion's mane, Vaporeon may also be a possible reference to the heraldic sea lion, or the similar-looking Merlion, a national symbol of Singapore. Its ability to become invisible and turn into water might be inspired by the Azraei. Vaporeon's resemblance to both carnivorans and cetaceans could be based on primitive whales such as Kutchi cetus. Name origin, Vaporeon may be a combination of vapor and eon, an immeasurably long period of time, possibly referring to how long evolution takes naturally. Eon is a suffix all Eevee evolutions share and was Eevee's English prototype name. Showers is literally showers, referring to a bathroom shower or a rain shower. In other languages, related articles, references, external links to the evolutions. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Vaporeon's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching episode 40, The Battling Eevee Brothers. In this episode, Ash Ketchum and his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pikachu, have found an abandoned Eevee. They're going to return it, and while they're doing so, Ash is looking through his Pokedex for each of the evolutions and stuff.
Stone yields Vaporeon,
Waterstone,
the Bubble Jet Pokemon. A Thunderstone
Okay,
yields...
so that's where we're gonna stop. We'll start with the Jolteon one tomorrow. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Vaporeon.
Hello and welcome to the community post section of the video. Someone has responded, so thank you, #1 Drizzile fan, for doing that. The question is, what do you love about Vaporeon? And they say, it's the only evolution that has obvious non-mammalian traits. Like, yes, it's a cetacean tail, but those are fish fins, and I think that's cool. Very good. Thank you for responding. Let's move on.
Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Now we sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Vaporeon. This is Vaporeon by Blue Commodore. It's fun little image here where it's playing in this little pond, I guess. It's covered in lilies and lily pads. Yeah, very nice. It's very confident. And we got Vaporeon and Chinchou by Blue Commodore. So, this nice image of a Vaporeon and a Chinchou here with a bunch of Jellicent here. That's fun. Yeah, they're diving far below. Nice use of colors and lighting. Then we got Vaporeon by Etel. So you got this somewhat stylized Vaporeon here. It kind of looks like it's looking up, I guess. Very nice use of lighting. Those seem to just be normal fish. That's interesting. Yep, and I'm not really sure why. I guess there's fish so small. I mean, I guess it's probably a very big Pokemon, probably relative to actual fish, but that's interesting. Then we've got Vaporeon by Nevadoodle, so it's cute Vaporeon stretching, that's fun. Then we've got Vaporeon Redraw by Natix-chan, so I guess it's from 2019. It's fun painting here, that's cool. Looks like maybe Love Disc in the background, yeah. Yep. It's very fun. Then we got Vaporeon by Cargade Art. So, it's fun, somewhat stylized, maybe a little bit more realistic. Vaporeon here, it's kind of surfacing, I guess. That's fun, soaking in the sun's rays. Very murky water, we don't see that much in these art. And we've got Vaporeon by Foxlit, this cute Vaporeon here. Yeah. Very nice. I guess it's from 2019. Then we've got Submerge by Ainli. So this nice Vaporeon image here. You know, nice use of lighting and effects and stuff. It's interesting how different the lower half of the image is from the top half. This looks maybe a little rougher. But still pretty good. Obviously the Vaporeon is the focal point of the image. And we got Eeveelutions by Piku. So we did this one yesterday, but we can do it again. So we got Eevee on the left, Vaporeon here, then Flareon, Jolteon, Espeon, Umbreon, Leafeon, Glaceon, and Sylveon, more or less I think in the order that they were introduced. Like the spectrum in the background, the color spectrum. It's nice. Vaporeon by Apricolor, so that's cute Vaporeon here. Very nice. Looks like it's maybe swimming, or at least it's in a swimming pose. I think it's floating somehow. Not really a background for this. And we've got Vaporeon by Sharkjaw, so it seems to be eating maybe a berry or something. Maybe from this tree. It's by the side of like a river or a stream or something. It's very well done. And then we got Vaporeon Bowl by Otaku App, so it's kind of fun image of it in a water bowl here. Then we got Vaporeon by Tarty, so it looks like it's scared of Vaporeon. It's interesting, I wonder why. Then we got Vaporeon by Shiny Magic. Seems to be from 2007, that's pretty cool. I think this might be the oldest image we've had, at least that I've had a confirmable date on. That's very, very fun. Yeah. And we got Vaporeons by Nevadoodle, so got 3 Vaporeon here. This one's saying, oh fish or on fish. That's interesting. So yeah, we got that. That's pretty fun. Then we got Vaporeon and Ninetales by Arvalis here, so it's this, Vaporeon, this very more realistic Vaporeon and more realistic Ninetales hanging out. That's fun. So if you're unaware, Arvalis helped work on the designs in Detective Pikachu, so this is kind of fun to see their interpretation of these Pokemon, both of which are not physically in the movie. Then we've got Vaporeon by Purple Ninfy. So got this Vaporeon by the stream here. That's kind of fun. Looks like it's looking for someone or something. Seems to have something around its neck. Maybe that's from an owner. Maybe it's waiting for its owner or something. Then we got Eevee's Rainbow by Tamburella. So we also did this one yesterday, but we can do it again. So this sort of more realistic Eevee and Eeveelutions here. I like the fur and stuff. So we got Eevee in the front. Flareon, Leafeon, Espeon, Umbreon, Sylveon, Vaporeon, Glaceon, and Jolteon here. They're all running over this water. Yeah, it's interesting to see. This one and I think the fire one and Sylveon seem to not really be on the water. Maybe even Espeon as well. It's interesting. And we've got Vaporeon by MCG Mark. Sort of this cuter one, but also kind of a darker image here. That's interesting. Seems to be from 2017 here. Yeah, it's very much, yeah, dark background. That's interesting. We've got Vaporeon by Purple Ninfy again, so it seems to be the same one as the one we saw earlier, since it seems to have this charm, or maybe that's just like their signature thing for it, is to give it this charm. I don't know. Very good. Then we got Vaporeon Evolution Day 7 by Apolar. So, looks to be from, I can't really tell. It seems 10, 18, 13 maybe, 15? I can't really tell. 16 maybe. Apparently they have or had a Facebook at one point. So yeah, it's kind of cute, somewhat chibi looking Vaporeon here. It's got dots for the feet, you know. That's fun. We got Vaporeon by Nevadoodle. So this Vaporeon seems to be standing up, maybe. Doing, I don't know, looks like it's doing a little pose. That's fun. I like the background. And we got Vaporeon by Vermeil Bird. So it's from September 28th, 2014. Got Vaporeon here, maybe. It seems to be splashing in water, so I don't think it's around, I don't think it's in water. By just how the splashes are. So that's interesting. Very well done, especially with the colors and stuff. Then we've got Aqua by Clockbirds. Apparently they have a bunch of social media sites and stuff. So they got this nice, a little bit more realistic Vaporeon among Seeking, the Lotad, Masquerain. It's fun. And we seem to have come to the end of the line here, so, or the page, or whatever. So that's it. We'll move on now.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 5 p.m. CMT, Central Mountain Time, but I won't be evolving Eevee into Vaporeon, as I need to wait until I've talked about Snorlax to do that. Instead, I'm going to try to finish what I didn't get to yesterday. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Jolteon. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Jolteon, the electric evolution of Eevee, who evolves when given a Thunderstone. Its previous BYC dates are July 10th, 1996, May 1st, 1999, February 19th, 2002, December 10th, 2004, October 1st, 2007, July 22nd, 2010, May 12th, 2013, March 2nd, 2016, December 22nd, 2018, and October 12th, 2021. I must remember Jolteon from the episode I mentioned yesterday. Coincidentally, this is the episode we'll be watching today. I really like Jolteon's design. Looks like a creature who put its paw on a plasma ball and now its fur is sticking up. Anyway, let's read the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Jolteon, the lightning Pokemon, whose number is 0135. This is what it looks like. Its type is electric, abilities, Volt Absorb, and Quick Feet is its hidden ability. Gender ratios, 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is a group field and hatch time 35 cycles. Height is 2'7" or 0.8 meters. Weight is 54 pounds or 24.5 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 197 the first 4 gens and 184 in the 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 2. And speed. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is yellow. And base friendship is 70. Jolteon is an electric-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves from Eevee when exposed to a Thunderstone. It is one of Eevee's final forms, the others being Vaporeon, Flareon, Espeon, Umbreon, Leafeon, Glaceon, and Sylveon. Biology. Jolteon is a quadrupedal mammalian Pokemon. It is covered in yellow fur with a spiky fringe around its tail and a white ruff around its neck. Its ears are large and pointed with black interiors, and its eyes and small nose are black. It has slender legs and small paws, each with 3 toes and a pink paw pad. Kind of see them here, the paw pads. Jolteon creates electricity using an organ in its lungs, which causes crackling noises as it exhales. It can also generate low-level electricity in its cells, which is amplified by the negative ions it gathers and generates in its fur, allowing it to discharge 10,000-volt lightning bolts. Jolteon's prickly fur is made of electricity-charged needles, which create a sparkling noise as it moves. It is capable of launching its fur at enemies when agitated or startled. The charge is so powerful it can remain on the shed fur for a long time. This Pokemon is most often found in cities and towns under the ownership of trainers. However, its high-strung nature and tendency toward mood swings can make it difficult to train. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, the crackling sound of electricity can be heard while Jolteon exhales during its slumber. Aww. Also, Jolteon jumping up a building. Seeing how fast it can go, that's pretty cool. Evolution, Jolteon evolves from Eevee, so Eevee, Jolteon. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 1, in red and blue. It accumulates negative ions in the atmosphere to blast out 10,000 volt lightning bolts. Yellow, a sensitive Pokemon that easily becomes sad or angry. Every time its mood changes, it charges power. Citium, its weapons are its 10,000 volt electric attacks and its spiky fur. Its sharp hair can pierce enemies when it bristles. Gen 2, in gold, it concentrates the weak electric charges emitted by its cells and launches wicked lightning bolts. Silver, every hair on its body starts to stand up sharply on end if it becomes charged with electricity. Crystal, the negatively charged ions generated in its fur create a constant sparking noise. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon red, silver, or crystal inserted, you get the gold entry, but if you have Pokemon blue, gold, or yellow inserted, you get the silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Jolteon cells generate a low level of electricity. This power is amplified by the static electricity of its fur, enabling the Pokemon to drop thunderbolts. The bristling fur is made of electrically charged needles. Emerald, its cells generate weak power that is amplified by its fur's static electricity to drop thunderbolts. The bristling fur is made up of electrically charged needles. Fire Red, if it is anchored or startled, the fur all over its body bristles like sharp needles that pierce foes. Leaf Green is basically red and blues, but there's a comma after the 10 and 10,000. In Gen 4, in Diamond and Pearl, it controls 10,000 volt power and can raise all the fur on its body as if it were sharp needles. Platinum, if agitated, it uses electricity to straighten out its fur and launch it in small bunches. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their gold and silver counterparts. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry, Black 2 and White 2. By storing electricity in its body, it can shoot its bristle-like fur like a barrage of missiles. In Gen 6, X is the silver entries, Y is Leaf Green's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Jolteons and Pokemon are their correct casing. In Gen 7 in Sun, they send out electrical charges of about 10,000 volts. Because they are high-strung, it can be difficult to grow close to them. Moon, when its fur stands on end, it's a sign it's about to give off a jolt of electricity. Take care, as sometimes lightning strikes next to it too. Ultra Sun, its lungs contain an organ that creates electricity. The crackling sound of electricity can be heard when it exhales. Ultra Moon, its fur stands on end. Becoming like needles, it fires at enemies. Once they're weakened, it finishes them off with a 10,000 volt shock. The Let's Go games are basically yellows, but Pokemon is now the correct casing. In Gen 8, Sword is Fire Red's entry, Sword is Leaf Green and Y's entry. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, it controls 10,000 volt power. When the fur covering its body stands on end, the fur is hard and sharp like needles. Legends Arceus bristles its fur into sharp needle-like points when enraged. One can hear electricity crackle in its breath when it exhales. In Gen 9, Scarlet is the gold entries. Violet is Platinum and Black and White's entry. He's got Jolteon in the Alola Pokedex, in Sun and Moon, Jolteon in the Alola Pokedex, in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, and Jolteon in the Paldea Pokedex. Kind of fun, it seems like a stretching, that's cute. Game locations. Side game locations. And events. Got all this. Held items, Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. In red, blue, and yellow, get a Bitter Berry 100% of the time. In Legends Arceus, for normal, you get Raspberry 30% of the time, Vivichoke 15% of the time, and grid items by level. For Alpha, you get an EXP Candy M 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, grid items by level, still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 65, Attack 65, Defense 60, Special Attack 110, Special Defense 95, Speed 130, for a total of 525. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 110. Pokéthon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting poison, rock, bug, ghost, fire, water, grass, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to ground for double, immune to nothing, resistant to flying, steel, and electric for half. Notes, if this Pokemon has Volt Absorb, the effectiveness of electric type moves is zeros. So it would be 0 instead of half. Because you can hypothetically have a level 1 Jolteon, we will read all of the moves. So 1, Covet, Swift, Bite, Copycat, Baton, Pass, Takedown, Charm, Double Edge, Helping Hand, Tackle, Growl, and Tail Whip. Upon evolution, you get Thunder Shock. At 5, you get Sand Attack, 10, Quick Attack, 15, Baby Doll Eyes, 20, Thunder Wave, 25, Double Kick, 30, Thunder Fang, 35, Pin Missile, 40, Discharge, 45, Agility, 50, Thunder, 55, Last Resort. By TM, 1, Takedown, 2, Charm, 3, Fake Tears, 4, Agility, 5, Mud Slap, 7, Protect, 9, Thunder Fang, 20 Trailblaze, 25 Facade, 32 Swift, 41 Stored Power, 47 Endure, 48 Volt Switch, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 55 Dig, 57 False Swipe, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 72 Electro Ball, 75 Light Screen, 82 Thunder Wave, 85 Rest, 96 Eerie Impulse, 103 Substitute, 114 Shadow Ball, 117 Hyper Voice, 126 Thunderbolt, 129 Calm Mind, 130 Helping Hand, 132 Baton Pass, 136 Electric Terrain, 147 Wild Charge, 152 Giga Impact, 163 Hyper Beam, 166 Thunder, 171 Terra Blast, 172 Roar, 173 Charge, 193 Weather Ball, 204 Double Edge, 211 Electro Web, 223 Metal Sound, 224 Curse, and 227 Alluring Voice. We're skipping by breeding. Nothing by prior evolution. Special moves from this event, you get Fake Tears, Shadow Ball, Thunderbolt, and Yawn. Side game data. Got all this. Okay. Pokemon Ranger, browser entry. Jolteon is a key to the Fiori Temple's mystery. It attacks with Thunderbolts. Shadows of Olmia. It attacks by discharging bolts of electricity from all over its body. Guardian signs. It causes Thunderbolts to strike that make Pokemon paused. Got all this. Yep. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure in the Pokepark pad entry. Jolteon lives in the Granite Zone. He's a specialist at Bulbasaur's Daring Dash. In Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond, he likes cool stuff that makes his heart flutter. He had a fight with Flareon and came to the Arcane area to cool down. Aw, got all this. Yeah. Okay. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. Jolteon can charge every hair on its body with electricity. The charge is so powerful that even if Jolteon sheds its fur, the hairs can stay electrically charged a long time. Pokemon Sleep. If you quietly approach a sleeping Jolteon, you can hear the crackling sound of electricity as it exhales. When its fur stands on end, it's a sign it's about to give off a jolt of electricity, so get away quick. So you've got lying down sleep, sitting sleep, dream sprint sleep, and a top belly sleep. That's very sweet, very cute. Costumes in Pokemon Go, you got Flower Crown, Holiday Hat, Cherry Blossoms, and Explorer Hat. Evolution data, Eevee, Thunderstone, Jolteon. Sprites here, so you got all this. Yeah, very, a little bit different, but, you know, got the basics, I guess, though, the sparkiness, the yellow. This is kind of, I don't know, none of these are really what we have now. They're all a little bit smaller, you know, a little maybe chunkier. Yeah, I don't know if that those don't really work together. None of them really do for the, yeah. Gold's a little bit better, still not quite there yet. We got the white now. That kind of was introduced in these, but this is much clearly more white. This is sort of that weird green gold color. The shiny. Yep, then Gen 3 introduces more of the proportions we have now. All the, you know, yeah, we got the red mouth. And we got a green shiny now. Yep. Diamond and Pearl, not much different. Yep. You know, like that. Different front sprite, full back sprite now. It's fun. Models, so I'm sure these are lighter colors. Interesting, it's a lot more like the originals, I'd say, or like, I don't know, maybe the Gen 2 sprites. Particularly this one. That's interesting. It's not, you know, I don't know. Maybe it's not that, I don't know. It kind of still has a longness, though. I don't know. They're interesting, though. These feel much better. Yeah. We got these, yeah. Legend Arceus. Got these nice models that are all fully modeled. Yep. In the anime. Jolteon and Pokemon the series. Got all this. Yep. Pokedex entries. Once again, we're missing the episode like 41 or whatever it was that was in the Eevee article. In episode 101 in Ash's Pokedex, Jolteon, the lightning Pokemon. When anchored or frightened, the hairs on Jolteon's body become like needles that are fired at its opponents. It absorbs charged atoms and can produce 10,000 volts of electricity. In Black and White, episode 102 in Ash's Pokedex, Jolteon, the lightning Pokemon. Jolteon becomes enveloped in lightning when angered. In what I assume is Journeys, episode 98, in Go's Rotom Phone, Jolteon, the lightning Pokemon. An electric type, Jolteon puts out an electric charge equivalent to 10,000 volts. Quite high-strung, it's not easy to befriend. Jolteon and Pokemon Origins, Pokemon Evolutions, Jolteon and Pokemon Evolutions, the manga, Jolteon and Electric Tail Pikachu, very different, very, you know, claws are much bigger. You don't really get claws Now that's interesting. Pokedex entries. The Electric Tail of Pikachu in Chapter 6. Evolved with the Thunderstone. You know the rest. Pokemon Adventures, Jolteon and Pokemon Adventures. This, yeah, the TCG. Trivia. In English, the category Lightning Pokemon is shared by Jolteon and Electrike. In Japanese, Jolteon has the category Kaminari Pokemon Lightning Pokemon, while Electrike has the category Inazuma Pokemon Lightning Pokemon. If a Thunderstone is used on a paralyzed Eevee to evolve it into Jolteon, the paralysis will not be removed. Aww. Jolteon's and Zapdos' Japanese names are almost identical, with the final S being the only difference. Concept and development. Jolteon was designed by Motofumi Fujiwara. Origin. Jolteon's physical anatomy seems to be primarily based on a herding dog or possibly a fennec fox, with several traits of coyotes. It also resembles jackrabbits and other types of hares, or felines such as the serval and the cheetah. The latter is known for being the fastest land animal, which may be alluded to with Jolteon's speed. Its nail-like fur may derive from porcupines, while its ability to launch its fur may be inspired by the myth that porcupines are able to shoot out their quills when threatened. Additionally, Jolteon may have been inspired by Reiju, a beast from Japanese mythology whose body is made of lightning and may take the form of a dog. Name origin. Jolteon may be a combination of jolt and eon, an immeasurably long period of time, possibly referring to how long evolution takes naturally. Eon is a suffix all Eevee evolutions share and was Eevee's English prototype name. Thunders is literally thunders. In other languages, you got all this, related articles, references, external links to the other evolutions. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Jolteon's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching episode 40, The Battling Eevee Brothers. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, whose hand this is, and his traveling companions Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pikachu, have found an abandoned Eevee and they're going to return it, but in the meantime, Ash is checking his Pokedex and learning about the evolutions. Yes, there's Jolteon. So Thunderstone for that one.
Pokemon.
I'd love a
Yeah, okay. And that's Jolteon's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Jolteon's scenes in Detective Pikachu.
Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, as I like to call it, Detective Jolteon, as it's only the frames for Jolteon to the best of my ability. So, you can see here that Jolteon appears on the sign. That's the only way that Jolteon appears. It seems to be for something called the Thunderbolts. Given the text style, and just the general shape of it, I think it might be like a sports team or something, maybe like even a baseball team. That just feels like what they usually do with the font, and then like the thing at the end, the tail or whatever. But I can't say for sure, of course. That's just my speculation. But anyway, in the film, Tim Goodman, the main character, is watching a video introducing him to Rhyme City, a city where humans and Pokemon coexist. He's going to Rhyme City, as he just found out his father died, and his father lives there, so... Oh yeah, the video right now is explaining how an early partnership between humans and Pokemon evolved into Pokemon battles, so this is like a stadium.
This relationship...
Okay, so now we've cut to a little bit later. Tim has entered Rhyme City here. There's a bunch of Pokemon, of course, abound, and then there's the sign over here. Yep. Establishing shot of the city. Yep. And more kind of establishing shots. There's the sign there. And then another establishing shot. The sign's there, although it's kind of introducing, the Rhyme City PD, which is important because that is where Tim's father worked as a detective. So yeah, now we get the sign again. So you can see the text a little bit better there. And so now he's walking to the station here. So now we've got to the very end of the movie. So this is his father. He didn't actually die. His soul was actually put into Detective Pikachu here. That's all been undone. He was separated. But the sign is here. Yeah. And so they're walking away. He's decided to stay in Rhyme City.
I think I'll have to find a new job.
Oh yeah? What are you thinking?
Maybe I could give detective work a try?
Pikachu.
I think he likes that idea.
that's it. Hope you enjoyed. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Jolteon. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. No, we sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you not familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Jolteon. This is Jolteon by Orca Owl. I think from 2011 here. That's kind of fun to see what they made it look like. Yeah, very nice image here. And we've got Jolteon by Quartzy. Yeah, very cute looking Jolteon here. Then we got Eevee's Rainbow by Tamburello. We've done this the last couple days, but we can do it again. So we got Eevee here in the front, and all the evolutions. We got Flareon, Leafeon, Espeon, Umbreon, Sylveon, Vaporeon, Glaceon, and finally in the back, Jolteon here. See how it has all this electricity and stuff. That's kind of fun. Then we got Eeveelutions by Piku, another one we've done a couple times now. So we got Eevee here, and then Vaporeon, Flareon, and Jolteon. Espeon, Umbreon, Leafeon, Glaceon, and Sylveon. So it's kind of fun image here, like the background, the colors, and how they fade, you know. And then we got Jolteon by Shiro Panda. Seems to be from 2011. So you got this. It's a cool image, very stylized. Kind of showing it shocking the ground, maybe, or shocking water, maybe. Just doing something with shocking. Then we got Jolteon by Dakunobu Kizakura. It's kind of more realistic style of Jolteon here. You can see it doing a bunch of electric attacks here. It's very cool. Kind of looks like maybe it's a... I don't know if it's just a painting or if it's a combination of a painting and CGI. It's kind of hard to tell. Yep. Or maybe it's a CGI thing that looks very much like it's painting. I don't know. Then we got Eevee and Friends by MCG Mark. We've also done this one before. So we got Eevee with a flower crown. Then we got Vaporeon, the Jolteon down here, Flareon, Sylveon, Glaceon, Leafeon, Espeon, and Umbreon, and a Pelipper, and some Wingull in the background here. That's kind of fun. Then we've got Jolteon's Day by Ivan Zhang. So it's cool looking Jolteon here, wearing a jacket and some sunglasses on their head. That's kind of fun. Looks like it says Jolteon in the background, although it's covering up a couple of letters there. There's chains in the background for some reason. It's also got earring. That's interesting. Very stylized, you know, or somewhat stylized anyway. Like the lightning bolts and stuff. Then we got Jolteon by Vermeilbird from September 26th, 2014. So it's this cool Jolteon, kind of looks like it's offended or something. Very fun. This doesn't contain a Jolteon, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 5 p.m. CMT, Central Mountain Time, but I won't be evolving Eevee into Jolteon, as I need to wait until I've talked about Snorlax to do that. Instead, I'll be trying to evolve Zubat into Golbat, and Paris into Parasect. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Flareon. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today I'll be talking about Flareon, the fire evolution of Eevee who evolves when exposed to a Firestone. Flareon's previous PYC dates are July 11th, 1996, May 2nd, 1999, February 20th, 2002, December 11th, 2004, October 2nd, 2007, July 23rd, 2010, May 13th, 2013, March 3rd, 2016, December 23rd, 2018, and October 13th, 2021. I most remember Flareon from the episode I mentioned 2 days ago. Coincidentally, this is the episode we'll be watching today. I really like Flareon's design. It looks fluffy. Anyway, let's read the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Flareon, the flame Pokemon, whose number is 0-136. This is what it looks like. Its type is fire, ability is flash fire, guts is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is a group field and hatch time 35 cycles. Height is 2'11" and 0.9 meters. Weight is 55.1 pounds or 25 kilograms. Base experience heal is 198 in the first 4 gens and 184 in 5+. Leveling grade is medium fast. EV yield is 2 and attack shape is that Footprint is that. Pokedex color is red, and base friendship is 70. Flareon is a fire-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves from Eevee when exposed to a Firestone. It is one of Eevee's final forms, the others being Vaporeon, Jolteon, Espeon, Umbreon, Leafeon, Glaceon, and Sylveon. Biology, Flareon is a mammalian quadrupedal Pokemon covered in short reddish orange fur. It has long ears with black interiors, dark eyes, and a small black nose. There are 3 small toes and a yellow paw pad on each foot. Fluffy yellow fur forms a small tuft on its head, as well as its bushy tail and a mane around its chest and neck. Flareon's body temperature is caused by its internal flame sac and rises when it is excited. If its body gets too hot, it will fluff out the fur on its collar to cool down. Flareon stores and heats inhaled air in its flame sac and then exhales it as fire with temperatures of around 3,100 degrees Fahrenheit or 1,700 degrees Celsius. Flareon's average body temperature is around 1,300 to 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit, 700 to 800 degrees Celsius, but it can reach 1,700 degrees Fahrenheit or 900 degrees Celsius. It is an omnivore that roasts either berries or prey before consumption. Flareon has a curious personality and is mostly found in populated areas, rarely seen in the wilderness. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, it is believed that Flareon is regulating its body temperature while sleeping. Due to its fur releasing heat to help it cool down, Flareon is able to sleep comfortably. Evolution, Flareon evolves from Eevee, so you've got Eevee, Flareon. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 1, in red and blue, when storing thermal energy in its body, its temperature could soar to over 1,600 degrees. Yellow, it has a flame chamber inside its body. It inhales, then blows out fire that is over 3,000 Fahrenheit degrees. Stadium, its fiery breath reaches close to 3,000 degrees. Its body temperature exceeds 1,650 degrees when storing fire inside. Gen 2, in gold, it stores some of the air and it inhales in its internal flame pouch, which heats to over 3,000 degrees. Silver, it fluffs out its fur collar to cool down its body temperature, which can reach 1,650 degrees. Crystal, once it has stored up enough heat, this Pokemon's body temperature can reach up to 1,700 degrees. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, you get the gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Flareon's fluffy fur has a functional purpose. It releases heat into the air so that its body does not get excessively hot. This Pokemon's body temperature can rise to a maximum of 1,650 degrees Fahrenheit. Emerald, Flareon's fluffy fur releases heat into the air so that its body does not get excessively hot. Its body temperature can rise to a maximum of 1,650 degrees Fahrenheit. Fire Red, it has a flame bag inside its body. After inhaling deeply, it blows out flames of nearly 3,100 degrees Fahrenheit. Leaf Greens is basically red and blues, but now it has Fahrenheit at the end. In Gen 4, Diamond and Pearl, it has a flame sac in its body. Its body temperature tops 1,650 degrees Fahrenheit before battle. Platinum, inhaled air is heated in the flame sac in its body to an intense fire over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are the same as their Gold and Silver entry, but they have Fahrenheit at the end. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry, Black 2 and White 2. Inhaled air is carried to its flame sac, heated and exhaled as fire that reaches over 3,000 degrees Faith. In Gen 6, X is Diamond and Pearl's entry. Y's is basically Fire Red's, but 3,100 has been changed to 3,000. For some reason. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphires is the same as Ruby and Sapphires, but Fahrenheit replaces the F. In Gen 7 Sun, when it catches prey or finds berries, it breathes fire on them until they are well done, and then it gobbles them up. Moon, its average body temperature is between 1,300 and 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit. In its internal flame sac, its temperatures reach 3,000 degrees. Ultra Sun, if it inhales deeply, that's a sign it's about to attack. Prepare to be hit by flames of over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Ultra Moon, the flame chamber inside its body ignites when Flareon gets agitated, reaching temperatures of up to 1,650 degrees Fahrenheit. The Let's Go games are basically yellows, but this whole thing messes now degrees Fahrenheit and all that. In Gen 8, Swords is crystals, but Pokemon is the correct casing, and Fahrenheit replaces whatever that was. Swords is Heart Gold's entry. Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl or Diamond and Pearl's entry. Legends Arceus. Flamespurn with a sac-like organ inside this Pokemon. When Flareon inhales, these flames grow in intensity, reaching a mighty 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Scarlet is Black 2 and White 2's, but F has been replaced by Fahrenheit. Violet is Soul Silver's entry. So we got Flareon in the Alola Pokedex and Sun and Moon. Flareon in the Alola Pokedex and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Flareon in the Paldea Pokedex. It looks like it's running on flames, but it's just grass, I think. Yeah, it's fun. Game locations. Side game locations. And events. Held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. In red, blue, and yellow, you get a Bitterberry 100% of the time. Legends Arceus. For normal, you get a Raspberry 30% of the time. Vivichoke 15% of the time, and grid items by level. Alpha EXP Candy M 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, and grid items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats. Base stats. HP 65, attack 130, defense 60, special attack 95, special defense 110, speed 65 for a total of 525. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 110. Pokéthon stats. Type effectiveness. Damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ghost, electric, psychic, dragon, and dark. Weak to ground, rock, and water for double. Immune to nothing, and resistance to bug, steel, fire, grass, ice, and fairy, all for half. Notes, if this Pokemon has Flash Fire, the effectiveness of Fire-type moves is 0, so it be 0 instead of half. In Gen 1, the effectiveness of Ice-type moves is 1, so it went from 1 to half. Learn Step by leveling up, since you can hypothetically have a level 1 Flareon. We'll read all the moves. 1, you get Covet, Swift, Copycat, Baton Pass, Takedown, Charm, Double Edge, Helping Hand, Tackle, Growl, and Tail Whip. Upon evolution, you get Ember. 5, Sand Attack, 10, Quick Attack, 15, Baby Doll Eyes, 20, Smog, 25, Bite, 30, Fire Fang, 35, Fire Spin, 40, Lava Plume, 45, Scary Face, 50, Flare Blitz, 55, Last Resort. By TM, 1, Takedown, 2, Charm, 3, Fake Tears, 5, Mud Slap, 6, Scary Face, 7, Protect, 8, Fire Fang, 20, Trailblaze, 24, Fire Spin, 25, Facade, 32, Swift, 38, Flame Charge, version 2.0.1 onward, 41 Stored Power, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 15 Rain Dance, 55 Dig, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 85 Rest, 103 Substitute, 107 Will-O-Wisp, 114 Shadow Ball, 117 Hyper Voice, 118 Heat Wave, 125 Flame Thrower, 129 Calm Mind, 130 Helping Hand, 132 Baton Pass, 141 Fire Blast, 152 Giga Impact, 157 Overheat, 163 Hyper Beam, 165 Flare Blitz, 171 Terra Blast, 172 Roar, 193 Wither Ball, 195 Burning Jealousy, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, 207 Temper Flare, 215 Scorching Sands, 224 Curse, and 227 Alluring Voice. Skipping by breeding, nothing by prior evolutions. Special moves from this event, Curse and Double Kick. TCG only moves. You get Fire Dance and Fury Swipes from these cards. Side game data, you got all this. Yep. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Flareon is a key to the Fiori Temple's mystery. It attacks with its fiery breath. Shadows of Olmia. It attacks by spitting fireballs and breathing streams of fire. Guardian Signs. It sends out pillars of fire to attack. You got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure in the Pokepark pad entry. Flareon plays in the Lava Zone. The attraction he specializes in is Rhyperior's Bumper Burn. In Pokepark 2 Wonders Beyond, he likes to run, but he also likes to think of a course to run. He wants everyone to run the race course he created. Aw, got all this. Yep. Okay. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. Flareon is extremely curious and shows interest in a wide variety of things. Its body temperature rises when it gets excited, but it stays cool by releasing heat from its fluffy fur. Pokemon Sleep, got all this. It sleeps contently wrapped in its fluffy fur, which releases heat into the air to cool down Flareon's body. Perhaps Flareon is regulating its body temperature even while sleeping. We got tail swinging sleep, tucked sleep, tail wrapping sleep, and a top belly sleep. Aww. Costumes in Pokemon Go, Flower Crown, Holiday Hat, Cherry Blossom, and Explorer Hat. It's cool. See, it's kind of on the side there. It's kind of hard to see it's kind of the same color. That's interesting. Evolution data, Eevee, Firestone, Flareon. Sprites, so this first generation, that's interesting. I mean, it's got pretty much the basics, the front thing and all that. Looks, yeah, I don't know, it's very interesting. Yep, and it slowly becomes a little bit more like the one we have now. The ears are very big. They're very fiery. There's a very much more ambiguous on whether or not the stuff is fiery like Ponyta's, but it slowly becomes more obvious that it's not. See, like, it kind of, I don't know, it waves it around like it is a fire, but it's not really. But anyway, Gen 2, it's kind of red for some reason. Oh, it's got the orange, which is pretty cool. But yeah, this is red, and this is now orange, which is interesting, which is kind of closer to what we have now. But yeah, its eyes are bigger in silvers, which is interesting. Yeah, it's different eyes. Its eyes are much smaller. It's probably true of the others, and I wasn't paying attention. Yep. This is, again, just kind of the off-white color, but now it's yellow at this point. There's a brown and yellow. That's interesting. Yep. Got the different orange here. Might be even a different brown. Yep. Gen 4, the darker orange and brown. This is sort of tan and brown, I guess. This is also brown. Yeah, okay. Kind of maybe a darker brown than I think these guys were. We get Gen 5. Slightly different orange, I think. that. I don't think, and then the full back sprite, that's pretty cool. Gen 6 introduces sort of the modern colors back to this kind of orange and this kind of yellowy, almost, yeah, I don't know. This is an orange, a different orange, kind of like the orange here, maybe? Or, I don't know, it's probably one of the previous oranges. But, and then we got us, just see a sign, and these guys, okay. Let's Go games, of course, better models, I think, oh, it has interpretation, it's pretty good. I mean, obviously, this is a very tall tail, it's a very long tail, that's very interesting. And, yeah, kind of weird. Yeah, I don't know, that interpretation is a little bit better, you can see a lot more of the details. Yep, it's probably, yeah. You can see a lot more of the details on the tail in this version. It's a darker orange again. Homes, kind of back to that lighter orange, more of a gold, I guess, now. That's interesting. In the anime, Flareon in Pokemon the series, you got all this. Yep. Okay. Pokedex entries, once again, we don't have the Eevee one that features this Pokemon. But Advanced Generations, episode 177, in the Maze Pokedex. Flareon, the flame Pokemon. Flareon is the evolved form of Eevee. The air it inhales is ignited by a flame inside its body and expelled as fire. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 174 in Dawn's Pokedex. Flareon, the flame Pokemon, and an evolved form of Eevee. It stores some of the air it breathes in its internal flame sac, which heats its body to over 3,000 degrees. In Black and White, episode 102 in Ash's Pokedex. Flareon, the flame Pokemon. Flareon's internal flame ignites its breath, which is exhaled as fire. From What I Assume is Journeys, episode 98, in Go's Rotom Phone. Flareon, the flame Pokemon, a fire type. Flareon stores some of the air it breathes in an internal flame pouch, where it heats the air to 3,000 degrees. Pokemon Evolutions, Flareon and Pokemon Evolutions. In the manga, Flareon the Electric Tail Pikachu, looking somewhat stylized, but much closer to the one cartoony one we have compared to Jolteon and Vaporeon. Pokedex entries in the Electric Tail Pikachu, Chapter 6. Evolved with the Firestone. Its body contains flame glands. Got all this. Yep. Flareon and Pokemon Adventures. Yep. The TCG. Other appearances. For the Pokemon Detective Pikachu, we'll look at that one later. Trivia. We've already done this first point, probably in the Charmeleon video. Flareon is the only evolution with a type advantage against more than one other evolution. In Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Flareon is the only evolution that is not able to swim, so it stands on a platform when sent out in a battle above water. Furthermore, prior to the version 2.0.1 update, Flareon was unable to learn Flame Charge via TM. Concept and development, Flareon was designed by Motofumi Fujiwara. Origin, Flareon's overall design has traits from multiple different mammal species. Its long ears, orange coloration, and fluffy tail may derive from foxes such as the red fox, while its body shape and fluffy mane may be based on lions or certain cat breeds such as the Norwegian forest cat and Maine Coon. It may also be inspired by certain rabbit breeds such as the Lionhead. Name origin. Flareon may be a combination of flare and eon, an immeasurably long period of time, possibly referring to how long evolution takes naturally. Eon is a suffix all Eevee evolution share and was Eevee's English prototype name. Booster is literally booster, possibly referring to the booster rocket. In other languages, related articles, references, external links to the evolutions. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Flareon's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 40, The Battling Eevee Brothers. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, whose hand that is, and his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have found an abandoned Eevee and they're going to return it, but in the meantime, Ash is looking through his decks.
A Firestone
So there's,
will yield Flareon, the Flame Pokemon. A Water Stone.
And that's where we started Vaporeon, so we'll stop there.
Now let's watch Flareon's scene in Detective Pikachu.
Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, as I like to call it. Detective Flareon, as it's only the frames with Flareon to the best of my ability. And that's especially true today, as it's in the middle of an evolution. So I think we may have seen bits of the Flareon in the Eevee video, but it's so kind of hard to tell because it was in the middle of evolution. So what I've done is, so actually, context first. Tim Goodman, the main character, has come to Rhyme City after finding out that his father died in a car crash. He's met Detective Pikachu, a talking Pikachu, and they've been summoned to Howard Clifford, the founder of Rhyme City, who has evolved his Eevee into a Flareon. And Detective Pikachu has stated, like, oh, it's a Flareon, like he knows what Eevee's gonna evolve into. So that's kind of where I've cut it into it. Yes.
Imagine
Flareon.
being able to evolve into the best possible version of yourself.
Howard. That's Tim. That's Detective Pikachu.
That greatness inside.
Yep. And that's it. Hope you enjoyed. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Flareon. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you not familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Flareon. So we got Flareon by Orca Owl. Looks like it's from 2017 here, so this is cool artwork. We've seen a few of the other Eevee and Eeveelution artwork. I'm probably going to see more as we do the others later. But yeah, this is very nice. We've got Flareon by Ducasia. Lucaria in 2009, so I got this nice art here, very stylized, very, I don't know, almost Disney-like. Then we got Flareon by Vermeil Bird. It's from September 26, 2014. See down here. It's cool. Flareon, this is another one where we've seen a few of their other evolutions and stuff. This is also kind of fun. It's being it's a little sassy. And we've got Flareon by Vanilla Coon. So this cool, stylized Flareon here. It's a very fun image. Looks like it's in different pieces. That's interesting. Then we got Flareon by Moxie 2D. So this cool, very stylized Flareon here. You can see its tail is like fire. It's very cool. Then we got Eeveelutions by Piku. We've done this one over the last 3 days, but we can do it again. So I got Eevee, Vaporeon, Flareon, Jolteon, Espeon, Umbreon, Leafeon, Glaceon, and Sylveon. I like the background, and I like how they're pretty much in order of how they were revealed, or like when they were introduced, I guess. And we got Dreaming Together by Cory Orredondo. We've got the Flareon here. Looks like it's awake while the other ones are not. And it's got a blanket. Don't know why it's awake. But the rest are Vaporeon in this underwater blanket. Jolteon in a lightning storm blanket. Umbreon in the nighttime blanket. Eevee in the colors, I guess, blanket. I think it's just stripes that have Eevee's coloration. Espeon with the sort of shapes here. I think they're supposed to be like psychic shapes and stuff. Then we've got Glaceon and those, you know, icicles and ice crystals blanket. We got Leafeon on the leaf and plant and flower blanket. Then we got Sylveon in the like butterfly and cutesy blanket. It's wrapping its ribbons around the whole bed. That's very sweet. Then we got Flareon by Vermeil Bird, another one. One looks to be from maybe 2016, kind of hard to tell. But yeah, this very sassy looking one. It looks like it's got Pocky or some other similar treat. Yeah, being very sassy. You can see the little paw pads. Then we got Flareon by Nevadoodle. I think there's been a few Eeveelutions and Eevee and stuff for Nevadoodle. Kind of fun to see their version of Flareon. Kind of stylized a little bit. Then we got Pokemon Flareon by All0412. So seems to be like jumping or getting out of like magma maybe. I don't know what's happening here, but it's a fun image. Then we got Flareon by Mewitty. So this interesting, kind of stylized Flareon. It's very interesting colors and a very large tail. Then we've got Eeveelution by Eevee0. I think we did this one in the Eevee video. I don't think we've done it the other 2 days, so we can do this one again. Eevee, Flareon, Vaporeon, Jolteon, Espeon, Umbreon, Leafeon, Glaceon, and Sylveon. Yes, so very fun, slightly stylized here. All in the same pose. Then we got Flareons by Nevadoodle. So I think we had like a Jolteon or Vaporeons by them. So that's fun to see their version of that, but with Flareon here. So this one's kind of confused. Kind of looking over and then some sleeping. That's sweet. Then we got Eevee's Rainbow by Tamburella, of course. We've done this over the past 3 days, so we might as well do it in this one. So it's more realistic, kind of, with the fur and stuff. I got Eevee, and then we've got a Leafeon, and then Flareon here. You can see all the fire. That's kind of fun. Espeon, Umbreon, Sylveon, Vaporeon, Glaceon, and Jolteon here. So that's kind of fun to see all of them running across this, like, water here. Flareon, the fluffiest of them all, by Bokurai. So you can see it's playing in the sand here. That's kind of fun. Kind of the night or maybe dusk, I guess, time. That's kind of fun. Then we got Flareon by Foxlit. I guess it's from 2016. It's kind of cool. Flareon stylized and having this weird 3D, I guess, effect. I don't know if it would actually work with the old style 3D glasses, but if it does, that's pretty cool. And we got Eeveelutions by Toaster Kiwi. Another one. We've definitely done it in the Eevee. I don't know if we did it in the other ones, but we got Flareon down here, Vaporeon, Jolteon, Glaceon, Leafeon, Umbreon, Espeon, and Sylveon. The Eevee, of course, in the center. That's a very nice, very cute image here. Very kind of chibi looking, yeah. And we got Flareon by Alice XZ. Seems to be from February 4th, 2011. It's cool. I don't know, like brush work art. I don't know. It's very cool though. It's very stylized. And we got Flareon by Kitsuki. I think we had another one of the Eeveelutions by them earlier. Or maybe just Eevee itself. So it's cool stylized Flareon here. It's fun. And we got Flareon by Suzante. So very much stylized. You know, very much kind of lion elements, or like puma, or like big other kind of big cats like that. And I don't know what's going on with the face. I guess it's supposed to be a little bit more realistic. Then we got the complete Eeveelution by Francis John, so all of them. So we got Sylveon, Leafeon, Glaceon, Espeon, Umbreon, Jolteon, Eevee, Vaporeon, and Flareon here. Yeah, it's in like reverse order of when they were introduced, I guess. It's cool kind of design, making them much slimmer than they are. Yeah, more like dogs, I'd say. That's interesting. This one, although this one is still kind of like a fox. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, some of them. This one also kind of maybe is a vaguely fox-like. Yes, that's interesting. Then we've got Eeveelutions by Sav Kate. I guess it's from 2019. So we got Flareon, Vulpus Ignis. I guess they all have scientific names here. So Vulpus Glacius, Vulpus Obscurus for Glaceon and Umbreon. Leafeon is Vulpus Folus. Vaporeon is Vulpus Vapor. Jolteon is Vulpus Fulmen. Sylveon is Vulpus Magicae. Espeon is Vulpus Mentis. And Eevee is Vulpus Octoprimus. So yeah, these cool looking images as well. Very kind of also a little bit dog-like. That's interesting. Flareon by Star Droid Gene. Nice, simple Flareon image. It's very good. Then we got Warm Fluff by Canine Prince. This nice Flareon and Eevee image. It's very sweet. Very nice. And that's it. Hope you enjoyed. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 5 p.m. CMT, Central Mountain Time, but I won't be evolving Eevee into Flareon, as I need to wait until I've talked about Snorlax to do that. Instead, I'll be catching a Sandshrew and trying to evolve it into Sandslash. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Porygon. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today I'll be talking about Porygon. Its previous PYC dates are July 12th, 1996, May 3rd, 1999, February 21st, 2002, December 12th, 2004, October 3rd, 2007, July 24th, 2010, May 14th, 2013, March 4th, 2016, December 24th, 2018, and October 14th, 2021. I most remember Porygon from hearing about the infamous episode which caused Japanese children to get seizures. I've always felt bad for Porygon, since apparently the flashing lights weren't their fault, but instead Pikachu's. Regardless, Porygon and its evolutions did not get majorly featured in an episode of the anime since that episode. I also like its weird blocky duck creature design. Anyway, let's get to the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Porygon, the virtual Pokemon, whose number is 0137. This is Porygon, this is what it looks like. Type is normal, abilities, Trace or Download in Gen 4+. Analytic is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is gender unknown. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is a group mineral. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 2'7" or 0.8 meters. Weight is 80.5 pounds or 36.5 kilograms. Base experience yields 130 in the first 4 gens, or 79 and 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 1 and special attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is pink and base friendship is 70. Porygon is a normal type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves into Porygon 2 when traded while holding an upgrade, which evolves into Porygon Z when traded while holding a dubious disc. Biology: Porygon is an artificial Pokemon made completely out of programming code. It has a pink polyhedral head that ends in a blue beak and has hexagonal eyes, and it has a pink polyhedral body with a blue front, blue triangular prism feet, and a blue rectangular prism tail. In 3D games such as Pokemon Stadium, it can open its beak and can detach its limbs and head from its torso. According to its Pokédex entries, it has copy protection built into its code, preventing duplication through electronic means. It was created in 1995 by Silphco, but documents at Silphco claim it was created at the Pokemon Lab on Cinnabar Island using the state-of-the-art technology of its time. Because it was created decades ago, many of its parts have since become obsolete. It was the first artificial Pokemon to have ever been created through computer programming. In ancient Hisui, people were confused about Porygon and its evolutions due to them arriving through space-time distortions and being the product of far more advanced technology than what was available at the time. Due to its man-made origins, Porygon does not need to breathe or eat, though it can still accept food if given. It has the ability to convert its body into digital data, allowing it to travel through cyberspace. Recently, it has become more helpful inside cyberspace by searching for any suspicious data that exists. Some believe Porygon has the power to potentially travel in space despite the species not displaying that ability yet. Because it is man-made, it is generally found in computers or in labs and other buildings where people work. Porygon and its evolved forms are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the moves Conversion and Conversion 2 prior to Gen 5. Sharpen was also one of its signature moves. Additionally, prior to Gen 5, Porygon and its evolved forms are the only known Pokemon that could have Download as an ability. It can use Conversion to change its appearance to mimic other Pokemons, and has also demonstrated the ability to change color for camouflage. So you can see that here. Porygon changing its appearance using Conversion. Evolution: Porygon evolves into Porygon 2, which evolves into Porygon Z. So Porygon, Porygon 2, Porygon Z. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Sky. In the future of darkness, Porygon live past spatial cliffs. Dusknoir goes to spatial cliffs to see them. 2 Porygon appear at the end of the dungeon. They are allies of Primal Dialga, and they transmit Grovyle and Dusknoir to Frozen Island. Pokedex entries in Gen 1 in red and blue. A Pokemon that consists entirely of programming code, capable of moving freely in cyberspace. Yellow, the only Pokemon people anticipate can fly into space. None has managed the feat yet, however. Stadium, a man-made Pokemon that consists entirely of programming code. It is capable of moving freely in cyberspace. In Gen 2, in Gold, it is a man-made Pokemon. Since it doesn't breathe, people are eager to try it in any environment. Silver, a man-made Pokemon that came about as a result of research. It is programmed with only basic motions. Crystal, an artificial Pokemon created due to extensive research. It can perform only what is in its program. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, in Ruby and Sapphire, Porygon is capable of reverting itself entirely back to program data and entering cyberspace. This Pokemon is copy protected, so it cannot be duplicated by copying. Emerald, it is capable of reverting itself entirely back to program data in order to enter cyberspace. A Porygon is copy protected, so it cannot be duplicated. Fire Red, using the most advanced technologies, scientists finally succeeded in making the first artificial Pokemon. Leaf Green is very similar to Red and Blues, but slightly different, so I'll read it. A Pokemon that consists entirely of programming code. It is capable of moving freely in cyberspace. In Gen 4, in Diamond and Pearl, the world's first artificially created Pokemon. It can travel through electronic space. Platinum, a man-made Pokemon created using advanced scientific means. It can move freely in cyberspace. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are basically Gold and Silvers, but Pokemon is the correct casing now. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is basically Soul Silvers, but now man-made has a hyphen between man and made. Y is basically Leaf Greens, but Pokemon is now the correct casing. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Porygon and Pokemon are the correct casing, and copy protected is now 2 words. In Gen 7, in Sun, roughly 20 years ago, it was artificially created, utilizing the latest technology of the time. Moon, it can convert its body into digital data, which enables it to enter cyberspace. Ultra Sun, this Pokemon was created using the cutting-edge science of 20 years ago. So many parts of it have since become obsolete. Ultra Moon, it was built 20 years ago by scientists who dreamed of exploring space. Their dreams have yet to come true. The Let's Go games are basically yellows, but Pokemon is now the correct casing. In Gen 8, Sword, state-of-the-art technology was used to create Porygon. It was the first artificial Pokemon to be created via computer programming. Shield, in recent years, this species has been very helpful in cyberspace. These Pokemon will go around checking to make sure no suspicious data exists. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, a Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus, it has no discernible heartbeat and does not seem to draw breath. And yet it appears to function without issue. I cannot even begin to explain this utterly bizarre anomaly. In Gen 9, Scarlet is very similar to one we've done before, but slightly different, so I'll read it. It is an artificial Pokemon. Since it doesn't breathe, people are excited by its potential to be useful in any environment. Violet, Porygon is an artificial Pokemon created using advanced scientific means. It can move freely through cyberspace. Porygon in the Alola Pokedex. Porygon in the Blueberry Pokedex. That's kind of fun. You get to see how like blocky it is and how it's slightly different. The outline is gone now, and that's kind of fun. And so got the electric webs or whatever these bright webs are. That's interesting. We saw these in the Electabuzz video. Game locations, side game locations, events. Held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. In red, blue, and yellow, you get a Bitter Berry 100% of the time. In Legends Arceus, normal, you get a Sky Tumblestone 35% of the time. Ball of Mud 15% of the time. Great items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy S 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 10% of the time. And great items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 65, attack 60, defense 70, special attack 85, special defense 75, speed 40 for a total of 395. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 75. Pokeathon stats. Type effectiveness. Damage normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak 2 fighting for double, immune to ghost. Resistant to nothing. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of ghost-type moves is 1, so it would go from 0 to 1. Learn set. By leveling up. 1. Get Tackle and Conversion, 5. Recycle, 10. Magnet Rise, 15. Thunder Shock, 20. Psybeam, 25. Conversion 2, 30. Agility, 35. Recover, 40. Discharge, 45. Tri-Attack, 50. Double Edge, 55. Lock-On, and 60. Zap Cannon. By TM, 1. Takedown, 4. Agility, 7. Protect, 16. Psybeam, 18. Thief, 23. Charge Beam, 25. Facade, 32. Swift, 34. Icy Wind, 47. Endure, 49. Sunny Day, 50. Rain Dance, 54. Psyshock, 59. Zen Headbutt, 62. Foul Play, 70. Sleep Talk, 82. Thunder Wave, 85. Rest, 96. Eerie Impulse, 103. Substitute, 109. Trick, 114. Shadow Ball, 120 Psychic, 126 Thunderbolt, 135 Ice Beam, 143 Blizzard, 152 Giga Impact, 161 Trick Room, 163 Hyper Beam, 166 Thunder, 168 Solar Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 173 Charge, 178 Gravity, 204 Double Edge, and 211 Electro Web. Nothing by breeding. TCG only moves. Peck in this card. Side game data. Okay. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Porygon makes itself invisible to confuse enemies and interfere with capture. Got all this. Yep. In Pokemon Go, Porygon can be obtained by completing 1/4 of the ticketed special research, Decoding Porygon. Evolution data. Porygon evolves into Porygon 2 when traded while holding an upgrade, which evolves into Porygon Z when traded while holding a dubious disc. Porygon cannot evolve into Porygon 2 in Pokemon via Red and Leaf Green until the player obtains the National Pokedex. as its evolution will be interrupted. Porygon also cannot evolve into Porygon 2. In Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, as Porygon 2 is not present in those games. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, Porygon evolves into Porygon 2 when exposed to an upgrade, which evolves into Porygon Z when exposed to a dubious disc. So you've got Porygon, trade holding an upgrade, Porygon 2, trade holding a dubious disc, Porygon Z. Sprites here, so you've got a lot of the basics here, which is particularly interesting. It's pink and kind of gray, but you can definitely see how it could be interpreted as blue and red later. This is interesting. Yeah, the colors kind of go away. And this one's a lot more duck-like, I think. And this one, it kind of just keeps that one. And this one's very weird looking. It's green for some reason. This one, you know, back sprite doesn't really work for either of these. Not really sure if it even works for the when it was designed for, but then we've got golds here. So you got this now, the red and the blue. Then you've got sort of the purple and the blue. That's interesting for the shiny. Not really sure how they're shinies, but whatever. Okay, then we got the different blue and crystal here, but it keeps the same blue for the shiny. That's interesting. But also you can see that cool wire mesh thing going on. That's pretty fun. Then I got Gen 3. So it's a pinker. It's not like kind of a pink, red. Different blue. This is now blue and white for the shiny. Yeah, that might be a slightly different pink. So again, pink here and blue. I think it's a slightly different blue. Oh, it's definitely a different blue here. This is more or less the same, might be slightly different blue. I think the top part is now a lot lighter for some reason. Yep. Yeah, not much changes here. I'm sure, well, it's a different model, but yeah, colors seem about the same though. This is full back sprite now for Porygon. That's cool. Then the models, of course, they're gonna be pretty faithful. It's already pretty geometrical. Like this is probably among the easier ones to translate because it is like just already basically a 3D object in 2D. So it's pink. Oh, it's pink. Becomes less of the white, I guess, and more of a pink in Gen 4 for the shiny. That's interesting. Now it's definitely a lot more pink, and so, of course, slightly different colors all around, I'm sure. Yeah, not much changes. Yep. Except for the back sprite, although that might just be an animation. Oh, I guess it is a slightly different model, isn't it? This, of course, very well done. And of course, this one has very good style for the... Yeah, this one's perfect for the whole blocky because it's already kind of blocky style, so... And then Home's here, so yeah, it's very much kind of more of dark, or kind of more of a light purple at this point. It's a pink, yep, in the anime, so this is probably Porygon in the anime, Porygon, and aim to be a Pokemon Master. So these are the big ones, the big one we talked about earlier in the video, so got all this, yep, so it's not a whole lot because there is just, yeah, there's just a small stuff there. So, in the manga, Porygon in Pokemon Adventures, Pokedex entries, Pokemon Adventures, chapter The Primate Directive, a Pokemon that consists entirely of programming code, capable of moving freely in cyberspace. This, in the TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. / Melee. Porygon pops out of a door on top of the Silphco building in the Saffron City stage. It damages players that come into contact with it. Porygon's only appearance in Melee is that of a Pokefloat. When the fighting is on Slowpoke's tail, 3 will travel across the top of the screen. However, they move too quickly to land on and so are little more than decoration in practice. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Porygon retains its role as a stage element in the Saffron City stage, as well as appearing as a spirit. Trivia, Porygon is the only Pokemon that evolves by trading twice. Once holding the upgrade into Porygon 2, and a second time as Porygon 2 into Porygon Z when holding a dubious disc. It is also the only Pokemon in a 3-stage evolutionary line that does not require leveling up to trigger any of its evolutions, i.e. it is possible to acquire a Porygon Z at level 1. Porygon's evolutionary line is the only 3-stage evolutionary line whose members were all considered fully evolved during their respective debut generations. Oh yeah. Porygon is the only Pokemon to have its category changed in Japanese. Its category in Pokemon Red and Green is CG Pokemon, which was changed to Virtual Pokemon from Pokemon Blue onwards. According to the Pocket Monsters Encyclopedia, Porygon was developed in the year 1995. Origin: Porygon seems to be based on a bird or paper crane that has been rendered using digital software. The head tipping motions it displays in some games is reminiscent of a drinking bird toy. The flat shapes comprising its body are similar to the polygon mesh used to create 3D computer graphics. Its Pokédex entries imply a connection to artificial intelligence and robotic spacecraft. In a 1997 interview with the magazine Famemaga 64, Satoshi Tajiri stated that Porygon was created out of irony. According to him, during the development of Pokemon Red and Green, people kept telling him that he was too late on making a game for the Game Boy, and that he should start making games with 3D polygonal graphics for the next generation consoles. As a result, he included Porygon, a Pokemon made out of polygons, in the sprite-based Pokemon Red and Green, hence the irony. That's great. Name origin: Porygon is a corruption of Polygon. In other languages, related articles, references, external links. Yeah, let's move on.
For hopefully obvious reasons, I can't watch Porygon's first appearance in the anime, so I'll watch it second.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching episode 47, A Chansey Operation. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and his traveling companions Brock and Misty here have come to this hospital after Ash's Pikachu swallowed something, and they couldn't find a Pokemon Center, and now she's begging the doctor to help them.
Well,
There's
how
the
could I
doctor.
turn down such a pretty face?
And there was the Porygon in that scene. I don't know if you saw it, but yeah. Oh, okay. I don't know why it skipped backwards, but there was a Porygon in that transition there, so yeah, that's it. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have 3 Porygon cards, but they're all the same design, so act like they're just one card.
It's the 8th Porygon card design. It was illustrated by Kent Kanetsuna, an illustrator for the TCG from 2000 to 2021. They're known for their CGI style, which of course works well with a digital Pokemon like Porygon. It seems to be traveling through electronic space, but I'll get back to that later. It has 50 HP, it's 2'7" and 80.5 pounds. It has 2 moves, Calculate and Sharpen. Calculate is not a move from the video games. On this card it costs 1 of any energy. It allows the player to pick up the top 3 cards on their deck and put them back in any order. In the video game, Sharpen is a normal type move introduced in Gen 1. In Gen 1 through 4, it was Porygon's signature move. It increases the Pokemon's attack stat. On this card, it costs 2 of any energy and does 20 damage. It's weak to fighting for plus 10 damage. It has no resistance, which is odd since it's immune to Ghost in the video game, so it could have been resistant to Psychic, but I guess since it isn't really immune to Psychic in the video games, they decided against it. It costs 1 energy for Porygon to retreat. In the bottom right corner of the card, there is the Great Encounters expansion symbol. Porygon's description reads, "The world's first artificially created Pokemon. It can travel through electronic space." This is the Pokédex entry from Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl. It's level 7.
I have a couple Omanyte cards, so we'll talk about them tomorrow. Now let's see why people love Porygon.
Hello and welcome to the community post section of the video. Someone responded to one of these. So thank you, number 1 Drizzile fan, for responding. The question is, what do you love about Porygon? And they say, everything. Fair. It's a pretty cool Pokemon. Let's move on.
Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. For those of you not familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Porygon. So this first image is a Porygon 2, so we'll head to the second image. 137 through 474 Porygon line by In Progress Pokemon. So, what they normally do is show it going from one stage as they're growing up, but of course that's not necessarily how it would work for digital Pokemon, so they've kind of substituted it by doing these little stages. So, got the Porygon, you can see how it's sort of digitizing into the smooth version. Then we've got Porygon 2 becoming kind of closer to Porygon Z here, losing the neck. And yeah, that moving down, and these moving up. Gaining the horn, of course. So then you got Porygon Z here. So it's all, yeah. Then you've got Porygon and Porygon 2 by the Mirage Theory. So this fun, stylized for each of them. So Porygon, Pokedex 137, the virtual Pokemon, analytic, 2'7", 80.5 pounds. Porygon 2, Pokedex number 233, the virtual Pokemon upgrade, analytic, 2 foot and 71.6 pounds. Let's see how different they look. They got Porygon's Family 2 by Darkrai Lady. So these cool, you know, Porygon, Porygon 2, Porygon Z, this fun. Very simple image showing the three of them. It's nice. Then we've got Porygon Family by Peregrine Jasmine. So again, showing off Porygon, Porygon 2, and Porygon Z in this interesting background. I mean, very digital, of course, that makes sense. These are digital Pokemon, you know. Very much looks like, I don't know, a background of a 2000s website or something. That's probably the point. And I don't know, these kind of look like they could be stickers, which is fun. Some Have It Rough by Bummer for short. So we've got, now it's your turn, Porygon 2. So it's a Porygon 2 fighting a Druddigon. Porygon Trace, Druddigon's ability Rough Skin. And then of course it becomes a Porygon again, that's kind of fun. This doesn't contain a Porygon, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who's submitted fan art. I won't be streaming her tonight as I need to wait until I talk about Snorlax to buy, yes, buy, that sounds so weird, a Porygon. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Omanyte. As always, this is my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Omanyte, the first rock-water type Pokemon, and the first fossil Pokemon. Its previous PYC dates are July 13th, 1996, May 4th, 1999, February 22nd, 2002, December 13th, 2004, October 4th, 2007, July 25th, 2010, May 15th, 2013, March 5th, 2016, December 25th, 2018, and October 15th, 2021. While I remember Omanyte from Pokemon Blue being one of the two possible Pokemon you get from the fossils you pick, I think I most remember Omanyte from my cards in the TCG. We'll get back to them later though. I like Omanyte's design as it feels like it could exist or could have existed outside of the coloring of its non-shell body. Anyway, let's get in the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Omanyte, the spiral Pokemon whose number is 0138. This is what it looks like. Its type is rock water. Being that this is our first rock water, you can see the rock inside and the water outside here. Abilities, Swift Swim or Shell Armor. Weak Armor is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is egg group Water 1 and Water 3. Hatch time is 30 cycles. Height is 1'4" or 0.4 meters. Weight is 16.5 pounds or 7.5 kilograms. Base experience yield is 120 in the first 3 gens. 99 in Gen 4, and 71 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast, EV yield is 1. In defense, shape is that, footprint is that. Pokedex color is blue, and base friendship is 70. Omanyte is a dual-type rock-water fossil Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It is revived from a Helix fossil and evolves into Omastar, starting at level 40. Biology, Omanyte is a small, extinct, cephalopod mollusk Pokemon similar to an Ammonite or Nautilus. It has a sky blue body with 10 tentacles and a pale yellow helix spiraled shell on its back. The shell's rim has 2 circular indents where Omanyte's large saucer-like eyes protrude. If attacked or threatened, it quickly withdraws into its hard shell. You can see that here, Omanyte and Omastar hiding in their shells. It's kind of fun. Omanyte is considered extinct, although it can be revived from fossils. Its fossils have been excavated in areas that were once oceans long ago. Omanyte regulated its buoyancy by storing and releasing air within its shell and controlled direction by twisting its tentacles. While Omanyte fed on plankton, it was preyed on by Archaeops and Caracosta. Omanyte can now be found in the wild due to being released by people or escaping after being restored to life, causing the species to become a problem. Evolution, Omanyte evolves into Omastar. So you can see Omanyte, Omastar. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 1 in red and blue, although long extinct. In rare cases, it can be genetically resurrected from fossils. Yellow, an ancient Pokemon that was recovered from a fossil. It swims by cleverly twisting its 10 tentacles about. Psidium, a prehistoric and long extinct Pokemon that was resurrected from a fossil. Swims by twisting its 10 tentacles about. In Gen 2 in gold, revived from an ancient fossil. This Pokemon uses air stored in its shell to sink and rise in water. Silver, this Pokemon from ancient times is said to have navigated the sea by adeptly twisting its 10 tentacles. Crystal, in prehistoric times, it swam on the sea floor, eating plankton. Its fossils are sometimes found. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the silver entry. In Gen 3, in Ruby and Sapphire, Omanyte is one of the ancient and long since extinct Pokemon that have been regenerated from fossils by people. If attacked by an enemy, it withdraws itself inside its hard shell. Emerald, one of the ancient and long extinct Pokemon that have been regenerated from fossils by humans. If attacked, it withdraws into its hard shell. Fire Red, a prehistoric Pokemon that lived in the primordial sea. It swims by twisting its 10 tentacles about. Leaf Green is very similar to Red and Blues, but slightly different, so I'll read it. Although long extinct, in rare cases it can be genetically regenerated from fossils. In Gen 4, in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, a Pokemon that was resurrected from a fossil using modern science. It swam in ancient seas. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are basically gold and silvers, but Pokemon is now the correct casing. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is basically Fire Reds, but Pokemon is the correct casing. Y is Heart Gold's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Omanyte and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Ultra Sun, Omanyte lived in the seas of antiquity. Its fossils have been found bearing bite marks from Archeops, so apparently Archeops preyed on it. Ultra Moon, it was restored from an ancient fossil. Those helix fossils are excavated from areas that were once oceans long, long ago. The Let's Go games are basically yellows, but Pokemon is the correct casing. In Gen 8 and Sword, because some Omanyte managed to escape after being restored or are released into the wild by people, this species is becoming a problem. Shield, this Pokemon is a member of an ancient extinct species. Omanyte paddles through water with its 10 tentacles, looking like it's just drifting along. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearls are very similar to the Diamond and Pearl counterpart, but slightly different, so I'll read it. It's a Pokemon that was resurrected from a fossil using modern science. It swam in ancient seas. Omanyte in the Alola Pokedex and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Game locations. Side game locations. Events. Once again, we have the weird thing for this instead of all that, instead of the line about how it's trading to Gen 2 in order to get a held item, but so this is Bitter Berry 100% of the time from Red, Blue, or Yellow. Stadium is the same condition. Normal Box 100% of the time. Gorgeous Box 100% of the time. I'm assuming these are from Round 1 and Round 2. Yeah. Events, Rindo Berry 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 35, Attack 40, Defense 100, Special Attack 90, Special Defense 55, Speed 35 for a total of 355. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 90. Pokéthon stats, Type Effectiveness, Damage Noi by Rock, Bug, Ghost, Steel, Water, Psychic, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. Weak to Fighting, Ground, Grass, and Electric, all for double except for Grass, which is 4. Immune to nothing, resistant to normal, flying, poison, fire, and ice, all for half except for fire, which is for a 4th. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Bind and withdraw. 5. Rollout. 10. Sand attack. 15. Water gun. 20. Leer. 25. Mud shot. 30. Ancient power. 35. Brine. 41. Protect. 45. Rock blast. 50. Surf. 55. Shell smash. 60. Hydro pump. By TM/TR and Sword and Shield. TM 21. Rest. 22. Rock slide. 23. Thief. 24 Snore, 25 Protect, 27 Icy Wind, 31 Attract, 32 Sandstorm, 33 Rain Dance, 35 Hail, 36 Whirlpool, 39 Facade, 45 Dive, 48 Rock Tomb, 53 Mud Shot, 54 Rock Blast, 55 Brine, and 76 Round. For the TRs, 1 Body Slam, 3 Hydro Pump, 4 Surf, 5 Ice Beam, 6 Blizzard, 16 Waterfall, 20 Substitute, 23 Spike, 26 Endure, 27 Sleep Talk, 45 Muddy Water, 46 Iron Defense, 52 Gyro Ball, 54 Toxic Spikes, 67 Earth Power, 76 Stealth Rock, and 84 Scald. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, TM 3 Water Pulse, 7 Hail, 13 Ice Beam, 14 Blizzard, 17 Protect, 18 Rain Dance, 32 Double Team, 37 Sandstorm, 39 Rock Tomb, 42 Facade, 45 Rest, 45 Attract, 46 Thief, 49 Scald, 55 Brine, 58 Endure, 69 Rock Polish, 74 Gyro Ball, 76 Stealth Rock, 80 Rock Slide, 82 Sleep Talk, 87 Swagger, 90 Substitute, 95 Surf, 98 Rock Smash, and 99 Waterfall. By breeding in Sword and Shield, this group gives you Aurora Beam, this group gives you Bite, this group gives you Bubble Beam, this group gives you Haze, this group gives you Knockoff, Tentacruel gives you Reflect type, this group gives you Slam, this group gives you Supersonic, this group gives you Tickle, and this group gives you Water Pulse. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, this group gives you Aurora Beam, this group gives you Bite, this group gives you Bubble Beam, this group gives you Haze, this group gives you Knockoff, this group gives you Muddy Water, Tentacruel gives you Reflect type, this group gives you Slam, Cloyster gives you Spikes, this group gives you Supersonic, this group gives you Tickle, this group gives you Toxic Spikes, and this group gives you Whirlpool. By tutoring, in the Sword and Shield Expansion Pass, you get Meteor Beam, it's a special rock type move, its power is 120, accuracy 90, and PP is 10. By transfer from another generation, from 1, 5, 6, and 7, you get Bide, that doesn't work anymore. From 4, you get Captivate, that doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7, you get Confide. 2 through 7, you get Constrict, that doesn't work anymore. 2, you get Curse. 1 through 7, you get Double Team. 1 and 3, you get Double Edge. 2 through 7, you get Frustration, that doesn't work anymore. 2, 4, and 7, you get Headbutt. 2 through 7, you get Hidden Power, that doesn't work anymore. 1, you get Horn Attack. 1 and 3, you get Mimic. 4, you get Natural Gift, that doesn't work anymore. 1, you get Rage, that doesn't work anymore. 1 and 7, you get Reflect. 2 through 7, you get Return, that doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, you get Rock Polish. 2, 5, and 6, you get Rock Smash. 7, you get Rock Throw. 3, 4, and 6, you get Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore. 5 through 7, you get Smackdown. 1, you get Spike Cannon, that doesn't work anymore. 2 through 7, you get Swagger. 1, you get Takedown. 2 through 7, you get Toxic. And 4 through 7, you get Ring Out. That doesn't work anymore. Side game data, you got all this, yeah. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Volumia, in the browser entry. It blows bubbles from its mouth to attack. Got all this, yep. Evolution data, Omanyte, level 40, Omastar. Sprites here, you got, oh, that looks creepy. Okay, but these are definitely not the cute, none of these are the cute version we get starting in Gen 2 here. The eyes are slits, that's interesting. Shell, pretty good, you know, it's more actually realistic, I'd say. It gets very cartoony here, I guess. I'm assuming there's always going to be 10 tentacles, I'm not going to count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 lines, I think, maybe 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, I think. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think. This one's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is more the cartoony one that we have now. You know, you got the full colors, kind of, I guess. This one's gray, I guess, for a body. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There is, I don't know, 2 layers? 1, 2, 3 layers? I think it's true for all of them. So, okay. Silvers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I think. Okay, 1, 2, this is probably the same. I think it was slightly different colors, and animated, but yeah, that blue is slightly different. Yep, and a different blue, sort of a blue-green here, and that's purple now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then a different blue. No, nothing. Okay, so yeah, different blue. I think this is closer to kind of, it's a lighter purple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, maybe 11. I don't know. Yep. You get the. It's a different one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, I think. It's like 10 or 11. Okay. Then you got black and whites, and I got just 2 animated. Okay, then the models, like the full back sprite, that's pretty cool. Models here, pretty good adaptation. A little bit weird looking, particularly with the main tentacles, I guess. The ones that kind of look like there should be hands, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. Yep. Pretty good. Okay, you know, obviously better models in the Let's Go games. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Maybe 11. Okay. Then we got cross generation. Homes here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Go to a darker blue and a maybe slightly darker purple. In the anime. Omanyte in the anime. Okay, got all this. For this first Pokedex entry, I've recorded it for the Omastar anime section, so we'll let Dexter read it.
Omanyte and Omastar, Kabuto and Kabutops. It is believed that these Pokemon became extinct tens of thousands of years ago. The details of their behavior is shrouded in mystery. Though some have speculated that they may still exist, none of these Pokemon have ever been seen alive.
In episode 163, in Ash's Pokedex, Omanyte, the spiral Pokemon, believed to have lived over 2 billion years ago. Recent research indicates that it was able to control its buoyancy by storing and releasing air in its shell. In the manga, I got Omanyte in Pokemon Adventures. Okay, in the TCG trivia, the Pokemon Red and Blue Beta, Omanyte was originally known as S. This is derived from the beginning of the word escargot, which is French for snail. Omanyte's Pokedex number may be referring to the golden spiral / Fibonacci sequence, 137.5 degrees. Origin, Omanyte appears to be based on the Ammonite, prehistoric mollusks related to the present-day squid and octopus that lived between the Devonian period and the Cretaceous period. Name origin, Omanyte may be derived from ammonite. Omnyte may be a combination of Omugai, nautilus, and ammonite. In other languages, related articles, the fossil Pokemon, I guess. Ooh, that's a lot. External links. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Omanyte's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching episode 46, Attack of the Prehistoric Pokemon. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and his traveling companions Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have come to Grandpa Canyon, and they've noticed fossil Pokemon being dug up by a bunch of people. They've also overheard Team Rocket, the main team of Team Rocket, consisting of Jesse, James, and Meowth, are planning to blow up the canyon. And so Ash and Pikachu, as well as Squirtle, tried to stop that from happening, but they couldn't stop it, and so it blew up. So it sent Ash, Pikachu, and Team Rocket down to the bottom here. Team Rocket also has their Pokemon Arbok and Weezing out. So they see these glowing eyes.
I don't think we're in here alone.
Yeah, Ash, Pikachu, yeah, that was Jesse and James. Yeah, Jesse, James, Meowth.
What are they?
Yeah. There's our fossil Pokemon. Yep. Okay.
Who's that Pokemon?
Okay, that was Omanyte's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. As I showed earlier, I have 2 Omanyte cards. We'll start with the water one as it's older.
Before I do, I've got to talk about the mysterious fossil card. I don't have one, but I'll show you one from the internet. To use the Omanyte card, you need to have a mysterious fossil card, as this acts as the base card for Omanyte. Yes, the base card of a Pokemon card is an item card. I have always hated this mechanic. It requires the player to have a specific trainer card to be able to use a Pokemon card, which I don't think is fun. Sure, it mimics the fossils from the games, and is not as bad as the modern way they do it, where this card can be used for Omanyte Kabuto or Kabutops. Now you need specific fossil cards, making it so much worse. But that doesn't make it fun. If I were to actually play the TCG, I wouldn't want to have to go through my deck to get the mysterious fossil card, just so I could use Omanyte. I'm also annoyed that Omanyte isn't considered basic stage, even in modern day, despite the fact that several basic Pokemon that have been given pre-evolutions are still considered basic cards. It's stupid. Anyway, let's get into the actual cards. The Water-type Omanyte card is the first Omanyte card design. It was illustrated by Kangamaru Hamino. I think it's a fine way of introducing it. It shows that it's from the past by having it on top of ancient ruins. Before I continue, I want to point out how the fossil image was not cropped to fit its frame. Anyway, Omanyte has 40 HP. It's 1'4" and 17 pounds, which is 0.5 pounds heavier than its weight in the official Pokedex. Next to the weight, there's the symbol that means the card is from the Fossils expansion, which makes sense. It has a Pokemon power, Clairvoyance, and a move, Water Gun. On this card, Clairvoyance makes the opponent show their hand unless Omanyte is asleep, confused, or paralyzed. Since I've already explained what Water Gun is in the video games, I'll talk about how it works on this card. It costs 1 water energy. It hits for 10, 20, or 30 damage depending on how many water energies are attached to Omanyte, excluding the one used for the move. It's weak to grass for double damage. It has no resistance, which is odd since it could have been resistant to colorless, psychic, or fire, as it's resistant to normal, colorless in the TCG, poison, usually portrayed as psychic in the TCG, and fire in the video games. It costs 1 of any energy for Omanyte to retreat. Its description reads, although long extinct, in rare cases it can be genetically resurrected from fossils. This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Red and Blue. It's level 19. In the video games, it would be 21 levels from evolving into Omastar. The psychic type Omanyte is a Delta species Omanyte. It was illustrated by Kikamaru Himino. It's a pretty cool image. I just don't know what Omanyte is on, or if it's on land or in the water. It has 70 HP, which is 30 more HP than the other Omanyte. Its height and weight are unknown. It has 2 moves, Collect and Water Arrow, neither of which are moves in the video games. On this card, Collect costs 1 psychic energy. The player draws 3 cards. On this card, Water Arrow costs 2 of any energy. The player chooses the opponent's active Pokemon, or one of their benched Pokemon, if any, and hits it for 20 damage. If the player chooses a benched Pokemon, it specifically hits for 20 unmodified damage. It's weak to lightning. It has the same resistance and retreat cost as the other Omanyte. In the bottom right corner of the card, there is the EX Holland Phantoms expansion symbol. This card doesn't have a description or a level.
I have an Omastar card, so we'll talk about it tomorrow. Now let's see why people love Omanyte. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead, we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you not familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain an Omanyte. So first, we have 138 Omanyte, 139 Omastar by Stephen Andrew here. So number 138, number 139. So for this cool, semi-stylized Omanyte and Omastar, you can see how they look, how they're different and stuff, yeah. And we got Father's Day by Ask Omanyte. So this cute image of an Omastar holding up their child. Well, his child, presumably, yeah. Yeah, it's very cute. This image doesn't contain an Omanyte, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Snorlax before I can turn the Helix fossil into Omanyte. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Omastar. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Omastar, the only evolution of Omanyte who evolves at level 40. Its previous PYC dates are July 14th, 1996, May 5th, 1999, February 23rd, 2002, December 14th, 2004, October 5th, 2007, July 26th, 2010, May 16th, 2013, March 6th, 2016, December 26th, 2018, and October 16th, 2021. Much like Omanyte, I think Omastar looks like something you could find in our world, but one of those creatures you don't really see from that angle very often, so you don't realize how terrifying it is. Anyway, let's read the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Omastar, the spiral Pokemon whose number is 0139. This is what it looks like. Its type is Rock Water. Abilities, Swift Swim or Shell Armor. Weak Armor is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is egg groups Water 1 and Water 3. Hatch time 30 cycles. Height 3'3" or 1 meter. Weight is 77.2 pounds or 35 kilograms. Base experience yields 199 in the first 4 gens and 173 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 2 in defense. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is blue. And base friendship is 70. Omastar is a dual type rock water fossil Pokemon introduced in Gen 1 and evolves from Omanyte, starting at level 40. Omastar is a cephalopod mollusk Pokemon similar to an ammonite or nautilus. Its sky blue body has several tentacles. The tentacles toward the front are shorter and thicker than those in the back. There is a pale yellow helix spiraled shell on its back. Several sharp spikes line the shell's midsection from the front to about halfway down its back. The shell's rim has 2 circular indents where Omastar's eyes are visible. Its eyes have yellow sclera and vertically slit pupils. It has an oval mouth with a 4-sectioned fang-like beak. It is believed that Omastar's extinction was a consequence of the increasingly heavy weight of its shell that affected its mobility, including its hunting. Omastar swam in the seas in search of prey, including prehistoric shelter. It attacks only when prey comes near its tentacles. Omastar uses its tentacles to ensnare its prey before biting down with the deadly force of its beak. Its fangs are powerful enough to crush through rocks. With the shell broken, it would suck out the contents. Omastar was in turn preyed upon by Caracosta. Omastar is thought to be a distant ancestor to Octillery. Up here we've got Omanyte and Omastar hiding in their shells. Evolution, Omastar evolves from Omanyte. So you can see that here, Omanyte, Omastar. Game data, NPC appearances. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time and Explorers of Darkness. 2 Omastar and a Kabutops are the bosses in Brine Cave. They attacked the player and partner without warning, but Chatot protected them. Wigglytuff later reveals that they had previously attacked them, but Chatot had saved him. Pokedex entries in Gen 1, in red and blue. A prehistoric Pokemon that died out when its heavy shell made it impossible to catch prey. Yellow, sharp beaks ring its mouth. Its shell was too big for it to move freely, so it became extinct. Stadium, attacks by ensnaring its enemies with its tentacles and biting with sharp fangs. Its overly large shell makes it sluggish. Gen 2, in gold. Apparently it cracked Shelter's shell with its sharp fangs and sucked out the insides. Silver, once wrapped around its prey, it never lets go. It eats the prey by tearing at it with sharp fangs. Crystal, its heavy shell allowed it to reach only nearby food. This could be the reason it is extinct. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, you get the gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the silver entry. In Gen 3, in Ruby and Sapphire, Omastar uses its tentacles to capture its prey. It is believed to have become extinct because its shell grew too large and heavy, causing its movements to become too slow and ponderous. In Emerald, and Omastar uses its tentacles to capture its prey. It is believed to have become extinct because its shell grew too large, making its movements slow and ponderous. Fire Red, its tentacles are highly developed, as if they are hands and feet. As soon as it ensnares prey, it bites. Leaf Green, despite having strong fangs and tentacles, it went extinct when its heavy shell made it unable to catch prey. In Gen 4, in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it is thought that this Pokemon became extinct because its spiral shell grew too large. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, their Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is Fire Red's entry. Y is the Silver entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Omastar is the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Ultra Sun, its heavy shell is thought to be the reason this ancient Pokemon died out. It's apparently a distant ancestor of Octillery. Ultra Moon, it wraps its prey in its tentacles to immobilize them and then finishes them off with its sharp fangs. The Let's Go games are very similar to Yellow's, but slightly different, so I'll read it. Its sharp beak rings its mouth. Its shell was too big for it to move freely, so it became extinct. In Gen 8 and Sword, weighed down by a large and heavy shell, Omastar couldn't move very fast. Some say it went extinct because it was unable to catch food. In Shield, Omastar's sharp fangs could crush rock, but the Pokemon can attack only the prey that come within reach of its tentacles. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Got Omastar in the Alola Pokedex in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items. For some reason, it's the version with the traded to Gen 2 as an asterisk. So in red, blue, and yellow, you get a Bitterberry 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 70, attack 60, defense 125, special attack 115, special defense 70, speed 55, for a total of 495. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 115. Pokéthon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by Rock, Bug, Ghost, Steel, Water, Psychic, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. Weak to Fighting, Ground, Grass, and Electric. All for double, except for Grass, which is 4. Immune to nothing, resistant to Normal, Flying, Poison, Fire, and Ice. All for half, except for Fire, which is 1/4. Learn Step by leveling up. We'll do this Evo here, and then go down to 40. Upon evolution, you get Crunch, 43 Protect, 49 Rock Blast, 56 Surf, 63 Shell Smash, and 70 Hydro Pump. We're skipping by TM/TR. Yep, for both of them. By breeding, we're skipping. Yeah, for both of them. By tutoring, in the Sword and Shield expansion pass, you can get Meteor Beam. It's a special rock-type move. Its power is 120, accuracy 90%, and PB is 10. Nothing by prior evolution. By transfer from another generation, 1, 5, 6, and 7, you get Buy. That doesn't work anymore. 4, you get Captivate. That doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7, you get Confide. 2 through 7, you get Constrict. That doesn't work anymore. 2, you get Curse. 1 through 7, you get Double Team. 1 and 3, you get Double Edge. 2 through 7, you get Frustration. That doesn't work anymore. 2, 4, and 7, you get Headbutt. 2 through 7, you get Hidden Power. That doesn't work anymore. 1, you get Horn Attack and Horn Drill. 1 and 3, you get Mimic. 4, you get Natural Gift. That doesn't work anymore. 1, you get Rage. That doesn't work anymore. 1 and 7, you get Reflect. 2 through 7, you get Return. That doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, you get Rock Polish. 2, 5, and 6, you get Rock Smash. 7, you get Rock Throw. 3, 4, and 6, you get Secret Power. That doesn't work anymore. 1, 3, and 7, you get Seismic Toss. 1, you get Skull Bash. 5 through 7, you get Smackdown. 1 through 7, you get Spike Cannon. That doesn't work anymore. 1, you get Submission. 2 through 7, you get Swagger. 1, you get Takedown. 1 through 7, you get Toxic. And 4 through 7, you get Ring Out. That doesn't work anymore. TCG only moves, you get Hydro Cannon in this card. Side game data here. Yeah. Okay. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Volmia in the browser entry. It shoots bubbles from its mouth to attack. Got all this. Yep. Evolution data, Omanyte, level 40 Omastar. Sprites here, okay. Interesting. Yeah, very much the same. Not much has changed. Honestly, I mean, there's a lot more spirals, it looks like. I'm not going to count them. And spikes, it looks like there might be a few. They're definitely different size. This one looks like it's dancing, and I think that's funny. Yep. Kind of a little bit silly looking, huh? But yeah, you got the basics. Got the blue part anyway. Gen 2 introduces the gold parts. The shiny is black and green. Yep. It's interesting. Different shade of blue, and now it's brown for the shell. Crystal there. Yeah, the eyes look a little bit different, maybe. Not much difference there. Yeah, the spiral is different. It's much closer to what we have now. He has a much simpler spiral. Gen 3 here. Different shade of blue. A different shade of yellow, I guess. His eyes are now not white. It's a different shade of green, and now it's purple body. Yep. It's a different shade of blue again. This is back to kind of being more of a light brown. This is now a gold and sort of a pink. Okay. Yep, the eyes look more like the shell and the teeth, I guess. Yeah, not much changes, except we get the full back sprite. That's pretty cool. Then here in Gen 6, we get a different blue and a different pink. And the shell seems to be lighter. I think all of the other details are lighter as well. Yeah, pretty good translation, I'd say. Doesn't change much. The Let's Go games are better, of course. And Homes here. Yeah, you got the... Yep, all the basics here. Yep, and it's kind of more of a lighter yellow, I guess. I guess that's kind of what it became. Instead of a gold. That's kind of, yeah, back to being the brown, I guess. In the anime, Omastar in the anime, I think this is just a silly picture because, like, I don't know, it looks so out of place, like it's a tourist or something. It just feels very, like, I don't know, like it's like it's trying to scare everybody, but it's failing. I don't know, it's just like, such a silly image. There's also a Psyduck in the background, and looks like a Minchino, I think? Yep. I got all this, yep. Pokedex entries. For this first one, I've already recorded it for the anime section, so we'll let Dexter read it.
Omanyte and Omastar, Kabuto and Kabutops. It is believed that these Pokemon became extinct tens of thousands of years ago. The details of their behavior is shrouded in mystery. Though some have speculated that they may still exist, none of these Pokemon have ever been seen alive.
In episode 163 in Ash's Pokedex, Omastar, the evolved form of Omanyte. This extinct Pokemon is believed to have used its sharp fang to break through the shells of its prey in order to feed. In the manga, you got Omastar in Pokemon Adventures, this in the TCG. Trivia, in early English language promotional material for Pokemon Red and Blue, Omastar was originally known as Cargo. This name is derived from escargot, French for snail. Origin, Omastar appears to be based on a type of ammonite, prehistoric mollusks related to the present-day squid and octopus that lived between the Devonian period and the Cretaceous period. In addition, its method of grabbing prey and cracking their shells with ring-shaped mouths may be based on Anomalocaris. It may also draw inspiration from the Nautilus, a species of modern-day mollusk. Name origin, Omastar may be a combination of its Japanese name, a phonetic anagram of Omanyte, and star for its body shape and 5-pointed shell. Omstar may be a combination of Omugai, Nautilus, and star. In other languages, related articles to the fossil and fossil Pokemon. Yep. External links. Yeah, let's move on.
Since we've already watched Omastar's first scene in the anime in yesterday's video, let's watch its second.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching episode 46, Attack of the Prehistoric Pokemon. In this episode, Ash catches up the main character's traveling companions, Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have come to Grandpa Canyon, where they have overheard Team Rocket, the main members of which are Jesse, James, and Meowth, as well as their Pokemon Arbok and Weezing, talk about how they're going to blow up the canyon to get all the fossil Pokemon and make a lot of money, using dynamite. Ash and Pikachu go after Team Rocket to try to stop them, but they light the fuse, and Ash and Pikachu chase after the fuse, and Team Rocket chases after them to stop them. Eventually, they get close to the dynamite, it explodes, and they fall into a cave, an underground cave here, where they've seen these Pokemon wake up. So this is Omanyte, 2 Omastar, Kabuto, and Kabutops. Yes. And I guess there's a few more, okay.
Let's see.
Omanyte and Omastar, Kabuto,
Oh.
and Kabutops. It is believed that these Pokemon became extinct tens of thousands of years ago. The details of their behavior is shrouded in mystery. Though some have speculated that they may still exist, none of these Pokemon have ever been seen alive.
We're going to be rich! We'll open a prehistoric Pokemon!
Okay, so that is, I would say, Omastar's second appearance in the anime.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Omastar card.
It's the first Omastar card design. It was illustrated by Ken Sugimori. I think this is a good portrayal of Omastar for a new audience. It has 70 HP, 30 more HP than its contemporary Omanyte. It's 3'3" and 77 pounds, which is 0.2 pounds lighter than its weight in the official Pokedex. Next to the weight, there's the symbol that indicates that this card is from the Fossils expansion, which makes sense. Omastar has 2 moves, Water Gun and Spike Cannon. Since I've already talked about them in the video games, I'll talk about how they work on this card. Water Gun costs 1 water energy and 1 of any energy. It's the same as the Water Gun of the first Omanyte I talked about yesterday, except the base damage is 20, meaning it hits for 20, 30, or 40 damage. Spike Cannon costs 2 water energies. For every successful coin flip between 2 coin flips, Omastar does 30 damage. This means this move can hit for 0, 30, or 60 damage. Omastar shares its weakness with the first Omanyte I mentioned yesterday. Omastar shares its resistance and retreat cost with both Omanyte I mentioned yesterday. Its description reads, a prehistoric Pokemon that died out when its heavy shell made it impossible for it to catch prey. This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Red and Blue. It's level 32. In the video games, this would be impossible since Omanyte evolves into Omastar at level 40.
I don't have a Kabuto card, so the next Pokemon with a card I'll be talking about is Dratini. Now let's see why people love Omastar. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image. That's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Omastar by Joshua Dunlop, this cool 3D Omastar here. So I could definitely see something like this in Detective Pikachu. That's kind of fun. You can see some Omanyte in the background as well. You can see it's kind of in the, probably in the primitive seas. Got some actual, like, real fish, which is interesting. I think they're real fish. I don't think they're supposed to be fish Pokemon. Maybe there's something in here, I don't know. But yeah, it's kind of fun. That's it. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, so I need to wait until I've talked about Snorlax before I can evolve Omanyte into Omastar. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Kabuto. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today I'll be talking about Kabuto. Its previous PYC dates are July 15th, 1996, May 6th, 1999, February 24th, 2002, December 15th, 2004, October 6th, 2007, July 27th, 2010, May 17th, 2013, March 7th, 2016, December 27th, 2018, and October 17th, 2021. I'm not nearly as much a fan of Kabuto as I am of Omanyte. Omanyte is cute, Kabuto is scary. Anyway, let's get in the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Kabuto, the shellfish Pokemon whose number is 0140. This is what it looks like. Its type is Rock Water. Abilities are Swift Swim or Battle Armor. Weak Armor is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 87.5% male or 12.5% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is a group Water 1 and Water 3. Hatch time is 30 cycles. Height is 1 foot 8 or 0.5 meters. Weight is 25.4 pounds or 11.5 kilograms. Base experience yield is 119 in the first 3 gens, 99 in Gen 4. And 71 and 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast, EV yield is 1 in defense, shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is brown, and base friendship is 70. Kabuto is a dual-type rock-water fossil Pokemon, introduced in Gen 1. It is revived from a dome fossil and evolves into Kabutops starting at level 40. Biology: Kabuto is a small arthropod Pokemon resembling a horseshoe crab. It is mostly flat with a protective brown shell covering its body. There are 2 small black eyes on top of its shell, which it uses for sight when it hides on the ocean floor. Underneath the shell is a black space that hides the structure of its main body. Only its 4 short yellow legs and a second pair of luminescent red eyes are visible on its underside. In its original time, Kabuto was prominently found on beaches, likely aided by its fast and powerful swimming ability. While it is commonly believed to be extinct, isolated populations of Kabuto have been unchanged for 300 million years. Evolution: Kabuto evolves into Kabutops. So Kabuto, Kabutops. Game data: Pokedex entries. In Gen 1, in red and blue, a Pokemon that was resurrected from a fossil found in what was once the ocean floor eons ago. Yellow, a Pokemon that was recovered from a fossil. It uses the eyes on its back while hiding on the sea floor. Stadium, a Pokemon that was resurrected from a fossil found in an ancient seabed, unable to right itself if it is flipped over. On rare occasions, some have been found as fossils which they became while hiding on the ocean floor. Silver, this Pokemon lived in ancient times. On rare occasions, it has been discovered as a living fossil. Crystal, 300 million years ago, it hid on the sea floor. It also has eyes on its back that glow. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, in Ruby and Sapphire, Kabuto is a Pokemon that has been regenerated from a fossil. However, in extremely rare cases, living examples have been discovered. The Pokemon has not changed at all for 300 million years. Emerald, it is a Pokemon that has been regenerated from a fossil. However, in rare cases, living examples have been discovered. Kabuto have not changed for 300 million years. Red, this Pokemon was regenerated from the fossil of an ancient creature. It protects itself with a hard shell. A Pokemon that was regenerated from a fossil found in what was once the ocean floor long ago. In Gen 4, in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it is thought to have inhabited beaches 300 million years ago. It is protected by a stiff shell. Heart Gold is its gold counterpart, while Soul Silver is basically its silver counterpart, but Pokemon is now the correct casing. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is the same entry. Y is basically the Fire Red entry, but Pokemon is now the correct casing. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Kabuto and Pokemon are the correct casing. In Gen 7, in Ultra Sun, this Pokemon thrived 3 million years ago. It's said that living specimens can still be seen in a certain region, a rare sight. Ultra Moon, this Pokemon became extinct everywhere except in a few areas. It protects itself with its hard shell. The Let's Go games are basically yellows, but Pokemon is now the correct casing, and seafloor is now one word. In Gen 8, in Sword, this species is almost entirely extinct. Kabuto molt every 3 days, making their shells harder and harder. Shield, while some say this species has gone extinct, Kabuto sightings are apparently fairly common in some places. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Kabuto in the Alola Pokedex, in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Game locations, side game locations, in events. Held items, once again, they are just asterisks instead of the standard sentence, well, for this one, it would be the held items in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game. For this one, it is also apparently the same rules. And this one is just like, it's from round 1 and round 2. And events are just events. Red, blue, and yellow, get a bitter berry 100% of the time. Stadium, you get a normal box 100% of the time, and gorgeous box 100% of the time. Events, you get a Chopple berry 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 30, attack 80, defense 90, special attack 55, special defense 45, speed 55, for a total of 355. This Pokemon special base stat in Gen 1 was 45. Pokéthon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by rock, bug, ghost, steel, water, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to fighting, ground, grass, and electric, all for double, except for grass, which is 4. Immune to nothing, resistant to normal, flying, poison, fire, and ice, all for half, except for fire, which is for a 4th. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Absorb and Harden, 5 Scratch, 10 Sand Attack, 15 Aqua Jet, 20 Leer, 25 Mud Shot, 30 Ancient Power, 35 Brine, 41 Protect, 45 Leech Life, 50 Liquidation, 55 Metal Sound, and 60 Stone Edge. By TM/TR and Sword and Shield. TM 15 Dig, 16 Screech, 21 Rest, 22 Rock Slide, 23 Thief, 24 Snore, 25 Protect, 27 Icy Wind, 28 Giga Drain, 31 Attract, 32 Sandstorm, 33 Rain Dance, 35 Hail, 36 Whirlpool, 39 Facade, 48 Rock Tomb, 53 Mud Shot, 54 Rock Blast, 55 Brine, and 76 Round. For the TRs, 1 Body Slam, 3 Hydro Pump, 4 Surf, 5 Ice Beam, 6 Blizzard, 16 Waterfall, 18 Leech Life, 20 Substitute, 26 Endure, 27 Sleep Talk, 46 Iron Defense, 67 Earth Power, 75 Stone Edge, 76 Stealth Rock, 84 Scald, and 98 Liquidation. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, 3 Water Pulse, 7 Hail, 13 Ice Beam, 14 Blizzard, 17 Protect, 18 Rain Dance, 19 Giga Drain, 28 Dig, 32 Double Team, 37 Sandstorm, 39 Rock Tomb, 40 Aerial Ace, 42 Facade, 44 Rest, 45 Attract, 46 Thief, 49 Scald, 55 Brine, 58 Endure, 69 Rock Polish, 71 Stone Edge, 76 Stealth Rock, 80 Rock Slide, 82 Sleep Talk, 87 Swagger, 90 Substitute, 95 Surf, 98 Rock Smash, 99 Waterfall. By breeding in Sword and Shield, this group gives you Aurora Beam, this group gives you Bubble Beam, this group gives you Confuse Ray, this group gives you Flail, this group gives you Knockoff, this group gives you Mega Drain, this group gives you Rapid Spin, and this group gives you Takedown. In Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, this group gives you Aurora Beam, this group gives you Bubble Beam, this group gives you Confuse Ray, this group gives you Flail, this group gives you Icy Wind, this group gives you Knockoff, this group gives you Mega Drain, this group gives you Mud Shot, this group gives you Rapid Spin, this group gives you Screech, and this group gives you Takedown. By tutoring in the Sword and Shield expansion pass, you can get Meteor Beam. It's a special rock-type move. Its power is 120, accuracy 90%, and PP is 10. By transfer from another generation, 3, 6, and 7, you get Aerial Ace. 1, you get Bide, that doesn't work anymore. 4, you get Captivate, that doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7, you get Confide. 2, you get Curse. 1 through 7, you get Double Team. 1 and 3, you get Double Edge. 5 through 7, you get Foresight, that doesn't work anymore. 2 through 7, you get Frustration, that doesn't work anymore. 7, you get Headbutt. 2 through 7, you get Hidden Power, that doesn't work anymore. 5 and 6, you get Hone Claws. 1 and 3, you get Mimic. 4, you get Mudslap. 4, you get Natural Gift, that doesn't work anymore. 1, you get Rage, that doesn't work anymore. 1 and 7, you get Reflect. 2 through 7, you get Return, that doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, you get Rock Polish. 2, 5... and 6, you get Rock Smash. 7, you get Rock Throw. 2 through 4, you get Rollout. 3, 4, and 6, you get Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore. 1, you get Slash. 5 through 7, you get Smackdown. 2 through 7, you get Swagger. 1 through 7, you get Toxic. 1, you get Water Gun. 3, 4, 6, and 7, you get Water Pulse. And 4 through 7, you get Ring Out, that doesn't work anymore. Side game data. You got all this, yeah. Pokemon Ranger, Guardian Signs, in the browser entry, it triggers Rock Falls to attack. Okay, got all this, yeah. In Pokemon Go, Kabuto could be obtained by completing 1/5 of the time-limited Special Research Season of Legends. Evolution data, Kabuto, level 40, Kabutops, sprites, so, you know, you got the basics. Actually, that's very clever to have it, the back one be the top of the shell, and then that, because the red and blue one, that's just the same image. Like, obviously it's not, though. Like, very clearly not. That's silly. Yellows fixes it, though, by showing both eyes. kind of in between, I guess. And the things are a little bit bigger. It's more rounded now. You know, these are a little bit different. This one obviously doesn't work for that one anymore. But yeah, that one's stupid. Gold. So these got the red. That introduces kind of the red eyes. But these, for some reason, go back to just being kind of white eyes, I guess. And these now have more of the back being a little bit different than just a solid shell, like you can see here. But yep, it's a darker brown. Also, the shiny is the sort of green, I guess. Okay, Gen 3 brings back the red eyes, and you can now see the eyes more on the front, kind of how like the back sprite has them, because you couldn't really see that here. These are now yellow. This is now green with the yellow features. Yep. It's a different shade of brown. It's moving, that's fun. Okay. Diamond Pearl. Got this. Yep. It's a different shade of brown and probably a little bit smaller, I think. Yeah, I think even the legs are a little bit smaller. It's a different shade of green. Yep. It's a little different as well. Get to see a little bit more of the indent on the side. Gen 5, get the full back sprite, I guess, again. Yeah. Okay, then Gen 6 introduces the models here. So the legs go back to being a little bit bigger. That's interesting. These are more flat rather than kind of, they almost look like they're bulging out of the bottom. This is a different brown. This is a different green. Of course, better models, homes, got that, you know, different brown, different green, although much closer green than this brown is to that one. Oh, this is more of a gold, that's interesting, well, those are still brown, I don't think that's in the, no, not really. In the anime, Kabuto in the anime with a Omastar and Omanyte. Okay, got all this, yeah. Pokedex entries for this first one. I ready to record it for Omastar's video, so we'll let Dexter read it.
Omanyte and Omastar, Kabuto and Kabutops. It is believed that these Pokemon became extinct tens of thousands of years ago. The details of their behavior is shrouded in mystery. Though some have speculated that they may still exist, none of these Pokemon have ever been seen alive.
In episode 89 in Ash's Pokedex, Kabuto, the ancient Pokemon. Incorrect, it should say the shellfish Pokemon. Though this Pokemon is now believed to be extinct, it had a hard shell that protected its body and is believed to have been a powerful swimmer. In the manga, so you've got Kabuto in Pokemon Adventures, and a tank with an angry Geodude here for some reason. In the TCG, in the TFG. Trivia, in the Pokemon Red and Blue Beta, Kabuto was originally known as which is derived from the word Atlantis. I read the second point in the Blastoise video. Origin, Kabuto's design consists of a mix of trilobite, a prehistoric arthropod that lived between the Cambrian and Permian periods, and the still living but considered a living fossil horseshoe crab. Name origin, Kabuto may be derived from Kabuto, helmet, and Kabutogani, horseshoe crab. Aww. In other languages, related articles to the fossils and fossil Pokemon. Got all that. Yeah, external links, let's move on.
Since we've already watched Kabuto's first two scenes in the anime, in the Omanyte and Omastar videos, let's watch Kabuto's third scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 46, Attack of the Prehistoric Pokemon. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, have come to Grandpa Canyon, where they have overheard Team Rocket, consisting of Jesse, James, Meowth, and Arbok, and Weezing, talk about their plan to blow up the canyon using dynamite to get all the Pokemon fossils so they can sell them and make, you know, money and stuff. And so Ash and his Pikachu have gone after Team Rocket to try to stop them, but they've already started the fuse. So Ash and Pikachu go to stop the fuse, and Team Rocket chases after them. The fuse blows up, And they landed in this cave where they've met a bunch of these prehistoric Pokemon, pretty much all of the fossil Pokemon from Gen 1. And Ash has pointed out that their eyes don't look right, you know, they're all kind of bloodshot here and stuff, you know.
Pokemon seem really angry.
Yeah.
They look like they just woke up. Maybe these Pokemon weren't fossilized, but we're just
sleeping. So yes, that's Ash, Pikachu, Meowth, Jesse, James, Arbok, coughing.
That's it! The dynamite must have woken them up after thousands of years!
Some alarm clock! Never mind, let's just capture them!
Pokeball, go!
So I would say, since it is a fighting scene, that would be Kabuto's scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Kabuto. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DVR fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image. That's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Kabuto by Joshua Dunlop. This more realistic Kabuto here. That's kind of fun. You can definitely see something like this in Detective Pikachu. You know, very kind of fun, and you can see it up close, and then kind of see the full body in the background with another one there. That's kind of fun. That's it. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming today at 3 p.m. CMT, Central Mountain Time, but I won't be getting a Kabuto, as I need to wait until I talk about Snorlax before I can resurrect Kabuto from the Dome fossil. Instead, I'm going to try to get the Dome and Helix fossils, catch Ekans and evolve it into Arbok, catch a Jigglypuff and evolve it into Wigglytuff, and catch a Oddish and evolve it into Gloom. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Kabutops. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Kabutops, the only evolution of Kabuto who evolves at level 40. Its previous PYC dates are July 16th, 1996, May 7th, 1999, February 25th, 2002, December 16th, 2004, October 7th, 2007, July 28th, 2010, May 18th, 2013, March 8th, 2016, December 28th, 2018, and October 18th, 2021. I like Kabutops more than Kabuto, as Kabutops is less scary than Kabuto. Although I imagine if I saw it in real life, it would still be quite terrifying. This might be my favorite evolutionary naming, as it literally just adds PS to the name. Anyway, let's get in the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Kabutops, the shellfish Pokemon whose number is 0141. This is what it looks like. Its type is Rock Water. Abilities, Swift Swim or Battle Armor. Weak armor is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is egg groups Water 1 and Water 3. Hatch time 30 cycles. Height 4'3" or 1.3 meters. Weight is 89.3 pounds or 40.5 kilograms. Base experience yield is 201 in the first 3 gens, 199 in Gen 4, and 173 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 2 in attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is brown, and base friendship is 70. Kabutops is a dual-type rock/water fossil Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves from Kabuto, starting at level 40. Biology: Kabutops is a bipedal prehistoric arthropod Pokemon with a skeletal, well-armored build. It has a flat, half-circular head with a point on each side and 2 small eyes on the front. It is mostly brown except for its light gray chest and abdomen. There is a ridge down its back with 3 flat spines on either side, and it has a flat pointed tail. Instead of hands, its 4 arms have large, sharp, gray scythes. Its thin legs are brown, lead to small feet with 2 large gray claws. That's just wrong. It should be its thin brown legs lead, or its thin legs are brown and lead. Before it went extinct, Kabutops was in the process of evolving into a land dweller, as evident by changes in its gills and legs. This change is thought to be due to its prey moving onto land as well. In its ocean home, Kabutops could tuck up its limbs to help it swim extremely fast, up to roughly 29 knots. It used its sharp scythes to slice enemies and drink their internal fluids. Any leftovers left behind by Kabutops are consumed by other Pokemon. It is unknown what led to Kabutops' extinction. Evolution: Kabutops evolves from Kabuto. So you can see that here, Kabuto, Kabutops. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time and Explorers of Darkness. Kabutops and 2 Omastar are the bosses in Brine Cave. They attacked the player and partner without warning, but Chatot protected them. Wigglytuff later reveals that they had previously attacked them in a past exploration, and Chatot had saved him. Pokedex entries. In Gen 1 in red and blue, its sleek shape is perfect for swimming. It slashes prey with its claws and drains the body fluids. Yellow, a slim and fast swimmer. It slices its prey with its sharp sickles and drinks the body fluids. Stadium, swims very quickly. It tears at its foe with sickle-like forelegs and drains the foe's body fluids entirely. In Gen 2 in gold, in the water it tucks in its limbs to become more compact. Then it wiggles its shell to swim fast. Silver, with sharp claws, this ferocious ancient Pokemon rips apart prey and sucks their body fluids. Crystal, it was able to swim quickly through the water by compactly folding up its razor-sharp sickles. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the gold entry. But if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the silver entry. In Gen 3, in Ruby and Sapphire, Kabutops swam underwater to hunt for its prey in ancient times. The Pokemon was apparently evolving from being a water dweller to living on land, as evident from the beginnings of change in its skills and legs. Emerald, Kabutops once swam underwater to hunt for prey. It was apparently evolving from being a water dweller to living on land, as evident from changes in its skills and legs. Fire Red, it swims freely through water. It catches prey with its scythe-like arms and drains the victim's fluids. Leaf Green is very similar to Red and Blue's, but slightly different, so I'll read it. Its slick shape is perfect for swimming. It slashes prey with its claws and drains their fluids. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it is thought that this Pokemon came onto land because its prey adapted to life on land. Heart Gold is its gold counterpart. Soul Silver is basically Silver's, but Pokemon is the correct casing. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is the gold entries. Y is Yellow's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphire, but Kabutops and Pokemon are the correct casing, and Water Dweller is now 2 words. In Gen 7 in Ultra Sun, its body had begun to change so it could function on land, but it didn't adapt in time and went extinct. Ultra Moon, it swims at speeds of roughly 29 knots, quickly closing in on its prey and slashing into them with its scythes to finish them off. The Let's Go games are very similar to Yellow's, but slightly different, so I'll read it. A slim and fast swimmer. It sliced its prey with sharp sickles and drank the body fluids. In Gen 8 and Sword, Kabutops slices its prey apart and sucks out the fluids. The discarded body parts become food for other Pokemon. Shield, the cause behind the extinction of this species is unknown. Kabutops were aggressive Pokemon that inhabited warm seas. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl is its Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Here we've got Kabutops in the Lola Pokedex in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items, once again, we have the little note here with the asterisk instead of the note out here. Maybe it is something that they're gonna do now, I don't know. So in red, blue, and yellow, you get Bitterberry 100% of the time. The asterisk is saying that you need to transfer Gen 1 Pokemon to Gen 2 to get items for them. Stats, base stats, HP 60, attack 115, defense 105, special attack 65, special defense 70, speed 80, for a total of 495. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 70. Pokéthon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by rock, bug, ghost, steel, water, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to fighting, ground, grass, and electric. For double, except for grass, which is 4. Immune to nothing, resistant to normal, flying, poison, fire, and ice, all for half except for fire, which is for a 4th. Learn set by leveling up. We'll do this Evo here and then go down to 40. Upon evolution, you get Slash, 43 Protect, 49 Leech Life, 56 Liquidation, 63 Metal Sound, and 70 Stone Edge. We're skipping by TM/TR. Yep, for both of the games. We're skipping by breeding for both of the games. By tutoring, in the Sword and Shield expansion pass, you get Flip Turn or Meteor Beam, nothing by prior evolution. By transfer from another generation, from 3 through 7, you get Aerial Ace. 4 through 7, you get Aqua Tail. 1, you get Bide, that doesn't work anymore. 4, you get Captivate, that doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7, you get Confide. 2, you get Curse. 1, 2, 5, and 6, you get Cut. 1 through 7, you get Double Team. 1 and 3, you get Double Edge. 5 through 7, you get Foresight. 2 through 7, you get Frustration. Neither of those moves work anymore. 2 through 4, you get Fury Cutter. 2, 4, and 7, you get Headbutt. 2 through 7, you get Hidden Power. That doesn't work anymore. 5 and 6, you get Hone Claws. 1 and 3, you get Mimic. 4, you get Mud Slap and Natural Gift. Natural Gift doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7, you get Nature Power. 1, you get Rage. That doesn't work anymore. Same with Razor Wind. 1 and 7, you get Reflect. 2 through 7, you get Return. That doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, you get Rock Polish. 2, 5, and 6, you get Rock Smash. 7, you get Rock Throw. 2 through 4, you get Rollout. 3, 4, and 6, you get Secret Power. That doesn't work anymore. 1, 3, and 7, you get Seismic Toss. 1, you get Skull Bash. 5 through 7, you get Smackdown. 1, you get Submission. 2 through 7, you get Swagger. 1 through 7, you get Toxic. 1, you get Water Gun. 3, 4, 6, and 7, you get Water Pulse. And 4 through 7, you get Ring Out. That doesn't work anymore. Side game data. Okay, got all this. Yep. Guardian Signs in the browser entry. It triggers Rock Balls to attack. Got all this. Yeah. Evolution data. Kabuto, level 40 Kabutops. So sprites here. So yeah, pretty good. Interesting. These first couple with the eyes, particularly this one, they look a little bit more cartoony than the, I don't know, more bug-like eyes I guess we get later on, or whatever. These sort of more modern, I guess. And these are a little bit, it looks, yeah, it's just way more goofy than the version we get later. Like that is more, I don't know, like a curve. It's more like a bump, so obviously these back sprites don't work for these two. And I got to get this kind of more or less what we'd get moving forward in Gen 2. Like, it doesn't change much, I think, from there. Like, tails might change, the spikes might change, I don't know, these middle part might change a little bit, but generally it stays pretty much the same. 3, a little lighter. Shiny is green, I didn't even say that earlier, sorry, now it's a lighter green. We're back to sort of a darker brown, but not quite the same brown as we had earlier, a darker green. Again, not the same green, but yeah. These are more gray. They start off kind of a whitish gray, but now they're kind of more solidly gray, although not so much in the back spray. That's interesting. Seem to have a green tint in the back for the shiny. That's interesting. Gen 4, you know, different models, which I don't know, more simplified probably, but you get a full back spray here. That's pretty cool. The models here, pretty good, I would say. Adaptation, you know, very scary. You can clearly see the size are. They're very thin for some reason. They're much more, I don't want to say scythe-like than these things are. These are vaguely scythe-like. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, they get thicker in Sun and Moons. That's interesting. Yep, and the Let's Go games. I'm sure these are better models. Homes, they're pretty good models, yeah. Skeletal sprites, image from Red and Green, image from Red and Blue. We saw that in the streams. If you watched those, I accidentally saw that like a week ago or something like that, or like, yeah, a week and a half ago or something in the streams. Oops. Image from Fire Red and Leaf Green, so that's kind of fun. You get to see the different skeletons. In the anime, Kabutops in the anime, yep. The Kabutops fossil in the anime, that's pretty cool. For this Pokedex entry here, I've already recorded for Omastar's anime section, so we'll let Dexter read it.
Omanyte and Omastar, Kabuto and Kabutops. It is believed that these Pokemon became extinct tens of thousands of years ago. The details of their behavior is shrouded in mystery. Though some have speculated that they may still exist, none of these Pokemon have ever been seen alive.
We've got Pokemon Origins, Kabutops in Pokemon Origins, Twilight Wings in the manga, Kabutops in Pokemon Adventures, in the TCG. Trivia, in the Pokemon Red and Blue Beta, Kabutops was originally known as Lantis. This is derived from the word Atlantis. The radio drama, The Birth of Mewtwo, contains an announcement about Kabutops' discovery by a Pokemon academic circle where it is believed to be the oldest Pokemon discovered and is said to have retained its original form since 2 million years ago. Kabutops is a scientific name, Kabutops maximus, which was stated in Fossil Fools. The only other Pokemon with a known scientific name is Oddish with Odium Wanderus. The name Kabutops maximus does have real meaning. When translated, it means the largest Kabuto face, referring to the size and shape of Kabutops' head. Yeah, we read this one in the Blastoise video, this last point. Origin: similar to how Kabuto is based on horseshoe crabs, Kabutops resembles Eurypterids, prehistoric arthropods that hunted in seas and rivers and are believed to have been related to modern horseshoe crabs. The large head is also identical to the cephalon in trilobites, and the spines down the back resemble their thoracic sections. Though the size and predatory nature closely resemble Eurypterids more. Because of the cross similarities, it may also be based on the Chirurus genus of trilobites. Name origin: Kabutops may be derived from Kabutoabe, Triops, Kabuto, helmet, Triops, and ops, common suffix in names of prehistoric animals derived from the ancient Greek word for face. In other languages, related articles, external links to the fossils and fossil Pokemon. Yeah, let's move on.
Since we already watched the first scene in the anime of Kabutops in the Omanyte video, we'll watch the second scene in the anime with Kabutops.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 46, Attack of the Prehistoric Pokemon. The plot isn't very relevant, as Kabutops' second scene in the anime is this, well, you know, who's that Pokemon section? Yeah.
It's
Kabutops!
Kabutops!
Yep, and that is Kabutops' second scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Kabutops. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. No, we sent fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who are not familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Kabutops. So we've got Kabutops by Joshua Dunlop, this sort of more realistic looking Kabutops. I feel like I could definitely see something like this in Detective Pikachu. It's very nice. I like how they sort of, instead of making it more like size, it's more the rock-like features, you know. It's kind of fun. Then Kabutops by Evil Apple 513. That's kind of cool. Posed Kabutops. That's kind of fun. Then we got Kabutops by Zaus 54. This simple Kabutops image. It looks like it's in a cool pose, I guess. This image doesn't contain a Kabutops, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 8 p.m. CMT, Central Mountain Time, but I won't be evolving Kabuto into Kabutops as I need to wait until I talk about Snorlax to do that. Instead, I'll be catching a Jigglypuff and evolving it into Wigglytuff. Tomorrow we're talking about Aerodactyl. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Aerodactyl, the first rock flying type Pokemon. Its previous PYC dates are July 17th, 1996, May 8th, 1999, February 26th, 2002, December 17th, 2004, October 8th, 2007, July 29th, 2010, May 19th, 2013, March 9th, 2016, December 29th, 2018, and October 19th, 2021. I like Aerodactyl's design. It's very dinosaur-like. I think Mega Aerodactyl looks kinda weird, but I guess it does continue the idea that it's a rock type. Anyway, let's read the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today, we are talking about Aerodactyl, the fossil Pokemon whose number is 0142. This is Aerodactyl, this is what it looks like. This is Mega Aerodactyl, this is what it looks like. Type is rock flying. Since this is our first rock flying Pokemon, I'll point out that it has the rock interior and the flying outside. Abilities, Rock Head or Pressure. As Aerodactyl, Unnerve is its hidden ability. Tough Claws is Mega Aerodactyl's ability. Gender ratio is 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is a group flying. Hatch time 35 cycles. As Aerodactyl, it's 5'11" or 1.8 meters and 130.1 pounds or 59 kilograms. As Mega Aerodactyl, it's 6'11" or 2.1 meters at 174.2 pounds or 79 kilograms. Megastone, Aerodactylite. Base experience yield is 202 in the first 4 gens and 180 in 5+. Leveling rate slow, EV yield 2 in speed. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is purple, and base friendship is 70. Aerodactyl is a dual-type rock-flying fossil Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It is revived from an old amber, While it is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon, Aerodactyl can Mega Evolve into Mega Aerodactyl using the Aerodactylite. Biology: Aerodactyl is a reptilian, bipedal, prehistoric Pokemon that resembles a pterosaur with several draconic features. It has small, sharply pointed ears, narrow dark green eyes, a rigid snout, a gaping mouth, and a strong lower jaw full of serrated fangs. Its body is covered in light blue-gray skin, and it has large violet membranous wings. I'd call the body more of a lighter purple, but whatever. The clawed hands at the end of each wing allow it to grasp objects. There is a hump-like ridge with a spike on its back, and it has a strong tail with an arrow-shaped tip. Its talon-like feet have 2 toes in front and 1 in the back, and are capable of scooping up and tightly clutching its prey in flight. Aerodactyl's serrated saw-like fangs and ferocious attitude were very imposing in its time. Its fangs can rip out throats and tear through the skin of any Pokemon to pieces, even Steel-type Pokemon. By spreading its wings, Aerodactyl is believed to have flown by gliding through the skies, freely letting out its high-pitched cries. However, it is slow to walk on land. It liked to nest in the mountains, where it enjoyed both safety and seclusion. Aerodactyl lived in prehistoric times and was theorized to become extinct thanks to a giant meteor impact. It was restored in modern times using genetic material extracted from amber. Some casualties occurred during these attempts. Even still, this restoration is not considered perfect. Forms: Aerodactyl can Mega Evolve into Mega Aerodactyl. As Mega Aerodactyl, its eyes turn bright green and parts of its body turn to stone, which some researchers believe to be its original appearance before fossilization. It grows larger and sprouts jagged, black, spiky rocks all over its body. 5 spikes at the wrist joint of each wing replacing its hands, 3 small spikes along its tail, 1 spike on each ear, and a long spike on its chin. The spike on its back and its rear talons have also become black and stony. Rocky plates cover its eyebrows and the corners of its jaw. Similar stone ornaments are present on its chest, on its torso. 2 small ridges flanking a longer ridge. The power of Mega Evolution allows some of Aerodactyl's dormant genes to reawaken. The rocks on Mega Aerodactyl's body are harder than diamond. Because of the burden of Mega Evolution, Mega Aerodactyl is fiercer and more irritable than before. As a result, Mega Aerodactyl attacks anything that moves. We got Mega Aerodactyl. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Pinball, Ruby and Sapphire. In the Ruby field, once an egg has been hatched, Aerodactyl will fly by and replace it the next time the ball rolls into the egg stand. Pokedex entries. In Gen 1, in Red and Blue, a ferocious prehistoric Pokemon that goes for the enemy's throat with its serrated saw-like fangs. Yellow, a savage Pokemon that died out in ancient times. It was resurrected using DNA taken from amber. Stadium, a Pokemon that was resurrected from the genes of an ancient dinosaur. With sharp fangs, it is very vicious. In Gen 2, Gold, a vicious Pokemon from the distant past. It appears to have flown by spreading its wings and gliding. Silver, this vicious Pokemon is said to have flown in ancient skies while shrieking high-pitched cries. Crystal, in prehistoric times, this Pokemon flew freely and fearlessly through the skies. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, in Ruby and Sapphire, Aerodactyl is a Pokemon from the Age of Dinosaurs. It was regenerated from genetic material extracted from amber. It is imagined to have been the king of the skies in ancient times. Emerald, Aerodactyl is a Pokemon from the Age of Dinosaurs. It was regenerated from DNA extracted from amber. It is imagined to have been the king of the skies. Fire Red, it was regenerated from a dinosaur's genetic matter that was found in amber. It flies with high-pitched cries. Leaf Green is basically Red and Blues, but Saw-like doesn't have the hyphen between Saw and Like anymore. In Gen 4, in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, a Pokemon that roamed the skies in the dinosaur era. Its teeth are like saw blades. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are basically their gold and silver counterpart, but Pokemon is now the correct casing. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is Fire Red's entry, Y is Soul Silver's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Aerodactyl and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 in Sun, a Pokemon from the age of the dinosaurs. It used its saw-like fangs to shred its prey before eating them. Moon. In ancient times, it ruled the skies. A widely accepted theory is that it went extinct due to a large meteor impact. Ultra Sun. Restored from DNA, found in amber. This Pokemon exhibited ferocity that was greater than expected. Some casualties resulted. Sorry, I forgot to mention that this is for normal Aerodactyl. Ultra Moon. It flew through the open skies over the ancient continent as if they were its own. When it touched the ground, its walk was weak and slow. The Let's Go entries are basically yellows, but Pokemon is the correct casing. For Mega Aerodactyl and Sun, part of its body has become stone. Some scholars claim that this is Aerodactyl's true appearance. Moon, when it Mega Evolves, it becomes more vicious than ever before. Some say that's because its excess of power is causing it pain. Aww. Ultra Sun, it will attack anything that moves. Mega Evolution is a burden on its body, so it's incredibly irritated. Ultra Moon, Mega Evolution awakened some dormant genes, bringing back the sharp rocks that once covered Aerodactyl's entire body. In the Let's Go games, the power of Mega Evolution has completely restored its genes. The rocks on its body are harder than diamond. In Gen 8 and Sword, this is a ferocious Pokemon from ancient times. Apparently, even modern technology is incapable of producing a perfectly restored specimen. Aerodactyl's saw-like fangs can shred skin to tatters, even the skin of Steel-type Pokemon. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, very similar to the Diamond and Pearl counterpart, but slightly different, so I'll read it. It's a Pokemon that roamed the skies in the dinosaur era. Its teeth are like saw blades. Aerodactyl in the Alolan Pokedex. Mega Aerodactyl in the Alolan Pokedex. Game locations. Side game locations, and events. Held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. In Red, Blue, and Yellow, you get a Bitter Berry 100% of the time. Gold, Silver, and Crystal, you get a Gold Berry as an in-game trade 100% of the time. And for Ranch, you get a Cassip Berry 100% of the time. For stats, base stats, we'll compare Aerodactyl and Mega Aerodactyl. HP 80, that stays the same. Attack 105, that goes up to 135. Defense 65, that goes up to 85. Special attack 60, that goes up to 70. Special defense 75, that goes up to 95. Speed 130, that goes up to 150. So Aerodactyl has a total of 515, and Mega Aerodactyl has a total of 615. In the Aerodactyl box, we've got this note here. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 60. Pokeathon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by fighting, ghost, grass, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to rock, steel, water, electric, and ice for double. Immune to ground. Resistance to normal, flying, poison, bug, and fire for half. Notes. If gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball in Gen 4, or a ring target, or it is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain, the effectiveness of ground-type moves is double, so we go from 0 to double. In Gen 5, if this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball, the effectiveness of ground-type moves is 1, so we go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. 1, you get Bite and Ancient Power, 5, Supersonic, 10, Wing Attack, 15, Scary Face, 20, Rock Slide, 25, Roar, 30, Crunch, 35, Iron Head, 40 Takedown, 45 Stone Edge, 50 Agility, 55 Hyper Beam, and 60 Giga Impact. By TM/TR and Sword and Shield, TM 6 Fly, 8 Hyper Beam, 9 Giga Impact, 21 Rest, 22 Rock Slide, 23 Thief, 24 Snore, 25 Protect, 26 Scary Face, 30 Steel Wing, 31 Attract, 32 Sandstorm, 33 Rain Dance, 34 Sunny Day, 39 Facade, 40 Swift, 48 Rock Tomb, 54 Rock Blast, 57 Payback, 58 Assurance, 66 Thunderfang, 67 Ice Fang, 68 Fire Fang, 76 Round, 81 Bulldoze, and 97 Brutal Swing. For the TRs, 2 Flamethrower, 10 Earthquake, 12 Agility, 15 Fire Blast, 20 Substitute, 26 Endure, 27 Sleep Talk, 31 Iron Tail, 32 Crunch, 36 Heat Wave, 37 Taunt, 47 Dragon Claw, 51 Dragon Dance, 62 Dragon Pulse, 67 Earth Power, 74 Iron Head, 75 Stone Edge, 76 Stealth Rock, 89 Hurricane, and 97 Psychic Fangs. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, TM2 Dragon Claw, 5 Roar, 11 Sunny Day, 12 Taunt, 15 Hyper Beam, 17 Protect, 18 Rain Dance, 23 Iron Tail, 26 Earthquake, 32 Double Team, 35 Flamethrower, 37 Sandstorm, 38 Fire Blast, 39 Rock Tomb, 40 Aerial Ace, 41 Torment, 42 Facade, 44 Rest, 45 Attract, 46 Thief, 47 Steel Wing, 51 Roost, 58 Endure, 59 Dragon Pulse, 66 Payback, 68 Giga Impact, 69 Rock Polish, 71 Stone Edge, 76 Stealth Rock, 80 Rock Slide, 82 Sleep Talk, 83 Bulldoze, 87 Swagger, 90 Substitute, 94 Fly, 96 Strength, 97 Defog, and 98 Rock Smash. By breeding in Sword and Shield, this group gives you Curse, this group gives you Dragon Breath, this group gives you Roost, this group gives you Tailwind, this group gives you Whirlwind, and this group gives you Wide Guard. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, this group gives you Assurance, Farfetch'd gives you Curse, this group gives you Dragon Breath, this group gives you Tailwind, this group gives you Whirlwind, and this group gives you Wide Guard. By tutoring, in the Sword and Shield expansion pass, you can get Dual, Wing Beat, and Meteor Beam. By transfer from another generation, in Gen 3 through 7, you get Aerial Ace, 4, Air Cutter, 4 through 7, Aqua Tail, 1, Bide, that doesn't work anymore, 4, Captivate, that doesn't work anymore, 7, from an event, Celebrate, 6 and 7, you get Confide, 4 and 7, you get Defog, 2, Detect, 1 through 7, Double Team, 1 and 3, Double Edge, 1, get Dragon Rage, which doesn't work anymore. 2 through 7, you get Foresight and Frustration, neither work anymore. 2, 4, and 7, you get Headbutt. 2 through 7, you get Hidden Power, that doesn't work anymore. 5 and 6, you get Hone Claws and Incinerate. 7, you get Laser Focus. 1 and 3, you get Mimic. 4, you get Natural Gift and Ominous Wind, neither work anymore. 2 through 7, you get Pursuit, that doesn't work anymore. 1, you get Rage and Razor Wind, neither work anymore. 1 and 7, you get Reflect. 2 through 7, you get Return, that doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, you get Rock Polish. 2, 5, and 6, you get Rock Smash. 7, you get Rock Throw. 3, 4, and 6, you get Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore. 1, and 3 through 7, you get Sky Attack. 5 through 7, you get Sky Drop and Smackdown. Sky Drop doesn't work anymore. 5 and 6, you get Strength. 2 through 7, you get Swagger. 3 through 7, you get Torment. 1 through 7, you get Toxic, and 4, you get Twister. Anime-only moves. Gust, it's a flying type move. It's featured in Putting the Air Back in Aerodactyl. Side game data for Aerodactyl here. You got all this. Yep. Okay. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Aerodactyl freely roams the sky while loosing devastating rays. Shadows of Almia. It flies around while firing a powerful beam and supersonic waves from its mouth. This, yeah. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure in the Pokepark pad entry. Aerodactyl, along with Staraptor, is the caretaker of the sky in the Granite Zone. Look up and marvel at his amazing skill at Salamance's Air Ace. Got these, yeah. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex. Aerodactyl rules the air in and around the volcano, where many prehistoric Pokemon live. It seems to like amber, maybe it brings back memories of old friends. Costumes in Pokemon Go, you get Satchel, that's fun. For Mega Aerodactyl, you got all this. Yeah. Form data, Mega Evolution, Aerodactyl, Aerodactylite, Mega Aerodactyl. Evolution data, there's nothing, it's just Aerodactyl. Sprites, okay, so it's got the basics down. It's a little bit chunkier than, the neck is a little bit shorter, I guess, is the main thing. It would get a much longer neck later. But, yeah, pretty much everything's here. I got the 3, 4 fingers, maybe, at this point. Eventually go down to 3, for sure. Got a couple spikes in the back, yeah. The tail, you got the sharp tail, that's foot? It's tail. Wait, that looks like it's tail. That's tail. Is that? That's weird. Okay, that's a weird angle. Got all the teeth and the mouth. I think its mouth gets wider. At least in this gen. This needs to get shorter again. That's interesting. It's green for some reason. These are basically the correct colors, barring a few shades. The eyes aren't right though yet either. But back sprite doesn't work for this one because it's green. Oh, the wings are, I don't know, they're different. They're slightly different. Yeah, because that doesn't have like the fold like this one does. Like it's. Gen 2, that's much closer, got the longer neck now. It's now kind of a purple, or, yeah, I don't know, this different kind of purple. This is, yeah, also like a pink purple, I guess. Gray and a different purple. This is gray and black for some reason, and crystals. Interesting. Gen 3, It's red eyes. That's interesting. Yeah, it's red eyes and it looks like it's kind of maybe purple eyes for the shiny. And this is more of that grayish color. Yeah, those are definitely purple. These are. This is kind of funny. I think this one's meant to somewhat resemble Crobat, which I think is, yeah, because they have various similarities. They have a bunch of, yeah, they have a few similarities. The wings and the fingers and it's fun. Yep. This. So Diamond and Pearl introduces the green eyes, or yeah, it's all across. Well, actually, Heart Gold and Soul Silver has it not quite green. Green in the back, but not in the front, which is interesting. It's green all around, though, for the shiny. This sort of purpley gray. And we got the purple, different shade of purple, I'd say. The blue and pink is different for sure. Then we got, yeah, the black and white ones. Not much changes. The back sprite, it's a full back sprite now. That's cool. Models, so definitely a little bit different. It looks like almost like they went back to the shorter neck, which is interesting. Yeah, it's a pretty good model though. You know, adaptation. And we got Mega, of course. So this is sort of a more pink color, pink and blue. And this is more, yeah, purple and. Okay, so that's, yeah, it's basically, I mean, it's a little lighter. I guess this one might also be a little lighter than that one. It's definitely like a purple in wings for some, it is interesting, because I think these are basically the same colors, so that's interesting. Are these darker? They might be, the rocks. Sun and Moon, you got all that, yep. That's basically all the same. Then you got the Let's Go games, yep. Homes here, so yeah. So you can see it's a little bit different. Skeletal sprites, image from red and green, image from red and blue, image from fire red and leaf green. So again, I kind of had spoilers to this if you watched the stream from like a week and a half ago or something. In the anime, Aerodactyl in the anime, I guess Go had an Aerodactyl. Mega Aerodactyl in the anime, that's kind of cool. I think you can see it with a Mega Heracross. Yep. All that. Aerodactyl egg in the anime with a Trapinch for some reason. And they seem to be floating in this weird void. I don't know what that's about. Yep. Pokédex entries. For this first one, I recorded it for a version of the anime that I'm not using in the final video here. So I will let Dexter read it. It's missing the arrow. Because of how I awkwardly paused it, so just be aware of that.
Aerodactyl, an extinct flying Pokémon. Its hard fangs suggest that it was a carnivore. Its sharp claws were probably used to capture prey.
In Diamond and Pearl, episode 17, in Dawn's Pokédex, Aerodactyl, the fossil Pokémon, an ancient flying type, it is equipped with sharp, saw-like teeth. In What I Assume is Journeys, episode 38, in Go's Rotom Phone, Aerodactyl, the fossil Pokémon, a rock and flying type. Aerodactyl ruled the skies in ancient times, but went extinct when a giant asteroid struck the planet. Origins, Aerodactyl's fossil in Pokemon Origins. In the manga, Aerodactyl in Pokemon Adventures, Mega Aerodactyl in Pokemon Adventures. Looks like that's a Pikachu over there. That looks to be Mega Ampharos's hair. Yeah, we got all this. Yep, and the TCG. Trivia, in the Pokemon Red and Green Beta, Aerodactyl was revived using a wing fossil, which formed a trio with the Helix fossil and the Dome fossil. Aerodactyl shares its category with Arctovish, Arctozolt, Dracovish, and Dracozolt. They are all known as the fossil Pokemon. Aerodactyl was the inspiration for the naming of Aerodactylus, a genus of pterosaurs. Aww. The genus name was chosen in reference to Aerodactyl having traits derived from various pterosaur species. Aerodactyl is the only fossil Pokemon with a Mega Evolved form. Prior to Gen 8, it was also the only fossil Pokemon that can be attained in a way other than breeding, reviving its fossil, or from the Dream World. It is also available through an in-game trade in Gen 2 as a gift. in Gen 7 and is one of Haley's trades. The trade in Gen 2 was removed in Heart Gold and Soul Silver versions, likely because the old Amber could be obtained and revived in these games, unlike in Gen 2. In the Pokemon Red and Blue beta, Aerodactyl was originally known as Terra, its Japanese name. Aerodactyl is the only Pokemon owned by Lance and Claire in the core series who is not a Dragon-type Pokemon or a Pokemon belonging to the Dragon Egg group. This is likely due to pterosaurs being known as winged dragons, Yoku Ryu in Japanese, further explaining why it's called a dragon by an old man in Pewter Museum of Science in generations 1, 3, and 7, as well as suggesting why its appearance is influenced by that of wyverns. Mega Aerodactyl is the highest base speed stat of all rock-type Pokemon. Aerodactyl is one of 4 non-Ho-Index Pokemon available in Pokemon Pinball, Ruby and Sapphire. The others are Chikorita, Cyndaquil, and Totodile. Mega Aerodactyl has a unique base stat total of 615. Aerodactyl is the only Gen 1 rock-type Pokemon to not possess a 4x weakness to grass-type moves. Aerodactyl is the first fossil Pokemon to have its egg shown in the anime. In the Pocket Monsters Encyclopedia, Aerodactyl was stated to be the predecessor of birds. This, alongside many facts in the book, would be retconned by future content in the game, specifically by the introduction of Archeops. Origin: Aerodactyl's design is mostly based on pterodactyloids, a family of pterosaurs that lived in the Jurassic period. Its long tail, however, is derived from rhamphorhynchids. Additionally, its pointed wings, spaded tail, and robust jaws give it the resemblance of a dragon, specifically wyverns. The rocks that appear on Mega Aerodactyl's body is a reference to atavism, whereby an ancestral genetic trait reappears after having been lost through evolutionary change in previous generations. The rock on Mega Aerodactyl's chin is similar to a goatee. Name origin: Aerodactyl may be a combination of that, Greek for air, or aeroplane, and pterodactyl. Terra may be derived from pterosaur or pteranodon. In other languages, related articles, references, external links to the fossils and fossil Pokemon, and the Mega Evolutions. Yeah, let's move on.
Let's watch Aerodactyl's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching episode 13, Mystery at the Lighthouse. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have come to this lighthouse where they have met Bill, the Pokemon researcher, and he's showing off a bunch of extinct Pokemon as murals. You can see an Omanyte in an appearance much sooner than the one I had a few days ago. I didn't know it appeared in this mural. Oops. We'll see an Aerodactyl is one of them.
Understand how they live.
There it is.
Putting on a costume is one way of trying
to
figure
Kabuto.
out.
Yeah. So that was Bill talking, and that would be Aerodactyl's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Let's see why people love Aerodactyl. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you not familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain an Aerodactyl. So this first one is Aerodactyl by Kezrek. So you got this cool, sort of more realistic Aerodactyl, I guess. Very well done. Then we got Aerodactyl by Z3Ros, or maybe J Guzman. It's 2014. This cool looking Aerodactyl attacking some Omanyte and Kabutops. Very interesting. It looks like it has like a sandal and a spear for some reason, the Omanyte. I don't know what that's about. Yeah, that's kind of fun. Aerodactyl by Lindsay W. Art. So number 142 Aerodactyl. It's from 2014. So they got this more realistic looking Aerodactyl here. That's pretty cool. See all the proportions and stuff. That's fun. Then we got Aerodactyl by Joshua Dunlop, another kind of more realistic one. Yep. Yeah, I feel like I could maybe see something like this in Detective Pikachu. This is not an Aerodactyl, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who's submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I talk about Snorlax before I can resurrect Aerodactyl from the old Amber. As for Mega Aerodactyl, I'll have to wait until I've talked about the Gen 6 Pokemon to get back to that one. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Snorlax. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today I'll be talking about Snorlax, the heaviest Pokemon in Gen 1. previous PYC dates are July 18th, 1996, May 9th, 1999, February 27th, 2002, December 18th, 2004, October 9th, 2007, July 30th, 2010, May 20th, 2013, March 10th, 2016, December 30th, 2018, and October 20th, 2021. I like Snorlax because they're so friendly and they remind me of Totoro. Gigantamax Snorlax's official art reminds me of Torterra. Anyway, let's get in the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we're talking about Snorlax, the sleeping Pokemon, whose number is 0143. This is Snorlax, this is what it looks like. This is Gigantamax Snorlax, this is what it looks like. Type, normal. Abilities, immunity or thick fat. Gluttony is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 25 or 7.7%. Breeding is egg group monster. Hatch time 40 cycles. As Snorlax, it's 6'11", or 2.1 meters, 1,014.1 pounds, or 460 kilograms. As Gigantamax Snorlax, it's 114 feet and 10 inches, plus, or 35 meters plus, and its weight is unknown. Base experience yield is 154 in the first 4 gens and 189 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow. EV yield is 2 in HP. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is black, which is no. Just no. That's not true. What? It probably hasn't been black since, like, Gen 1. Like, there's some that make it look more black than this sort of greenish color, this green-blue color, and sometimes it looks more blue, but, like, the black colors are the outlines, its mouth and its eyes, maybe the pad in some games. Like, it is not black. Like, I don't know what they were thinking. They could have called it blue. Blue or green would have been so much closer. I don't get it. Anyway, base friendship is 70. Snorlax is a normal-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves from Munchlax when leveled up with high friendship. Snorlax can Gigantamax into Gigantamax Snorlax if it has the Gigantamax factor. In Generations 1 and 2 games, their remakes and Pokemon X and Y, while Snorlax can be found sleeping in inconvenient locations. In order to catch one, a trainer must first awaken it with music from either a Poké-Flute or the Poké-Gear set to the Poké-Flute channel. Snorlax is the game mascot of Pokemon Sleep. Biology: Snorlax is a huge bipedal dark blue-green mammalian Pokemon with a cream-colored face, belly, and feet. Its body is composed of mostly its belly, as its limbs are comparatively small. Its head is large with small pointed ears and 2 pointed teeth protruding from its lower jaw. It has rounded feet, which both have 3 claws and a circular brown paw pad, and short arms with 5 claws on each hand. Snorlax's bulk makes it the heaviest normal type. Snorlax is often found in mountains and forests. It wakes up only to eat, requiring 900 pounds, 400 kilograms of food per day, before returning to its slumber, although it can also eat while it is resting. It is not a picky eater, as its strong stomach allows it to eat even moldy food without feeling any ill effects. It can even handle thorny plants or muck's poison. Snorlax is docile enough to let children and small Pokemon bounce on its large stomach. Despite its apparent laziness, however, Snorlax can exhibit tremendous power when prompted. Snorlax is known to appear without warning in villages and steal their food supplies, such as rice granaries, which has long been considered a disaster whenever it happens. Professor Noroli does research on Snorlax, particularly on their ability to attract Pokemon around them to sleep. A lot of Pokemon tend to gather around Snorlax to sleep near it or on it. Aww. Snorlax is the only known Pokemon capable of using the Z-move, Pulverizing Pancake. Forms: Snorlax has a Gigantamax form. As Gigantamax Snorlax, seeds and small pebbles that were tangled in its belly go through immense growth, causing patches of grass, bushes, rocks, and a large tree to sprout upon its belly. The tree has 3 red clouds circling it. The berries that grow on Gigantamax Snorlax's tree include a citrus berry, a Magost berry, and a Haven berry. Gigantamax Snorlax almost never moves, even when in battle. It only slightly lifts its body and attacks by flailing its arms and legs. However, its attacks are very powerful. Gigantamax Snorlax is considered to be one of the strongest Dynamax Pokemon to have been discovered. See Gigantamax Snorlax attacking. Gigantamax Snorlax is the only known Pokemon capable of using the G-Max move, G-Max Replenish. So you can see Gigantamax Snorlax here. Evolution, Snorlax evolves from Munchlax. So you got Munchlax, Snorlax. Game data and PC appearances, Pokemon Ranger. Snorlax will be seen sleeping throughout the game, effectively cutting off certain areas until later on. It will eventually remain in a cave in the Sekra range. Once the rest of the Ranger browser has been completed, it will wake up and can be captured. Pokedex entries in Gen 1. In Red and Blue, very lazy. Just eats and sleeps. As its rotund bulk builds, it becomes steadily more slothful. Yellow will eat anything, even if the food happens to be a little moldy. It never gets an upset stomach. Stadium, a lazy Pokemon that gets continually fatter by sticking to a cycle of eating and sleeping. Awake only when it eats. In Gen 2 and Gold, what sounds like its cry may actually be its snores or the rumblings of its hungry belly. Silver, its stomach's digestive juices can dissolve any kind of poison. It can even eat things off the ground. Crystal, this Pokemon's stomach is so strong, even eating moldy or rotten food will not affect it. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry. But if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3 and Ruby and Sapphire, Snorlax's typical day consists of nothing more than eating and sleeping. It is such a docile Pokemon that there are children who use its expansive belly as a place to play. Emerald, Snorlax's typical day consists of nothing more than eating and sleeping. It is such a docile Pokemon that there are children who use its big belly as a place to play. Fire Red, it is not satisfied unless it eats over 880 or 400 kilograms of food every day. When it is done eating, it goes promptly to sleep. Leaf Green is Red and Blues again. In Gen 4 and Diamond, its stomach can digest any kind of food, even if it happens to be moldy or rotten. Pearl, it stops eating only to sleep. It doesn't feel full unless it eats nearly 900 pounds a day. Platinum, when its belly is full, it becomes too lethargic to even lift a finger, so it is safe to bounce on its belly. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, their Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Fire Red's entry. Y is Diamond's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, except Snorlax and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Sun, its stomach is said to be incomparably strong. Even Muck's poison is nothing more than a hint of spice on Snorlax's tongue. Moon, it eats nearly 900 pounds of food every day. It starts nodding off while eating, and continues to eat even while it's asleep. Ultrasun, it doesn't do anything other than eat and sleep. When prompted to make a serious effort, though, it apparently displays awesome power. Ultramoon, it has no interest in anything other than eating. Even if you climb up on its stomach while it's napping, it doesn't seem to mind at all. The Let's Go games are Yellow's entry. In Gen 8, for regular Snorlax, Sword is Fire Red and X's entry. Shield is Crystal's entry. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. Legends Arceus, this glutton appears in villages without warning and devours the entirety of their rice granaries. Such occurrences have long been counted among the gravest of disasters. For Gigantamax Snorlax in Sword, Gigantamax energy has affected stray seeds and even pebbles that got stuck to Snorlax, making them grow to a huge size. Shield, terrifyingly strong, this Pokemon is the size of a mountain and moves about as much as one as well. In Gen 9 and Scarlet, this gluttonous Pokemon eats constantly, apart from when it's asleep. It devours nearly 900 pounds of food per day. Violet, its stomach's digestive juices can dissolve any kind of poison. Eating things off the ground doesn't bother it at all. So you got Snorlax in the Alola Pokedex, Snorlax in the Kitakami Pokedex, of course blocking the path of a Pikachu, Lucario, and a Poliwrath here. That's fun. It's interesting how they represent the fur and stuff. That's fun. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. In Pokemon Emerald, Snorlax can only be found in the Battle Frontier. In Red, Blue, Yellow, Gold, Silver, and Crystal, you get leftovers 100% of the time. In Fire Red and Leaf Green, you get Chesto Berry 100% of the time. In Emerald, Pokemon XD, Gale of Darkness, Heart Gold, and Soul Silver, you get leftovers 100% of the time. In Black 2 and White 2, you get a rare candy as an in-game trade 100% of the time. In X and Y, you get a Citrus Berry 100% of the time. In Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, Sword, and Shield, you get Leftovers 100% of the time. In Legends Arceus, for normal, you get a Citrus Berry 25% of the time. Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time, and grid items by level. For Alpha, you get an EXP Candy M 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, and grid items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 160, attack 110, defense 65, special attack 65, special defense 110, speed 30 for a total of 540. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 65. Pokéthon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to fighting for double, immune to ghost, and resistant to nothing. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of ghost-type moves is 1, so we'll go from 0 to 1. If this Pokemon has thick fat, the effectiveness of fire-type moves is half, and the effectiveness of ice-type moves is half. So fire and ice would be half instead of 1. Learn set by leveling up. Since hypothetically you can have one at level 2, we will move down to level 2. At level 12 you get Yawn, 16 Bite. Level 20 you get Snore, Sleep Talk, and Rest. 24 Crunch, 28 Body Slam, 32 Heavy Slam, 36 Amnesia, 40 High Horsepower, 44 Hammer Arm, 48 Belly Drum, 52 Belch, and 56 Giga Impact. By TM, for this section, what I'm going to do is I'll read it in this article, but I won't read it in the Munchlax article. So 1 Takedown, 2 Charm, 5 Mud Slap, 7 Protect, 20 Trailblaze, 22 Chilling Water, 25 Facade, 28 Bulldoze, 34 Icy Wind, 36 Rock Tomb, 43 Fling, 47 Endure, 50 Rain Dance, 51 Sandstorm, 55 Dig, 58 Brick Break, 59 Zen Headbutt, 66 Body Slam, 67 Fire Punch, 68 Thunder Punch, 69 Ice Punch, 70 Sleep Talk, 71 Seed Bomb, 80 Metronome, 84 Stomping Tantrum, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 89 Body Press, 99 Iron Head, 102 Gunk Shot, 103 Substitute, 108 Crunch, 114 Shadow Ball, 117 Hyper Voice, 121 Heavy Slam, 122 Encore, 123 Surf, 125 Flamethrower, 126 Thunderbolt, 128 Amnesia, 130 Helping Hand, 135 Ice Beam, 141 Fire Blast, 143 Blizzard, 147 Wild Charge, 149 Earthquake, 152 Giga Impact, 156 Outrage, 158 Focus Blast, 163 Hyper Beam, 166 Thunder, 168 Solar Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 179 Smackdown, 186 High Horsepower, 189 Heat Crash, 191 Uproar, 192 Focus Punch, 204 Double Edge, 210 Supercell Slam, 224 Curse, and 225 Hard Press. So by breeding, same thing, we'll read it in this one, but not the Munchlax video. So Snorlax gives you Belch, this group gives you Counter, this group gives you Curse, this group gives you Double Edge, and the Mirror Herb gives you Fissure. Nothing by prior evolution, side game data, we got all this, yeah. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Snorlax is a massive and heavy Pokemon that is always sleeping. Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure in the Pokepark pad entry. Snorlax is often found sleeping in the Pokepark. He guards a secret word for the Granite Zone. His favorite attraction is Rhyperior's Bumper Burn. Pokepark 2 Wonders Beyond. He is kind and powerful. He loves to eat, but he can control himself if there's something he's not supposed to eat. Got all this. Pokemon Go, Magikarp Jump, I guess. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. After eating roughly its own weight in food, Snorlax develops a truly king-size belly. It doesn't seem to mind if smaller Pokemon decide to use its belly as a bed. Costumes in Pokemon Go, cowboy hat and nightcap, very fitting of course. Form data, Gigantamax, so Snorlax with the Gigantamax factor, the Dynamax band, and Gigantamax Snorlax. Evolution data, so you got Munchlax, and you get level up with High Friendship, you get Snorlax, and this one's going to be bred, holding full incense, which is, I guess, from Generation 4 to 8 sprites here, so, yeah, as I guessed, you know, you can obviously see how it's black here, but, like, it's gonna slowly get its colors, I guess in Gen 3 probably will have its full colors. See, the paw pads are originally pink, got a bunch of pink highlights with the white, yeah. See how it's sleepy and stuff. Still very big, yep. Gold, you know, Still sleepy, yeah. And the shiny is blue. Yeah, it's got that, yeah. And then I guess the body is sort of kind of an orange. This one's sort of yellow. It's interesting. That has brown paw pads and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, these all generally work. In Gen 3, no, we're still, well, we have sort of a blackish blue color, I guess, with a yellow body and orange spots here. This is a blue, kind of almost, oh, and then, oh, okay, so the blue, yep. Then we got fire red and leaf green. That introduces sort of that green color. Makes the spots a little bit smaller. That's interesting. Yeah, they're now brown, yep. This brings sort of the bluish, yeah, that kind of bluish color in Gen 4. Then we got like pure blue. This is sort of, you know, natural kind of cream color, I guess. And this is a yellow. Gen 5, it's kind of a darker, slightly darker color, I think, but otherwise pretty much the same. It's, you know, it's gotten up, of course, that's kind of fun. It's sitting up now. Get to see a full back sprite. Now it's standing in the models, and this is a proper kind of cream color, and this is a different kind of color. And it's sort of that, now that green blue we have now. Yeah, not much changes. The models might change a little bit, but not too much. Of course, better models in the Let's Go games. Swords and shields. See the shiny, it's just a dark blue. Kind of that yellowish color. Okay. Then, so yeah, the Gigantamax version. See all that and see how they're, you know, not so different between their natural colors it is. Oh, the tree is different. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, all the trees are different, and so are the bushes. Huh. Yeah, they're green and like this pink, but on here they're orange and kind of a red color. That's cool. Legends Arceus, so you got this, not really much can change. I'm sure it's a better model. Homes here, you got all that, yeah. Okay. In the anime, Snorlax from Pokemon the series. Ash's Snorlax, I guess, would be the big one, maybe. I don't know. Yep. Gigantamax Snorlax in Pokemon the series. That's pretty cool. All this. Yep. Okay. For the Pokedex entries, I've recorded these first two for the anime section. So let Dexter read it.
Snorlax, a sleeping Pokemon. Snorlax wakes only to eat. Snorlax is the heaviest species of all known Pokemon, with some weighing more than 1,000 pounds.
In episode 41, about Snorlax's diet and Ash's Pokedex, Snorlax's hunger isn't satisfied until it consumes 900 pounds of food. Then it goes back to sleep. In episode 94, about Snorlax and Ash's Pokedex, Snorlax, the sleeping Pokemon. Snorlax isn't satisfied unless it eats at least 900 pounds of food per day. Once it is full, it promptly goes to sleep. In Advanced Generations, episode 88, in May's Pokedex, Snorlax, the sleeping Pokemon. Snorlax isn't satisfied unless it's eaten about 900 pounds of food each day, after which it promptly goes to sleep. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 76, in Dawn's Pokedex, Snorlax, the sleeping Pokemon, in the evolved form of Munchlax. It can eat 400 pounds of food before feeling full. Oh, this is a dub error. This would be more accurate if it were 400 kilograms, which is roughly 900 pounds. Oh, interesting. Diamond and Pearl, episode 160, in the same Pokedex. Snorlax, the sleeping Pokemon. Snorlax becomes much too lazy to lift even a finger when it has a full belly, which then makes it safe to bounce upon. In X and Y, episode 18 in Serena's Pokedex, Snorlax, the sleeping Pokemon. After eating its fill, Snorlax is too sleepy to move. Small children sometimes play on its belly. In what I assume is Journeys, episode 5 in Go's Rotom Phone, Snorlax, the sleeping Pokemon. A normal type. Snorlax eats over 800 pounds of food every day. As it begins to eat, it falls asleep, and it sleeps while it eats. Its average height is a bit less than 7 feet. 800 pounds is 360 kilograms. Pokemon Origins, Snorlax and Pokemon Origins. You got all these, yep. Oh yeah, Snorlax and Cubone and the Adventures of Snorlax and Cubone. That's Remember that from the Q1 video. It's so silly. In the manga, Snorlax and Snorlax's Dream Gourmet, I guess. Snorlax in the Electric Tale of Pikachu. Snorlax in Pokemon Adventures. Gigantamax Snorlax in Pokemon Adventures. Okay, got all this. Yep, in the TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. When released from a Pokeball, Snorlax will ascend into the air before descending over a large area of the screen, with a body slam that sends any opponent underneath flying. Super Smash Bros. Melee, Snorlax does the same maneuver as it did in the previous game, but covers a smaller area. Snorlax is also a Pokefloat. It is lying down asleep, and so fighting occurs on its head and belly. The Melee trophy information, Snorlax love to sleep and love to eat. These portly Pokemon get grumpy if they don't get 888 pounds of food per day. After snacking out, they always nap. They have cast iron stomachs and can eat moldy and even rotten food with no digestion problems. They are the heaviest Pokemon on record, weighing in at over 1,000 pounds. That is no longer true. Super Smash Bros. Brawl, Snorlax once again performed the same maneuver as the previous games. So you can see Snorlax in Super Smash Bros. Brawl, throwing off, looks like Yoshi, Samus, and Link. Brawl trophy information, a sleeping Pokemon. It's the ultimate loafer. Sometimes children like to play on top of its belly. Once in a slumber, not even the hardest rain or the fiercest wind will wake it. Snorlax recovers health and restores its physical state by sleeping, and it proves daunting with its damaging snore attack. Snorlax is the king of sleeping Pokemon. In Super Smash Bros. For Nintendo 3DS/Wii U, Snorlax reappears as a Pokeball summon in these games, behaving the same way as before. Snorlax also appears as a trophy in both versions of the game. So you can see Snorlax in Super Smash Bros. 3DS doing its thing with the Wii Fit Trainer female, I think. Get the Snorlax trophy in Super Smash Bros. For 3DS. Trophy information in North America, the sleepy normal type Pokemon is huge. It eats more than 800 pounds of food every day. Most of the time not spent eating is spent sleeping. That big round body comes in handy when it's brought onto a Smash Bros. Battlefield. The body slam attack will send anyone who gets hit flying into the air. For the PAL region, Snorlax is often referred to as the sleeping Pokemon, and there's a good reason for that. This giant loafer spends almost all its time snoozing, getting up for just long enough each day to scoff up a tidy 400 kilograms of food. In this game, it soars into the air and uses its body slam attack, smacking into fighters like a giant wrecking ball. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Snorlax reappears as a Pokeball summon, retaining its behavior from past games. It also appears as a spirit. In the spirit battle, Snorlax, who is depicted as a giant gray King K. Rool, is immobile but has 500 HP and slowly regains HP. The player fails if they cannot KO Snorlax before the time runs out. Pokemon Detective Pikachu, we'll talk about that one later. Pokemon Unite, Snorlax is playable through obtaining a Unite license. It is a melee defender. The Snorlax of Pokemon Unite, this is particularly interesting since it doesn't start off as a Munchlax like many others start off as their base one. That's interesting. Celestial, Snorlax appeared in the music video for Celestial. So you can see that here, Snorlax in the music video for Celestial. Trivia, in several 3D games, such as in the Core series and Pokemon Stadium series, Snorlax open their eyes when they faint. In Pokemon Snap, Snorlax stands up and dances to the music when the Pokeflute is used. Aww. In Heart Gold, Soul Silver, the player interacts with a Snorlax that is walking with them. While at Mount Silver, the message, Snorlax is feeling very eager, will appear. This is due to Red, who is also at Mount Silver, owning a Snorlax as well. While the player is on Mount Silver, unique messages will also appear if the player interacts with a walking Pikachu or Charizard. In Pokemon Gold and Silver, Snorlax is programmed to be able to learn Charm through breeding, but no other Pokemon in the monster group can legitimately learn it to pass down as an egg move in those games. In Gen 3 on, Snorlax can inherit the move from Bulbasaur by chain breeding. Snorlax's evolutionary line is the only one to have all of its members appear from a Pokeball within a single Super Smash Bros. Game. In Pokemon Gold and Silver, Snorlax is the only Pokemon to receive a plus 40 catch rate modifier when a heavy ball is used. This subpoint we read in the Kadabra video. Snorlax is the only black Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. So I'm assuming they're referring to the colors, yeah. Even though it's not black. I already read this point in the Gengar video. Snorlax is the subject of a campaign known as Project Snorlax, which was launched by the Pokemon Company on March 17th, 2023. Snorlax's English name was suggested by Bill Geist, who assisted in the naming of many Gen 1 Pokemon. Concept and development, Snorlax was designed by Ken Sugimori. Origin, Snorlax's appearance and behavior of constantly eating and sleeping were directly inspired by Game Freak planner Koji Nishino. Additionally, Snorlax may be loosely based on hibernating bears or teddy bears. It may also be based on a food coma, as it eats large quantities of food and takes a nap, both of which are symptomatic of the condition. Snorlax's Gigantamax form resembles a small hill. Name origin, Snorlax is a combination of snore and lax or lackadaisical. It was reportedly derived from Esquilax, the name of a non-existent medieval creature described in The Simpsons episode Lisa's Wedding. Snorlax may also involve relax. Kabutops is derived from Kirby, the eponymous main character of Nintendo's Kirby video game series. In an interview with Game Informer, Junichi Masuda stated that Koji Nishino, the main inspiration for Snorlax, used to be called Kirby during the development of Pokemon Red and Green because of his large appetite. Kabutops may also involve Kabi, mold, noting the fact that Snorlax will eat anything, even moldy food. That is so cool! I had no idea! In other languages, related articles, references, external links to the Gigantamax forms, Super Smash Bros. As well, yep. Okay, let's move on.
Now let's watch Snorlax's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 41, quite fittingly, Wake Up Snorlax. In this episode, while traveling, Ash, the main character, and his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have come across a village that is lacking in food, produce, lacking in vegetables and wheat for bread and stuff like that. And so Ash and his friends have agreed to find the source of the blocking of a river that was causing this drought, and now we see our Snorlax, who is very likely the cause. Poppets.
It's huge! It's a Snorlax!
And that's, Jesse and James, the Team Rocket, and that would be the end of Snorlax's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Snorlax's scenes in Detective Pikachu.
Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, as I like to call it, Detective Snorlax, as it's only the frames with Snorlax to the best of my ability. So, Snorlax appears a few ways in this film, in physical appearance, as well as this poster here, the sign or whatever. And another sign we'll see later, and a piece of artwork. But right now in the film, Tim Goodman, the main character, is watching a video and introducing him to Rhyme City, a city where humans and Pokemon coexist. He's coming to Rhyme City as he just learned that his father died in a car crash, and his father lives in Rhyme City. Right now the video is explaining that an early partnership between humans and Pokemon evolved into Pokemon battles.
This relationship...
Yep, okay, so now we've cut to a little bit later. Tim has entered. This is Tim. He's entered the city. This is kind of sort of establishing shots showing how humans and Pokemon are coexisting, so we can see the Snorlax here. It looks a bit weird with the fur. Like, I don't know, it's first of all, it's more blue than the green that I'm more used to, the sort of green-blue that I'm more used to, and also, it just, I don't know, seems pretty small. Like, I know it's not, like, a terribly tall Pokemon, but, I don't know, it just seems pretty small to me. And also, I don't know, I mean, it's better than the Jigglypuff hair, but, like, I don't know, I feel like this fur should be a lot more matte than it is, but... And we get it again, another sort of establishing shot. And we also have it in the sign here. Yep, okay, and this is one of my favorites, because, let me see if I can pause it correctly. So yeah, you can see it here. It's in this, like, play zone sign, and it's a Snorlax and a Munchlax, which I think is very cute. Now we're cutting, okay, that was a little bit later. Let's see if I can... Okay, I can't pause it there, so, what that was Tim going to his dad's apartment to sort of clean up there. So there was a Snorlax in, like, the corner here. So now we've cut to a little bit later in the film. Tim has met Detective Pikachu, Talking Pikachu, and he's gone on a little adventure with some Apom. Now he's come to the sort of night market through an alleyway, and he's trying to warn people about crazy Apom as they sucked in something called the R-gas, which makes Pokemon go crazy, but now they're back to normal, so they won't believe him, and there's the Snorlax way back there.
Look out! Run! No one else.
And so, yeah, so now he's talking about how, you know, can no one else hear him talk, which they can't, and the Snorlax is back there. It's kind of hard to see, but it's there.
Hear him? Can you hear him talking? You can hear him saying...
Okay. Now we've cut to a little bit later in the film. Tim and Detective Pikachu have decided to take a vial of R-gas that they found and bring it to a reporter Tim met earlier, Lucy Stevens. And so right now they're showing a shot of the CNN building, the news building, where Howard Clifford, the founder of Rhyme City, and his son, Roger Clifford, which you'll hear in just a second, who also owns the news, are doing a promo for the 10th anniversary Rhyme City Parade. You can see the Snorlax sign here.
Hello, I'm Roger Clifford, president of CNN.
Okay, yeah.
Please.
Okay, so now we've cut to a little bit later. The whole thing with them was that he'd initially believed that Harry Goodman was dead, so he convinced Tim to help try to find him, but then they've recently just watched the footage where they've shown the car crash, and now they believe Harry to be dead. But they've been summoned by Howard Clifford, that's who you just heard. The Snorlax is in this art. So what that was it's a hologram car. It's turning into the hologram environment that he's about to do because Howard is in a wheelchair, and he's used his wealth to give him technology to view the outside world. And now this is the car crash that he's simulating. You kind of see it, I don't know. Some could argue that maybe I shouldn't have counted this because you can't really see Snorlax, but because it would be technically there, I counted it. Yeah. Okay, so now we've cut to much later in the film. Howard told Tim and Detective Pikachu that Harry was in fact not dead, but his soul was taken by Mewtwo, so what they needed to do was find Mewtwo, so they found Mewtwo, who they believe to be Roger, captured Mewtwo, and so now he's telling Howard about it, and there's the Snorlax again.
Mr. Clifford, your son...
So now it's been revealed that it was actually Howard that captured Mewtwo. Snorlax in the background. And that's Mewtwo. It has something called the Neuralink, which Howard will use to put his mind inside of Mewtwo here in a second. And this is the R-gas and all, yeah. Yep. Yeah, that was Howard talking. He's talking about how the transfer worked. So now we're at the start of the parade. You can see a Snorlax here. Yep. And there's also a Snorlax balloon, or float as well.
So as you
that's the mayor talking, giving an interview.
see, we are more than happy with the turnout today.
Okay, so now this is Lucy Stevens. She knows about the Roger capturing thing. She's going to try to talk to the mayor to help resolve this because, you know, she doesn't want her boss, she doesn't want her boss to know that she knows that he captured Mewtwo. There's Snorlax in the background. Okay, so now we've cut to, so Lucy was rejected, by the way, but now we've cut to a little bit later. Howard is revealing his plan, so you can see it, and you can see the Snorlax down there, and there's probably Snorlax around here as well. Yeah, you can barely see the Snorlax, but yeah. Yeah. So now he's releasing the gas. So his whole thing is that he wants the ultimate partnership between humans and Pokemon, and he believes that to do that, he's gonna put the people's soul inside of their Pokemon. To do this, he's releasing the R-gas onto the Pokemon to make them go crazy, which he can then use Mewtwo's powers to merge humans and Pokemon. Yep. Just gonna warn people. See how it's flying up. So that's Detective Pikachu. So earlier in the film, Mewtwo showed Tim and Detective Pikachu a vision that made it seem like Detective Pikachu, who has amnesia, betrayed Harry, but he found something at the scene of the crash, was gonna come to Rhyme City to tell Tim, but he's seeing this scene happen, and so now he's gonna go try to stop Mewtwo. That's Psyduck, that's Lucy's Psyduck. Lucy's inside the soul of her Psyduck. She was telling him that Mewtwo was Howard and stuff, yeah. So that was flying, so yeah, he blew up a Gengar balloon to go flying to try to get closer to, I think, Mewtwo Howard, and now Howard is noticed, so he's flying towards,
The way of the future! I am the future!
So yeah, that's them attacking, and so that was, Detective Pikachu. He saw a flock of Pidgeots and decided to jump on one. So now we've got to a little bit later. Tim found Roger captured in the closet, like duct taped, mouth and stuff. So now he's seeing this other Roger and he's confused, and then now we'll have the reveal that it's a Ditto. Well, it's Miss Norman for Ditto. Yeah. To try to blow him away. Miss Norman was. You saw her earlier, she was Howard's assistant.
Pull up, don't breathe the gas!
So that's, yeah, him telling not to breathe the gas, and then... So here, Ditto transforms into a Machamp, and hit Tim to the ledge here, and so we're kind of showing, like, the peril that he's in. Yes. So now we've cut to a little bit later, the plot's been undone, Tim has unlinked the Neuralink from Howard, but at the time, Howard/Mewtwo was holding Pikachu, and in sort of Mewtwo's delirium after being released from Howard's control, he dropped Pikachu, but now he's saving him with his psychic powers. And the sign, it's kind of hard to tell, but it's back there. Yeah, right there. So now, yeah, Mewtwo proper has agreed to help, and the sign is kind of hard to tell, but it's right here. You can see kind of the back of it. Yeah. Yep, and so now there's the balloon, so now he's gonna pop the balloons, the floats, yeah, and releasing people from their Pokemon. There's Snorlax proper. Yep. So now we're at the kind of the end here. He's celebrating and stuff, and Lucy's gone off with her Psyduck, and there's a Snorlax here. Yes. It's turning to Detective Pikachu, and now Mewtwo's appeared. There's the sign.
The father you have been looking for has been with you all along.
So what he was revealing was that his soul, this is Harry, his soul was put inside of Detective Pikachu, and now he separated them, and now Tim is about to leave Rhyme City to go back to his hometown, and there's a Snorlax in the background here. We'll see it a little bit as the scene goes on.
Rams will meet you when you arrive.
This is a kind of a complicated one. There probably is a couple frames where people are covering up Snorlax, where it's kind of difficult because it is such a big Pokemon. So, yeah. And he mentioned how, like, Grandma's gonna see him off, and he's referring, yeah, so he, I guess, lived in the same town as his grandmother.
See you.
Hey, Dad? You think I can stay with you for a while?
Deciding to stay.
Me too.
Yeah, and he's agreed, yeah. Yep, and they go on their way.
You want to get a coffee?
Yeah, that's it. So, Hope you enjoyed. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Snorlax. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you not familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Snorlax. So this is Snorlax is Sleeping by Willow Sands. So we got Snorlax here, and a trainer, and a Pikachu. That's fun. Yeah, he's sleeping in this interesting art for the street lamps here. And we got Pokemon Variation number 3 by Primus Rex. It's got standard Snorlax, the boxers, pajamas, onesie, nightgown, and birthday suit. That's fun. Apparently they have a Tumblr. Then we got number 143, Snorlax by Imaginator Victor. So number 143 Snorlax, sleeping Pokemon. Vic Zavala art, I guess. That's from November 22nd, 2014. So we got this more realistic Snorlax here, I guess. A lot more furry, a lot more bear-like. Yeah. Yep, that's nice. Then we got Snorlax by Andre Work. So, got this cool Snorlax image, very fluffy. In this grassy nighttime forest, I guess. Very good use of colors.
Then we've got Snoozelax
by False Delusion. So we've got this sleeping Snorlax and a couple sleeping Munchlax. That's very cute. Yeah, I like it. Then we've got Snorlax Body Slam by Fishhead. Yep, so this fun, semi-stylized Snorlax here. It's doing Body Slam. That's very fun. Then we got Untitled by Rye That Guy. So we got this Snorlax looking kind of like Totoro. And then we got all the starters of the Gen 1 games. So Squirtle, Bulbasaur, Pikachu, and Charmander. That's fun. I don't know why this one's playing in the water. It really shouldn't be. That's very dangerous. Snorlax by Weaponix. It's Snorlax, sleeping Pokemon. Number 143. Type is normal. Height is 2.1 meters. Weight 460 kilograms. This fun looking info card thing here. That's fun. Then we got Tabby on the giant Snorlax cushion by Anik MJ. So, I don't know if this is an original character or it's supposed to be someone from something. I don't know. But it's on this Snorlax cushion. That's fun. It's a sweet dream. And then we got Snorlax on a Cloud by Sailor Chef. So this very simplified Snorlax here. It's got this sort of darker fur like it had in the first couple generations. Yeah, sleeping on a cloud. That's very simple, very easy, very nice. And then we got Pokemon Nap Time by Plur. So this Snorlax sleeping in this field of flowers in this forest. We got a Bulbasaur and a Pikachu sleeping as well. Very nice use of colors and lighting and stuff. Then we've got Snorlax Sumo by Akagi Sensei. So this sumo wrestling Snorlax here, very fun, very stylish. I got the Poke Flute in the hair, that's fun. And we got Makuhita and Hariyama in the background, as well as a looks like a Poliwag. That's fun. Totoro and Snorlax by Zhao Xin. This fun thing where it's Snorlax here with the Totoro, because they're often compared to each other. I think I may have said that earlier. How I think they look. You know, it reminds me a lot of Totoro. Like you can see. Oh yeah, these guys and little baby Totoros and the little creatures there. And on the side, you got a Fletchling and a Rowlet. It's fun. Then I got Snorlax by Shang Da Flash Pro. This fun, sleepy CGI Snorlax. That's kind of fun. Yeah, a nice pink background. That's nice. Then I got Snorlax by Danny My Brother. This sort of simplified Snorlax. That's kind of fun. Then Snorlax by Capri Art. This fun image of it. Looks like it's ready to swim. Yeah, you got the tube there and the sunglasses. It's like it's going on vacation. It's very fun. We got Murray revamped by Jas09N. This cute stylized Snorlax here. I'm assuming that Murray is their own character or something. Yep, very cute. I like the sweater and stuff. Then we got Tumblein Snorlax by Toxic Eye. So another cute, simple Snorlax here. Seeming to be based on the original kind of sprites. Yep. And this is not a Snorlax, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, so you need to wait until I talk about Snore. Oh, wait, I guess I will be streaming tonight. More specifically, I'll be streaming at 5 p.m. CMT Central Mountain Time. I have a lot to stream tonight, and it'll probably take me multiple days to do. I'm obtaining every Pokemon from Venonat to Snorlax, except for Alakazam, Golem, and Gengar, and Vulpix and Ninetales. As for Gigantamax Snorlax, I'll have to wait until I've talked about the Gen 8 Pokemon to get back to that one. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Articuno. As always, this is my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Articuno, the first legendary Pokemon, and the first Ice Flying type Pokemon. If one wishes to consider Galarian Articuno as the 144th Pokemon, that version is the first Psychic Flying type Pokemon. Its previous PYC dates are July 19th, 1996, May 10th, 1999, February 28th, 2002, December 19th, 2004, October 10th, 2007, July 31st, 2010, May 21st, 2013, March 11th, 2016, December 31st, 2018, and October 21st, 2021. Of the three legendary birds of Kanto, Articuno is my favorite. I love blue, so it was always my favorite. I also love its design. As for Galarian Articuno, I don't love its design as much as Cantonian Articuno, or really even the other Galarian versions of the Cantonian legendary birds. Anyway, let's get to the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Articuno. As Cantonian Articuno, it's known as the Freeze Pokemon. But as Galarian Articuno, it is known as the Cruel Pokemon. Its number is 0144. This is Articuno, this is what it looks like. This is Galarian Articuno, this is what it looks like. As Cantonian Articuno, it's Ice Flying. But as Galarian Articuno, it's Psychic Flying. So you can see the ice inside and the flying outside. Before we continue, yes, I'm going to refer to Articuno throughout, like this, at least this section anyway, as Cantonian Articuno. I know a bunch of people are probably like, what? Because I've often referred to them as non-Alolan, or non-Galarian, or non-Paldean, or non-Hisuian, you know, or all of the other terms. The reason why I'm referring to it, Cantonian Articuno, is because it is like, it's a legendary. It is from Kanto. There's a bunch of Meowths. Can't just say, like, Cantonian Meowth. I don't feel comfortable doing that, because up until Gen 7, it was Meowth in 6 other regions. So it feels weird calling it Cantonian, whatever. So, but now I will be calling it Cantonian. So, abilities, as Cantonian Articuno, it's pressure, but as Galarian Articuno, it is competitive. And its hidden ability, I guess, as Cantonian Articuno is Snowcloak. Gender ratios, gender unknown. Catch rate is 3 or 1.6%. Breeding, egg group, no eggs discovered. Hatch time, 80 cycles. Egg not obtainable. My guess for this is that there was probably a cycle thing programmed into the games. Like maybe like Gen 2 or whatever. But they never like implemented a breeding system for this Pokemon, so that might just be like a data thing that was left over. I don't know though. Height, regardless of the form, is 5'7", or 1.7 meters. Weight, as Cantonian Articuno, is 122.1 pounds, or 55.4 kilograms. Galarian Articuno is 112.2 pounds, or 50.9 kilograms. Base experience yields 215 in the first 4 gens, and 261 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow. EV yield is 3 for both, but it's in special defense for Cantonian Articuno, and in special attack for Galarian Articuno. Shape is that, footprint is that. Pokedex colors blue, other forms may have other colors, and base friendship is 35. Articuno is a dual-type ice-flying legendary Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. In Galar, Articuno has a dual-type Psychic Flying regional form introduced in the Crown Tundra expansion. Neither Cantonian Articuno nor Galarian Articuno are known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. Along with Zapdos and Moltres, it is one of the 3 legendary birds of Kanto. Biology, Articuno is a large avian Pokemon with predominantly sky blue plumage and wings said to be made of ice. On its forehead is a crest that consists of 3 darker blue rhombus-shaped feathers. It has circular red eyes, a short gray beak, and long, thin gray legs. Each foot has 3 forward-facing digits and 1 facing backward. On its chest is a mass of white downy feathers. Its long, streamer-like tail is longer than its body and the same shade of blue as its crest. Articuno has the power to control ice at will. When Articuno flaps its wings, it can chill the moisture in the air around it, making snow fall. It flies from icy mountain to icy mountain. According to legend, it appears before doomed travelers lost in icy regions. As seen in Freeze Frame, Articuno sometimes aids travelers and guides them to safety. Articuno lives in cold, isolated locations such as snowy mountains filled with permafrost. Articuno loves Articuno treats made by Snacksworth, who once encountered and sang with it in the past. Articuno is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Shadow Chill. Forms, Articuno has a regional form, Galarian Articuno. In Galar, Articuno has a distinct appearance. Its main body has lavender coloration with a black marking covering its chest. Its feet are black with lavender talons. The 3 feathers of its crest, which are longer, fused, and folded to the back, have the same purple color as its beak and tail. Its eyes glow light blue, appear to be mostly closed, and are surrounded by a black mask-like facial disc. When Articuno utilizes its psychic power, the entire mask glows the same color as its eyes, as do the white feather-like blades of condensed psychic power at the edges of its wings. Galarian Articuno keeps itself airborne, with its psychic power almost never having to use its wings for this purpose. Instead, the blades on its wings can be used to slice through iron as easily as paper. Its eyes can fire beams of psychic energy that leave its opponents stuck in place as if frozen solid. Oh. This is what earns this Pokemon the name of its Cantonian counterpart. So they're Galarian Articuno firing beams from its eyes. It also has the ability to create mirages of itself in order to fool its opponent and escape. Its elegant and refined movements belie a cold and callous personality. It is constantly migrating around the world, but can be found in the Crown Tundra once every few decades, congregating with the other birds at the Dino Tree to eat its fruit. Galarian Articuno is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Freezing Glare. Game data, NPC appearances. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Red Rescue Team and Blue Rescue Team. Articuno resides in Frosty Forest and challenges the player and partner when they trespass. Articuno then accuses the player and partner of causing the snow of the forest to melt. An Absol then appears and convinces Articuno to let the player and partner pass through. Sorry, an Absol? It's not just one? Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Explorers of Time, Explorers of Darkness, Articuno is the guardian of the Icy Flute. Pokedex entries. In Japanese, the wording, Legendary Freezing Pokemon, is found in the Pokedex entry from Pokemon Blue and Leaf Green. This is a reference to Articuno's category, English, Freeze Pokemon, Japanese, that. However, in the English version of Leaf Green, this was changed to Legendary Bird Pokemon instead, which is an expression also found in several other Pokedex entries of the 3 legendary birds. In Gen 1 in Red and Blue, a legendary bird Pokemon that is said to appear to doomed people who are lost in icy mountains. Yellow, a legendary bird Pokemon. It freezes water that is contained in winter air and makes it snow. Stadium, a legendary bird Pokemon with long and distinctive tail feathers, said to appear if you are freezing on a snowy mountain. In Gen 2 in Gold, the magnificent, seemingly translucent wings of this legendary bird Pokemon are said to be made of ice. Silver, one of the legendary bird Pokemon. It chills moisture in the atmosphere to create snow while flying. Crystal, legendary bird Pokemon. As it flies through the sky, it cools the air, causing snow to fall. Presidium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, in Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, that doesn't usually happen. It's usually Ruby and Sapphire, and then Emerald, is like a much cleaner version of the Ruby and Sapphire one, but okay. Articuno is a legendary bird Pokemon that can control ice. The flapping of its wings chills the air. As a result, it is said that when this Pokemon flies, snow will fall. Fire Red, one legendary bird Pokemon with its long tail trailing behind its flying form, is magnificent. Leaf Green is Red and Blues again. In Gen 4, in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, a legendary bird Pokemon. It can create blizzards by freezing moisture in the air. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are basically their Gold and Silver counterparts, but Pokemon is now the correct casing. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is the same entry. Y is basically Red, Blue, and Leaf Green's entry, but Pokemon is now the correct casing. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically their Ruby and Sapphire counterpart, but Articuno and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7, that Pokedex entry is basically Yellows, but Pokemon is the correct casing now. In Gen 8, Cantonian Articuno and Sword, it's said that this Pokemon's beautiful blue wings are made of ice. Articuno flies over snowy mountains, its long tail fluttering along behind it. Shield, this Pokemon can control ice at will. Articuno is said to live in snowy mountains riddled with permafrost. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are very similar to their Diamond and Pearl counterpart, but slightly different, so I'll read it. This legendary bird Pokemon can create blizzards by freezing moisture in the air. For Galarian Articuno and Sword, its feather-like blades are composed of psychic energy and can shear through thick iron sheets as if they were paper. Shield, known as Articuno. This Pokemon fires beams that can immobilize opponents as if they had been frozen solid. Game locations, since we don't have it in the Alola or the new ones, so there's no pictures. Yep. Side game location, and events. Held items, presumably for Cantonian alone. Oh yeah, because it would have to be. This is the red, blue, and yellow. It has the asterisk, which is basically has to be transferred from Gen 1 to Gen 2. So from red, blue, and yellow, get a bright powder 100% of the time. Before I get into comparing the stats and stuff, I wanted to point out here, for the Galarian Articuno box, you've got the Psychic inside and the Flying outside. Stats, base stats, will compare Cantonian Articuno with Galarian Articuno. So Cantonian Articuno has 90 HP, that stays the same. Attack 85, that's the same for this one. Defense 100, that's 85. Special attack 95, that's 125. Special defense 125, that one has special defense 100. Speed 85, that one has 95. So it's total of 580 for both of them. In the Articuno box here, this Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 125. Pokéthon stats. Type effectiveness will compare Cantonian Articuno with Galarian Articuno. So Cantonian Articuno, damaged only by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ghost, water, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Fighting, ghost, ice, and dark are the ones that get removed, I guess, for Galarian Articuno. Galarian Articuno is damaged only by normal, flying, poison, bug, steel, fire, water, dragon, and fairy. Cantonian Articuno is weak to rock, steel, fire, and electric, all for double except for rock, which is 4. Galarian Articuno is weak to rock, ghost, electric, ice, and dark, all for double. Both are immune to ground. Cantonian Articuno is resistant to bug and grass for half, while Galarian Articuno is resistant to fighting, grass, and psychic, fighting for a fourth, and grass and psychic for half. In the Articuno box here, notes, if gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball or a Ring target or is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain. The effectiveness of ground-type moves is 1, so we go from 0 to 1. For Galarian Articuno, it's the same condition. It's the same condition and effect. Not gonna read it again. Learn set by leveling up for Articuno. 1, Gust and Mist. 5, Powder Snow. 10, Reflect. 15, Ice Shower, 20, Agility, 25, Ancient Power, 30, Tailwind, 35, Freeze Dry, 40, Roost, 45, Ice Beam, 50, Snowscape, 55, Hurricane, 60, Haze, 65, Blizzard, and 70, Sheer Cold. For Galarian Articuno, 1, you get Gust, 5, Confusion, 10, Reflect, 15, Hypnosis, 20, Agility, 25, Ancient Power, 30, Tailwind, 35, Psycho Cut, 40, Recover, 45, Freezing Glare, 50, Dream Eater, 55, Hurricane, 60, Double Team, 65, Future Sight, and 70, Trick Room. By TM for Articuno, 1, Takedown, 4, Agility, 7, Protect, 11, Water Pulse, 25, Facade, 27, Aerial Ace, 32 Swift, 34 Icy Wind, 40 Air Cutter, 46 Avalanche, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 51 Sandstorm, 52 Snowscape, 60 U-Turn, 65 Air Slash, 70 Sleep Talk, 74 Reflect, 75 Light Screen, 85 Rest, 97 Fly, 103 Substitute, 113 Tailwind, 124 Ice Spinner, 130 Helping Hand, 135 Ice Beam, 143 Blizzard, 152 Giga Impact, 160 Hurricane, 163 Hyper Beam, 164 Brave Bird, 171 Terra Blast, 172 Roar, 174 Haze, 187 Icicle Spear, 193 Weather Ball, 197 Dual Wing Beat, 204 Double Edge, 212 Triple Axle, and 216 Feather Dance. For Galarian Articuno, you get 1 Takedown, 4 Agility, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 16 Psybeam, 25 Facade, 32 Swift, 40 Air Cutter, 41 Stored Power, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 52 Snowscape, 54 Psyshock, 60 U-Turn, 65 Air Slash, 70 Sleep Talk, 74 Reflect, 75 Light Screen, 85 Rest, 92 Imprison, 97 Fly, 98 Skill Swap, 103 Substitute, 109 Trick, 113 Tailwind, 114 Shadow Ball, 117 Hyper Voice, 120 Psychic, 129 Calm Mind, 130 Helping Hand, 152 Giga Impact, 160 Hurricane, 161 Trick Room, 163 Hyper Beam, 164 Brave Bird, 171 Terra Blast, 197 Dual Wing Beat, 217 Future Sight, 218 Expanding Force, and 228 Psychic Noise. Nothing by breeding for either of them. Side game data for Articuno. You got all this. Yep. Pokemon Ranger Guardian Signs in the browser entry. It surrounds itself with blizzards when in danger. Got all this. Yep. Galarian Articuno. Evolution data. There's nothing for either of them. It's just them. Sprites here. Oh, that is different. That is wildly different. Hold on. Okay. What? All of three are, like, not what I was expecting. Yeah, I guess Gen 2 is what solidifies its actual design, but it's got elements, but it's much more, like, I don't know, duck-like? Or, like, turkey or chicken-like? I don't know. It's not so much the other kind of bird we get later on. It's very interesting, and this one's more like, I don't know. It's like a macaw, maybe? Like, it's interesting to see how different. This makes more sense. Well, like the ice shards, they actually look like ice shards for the wings. Here, that's pretty cool. Yeah, back sprite doesn't work for this one for sure. It's got the blue and the white. That's pretty good. Yeah, the body is different. Like, it's so different. These are all different now. The tail, this is probably closest tail, but that's so weird. Okay. Wow, okay. And Gen 2, so you got this. And then you've got the shiny here is blue, is sort of lighter blue and purple. So that's like, yeah, the blue and the darker. It's like, it's wildly different. Like, it's wildly different from these. It's such a different looking Pokemon now. The talons, you can see the talons now. You can see, it's just, yeah, such a different, these are much thinner now. And wow, it's incredibly different. I also don't understand how shinies work. I presume that you, if encountering it, you have a chance to either get normal Articuno or shiny Articuno. I assume that's true for all the legendaries. Like, it's such a weird concept to me. Okay. In Gen 3, so this introduces the red eyes. More like unified, I'd say, colors. This is, you know, white and sort of a lighter blue and stuff. Yep. Diamond and Pearl, that's the one I'm more familiar with for some reason. I don't even remember why I'm familiar with it. But I am. So, yep, and then we got, so that's, yeah, all kind of one solid color now. And this is a more defined, that tuft is like that now. Yeah, all that, and the legs are now brown. Yeah, because they were like dark blue there. Yep, the beak is also brown. This, yeah, I kind of just, I don't know, certifies it. I'm not counting the wings, no. Gen 5, is it a full back sprite? That's pretty cool. Models, we go back to the gray legs and beak. That's pretty interesting. This is different blues, I'm sure, all around. Much more like its belly rather than thing on the front, although I think it is still a thing on the front. You can kind of see it there. Yep, that's pretty good. This model, oh, these models are slightly different, I think. Yep, okay. Then the Let's Go games, those are much better models, of course. Across generation, yeah. So, yeah, we didn't get to see the Galarian one, unfortunately, so this is our only opportunity to see the Galarian shiny here, so that's pretty interesting. Like, that would have made more sense than this purple one to have called it Articuno. Like, I don't know why they chose a completely different color scheme. I guess to distinct it from this one, but, like, why would they not, like, make it, like, a flip swap kind of situation? Where this one's purple and that one's, I don't know, but, oh well. In the anime, Articuno in the anime, yep, got all this, yep. Pokedex entries in episode 187 in Ash's Pokedex. Articuno, the Freeze Pokemon. This legendary Pokemon, with wings like thin sheets of ice, is believed to possess the ability to freeze water vapor and create snow. In Advanced Generations, episode 135 in May's Pokedex. Articuno, the Freeze Pokemon. Articuno lives deep within mountain ranges and is said to be able to fly by gracefully waving its tail. In what I assume is Journeys, episode 102, in Go's Rotom-Phone. Articuno, the Freeze Pokemon, an ice and flying type. Articuno is a legendary Pokemon who can control ice. It's said to inhabit snowy mountains covered in permafrost. Pokemon Origins, Articuno and Pokemon Origins. Got all this in the manga, Articuno and Magical Pokemon Journey. Yep. Pokemon Adventures, Articuno and Pokemon Adventures, Galarian Articuno and Pokemon Adventures. Yep, got all this in the TCG merchandise. Articuno was one of the first 4 Pokemon designs revealed when the Pokemon 151 brand was first announced. In the shirt design, an Articuno is rising out of the right side with the number 144 on its chest. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Melee. When released from a Pokeball, Articuno will use a blizzard attack that freezes any opponent that is caught in it for a few seconds. Trophy information: clouds gather, the barometer plunges, and fresh snow falls from the frigid air when this legendary Pokemon takes wing. Graceful and elegant, it boasts long tail feathers that flap in the wind and are lovely to behold. As would be expected, its combat moves are based on its cold nature. They include Ice Beam and Blizzard. Super Smash Bros. For Nintendo 3DS. Articuno reappears as a trophy in the 3DS game, but not the Wii U edition. So you got Articuno, a trophy in the Super Smash Bros. For 3DS. Trophy information in the North America version. The air around Articuno is always cool, and it can make snow fall on even the hottest of days. It must be the perfect Pokemon to have around in summer. Then again, do you really want to be the one to use a legendary bird Pokemon as an ice machine? Let's just think this through for a minute. For the PAL region, the air around Articuno is always cool, and it can make snow fall on even the hottest of days. It must be the perfect Pokemon to have around in summer. Then again, do you really want to be the one to use a legendary bird Pokemon as an ice machine? You just get the cold shoulder from the whole Pokemon community. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Articuno appears as a spirit alongside Zapdos and Moltres. Music. This is a list of music associated with Articuno in the Pokemon games. In Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, when battling Articuno, Zapdos, or Moltres. Battle Wild Pokemon from Pokemon Red, Green, Blue, and Yellow. Ah, Junichi Masuda is the composer, and arrangement by Junichi Masuda as well. In Sword and Shield, when battling Galarian Articuno, Galarian Zapdos, or Galarian Moltres. Battle Legendary Bird Pokemon. Composition and arrangement by Go Ichinose. Scarlet and Violet, when battling Articuno, Zapdos, or Moltres. I don't know how, but oh. What? Yeah, how? That's not in... It doesn't have a Pokedex. What? I don't know. Whatever. Battle Wild Pokemon from the Let's Go games. Composition by Junichi Masuda and arrangement by Shota Kageyama. Trivia: Galarian Articuno shares this category with Liepard. They are both known as the Cruel Pokemon. In the second episode of the anime, there is an engraving on the wall in the Viridian City Pokemon Center that depicts the legendary birds. Ash mistakes the Articuno engraving as Ho-Oh, while the blue coloration on the stone indicates the ice type, and the wings and crest feathers are those of Articuno. The multiple tail feathers look nothing like Articuno's tail, being more similar to the appearance of those of Ho-Oh. Huh, yeah, that's right. Engraving of Articuno top top right in Pokemon Emergency. So you can see, got Articuno, Moltres, Zapdos, and Arcanine. In Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow, as well as Fire Red and Leaf Green, there are binoculars in the gate separating Fuchsia City from Route 15, through which Articuno can be seen flying toward the sea. It is still visible in the binoculars, even if it is captured or defeated in the Seafoam Islands. Aww. In the opening of Spring Fever, Todd points out a tall mountain that is Articuno's home. This mountain is, on the outside, the same as Ice Island, Articuno's home in the Power of One. In Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time and Explorers of Darkness, Articuno is the only one in its trio that cannot be encountered unless the player enters an event password. Also, it is the only Ice Pokemon in IQ Group C. Cantonian Articuno is the only Pokemon other than Poliwrath, Gen 2 only, and Smeargle that is able to learn Lock-On or Mind Reader, and an OHKO move, being able to learn Mind Reader and Sheer Cold. And Articuno using this combination can be fought in the Battle Subway. Articuno's English name was suggested by Bill Geiss, who assisted in the naming of many Gen 1 Pokemon. Articuno and the other two legendary birds had Australian beetle species named after them: Binburum Articuno, Binburum Zapdos, and Binburum Moltres. The three species were first described in 2020 and were collectively named after the legendary birds to reflect their rarity. Origin Articuno seems to take inspiration from various mythological birds such as the Persian Simurgh, Hama, and Rock, or the Chinese Fenghuang. Many of these rare birds were said to live on high mountain peaks and are symbols of good fortune. Tales of their benevolence might be the inspiration behind Articuno's reputation for rescuing people. Anatomically, it is very similar to the white-throated magpie jay, and its streamer-like tail feathers are similar to the resplendent Quetzal. As suggested by the Pokedex entries, the three legendary birds appear to be embodiments of seasons. Articuno represents winter, while Zapdos and Moltres represent summer and spring, respectively. Autumn is, however, unrepresented. Galarian Articuno's facial features resemble a mask worn at a masquerade ball, as well as some form of protective eyewear such as glasses, goggles, or a visor. Its freezing glare may be a reference to the cockatrice, a mythical reptile/bird monster that could turn people to stone with its gaze. Its shiny coloration is similar to Cantonian Articuno's regular coloration. Name origin: Articuno is a combination of Arctic and Uno, Spanish for one, indicating that it is the first of the Kanto legendary birds. Freezer is literally freezer, that which freezes. Now the languages. See also references, external links to the Galarian forms and the legendary Pokemon. Yep. And Super Smash Bros. Series. Let's move on.
Let's watch Articuno's first scene in the anime. Hi. I know this is the part where we, watch the anime section, but the first appearance of Articuno is in the Pokemon movie 2000 or whatever it's called. And I didn't own it before I started this project, and it hasn't arrived yet, so we can't, and I don't want to watch it illegally. So what I'm planning on doing is watching it in the Dragonair video. I need the DVD for the short for that one. So the idea is I'm going to put it at the end of the Dragonair video, since I don't feel comfortable making it its own separate video like I have the sick day redos or whatever I did a few weeks ago. I do apologize, I did really want to do this, so I'm sorry if you were really looking forward to that. Hopefully you can wait a few more days. Let's watch Articuno's scenes in Detective Pikachu.
Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, as I like to call it, Detective Articuno. It's only the frames with Articuno to the best of my ability. In this film, Tim Goodman, the main character, has come to Rhyme City, a city where humans and Pokemon coexist, and he has met Detective Pikachu, a talking Pikachu, and they have found something called the R gas, which they are investigating, as Tim has come to Rhyme City as he believed his father died, but Pikachu here is convinced that Harry Goodman, his father, isn't actually dead, and so they've taken the R gas to Lucy Stevens, a journalist here for the news, because they had met earlier in the film. He thinks that she might know more about the gas. This is Lucy Psyduck, so what's happening in this, or what just happened in this scene, was Howard Clifford, the founder of Rhyme City, and his son, Roger Clifford, who is her boss, just announced the 10th anniversary of Rhyme City. That's not really important for this video, but there's an Articuno silhouette that'll pass by the screen here. So she's going to be talking about how he found a Pokemon partner. He didn't have a Pokemon partner before meeting Detective Pikachu, and he's going to, like, deny it.
Of a Pokemon partner.
Yeah. That was it. I hope you enjoyed. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Articuno. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. No, we sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you not familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain an Articuno. This is Articuno by Evil Apple, 513, so that's kind of cool looking Articuno here. Looks very nice, very well done with colors and stuff, and the angle makes it look menacing. We got Articuno by L.I.J. That's very stylized Articuno, very dark. Yeah, very dark. You can see all the snow that it's making. Yeah. And we've got Pokemon Articuno by All0412. So this cool image of it sort of flying, I guess, towards the camera, it looks like. And it looks like it's got snow that it's causing in the background there. Then we've got Articuno by Vomit Monster. It's kind of cool, kind of funny, because it almost looks like it's the opposite angle of the last one, but of course it's completely different artist here. But yeah, very nice, very stylized, very flying, it's flying around and stuff, and that's, you can see all the ice crystals and snow and stuff, that's fun. And the mountain in the background, that's very well done. Then we've got Articuno, Lord of Ice by Haddock. So, got this cool image here. This appears to be AI generated, but it's still a very nice image, even though it is AI generated. They did a very good job capturing Articuno. Yes. This is not an Articuno, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Join me tonight at 5 p.m. CMT Central Mountain Time as I try to catch an Articuno and all the other Pokemon I didn't get to yesterday. As for Galarian Articuno, I'll have to wait until I've talked about the Gen 8 Pokemon to get back to that one. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Zapdos. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today we'll be talking about Zapdos, the first electric flying type Pokemon. If one wishes to consider Galarian Zapdos, the 145th Pokemon, that version is the first fighting flying type Pokemon. Its previous PYC dates are July 20th, 1996, May 11th, 1999, March 1st, 2002, December 20th, 2004, October 11th, 2007, August 1st, 2010, May 22nd, 2013, March 12th, 2016, January 1st, 2019, and October 22nd, 2021. Of the three Galarian legendary birds, this one has my favorite design. As for Cantonian Zapdos, its design is fine. I personally think that Pokemon Go Team Instinct's silhouette is better than its actual design. Anyway, let's get in the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Zapdos, who, as Cantonian Zapdos, is the electric Pokemon. Galarian Zapdos is the strong legs Pokemon. Its number is 0145. This is Zapdos, this is what it looks like. This is Galarian Zapdos, this is what it looks like. Types, electric flying, as Cantonian Zapdos, so you can see that here, the electric inside, flying outside. Galarian Zapdos is fighting flying. Abilities, as Cantonian Zapdos, is pressure, and Defiant as Galarian Zapdos. Static is Cantonian Zapdos' hidden ability from Gen 6 onward. Lightning Rod is Gen 5 Cantonian Zapdos' hidden ability, except maybe not, because this note says that Zapdos with this ability was never made available legitimately, so I don't know what that means. Gender ratios, gender unknown. Catch rate is 3 or 1.6%. Breeding is egg group, no eggs discovered. Hatch time, 80 cycles. Egg not obtainable. Height, regardless, is 5'3" or 1.6 meters. Weight, as Cantonian Zapdos, is 116 pounds, or 52.6 kilograms. Galarian Zapdos is 128.3 pounds, or 58.2 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 216 in the first 4 gens. 261 and 5 plus. Leveling rate is slow. Eevee yields 3. For Cantonian Zapdos, it's in special attack, but for Galarian Zapdos, it's an attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is yellow, and base friendship is 35. Zapdos is a dual-type electric flying legendary Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. In Galar, Zapdos has a dual-type fighting, flying, regional form introduced in the Crown Tundra expansion. Neither Cantonian Zapdos nor Galarian Zapdos are known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. Along with Articuno and Moltres, it is one of the 3 legendary birds of Kanto. Biology: Zapdos is a large avian Pokemon with predominantly yellow plumage. It has small, triangular eyes with black around them, and a long, thin, light orange beak. Its wings and tail are a mass of spiky feathers, and there are black feathers covering the back of its wings and inner tail feathers. A large crest of spiked feathers surrounds its head. Its thighs are tan, and it has thin, light orange legs. It has feet with 3 forward-facing toes and 1 backward-facing toe. Each toe has a short talon. When Zapdos flaps its glittering wings, it releases electricity that can potentially cause thunderstorms. It produces massive crackling and snapping sounds when it flies. These are attributed to the lightning bolts it sheds when airborne. Zapdos reportedly appears during thunderstorms and gains power when struck by lightning. It is said to live among thunderclouds, but it is rarely seen. Zapdos loves Zapdos treats made by Snacksworth, who once saw it fly right by him in the past. Zapdos is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Shadow Bolt. Forms: Zapdos has a regional form Galarian Zapdos. In Galar, Zapdos has a different appearance. Its body is red-orange with black plumage. Its head features yellow eyes with more pronounced mask-like black coloration around them, and shorter black beak, and a longer, more visible neck. Its legs are black, longer, and more muscular. Its thigh feathers are also black, and its talons are yellow with red rings at their bases. Its red-orange wings are smaller, with small black markings that appear to be remnants of its Cantonian counterpart's black plumage. Finally, it has a row of spiky feathers along its chest, and a similar row of black feathers on its back. Belligerent by nature and ever thirsting for battle, Galarian Zapdos seeks out opponents stronger than itself so it could test its might. Its powerful legs allow it to perform devastating kicks capable of destroying a dump truck, and it can run across mountains at up to 180 miles per hour, or 300 kilometers per hour. Its wings have atrophied to the point that it can barely fly, but its movements are so swift that they have been compared to a lightning strike. This Pokemon earned the name of its Cantonian counterpart due to the electric-like crackling sounds that come from its feathers rubbing together. It is constantly migrating around the world, but can be found in the Crown Tundra once every few decades, congregating with the other birds at the Dyna tree to eat its fruits. Galarian Zapdos is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Thunderous Kick. Galarian Zapdos about to deliver a powerful kick. Galarian Zapdos running up a steep mountain. Game data, NPC appearances. Zapdos is the first legendary Pokemon encountered in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. After it kidnaps Shiftry, the player must fight it at the top of Mount Thunder. It is possible to recruit Zapdos by returning for another fight after the credits. Pokedex entries. In Gen 1, in Red and Blue, a legendary bird Pokemon that is said to appear from clouds while dropping enormous lightning bolts. Yellow, this legendary bird Pokemon is said to appear when the sky turns dark and lightning showers down. Stadium, a legendary bird Pokemon that appears with a gigantic thunderstorm. It flies with a buzz and crack of electricity. In Gen 2 and Gold, this legendary bird Pokemon causes savage thunderstorms by flapping its glittering wings. Silver, this legendary bird Pokemon is said to appear only when a thundercloud parts with 2 halves. Crystal, legendary bird Pokemon. They say lightning caused by the flapping of its wings causes summer storms. For Stadium 2, if you have red, silver, crystal inserted, you get gold, but if you have Pokemon blue, gold, or yellow inserted, you get the silver entry. In Gen 3, in Ruby and Sapphire, Zapdos is a legendary bird Pokemon that has the ability to control electricity. It usually lives in thunderclouds. The Pokemon gains power if it is stricken by lightning bolts. In Emerald, Zapdos is a legendary bird Pokemon that has the ability to control electricity. It usually lives in thunderclouds. It gains power if it is stricken by lightning bolts. Fire Red, one of the legendary bird Pokemon. While it's flying, it makes crackling and snapping sounds. Leaf Green is the red and blue entry. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, a legendary Pokemon that is said to live in thunderclouds. It freely controls lightning bolts. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is basically Red, Blue, and Leaf Greens, but Pokemon is the correct casing. Y is Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, and Gen 5 entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically the Ruby and Sapphire counterpart, but Zapdos and Pokemon are now the correct casing. The Gen 7 Pokedex entry is basically Yellows, but Pokemon is now the correct casing. In Gen 8, for Cantonian Zapdos and Sword, this Pokemon has complete control over electricity. There are tales of Zapdos nesting in the dark depths of pitch-black thunderclouds. Shield, Zapdos is a legendary bird Pokemon. It's said that when Zapdos rubs its feathers together, lightning will fall immediately after. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl are very similar to Diamond and Pearl, but slightly different, so we'll read it. This legendary Pokemon is said to live in thunderclouds. It freely controls lightning bolts. For Galarian Zapdos, for Sword, when its feathers rub together, they produce a crackling sound like the zapping of electricity. That's why this Pokemon is called Zapdos. Shield, one kick from its powerful legs will pulverize a dump truck. Supposedly, this Pokemon runs through the mountains at over 180 miles per hour. Game locations, side game locations, and events, held items, red, blue, and yellow is the same. Asterisk with the note of you trade to Gen 2 to get these items. Bright Powder 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, will compare Cantonian Zapdos and Galarian Zapdos. So HP 90 for both. Cantonian Zapdos has attack 90, attack 125 for Galarian Zapdos, 85 for defense, 90 for defense, special attack 125, special attack 85, special defense 90, that is the same, speed 100, that is the same. For a total of 580, that's, the same for both. The Zapdos box here. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 125. Before we move on, I wanted to mention the coloring in the Galarian Zapdos box here. So you got the fighting inside and the flying outside. Pokeathon stats. Type effectiveness will compare Cantonian Zapdos with Galarian Zapdos. Cantonian Zapdos is damaged normally by normal, poison, ghost, fire, water, electric, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy, while Galarian Zapdos is damaged normally by normal, poison, rock, ghost, steel, fire, water, and dragon. Cantonian Zapdos is weak to rock and ice for double, while Galarian Zapdos is weak to flying, electric, psychic, ice, and fairy for double. They're both immune to ground. Cantonian Zapdos is resistant to fighting, flying, bug, steel, and grass for half, while Galarian Zapdos is resistant to fighting, bug, grass, and dark for half. In the Zapdos box here, notes: if gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball in Gen 4, or a ring target, or is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain. The effectiveness of ground-type moves is double, so we go from 0 to double. In Gen 5, if this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball, the effectiveness of ground-type moves is 1, so it would go from 0 to 1. If this Pokemon has Lightning Rod, the effectiveness of electric-type moves is 0, so it would be 0 instead of 1. For Galarian Zapdos, if gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball or a ring target, or it is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain, the effectiveness of ground-type moves is 1, so it would go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up for Cantonian Zapdos: 1 Peck and Thunder Wave, 5 Thunder Shock, 10 Light Screen, 15 Pluck, 20 Agility, 25 Ancient Power, 30 Charge, 35 Drill Peck, 40 Roost, 45 Discharge, 50 Rain Dance, 55 Thunder, 60 Detect, 65 Magnetic Flux, and 70 Zap Cannon. Galarian Zapdos: 1 to get Peck and Focus Energy, 5 Rock Smash, 10 Light Screen, 15 Pluck, 20 Agility, 25 Ancient Power, 30 Brick Break, 35 Drill Peck, 40 Quick Guard, 45 Thunderous Kick, 50 Bulk Up, 55 Counter, 60 Detect, 65 Close Combat, and 70 Reversal. By TM for Cantonian Zapdos: 1 Takedown, 4 Agility, 7 Protect, 14 Acrobatics, 25 Facade, 27 Aerial Ace, 32 Swift, 40 Air Cutter, 47 Endure, 48 Volt Switch, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 51 Sandstorm, 60 U-Turn, 70 Sleep Talk, 72 Electro Ball, 75 Light Screen, 82 Thunderwave, 85 Rest, 96 Eerie Impulse, 97 Fly, 103 Substitute, 113 Tailwind, 118 Heat Wave, 126 Thunderbolt, 130 Helping Hand, 132 Baton Pass, 136 Electric Terrain, 147 Wild Charge, 152 Giga Impact, 160 Hurricane, 163 Hyper Beam, 164 Brave Bird, 166 Thunder, 171 Terra Blast, 173 Charge, 193 Weather Ball, 197 Dual Wing Beat, 210 Supercell Slam, and 223 Metal Sound. For Galarian Zapdos, 1 Takedown, 4 Agility, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 12 Low Kick, 14 Acrobatics, 20 Trailblaze, 25 Facade, 27 Aerial Ace, 32 Swift, 39 Low Sweep, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 15 Rain Dance, 51 Sandstorm, 58 Brick Break, 60 U-Turn, 64 Bulk Up, 70 Sleep Talk, 75 Light Screen, 84 Stomping Tantrum, 85 Rest, 87 Taunt, 97 Fly, 103 Substitute, 113 Tailwind, 130 Helping Hand, 134 Reversal, 152 Giga Impact, 160 Hurricanes, 163 Hyper Beam, 164 Brave Bird, 167 Close Combat, 171 Terra Blast, 181 Knockoff, 197 Dual Wing Beat, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, 213 Coaching, and 221 Throat Chop. Nothing by breeding for either of them. TCG only moves. We got Bolt Strike in this card. Side game data, you got all this, yeah. Pokemon Ranger Guardian Signs in the browser entry. It creates thunderbolts in the air and discharges electricity. Got all this, yep. Galarian Zapdos, evolution data is just Zapdos for both of them. Sprites here, so yeah, these first ones, you get the idea, the basic idea. It looks pretty much, yeah, you got the basic idea down already. A lot of it's yellow and white and black. But yeah, it gets the basic thing done. I don't know that these necessarily work for it. Gold. You know, it's got the brown parts now. Shiny is orange and red. Okay. I got the white claws, it looks like. Yep. Yeah, the feet are much different, right? They're much more simplified. Yep. This is much more what we have now, I guess. It's now orange with legs and beak. Yep. Sort of a gold, I guess, and like red, orange. Gen 4. Yeah, we got all that. Gen 5. I think it's a little bit different. You get the full back sprite. You can see the black feathers on the back. Model here, so yeah, you can really see all the stuff. So it's a letter yellow, looks like, and the letter orange. So just a dark orange and a dark yellow and dark orange. That's interesting. Yeah, you got all that. Why does it gain the weird round legs? It's not clear until Fire Red. Well, yeah, because they're black legs originally. Then they became kind of yellowish legs. Then they're black legs again. And they became brown legs in Fire Red and Leaf Green. Okay. Yeah, so let's go games. You know, better models, I'm sure. Homes. You got all that. And then, of course, this is our only opportunity to see the shiny. So, of course, it's another instance of the shiny look resembling its Cantonian counterpart. Yeah, oh, that's such a subtle difference now. It's awful. In the anime, Zapdos in the anime, got all this, yep. Pokedex entries in episode 242 in Ash's Pokedex. Zapdos, the electric Pokemon. Zapdos has both electric and flying elements, and the flappage of its wings can create lightning. In what I assume is Journeys, episode 40. In Ghost Rotom Phone, Zapdos, the electric Pokemon, an electric and flying type. It is said Zapdos can be found inside thunderclouds and that it can control lightning, a legendary Pokemon. Pokemon Origins, Zapdos and Pokemon Origins, Zapdos and Pokemon Generations. In the manga, Galarian Zapdos in Pokemon Adventures, and Zapdos in Pokemon Adventures. So you got Pikachu here, yep. I got all that. Yep. The TCG. Other appearances: Super Smash Bros. Melee. When released from a Pokeball, Zapdos uses a powerful Thunder Shock that hits opponents several times to produce a substantial amount of damage. Trophy information: Zapdos flaps its wings and summer storms appear, throwing lightning every which way. It's said that you can hear this legendary Pokemon coming, as its wings make a very distinctive popping sound as it flies. In addition to electrical moves like the dreaded Thunder, it also wields a vicious move called Drill Peck. Super Smash Bros. For Nintendo 3DS. Zapdos appears in the background of the Prism Tower stage in the 3DS version of the game. Zapdos also appears as a trophy in the 3DS games. You can see that here. Zapdos trophy in Super Smash Bros. For 3DS. Trophy information in North America. Gazing up at dark storm clouds gathering in the sky, many children must have once wondered if the Pokemon they saw in the second Pokemon movie was in the clouds. An innocent and childish dream, perhaps. But even today as adults, the sound of thunder might just bring back memories of this legendary bird Pokemon. Aww. In the PAL region, gazing up at dark storm clouds gathering in the sky, many children must have once wondered if the Pokemon they just saw in the latest movie was lurking somewhere in their depths. An innocent and childish dream, perhaps. But even today as adults, the sound of thunder might just bring back memories of this legendary bird Pokemon. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Along with returning in the background of Prism Tower, Zapdos appears as a spirit alongside Articuno and Moltres. Music. This is a list of music associated with Zapdos in the Pokemon games. In Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, battling Zapdos, Articuno, or Moltres. Battle Wild Pokemon. Red, Green, Blue, and Yellow. Composition and arrangement by Junichi Masuda. In Sword and Shield, when battling Galarian Zapdos, Galarian Articuno, or Galarian Moltres. Battle, Legendary Bird. Composition, Go, Ichinose, and arrangement is the same person. Scarlet and Violet, when battling Zapdos, Articuno, or Moltres. Battle, Wild Pokemon from the Let's Go games. Composition by Junichi Masuda, and arrangement by Shota Kageyama. Trivia. This first point I've read in the Electabuzz video. Out of all the legendary Pokemon with fixed in-game locations, Zapdos can be obtained with the fewest number of badges too. The player can catch Zapdos with only the Boulder badge and either the Cascade badge in the Let's Go games, or the Soul badge in Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow. I've done the third one in the Jolteon video. Cantonian Zapdos possesses a type advantage over all the other members of his trio, as well as Lugia, often viewed as the leader of the trio. This is reversed for the trio's regional forms, with Galarian Zapdos possessing a type disadvantage against the other members and Lugia. In the Bridge Bike gang, Chopper's bike is decorated to resemble a Zapdos. Zapdos' cry in Pokemon Journeys the series is the same as Lunala's as seen in a crackling raid battle. Zapdos' English name was suggested by Bill Geist, who assisted in the naming of many Gen 1 Pokemon. I read this last point yesterday. Origin: Zapdos seems to be based on the Native American legend of the Thunderbird, a spirit of thunder, lightning, and rain that took the form of a giant bird. The beating of its wings was said to create thunder. It may have also been based on the lightning bird, a bird created from wherever lightning hits the earth. Aesthetically, it may be based on hummingbirds due to the long beak, the rather simple wings, and described violent behavior. As suggested by the Pokedex entries, the three legendary birds appear to be embodiments of seasons. Zapdos represents summer, while Articuno and Moltres represent winter and spring, respectively. Autumn is, however, unrepresented. Galarian Zapdos appears to be based on Ratites, with kiwis in particular matching its brown feathers and long beak. Due to its speed, it may also be based on a Roadrunner. Its powerful kicks might also draw influence from the Secretary Bird, a mostly terrestrial bird that hunts by stomping and kicking its prey. Its legs could also be derived from the English Pouter, a pigeon breed known for such. Its shiny coloration is similar to Cantonian Zapdos' regular coloration. Name origin: Zapdos is a combination of Zap and Dos, Spanish for two, indicating that it's the second in the series of Cantonian legendary birds. Thunder is literally thunder. In other languages, see also references to the Galarian forms, the legendary Pokemon, the Super Smash Bros. Series. Yeah, let's move on.
Now let's watch the first scene of Zapdos in the anime.
Hello, and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching episode 13, Mystery at the Lighthouse. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and his traveling companions Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have come to a lighthouse here to take shelter for the night and so he can call to check up on his Krabby, that he caught, but he had like he already had 6 Pokemon in his party, so it got transferred to Professor Oak. And we'll see a Zapdos on the door here. There's the Zapdos right there, yep. And that is Zapdos' first appearance in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Zapdos. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you not familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Zapdos. So we've got Galarian Legendary Birds by Nova Eden. So we've got this compilation here of Galarian Zapdos, Galarian Articuno, and Galarian Moltres. I think they're all their shiny forms, particularly this one is. Because, yeah, it's all yellow and stuff, yeah. That's kind of fun to see all of them together, and, yeah. Then we got Zapdos by L.I.J. So you got this cool, darker Zapdos here. It's kind of fun, looks to be on a power line. Then we got Instinct by Kezrek. So this cool version of Zapdos. I guess and I have with lightning that spells out Instinct in the background. It's in the pose, I think, of the Instinct logo from Pokemon Go. And we got Crack of Thunder by Lihuin. Or Johanna Tarkella. Whatever. This cool, kind of very stylized, somewhat more realistic looking Zapdos here. So you can see it calling and stuff, and then you can see all that, yeah. Then we've got Zapdos, Lord of Thunder by Haddock. So we've got Zapdos here. This cool, image, which I think is AI. We saw the Articuno one that Haddock did yesterday, but yeah, it is AI, so just be aware of that. This is not made by a human. But yeah, still pretty good, still caches it pretty well. This image doesn't contain Zapdos, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, not because I don't have a ton to still do, but because I just don't have time today. So I'll have to wait until tomorrow to try to catch Zapdos. As for Galarian Zapdos, I'll have to wait until I talk about the Gen 8 Pokemon to get back to that one. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Moltres. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow.